Chapter 26:20. Emperor Xianyuan hadn't said anything this entire time, but Qin Shao knew that this was going to be an extremely difficult task. His request was indeed a bit too high, but Qin Shao had no other choice. He had no choice but to thicken his skin and ask for it. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Perhaps he would be given a chance? Qin Shao said once more, "World God Yellow Dragon, Emperor Xianyuan." Qin Shao doesn't dare to hope that he will be able to obtain the guardian decree of the Holy Emperor. Qin Shao only hopes that Emperor Xianyuan will give Qin Shao a chance. Whatever you require of Qin Shao is willing to do it. No matter what merit you require, Qin Shao is willing to do it. All I ask is for a chance. Qin Shao doesn't ask for anything more than that. World God Yellow Dragon shook his head, a solemn look on his face. Qin Shao, you are nothing more than a fourth-step exalted celestial. You are far, far too weak. Even if you were given a chance, you would still be far from being able to accomplish it. More importantly, the guardian decree of the Holy Emperor will no longer be available. Thus, you should change your request. Don't keep pestering yourself on a path that won't work. Won't work? Really won't work? Qin Shao truly wanted this chance. No matter how difficult it was, he wanted to give it a try. Qin Shao looked at Long World God. Long World God frowned slightly, a look of difficulty on his face. After all, this wasn't something he could make a decision on. He needed Emperor Xuanyuan's approval. But getting Emperor Xuanyuan's approval was easier said than done. Zhang Yang suddenly spoke up. "Master, I'm also willing to forego the reward. I'd only like to make this request on behalf of Qin Shao. I hope that Master will give Qin Shao a chance. I'm also willing to use my reward to make this request on behalf of Qin Shao. I hope that Uncle Yellow Emperor will grant my request." Yuan immediately followed. Zhang Yang and Yuan had requested for Qin Shao without any rewards. Heart, Fu Zhongshuan, and the 9 profound saintess all spoke out. After that, Yin Shaoqian also made a request. Xian Qing and Tai Gu hesitated for a moment before making the same request. Among the 9 people, only Jin Bafeng did not come forward to make a request. Of course, in the end, he did not go with the flow and follow the trend to make a request for Qin Shao. In his heart, he was very unhappy with Qin Shao. At this time, seeing that everyone was willing to give up their own rewards to plead for Qin Shao, he sneered in his heart. Seeing that everyone was pleading for her, and even Xian Qing and Tai Gu had joined in, Qin Shao felt a warm feeling in her heart. She was touched. "Thank you for pleading on my behalf, but there's really no need for that." Yin Shaoqian, Xian Qing, Tai Gu, Fu Zhongshuan, and the 9 profound saintess. I, Qin Shao, appreciate your good intentions, but there's really no need for that. My heart is very uneasy for you to lose such a big reward. Here, I thank everyone. I, Qin Shao, will remember everyone's kindness." Qin Shao said to Yin Shaoqian and the others. To Zhang Yang, Yuan, and Ming, Qin Shao was not polite to the 3 of them. He treated them as his own people. If it was him, he would do the same. Yin Shaoqian shook his head and said, "Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to be so polite with us. To be honest, if you did not turn the tide and create a miracle, the mortal world would have lost. If the mortal world lost, we would also be sinners of the mortal world. We would feel guilty for the rest of our lives. Especially for me, I will feel the same. You turned the situation around and won the victory for the mortal world. We are grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts. We admire and respect you. That's why we're a little ashamed to accept this reward. A single reward is something we can do without. But for you, Brother Qin Shao, the meaning of the Holy Emperor's protection order is incomparably extraordinary. So, it's nothing for us to plead for you. This is what we should do. So, Brother Qin Shao, if you still think highly of us, please accept it. If you can accept it, we will feel better in our hearts." Yes. Xian Qing also nodded immediately and agreed with Yin Shaoqian's words. "Qin Shao, I respect you as a man and a hero of the mortal world. This small matter is what we should do. If you don't accept it, then you really look down on us." Facing the enthusiasm of the AI, Qin Shao did not know how to refuse for a moment. He could feel that everyone was sincere. Qin Shao did not have the heart to hurt a sincere heart. It was just that Qin Shao was really sorry to accept everyone's help. But now, it seemed that he could not refuse. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that it was still unknown whether Emperor Xianyuan would agree or not. If Emperor Xianyuan did not agree, it would be of no use. Qin Shao looked at Emperor Xianyuan eagerly. His heart was tense. He was waiting and praying, hoping that Emperor Xianyuan would give him this opportunity. Everyone looked at Emperor Xianyuan, hoping that Emperor Xianyuan would agree and help Qin Shao this time. Qin Shao, who had a very good temperament, felt inexplicably nervous at this time. He did not know how long it had been since he felt this way. This action was related to the safety of his hometown, the Hongmeng universe. This matter was too important to Qin Shao. He would rather do everything to fight for the Holy Emperor's protection order. That's enough. Emperor Xianyuan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His eyes fell on Qin Shao, and he said, "Your heart and sincerity are praiseworthy. You are willing to do this for the safety of your hometown. You are loyal and righteous." But, hearing Emperor Xianyuan say that he could not win, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the situation was not good. In fact, Qin Shao also knew that it was indeed very difficult to make the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors break this rule. He also knew that the chances were slim. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Qin Zhao's heart tightened even more. The Holy Emperor's protection order has not been issued for a long time. It could be said that it no longer exists. And the Holy Emperor's protection order has very high requirements for the person who issued it. Qin Shao, although you have made a great contribution this time, it is difficult to meet the requirements of the Holy Emperor's protection order. Was there no hope? Hearing the meaning of Emperor Xuanyuan's words, Qin Shao knew that the hope was indeed slim. But there was no other way. Qin Shao had expected this situation, but he did not give up. He had to give it a try himself, and try hard. No matter what, he did not regret fighting for it this time. Opportunities always came with fighting. If he did not fight, there would be no hope at all. If he fought, at least there was a glimmer of hope. No matter how small it was worth it. Emperor Xianyuan continued, but this time, everyone is willing to give up the reward to plead for you. I will also give you a chance. I can give you the chance, but you will lose your reward. Are you still willing? What? Give him a chance? Hearing this turn of events, Qin Shao was overjoyed and almost jumped up in joy. He thought that there was no hope, but he did not expect that there was still hope. This was really, really good. Qin Shao immediately nodded desperately. Of course, he was willing. The others all expressed their willingness as well. Only Jin Bafang did not say anything. He had not asked for it earlier, and there was no way he would do so now. Still, although he did not say anything, he did not say anything against it either. It was also possible that he did not dare to say anything against it. After all, Emperor Xianyuan had already relented. Jin Bafang did not dare to say anything against it. World God Yellow Dragon frowned slightly, then said, "Your Imperial Majesty, don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? Their contributions are far from enough to qualify for the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion. If we make an exception for Qin Shao, wouldn't that mean that in the future, there will be others who will come to ask for the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion as well? In addition, what would those clans who received the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion feel about it? In the past, they sacrificed so much and made so many great contributions in order to receive the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion. This medallion cannot be given out lightly." Emperor Xianyuan glanced at World God Yellow Dragon. That was then, and this is now. In a time of peace, it is naturally impossible for them to make such great contributions to the Sacred Emperor. Qin Shao and the others have all made great contributions to the Sacred Emperor. This child is a promising talent, and his heart is sincere and sincere. Why don't we give him a chance? But of course, the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion cannot be given out just like that. World God Yellow Dragon, upon hearing Emperor Xuanyuan's words, didn't try to argue any further. Emperor Xianyuan looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao, I can give you a chance, but this chance must come with a condition. You must be able to fulfill this condition. If you are unable to fulfill this condition, then you will have lost this chance. This condition should be fairly difficult. If you are able to break through to the sacred emperor level within 3 million years without relying on any outside help, then I will bestow upon you the sacred emperor protector medallion. What do you think? What? Break through to the sacred emperor level within 3 million years? How is this even possible? This was simply an impossible task. As soon as Emperor Xianyuan stated this condition, everyone felt that it was simply impossible. How long had Qin Shao been cultivating for? In total, he had been cultivating for less than 40 million years. If he were to add in another 3 million years, that would be around 40 million years. One must know that Qin Shao had come from an extremely humble background. He had cultivated step by step from the lowest level of the universe. In terms of Xiantian, Qin Shao had a serious problem. How was it possible for someone to break through to the sacred emperor level in 40 million years? If it were one of the 5 supreme clans or one of the young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought, then it might be possible. But for Qin Shao to accomplish this task, it was simply too difficult. It could be said that there was almost no hope. 300,000 years, how short was that? If it was 30 million years, then perhaps there was still hope. They could give a try. But 3 million years was simply too short. Whether it was Zhang Yang or Fu Zhongxian, they did not have the slightest bit of confidence. If they were given such a time, they felt that it was simply impossible for them to accomplish it. At the very least, it would take 10 million years for them to have a chance to try. Master, isn't 3 million years too short? Zhang Yang wanted to argue for Qin Shao, but Emperor Xianyuan glanced at him. Zhang Yang was so scared that he did not dare to say anything more. Qin Shao knew that he had no other choice, so he immediately said, "All right, Emperor Xianyuan, Qin Shao accepts this condition. In 3 million years, Qin Shao will definitely break through to the sacred emperor level." Well, if that's the case, then it depends on your performance. Remember, this is your only chance. If you can't grasp it, then don't make such a request in the future. Emperor Xianyuan said. Qin Shao nodded solemnly. He naturally understood this point. If he failed this time, then he would naturally not mention it again in the future. But Qin Shao believed that he would succeed this time. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-21. Emperor Xianyuan and world god Huang Long left. Yin Shaoqian and the others went back on their own. They also wanted to take a look at the Sacred Academy, so they did not go with Huang Long. Having obtained this opportunity, Qin Shao was already very grateful in his heart. No matter how small the chance was, no matter how difficult the conditions were, there was still a chance. As long as there was a chance, no matter how small it was, there was still hope to go to reality. All right, everyone can go now. Qin Shao, stay for a while. I have something to say to you. Yinglong World God said to everyone. Everyone bid farewell and left, except for Qin Shao. Mr. Dean, thank you. Qin Shao bowed to Yinglong World God gratefully. World God Rain Dragon chuckled calmly. It can be said that you have won some phase for our Sacred Institute. You have accomplished a great task and rendered a great service to us. Therefore, it's only right for this old man to speak up for you. I've already promised you before. However, to be honest, the old man is a little surprised that His Majesty Yellow Emperor actually gave you a chance. Actually, I am not afraid to tell you that the old man did not think that he would agree to it. However, His Majesty Yellow Emperor gave you an exception. Of course, although he gave you an exception, the conditions are also very harsh. Becoming a saint within 3 million years is also a huge challenge. I wish you good luck. I also hope that you can complete this seemingly impossible task. Perhaps you will create a miracle again. The old man has seen you create 2 miracles with his own eyes. For you, creating a miracle is nothing. Do your best. Difficult. It was difficult. It was indeed a seemingly impossible task. Even Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan felt that it was impossible. If it was someone else, they would not even think about it. There was no chance at all. However, Qin Shao was not willing to admit defeat. He was not willing to lower his head. As long as there was a slight chance, he would not let it go easily. Yes, I will do my best. No matter how difficult it is, I believe that I can succeed. If it's impossible, then I'll create a possibility, Qin Shao said solemnly. According to the god of Yinglong world, there must be a reason why Emperor Xianyuan made an exception for him. Could it be Master? The god of Yinglong world didn't seem to know that he was Sage Li's disciple, but Emperor Xianyuan definitely knew. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if the Emperor Xianyuan made this exception for him because of his master's original position. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such an exception so easily. Although he had given him a condition that seemed impossible, he had still given him a chance. Since they had given him a chance, it meant that they had relented. How could the guardian order of the Sage Emperor be used so easily? Even if Master didn't say anything, this matter was probably related to Master more or less, right? Qin Shao, I asked you to stay behind because I wanted to tell you that you shouldn't have any objections to World God Yellow Dragon. The reason why he was so strongly opposed was because he was standing on the side of justice. In truth, World God Yellow Dragon didn't have any selfish motives, nor did he deliberately target you. He just didn't want the Yellow Emperor to agree to your request, the god of Yinglong world said in a serious tone. Only now did Qin Shao understand why the god of Yinglong world had asked him to stay behind. So this was what he wanted to say. Qin Shao smiled calmly and said, Headmaster, you worry too much. Qin Shao is aware of these things. Qin Shao isn't a petty person. He still understands what's right and what's wrong. I don't have any objections to World God Yellow Dragon. I understand. The god of Yinglong world nodded in relief and said, that's good. Then the old man can rest assured. However, the old man also feels that you are a broad-minded person. You won't be so narrow-minded. All right, since you understand, the old man won't say anything more. Go and cultivate. I wish you success. I believe that the Sacred Academies tomorrow will be proud of you. Qin Shao nodded and left. As soon as he came out, the outside became more lively. Because of the arrival of Yin Shaoqin and the others, especially the 9 profound saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the Sacred Academy became more lively. Many students ran out to catch a glimpse of these people. The 9 profound saintess was the representative of the Jade Lake Saintesses. The Jade Lake Saintess was a synonym for beauty. How many people dreamed of becoming the Saintess's son-in-law? Those who could become the Jade Lake Saintess were all top-notch in terms of both beauty and talent. They had to meet strict requirements to become the Jade Lake Saintess. The 9 profound saintess could be said to be the best of the Jade Lake Saintesses. Therefore, the 9 profound saintess was enough to attract the attention of countless men. Many men came for the 9 profound saintess. They also wanted to catch a glimpse of Yin Shaoqin and the other outstanding youths with supreme surnames. And now Ming, Xin, and Yuan's identities were basically exposed. Ming, since Xin represented the Kunlun sacred ground, she must be the saintess of the Kunlun sacred ground. Of course, there was no one who knew Ming. Xin was actually the granddaughter of the Kunlun god emperor. This identity was enough to make him feel respected. As for Yuan, many people guessed that she was the daughter of Sage Li. After all, there was news of Sage Li's daughter running away from home. Many people had tried to find her. Therefore, now that they knew that Yuan represented the Langya heaven, it was easy to guess that she was the daughter of Sage Li. If that was the case, then everything would make sense. Yuan and Ming? Once Xion's identity was exposed, the number of men who wanted to curry favor with them naturally increased. It could be said that they were popular among the people. Therefore, the 2 women were so scared that they hid in their own cultivation places. The news of the battle between the 2 young geniuses of the human realm and the earth realm spread in the Sacred Institute. This matter might not be spread throughout the human world, but a place like the Sacred Academy was very well informed. Basically, all the major forces knew about this matter. Therefore, many people in the Sacred Institute naturally knew about it. Now that Yin Shaoqin and the others appeared in the Sacred Institute, It confirmed the news. As soon as Qin Shao came out, he returned as a peerless hero and instantly attracted many people's attention. Originally, Qin Shao was quite popular in the Sacred Institute. However, he rarely stayed in the Sacred Institute. Even when he was in the Sacred Institute, he spent most of his time in seclusion in his own cultivation area. He rarely came out. Therefore, he rarely met the other students in the Sacred Institute and didn't have many chances to interact with them. As soon as Qin Shao came out, Jin Bafang's eyes swept over with some displeasure. Qin Shao naturally knew why Jin Bafang was so displeased with him. He was already displeased with him, and with what happened just now, he was even more displeased. Jin Bafang walked over to Qin Shao, and Yin Shaoqian followed with a solemn expression. He said to Jin Bafang in a low voice, "Bafang, don't mess around." However, Jin Bafang didn't care about Yin Shaoqian. Instead, he walked straight to Qin Shao. As soon as the two of them met, they felt like they were enemies. Fierce sparks flew as they collided. The students of the Sacred Institute were also puzzled and looked over curiously. One was the first on the Sacred Institute's saint ranking, and the other was the young genius of the Jin family. As the young genius of the 5 great families, Jin Bafang's status was there. Naturally, no one dared to provoke him, and they all praised him. Seeing Jin Bafang walking towards him, Qin Shao frowned and looked at Jin Bafang calmly. He wanted to see what Jin Bafang wanted to do. It's all because of you that I lost my reward. I made such a great contribution to the human realm, but I didn't get a reward. It's all because of you. Don't you think that you should compensate me? Jin Bafang said coldly. To be honest, it was indeed because of Qin Shao that Jin Bafang lost his reward. Emperor Xianyuan didn't give anyone a reward, even though Jin Bafang didn't stand up to plead for Qin Shao. However, in the end, Emperor Xianyuan treated everyone equally and didn't give anyone a reward. He treated it as if they were all pleading for Qin Shao. Therefore, Jin Bafang felt bitter in his heart. He felt very wrong. It had nothing to do with him, but he lost his reward because of it. Originally, he thought that the reward this time would definitely be a big one. However, this big reward was gone when it was at the tip of his tongue. How could Jin Bafang be courteous to Qin Shao with the addition of new enmity and old hatred? He couldn't suppress his anger anymore. In the face of Jin Bafang's accusation, Qin Shao said coldly, "If it's because you lost your reward, I can forgive you. I'll let you say it this time. However, if you want to talk about how much credit you have, it's better for you to know your own limitations. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have credit. Instead, you would blame yourself. I didn't mean to take the credit for myself. This time, the credit belongs to everyone. But I, Qin Shao, have never owed you anything. You said that it was because of me that you lost your reward. I reluctantly admit that. But I'm sorry. I can't compensate you, and it's impossible for me to compensate you. If you want to blame me, go ahead. I don't have time to deal with you. Go ahead." After saying that, Qin Shao ignored Jin Bafang and was about to leave. Qin Shao didn't want to bother with such a person who didn't get along with him. He just left. When Qin Shao was about to leave, Jin Bafang reached out his hand and stopped Qin Shao. He stared at Qin Shao angrily and unhappily. Qin Shao's words just now seemed to make him feel humiliated, so he was even more unhappy. Seeing that Jin Bafang dared to stop him, Qin Shao's face darkened. He looked at Jin Bafang coldly and said rudely, "What? Do you still want to block my way? With such provocative behavior, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better behave yourself. You came to the Saint Academy as a guest. I don't think you want to embarrass yourself, right? If you provoke me again, don't blame me for being rude. You should know my character. I'm definitely a man of his words. If you want to provoke me, you could try. I don't want to do anything to you, but I can't tolerate your provocation." Qin Shao stared at Jin Bafang coldly. He was waiting to see what he would do next. If he really didn't take his hand away, Qin Shao wouldn't be polite to him anymore. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense and oppressive. The air couldn't help but be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone quieted down and looked at Qin Shao and Jin Bafang. They thought that these two people wouldn't really fight, right? Yin Shaoqian kept winking at Jin Bafang. He naturally didn't want to see Jin Bafong continue to provoke Qin Shao. In terms of strength, Jin Bafong was definitely no match for Qin Shao. If the two really fought, Jin Bafong would definitely be the one who suffered. Jin Bafong secretly gritted his teeth. After looking at Qin Shao deeply, he finally gave up the idea of provoking him and took his hand back. Because he was very clear in his heart that if they really fought, he would definitely be no match for Qin Shao. Chapter 26-22. When he returned to his cultivation place, it was finally quiet. Jing Yang, Xiao Gu, and Starry Sky had already heard some news about the young geniuses' competition between the human realm and the underworld realm. They also knew that Qin Shao had made the greatest contribution to the young geniuses' competition between the human realm and the underworld realm. Therefore, when Qin Shao returned, the three of them congratulated Qin Shao. They were very happy for Qin Shao. Qin Shao was not only the pride of the Saint Academy, but also the pride of the primordial universe. He had always been the pride of the primordial universe. The primordial universe had a new light and a better tomorrow because of Qin Shao. The endless lives of the primordial universe were also waiting for Qin Shao to bring the primordial universe into the great thousand worlds and bring some of the powerhouses of the primordial universe to the Saint Realm. They would go to a wider world and enter a bigger stage. Qin Shao gathered with everyone and chatted for a while. He also asked about the cultivation situation of the three of them. There was no need to ask Xiao Gu. After all, he did not need to cultivate by himself. Jing Yang and Starry Sky had made great progress, especially Jing Yang. After regaining his confidence, his path had become clearer. After all these years of progress, Jing Yang had actually touched the edge of a breakthrough. If he took another step, he would be a third step celestial venerate. How many years had he been trapped in the second step celestial venerate? Jing Yang probably could not remember clearly. In short, it had been a very, very long time. Originally, Jing Yang did not have much hope for his own cultivation path. However, new hope had now descended upon him, allowing him to see the light again. He regained his confidence and embarked on a new path. Qin Shao was now looking forward to seeing Jing Yang and Starry Sky break through to the fourth step celestial venerate. Then he would ask them if they wanted the divine vitality fruit. People like Baichuan Fusu and Young Master, you definitely did not need the divine vitality fruit. Their talent and potential were still very strong. They should be able to open up their own ancient paths and become sacred venerates. Desolate Land, Jiangzu, and Nine Dragons. Desolate Land's talent and potential were still very good. Although Jiangzu and Nine Dragons were slightly inferior, they should still be very good. Therefore, they would see the situation when the time came. They would see if they could open up the ancient road on their own. If possible, it would be better to open up their own ancient paths and become sacred venerates. Even if he couldn't see any hope, he could still use the Saint Origin Fruit to directly ascend to the ancient sage realm. There were only 2 divine vitality fruits were enough to nurture 2 sacred venerates, the primordial venerates. At that time, with the addition of Xiao Gu and himself, the power of the Grand Mist universe would be relatively strong. They would be able to establish a territory in the immortal realms that belong to the Grand Mist universe. However, this matter was clearly not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. It would require a very long period of time. For the time being, there was no need to rush. By the way, Young Master, according to the news from the Wind Cloud City, Young Master Baichuan and Young Master, you have both broken through to the 4th step Heavenly Venerate realm and become core disciples of the Wind Cloud Academy. The future of the 2 young masters is still immeasurable. They are considered rare geniuses. At least to Hu Ling, they are considered to be among the top geniuses. The situation of the 2 young masters is still good. No one is going against them. The situation of Freedom City is still good. It is still relatively stable for the time being. Adong suddenly said. Qin Shao had previously instructed Adong to help pay attention to the situation at Wind Cloud Academy and Freedom City. Qin Shao was usually busy and did not have time to care about these situations. Therefore, he had handed this task to Adong. If there was any situation, Ah Dong would immediately report to Qin Shao. Baichuan Fusu and Young Master, you had also broken through to the fourth step Heavenly Venerate realm. It was not bad. Qin Shao had long been looking forward to them breaking through to the fourth step Heavenly Venerate realm. The next goal to work hard for was to become a saint. Qin Shao still believed that Baichuan Fusu and Young Master you would be able to become saints. They had very good talent and potential. They also had good luck and had obtained good legacies. They were also fortunate enough to become students of Wind Cloud Academy early on. After giving some instructions to Ah Dong, Qin Shao went back into the closed-door training group. Jing Yang and Starry Sky were also encouraged. Starry Sky said with a serious face, Jing Yang, Qin Shao has already given it his all. There is no reason for us not to give it our all. Why don't we compete and see who will break through first? Let's see if you break through to the third step Heavenly Venerate realm first, or if I break through to the second step Heavenly Venerate realm first. Jing Yang smiled and said with confidence, I have already touched the threshold of breaking through. I am only a step away from breaking through. If you compete with me, you will be at a disadvantage. Ha, you will definitely lose. Ha, Jing Yang, don't be happy too early. It is not a good thing to jump to conclusions too early. It is good that you have this confidence, but I also have mine. Since I dare to compete with you, I naturally think that I can fight with you. Competing with you will give me some motivation and pressure so that I can improve myself faster. Come on, let's fight. Ha, why do I feel that we should compete with Qin Shao? Ha. Starry Sky laughed. Jing Yang smiled. Compete with Qin Shao? Then I am afraid. I will lose. No. I can't have this kind of thinking. I am weak before fighting. Then let's fight. In the seclusion room, Qin Shao sat cross-legged on a jade stone. He quickly threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind and calmed himself down. His mind was free of distracting thoughts. It was like still water, like an ancient well without a trace of ripple. 3 million years is indeed a very short time. To outsiders, this is indeed an impossible task. To me, it is indeed a very, very difficult task. It is too difficult to complete. From the looks of it, it is indeed impossible to accomplish. But this is my one and only chance to make the impossible possible. Only then will I be qualified to obtain the sacred Emperor Guardian token. If it's really that easy, how can I have the face to take the Saint Emperor's Guardian token? Emperor Xianyuan is willing to give me this opportunity and propose such a seemingly impossible task. First, it is a test for me. Second, it is to shut the mouths of others. So, I must create another miracle. Only then can I break through to the Saint realm and open my own ancient path. After all, it has been less than 40 million years since I started cultivating. It is indeed too short. I am afraid that even among the 5 supreme surnames, it is difficult to find someone who can break through to the Saint realm in 40 million years, right? There should be. After all, there are. The children of the 5 supreme surnames are far superior to me in terms of birth. They're almost immortals at birth. They have powerful bloodlines, many cultivation resources, and many good elders to teach them. Their cultivation conditions are millions of times better than mine. But even so, it is still rare to break through to the Saint realm in 40 million years. After all, I have only cultivated for a short period of time. My accumulation in various aspects is still weak. So, I can't rely on my accumulation to achieve success. I can't rely on my epiphany to break through and create a miracle. Only then can I break through to the Saint realm in 3 million years. How can a miracle be so easy to create? But I have no other choice. This is my only chance. For my hometown, for my family, for my friends, and for the countless lives in the primordial universe, I must do it. I must create a miracle. I have created many miracles along the way. This time, I believe that I can do it. I can do it. Everyone in my hometown is looking at me. They all need me to protect them and protect them well. The strength of the Bloodbath Alliance makes me very uneasy. So, I must get the Sage Emperor Guardian token as soon as possible. Only then will I be able to focus on dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance without any worries. First, Yao Shiwilian was captured by Sovereign Lord Galan because of my lack of strength. Then, Baby Mo was captured by Prime Sage Luosha. Although I've captured Sovereign Lord Galan's true body, I don't dare do anything to him out of concern for the safety of the primordial universe. If there's anything to worry about, it'll be my fatal weakness. The Blood Killer Alliance will use it to deal with me. Therefore, I must get rid of this weakness that causes me to lose. Only in this way can I become strong enough. No matter how strong a person is, if they have a weakness, then it will be fatal. Qin Zhao's conviction was incomparably firm. He knew what path he should take. Next, he would cultivate with all his might. How would he break through to the Saint Realm? Obviously, he wouldn't be able to cultivate by sticking to the rules. He only had 3 million years to cultivate in seclusion. It was basically impossible for him to succeed. Although Qin Zhao had grasped the laws of the immortal Tao and had broken through to the elementary level, he had stepped through the door of the immortal Tao and gained a lot of understanding of the laws of the immortal Tao. Logically speaking, Qin Zhao had indeed met the conditions to break through to the immortal Tao level. However, although the conditions were met, it was not easy to complete the breakthrough. Qin Zhao hadn't even begun to open up his ancient path. He had to open up his own ancient path first and completely step onto it. Only then would he be considered to have broken through. Opening up the ancient path was changing one's destiny. Completely stepping onto the ancient path was a sublimation of one's soul. He had to take these 2 steps to complete the breakthrough, accept the baptism of the heavenly Tao, transcend the long river of time, step out of the 3 realms, and be no longer bound by the 5 elements. From then on, he could entrust his soul to this vast, boundless world. As long as the world didn't perish, he wouldn't perish. As long as the world didn't perish, he wouldn't perish. As long as the heavenly Tao didn't collapse, he wouldn't collapse. This was the ancient saint realm. Stepping onto the ancient path, he would become a saint. The ancient path was to find the ancient path of the immortal Tao, open up the ancient passage, see through the ancient firmament, learn the laws of the immortal Tao, and control this world. This was the existence of the ancient saint realm. What Qin Zhao had to do now was to open up his own ancient path and open it up. However, how difficult was it to open up one's own ancient path? Grasping the laws of the immortal Tao was only a basic condition. In other words, Qin Zhao was now qualified to open up the ancient path. However, whether he could open up the ancient path or not depended on whether Qin Zhao's ability in other aspects was sufficient. The breakthrough of the realm involved all aspects. The state of mind, the soul, the will, the accumulation of various aspects, and other factors were very important. All of them had to be combined to make a breakthrough. Of course, for Qin Zhao now, the main thing was that time was too short. It was only 3 million years. If Qin Zhao was given 30 million years, or even 10 million years, it would be much easier and he would have a much greater chance. He could slowly try various methods. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-23. Very few people knew about the battle between the young geniuses of the human realm and the earth realm. It was a hot topic in the Sacred Academy for a while, but it did not spread to the entire human realm. Ordinary people naturally didn't know about this kind of secret. After Yin Shaoqin and the others toured around the Sacred Institute, they left one after another. Qin Zhao continued to cultivate in seclusion. Zhang Yang and the others also cultivated separately. Meng Dali, Wu Fengsheng, Princess Little Yu, and Princess Ru Xian came to visit Qin Zhao once, but they did not see Qin Zhao. After knowing that Qin Zhao was cultivating in seclusion, they also left. The Sacred Academy had been established for more than 20 million years. Not knowing when, there was a discussion in the Sacred Academy about who was most likely to be the first to break through to the Saint Realm. Regarding this discussion, once it started, it was very enthusiastic. Some people said it was Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao was the first on the Saint ranking and was known as the #1 young genius in the immortal realm. Some people said it was Zhang Yang. After all, he was the personal disciple of the Emperor Xianyuan. With the personal guidance of the Emperor Xianyuan, his improvement speed would be extremely terrifying. Some people said it would be Fu Zhongshuan. After all, he was a person of the 5 supreme surnames and had the noblest background. However, his foundation was the best. Some people said it might be Xia Donghe. Although Xia Donghe's performance was not as dazzling as Qin Shao and Fu Zhongshuan, he was still very good. He was the 3rd on the saint ranking and was accepted as a personal disciple by the god of the Yinglong world. Moreover, Xia Donghe's background was also very good. His foundation was better than Qin Shao and Zhang Yang. Therefore, these 4 people were the most popular. Even Yuan and Ming. Xian's identity was spread out, but they were not as popular as Qin Shao and the other 3. Because of this matter, many people even secretly made bets. The Sacred Academy had been established for more than 20 million years. Counting the time that everyone had been cultivating, most of them had been cultivating for 40 to 50 million years. Therefore, it was about time for someone to break through to the saint realm. Being the first student of the Sacred Institute to break through and become a saint was quite a good title. After Qin Zhao's secluded cultivation for 2 million years, it was a sunny and windy day. It was a good day. Most of the students of the Academy of Sacred Arts were also cultivating seriously. They were scattered all over the place. Some were listening to lectures, some were discussing the Tao through martial art competitions, some were discussing the Tao in groups of 3 to 5, and some were cultivating in seclusion. Suddenly, boom! The might of the heavenly Tao suddenly descended upon a mountain and enveloped it. Holy light shone brilliantly, and heaven and earth resonated as the great Tao shone brilliantly. A majestic saint aura filled the entire mountain and spread out, attracting everyone's attention. Numerous gazes and figures swiftly approached and looked at the mountaintop. Someone is breaking through and becoming a saint. Yes, someone is about to break through and become a saint. Our Sacred Institute is going to welcome the first student to break through and become a saint. Humph! The embarrassing thing is that no one guessed it correctly. Wow! How could he be the first to break through and become a saint? It's not Qin Shao and the other 3 who are the most popular. Is this a slap to our faces? We made a bet, so how is this counted? At that time, we all thought that only Qin Shao and the other 3 had a chance, but we didn't expect that the first to break through and become a saint would be the Heavens Chosen, the 5th on the saint ranking. How unexpected. But after thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. This Heavens Chosen is a reincarnator, so he has the memories and experience of his previous life. It said that he was a half-saint in his previous life, but he was unwilling to be a half-saint, so he reincarnated. That's why he's so dazzling this time. Moreover, it said that he's been cultivating for a long time, the longest among all the students. Yes, according to his cultivation time, it's understandable that he's the first to break through and become a saint. It seems that he's been cultivating for almost an era. He's probably dozens of times older than Qin Shao and the others, so it's not a big deal. Not entirely. No matter what, the Heavens Chosen is the first to break through and become a saint in our Sacred Institute. Someone from the Sacred Institute broke through and became a saint, taking the honor of being the first. Naturally, it shocked the entire Sacred Institute and attracted most of the students to come and watch. Some teachers were even alarmed and came out, but they went back after watching for a while. It was normal for the Sacred Institute to have an ancient saint. It was just a matter of who was the first. Outside the Heavens Chosen's cultivation area, it was surrounded by people, and there were many discussions. After an unknown amount of time, the Tao might and saint light that shrouded the Heavens Chosen's cultivation area disappeared. A figure flew out and stood in the void, releasing his saint might to his heart's content. The person who flew out was none other than the Heavens Chosen. Ha ha ha! All of a sudden, the Heavens Chosen burst into laughter. His laughter was so hearty and wild with joy. It was as if he was venting all the negative emotions that had accumulated in his heart for 2 lifetimes. I, the Heavens Chosen, finally have a day to become a saint. I, the Heavens Chosen, have finally stepped into the ancient saint realm. I've finally transcended the river of time and the shackles of heaven and earth. I've leaped out of the three realms and transcended the five elements. I'm eternally immortal and indestructible. I, the heavens chosen, have lived 2 lifetimes. How many hardships have I experienced? How many hardships have I suffered? How many dangers have I taken to enter the cycle of reincarnation and finally reach the peak step by step? Today, I've finally broken through and become a saint. I've stepped onto the ancient road to pursue the immortal Tao. I've waited for this day for too long. But I've done it. I've done it. I, the heavens chosen, have relied on myself all along. I've gone against the rules to get to where I am today. It's all because of my own hard work. The heavens chosen laughed out loud again and again. This was a way to vent his feelings over the years. It was a way to feel gratified and happy about his success. He, the heavens chosen, was also a lowly person without any status or background. He went from being extremely weak to breaking through and becoming a saint. Therefore, this was also an extreme pride for the heavens chosen. This great success was something that he should be proud of. He also became the first student of the Sacred Institute to break through and become a saint, taking this glory. He lost the battle of the Holy List and took first place. His limelight these years was completely snatched away by Qin Shao and the other 3. Qin Shao was first on the Holy List. Fu Zhongshuan was from the Fuxi clan. Xia Dongho was the personal disciple of the god of Yinglong world, and Zhang Yang was the personal disciple of Emperor Xianyuan. The heavens chosen, who was 5th on the Holy List, had no reputation at all. Therefore, not many people would talk about him. But this time, he turned the tables and became the first person of a Sacred Institute to break through and become a saint. Congratulations, heavens chosen. Congratulations on becoming a saint. Brother heavens chosen, you're the first student of the Sacred Institute to become a saint. Congratulations. Congratulations, brother heavens chosen. You'll have to treat us to a drink. Many people also began to congratulate him. The heavens chosen was even happier after receiving everyone's congratulations. After being happy, the heavens chosen looked at Qin Zhao's cultivation place. The first person he thought of at this time was none other than Qin Shao. Since the Battle of the Holy List, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Qin Shao. Later on, they clashed again at Futai Mountain Range and suffered a loss again. The heavens chosen's hatred for Qin Shao had been accumulating in his heart. At this time, it had accumulated to an extremely deep level. Now that the heavens chosen had broken through and become a saint, he naturally wanted to find Qin Shao to vent his anger and suppress Qin Shao. In the past, he was not as strong as Qin Shao, but now that he had broken through and become a saint, he was confident that he could completely suppress Qin Shao in terms of strength. Now that he could suppress Qin Shao in terms of strength, the heavens chosen naturally wanted to find Qin Shao to vent his anger. He had suppressed this anger in his heart for too long. If he did not vent it, it would be too uncomfortable. Qin Shao. The heavens chosen's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure moved, and he actually headed towards Qin Zhao's cultivation place. Seeing the heavens chosen's actions, many people could not help but be stunned. What was going on? The heavens chosen had just broken through and became a saint, and he was going to find trouble with Qin Shao? Wasn't that bullying? In terms of reputation and prestige, Qin Shao was obviously better than the heavens chosen in the Saint College. So when they saw the heavens chosen's actions, many people muttered in their hearts. Obviously, they were not very optimistic about the heavens chosen's actions. Wu Fengsheng and Mengda were nearby just now. When they saw the heavens chosen's actions, the two of them immediately went to Qin Zhao's cultivation place. Many people also followed the heavens chosen to Qin Zhao's cultivation place. No one was willing to stand out and interfere in this kind of trivial matter. The heavens chosen directly went to the entrance of Qin Zhao's cultivation place. Wu Fengsheng and Mengda arrived at the same time and blocked the entrance. Dong, Wu Qi, and Jingyang also came out when they heard the news. They stared coldly at the heavens chosen. Heavens chosen, what do you want? Wu Fengsheng shouted. The heavens chosen glanced at Wu Fengsheng indifferently. He laughed disdainfully and said, "This has nothing to do with you. I'm here to find Qin Shao. It's not up to you to stand up for Qin Shao, is it? If you know what's good for you, then get lost. I don't want to bully you." Being scolded so disdainfully by the Heavens Chosen, Wu Fengsheng's face instantly turned ugly. He stared at the Heavens Chosen unhappily. Mengda stared coldly at the Heavens Chosen and said, "I don't believe you. You just broken through and become a saint. So what? You just broken through and become a saint, and you think you can do whatever you want and trample on whoever you want? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you, a prodigy, want to fight today, then we brothers will play with you. Besides, you'd better think about your own situation. You just broken through and become a saint. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to behave atrociously here." Xiaogu was unhappy. He smacked his lips and pointed at the Heavens Chosen. He said rudely, "Who allowed you to make a fuss here? Don't you know this is where my big brother cultivates? Without my big brother's permission, who gave you the authority? What? You just broken through and become a saint, and you want to show off your strength? If your hands are itchy, then come, I'll play with you. It just so happens that my hands are itchy too." Xiaogu had broken through and become a saint long ago. Besides, his strength was relatively strong, so he was naturally not afraid of the Heavens Chosen. How could the Heavens Chosen not know that Xiaogu was an ancient saint? So why would he really fight with Xiaogu? Why would he do something that he had no chance of winning? Everyone looked at the Heavens Chosen, wanting to know what he wanted to do today. Logically speaking, the Heavens Chosen was not a fool. If he wanted to fight here today, wouldn't he be asking for a snub? Besides, the Saint Academy's rules did not allow students to kill each other. If the Heavens Chosen dared to fight, it would be against the Academy's rules. Even if he had broken through and become a saint, once he violated the Academy's rules, he would be severely punished. As a genius, he shouldn't have done such a foolish thing. Author, Cruel Death. Chapter 26-24. What on earth does Chosen One want to do? Why can't I understand him? That's right. I have no idea what he wants to do. Although we all know that he has some grudges with Qin Shao, even if there's a grudge between them, he should do it in private. He shouldn't make it so public, right? That's right. Even if you want to make it public, it's fine. But you just broke through to the Sage Realm, and you want to make trouble for Qin Shao immediately. It's really not a wise move. Besides, how can he make trouble for Qin Shao in the Sacred Academy? If he really dares to make a move, isn't he asking for trouble? Make a move? Qin Shao now has 3 ancient sages following him. Chosen One has just broken through to the Sage Realm. If he dares to make a move, isn't he courting death? Look, Prince Zhang Yang and Miss Yuan Yuan are also here. If he wants to make trouble for Qin Shao, he has to ask for their permission first. The onlookers were all discussing this matter. None of them understood Chosen One's actions. They really didn't know what Chosen One's intention was. His behavior was really incomprehensible. Perhaps he had really suppressed it for too long. The hatred in his heart was too deep, so he wanted to find an opportunity to vent it at this time. Zhang Yang, Yuan Yuan, and the others also heard the news and rushed over. If Qin Shao had something to do, they would naturally do it as soon as possible. They rushed over as quickly as possible. As soon as Zhang Yang arrived, he pointed at Chosen One's nose rudely and shouted, "Chosen One, what do you mean by this? You're the first one to break through to the Sage Realm. Do you think you're so great? Do you think you can strut around and look for trouble with others? Let me give you a piece of advice. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. You're a bad guy. I hate you." Yuan Yuan also said angrily. Chosen One glanced at the crowd coldly and said, "I just came to have a few words with Qin Shao. Why are you all so agitated? This is the Sacred Academy. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to make a move on my classmates in the Sacred Academy? I, Chosen One, am not arrogant enough to ignore the Academy's rules. What? I can't even find Qin Shao? Is there a need for you to muster such a large force to stop me? Aren't you making a big fuss over a small issue? From the looks of it, it seems like I'm really going to do something to Qin Shao today. Booty really want to do something to Qin Shao today. Master hasn't even said anything yet, and all of you are already shouting so harshly. Are all of you here to express your loyalty? From what I can see, Qin Zhao's method of winning over people's hearts is really top-notch, to be able to make all of you die for him. Zhang Yang snorted in response to Heaven's chosen sarcasm. You've never made a true friend before. How would you understand the true friendship between brothers? You've always been very self-righteous. You've always thought that you're high and mighty. How could you understand the feelings between us? We just happened to come here to find Qin Shao. We just happened to bump into you, so we wanted to give you a little reminder. This is also a kind of friendship between classmates, isn't it? I'm afraid that you'll step on a mine, so I wanted to give you a friendly reminder. Huh. Heaven's Chosen smiled faintly and said, I appreciate your kindness, Prince Zhang Yang, but I don't think we're that close, right? So, in my opinion, such a reminder is no different from meddling in other people's business. You guys go ahead. I think it's better to shut up. After Heaven's Chosen broke through to the Sage Realm, his momentum naturally overwhelmed everyone. This made Zhang Yang and Yuan Yuan feel a little inferior in front of him, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, there was a gap between their realms. Where's Qin Shao? I want to see him. After saying that, Chosen One ignored Zhang Yang and the others and looked at Adong and asked, What about you? Adong said in a low voice, I'm sorry, young Master Heaven's Chosen. My young master has been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He said that no one is allowed to disturb him. If young Master Heaven's Chosen wants to see my young master, you can tell me. I'll tell him as soon as my young master comes out of seclusion. If young Master Heaven's Chosen doesn't want to tell me, you can come and see him after my young master comes out of seclusion. But the time of my young master's seclusion is uncertain, so it's also unknown when you can see him. Meng Dali said unhappily, You heard it, Heaven's Chosen. My brother Qin Shao is cultivating in seclusion. Shouldn't you show some basic courtesy when you ask to see him? He's cultivating in seclusion now, so can you leave now? You've attracted so many people here. People who don't know what's going on will really think that something big has happened. Shut up. The Chosen One glared at Meng Dali coldly and spat out 2 words. Did I talk to you? Who are you to interrupt? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're a guard dog? I'm asking Qin Zhao's men. Why are you answering? I don't believe you. Meng Dali was very unhappy. If it weren't for the rules of the academy, he would really want to fight with Heaven's Chosen first. But what made him angry was that he couldn't beat Heaven's Chosen. Although he couldn't beat Heaven's Chosen, Meng Dali had a bad temper. Dong said again, Young Master Heaven's Chosen, I've already said that my young master is cultivating in seclusion. Before he started, he told me not to disturb him at all. So please go back and don't make things difficult for us. Haha. Cultivating in seclusion. What a good excuse. Forget it. Since Qin Shao wants to be a coward, then let him be. Heaven's Chosen sneered. Many people were speechless at Heaven's Chosen's unreasonable behavior. Cultivating in seclusion was a very normal thing. Why did he have to make it sound so unpleasant? Zhang Yang, Meng Dali, and the others were really angry. But no matter how angry they were, this matter wasn't directed at them. It didn't seem appropriate for them to stand up for Qin Shao. It would seem that Qin Shao was afraid of Heaven's Chosen. Secondly, it was mainly because of the Academy's rules that they couldn't directly take action. It wouldn't be interesting to have a war of words. Heaven's Chosen had come to Qin Zhao's place as soon as he broke through. Obviously, he wanted to show off his strength and vent his anger. Now that he had almost achieved his goal, he didn't want to continue making trouble. Instead, he turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a figure walked out from inside. It was Qin Shao. Young Master Heaven's Chosen, you're the first person to come and tell me the good news after breaking through to become a saint? It's such a big matter. Naturally, I have to come out and welcome you. Qin Shao said as he walked over. Soon, he arrived in front of Heaven's Chosen and looked at him coldly. Heaven's Chosen had just broken through to become a saint, and Qin Shao had sensed the huge commotion. Qin Shao also sensed the huge commotion outside, so he came out. The main reason was that he had almost reached a bottleneck after cultivating in seclusion for 2 million years. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion like this, the effect wouldn't be so good. Therefore, Qin Shao was about to come out when Heaven's Chosen had broken through to become a saint. Heaven's Chosen had come to find trouble with him. When Heaven's Chosen saw Qin Shao come out, the sinister smile on his face deepened. For these geniuses, the sight of Qin Shao was akin to the sight of a great enemy. Qin Shao, I thought you would hide and not come out. After watching for so long, you're finally willing to come out? It seems that you still have some backbone. Heaven's Chosen mocked again. Qin Shao smiled coldly and said, Heaven's Chosen, you're so charming today. It's the first time you've come to visit me, Qin Shao, in person. I have to play host, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that I'm just as petty as you? Although there are old grudges between us, no matter what, we're old acquaintances. I, Qin Shao, can't do such a petty thing. I'm afraid I'm not like you, Heaven's Chosen. Faced with Heaven's Chosen's mockery, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't show weakness. He also retorted back. In an exchange of blows between experts, even their words were sharp and direct. So what if Heaven's Chosen had broken through to become a saint? Qin Shao wouldn't think highly of Heaven's Chosen just because Heaven's Chosen had broken through to become a saint. Qin Shao was indeed a little surprised that Heaven's Chosen had become the first person in the Saint Academy to break through to become a saint. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Heaven's Chosen had cultivated for the longest time among all the students. Moreover, he was a reincarnator, so it was normal. Such an achievement wasn't considered a big deal. At least, Qin Shao didn't care about it all. It seems like your ability to talk is only getting better and better. It seems that you've been practicing your eloquence in seclusion this time. Not bad, not bad. Your eloquence is really admirable. Heaven's Chosen mocked again. Qin Shao curled his lips and chuckled, saying, Yes, it's not bad. I'm not like someone who's obviously not good at eloquence and fighting, but still has a crazy self-confidence. No matter what, he always thinks he's invincible. You like to control the fate of others and trample on others, don't you? Heaven's Chosen has just broken through, but you want to show off in front of me and make trouble for me. You put in a lot of effort. Thank you for your hard work. But I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Oh, you're going to disappoint me? Heaven's Chosen laughed, looked at Qin Shao, and said, Why do you say that? If you want to disappoint me, how do you want to disappoint me? Qin Shao said, Didn't you come here today to make trouble for me and vent your anger on me? I know what you're thinking. Don't you just want to make trouble for me so that you can take revenge on me? Since you don't want to say it, I'll say it for you. Don't you want to have a fight with me? Am I right? Heaven's Chosen looked at Qin Shao and sneered. This was indeed what he was thinking, but he didn't say it out loud. He had just broken through to become a sage. If he said it out loud, it would seem that he was bullying the weak. Therefore, no matter what he was thinking, Heaven's Chosen didn't say it out loud easily. But unexpectedly, Qin Shao took the initiative to say it out loud. Heaven's Chosen smiled and said bluntly, Since you know it's easy, you're right. I do want to trample on you to take revenge on you and vent my anger. It's just that I don't want to bully you, so that others won't gossip about me. But if you take the initiative to come to me, I'll be happy to keep you company. What? You, Qin Shao, took the initiative to speak of this matter. Could it be that you, Qin Shao, dared to challenge me or accept my challenge? Don't say that I'm bullying you. You have to think about this carefully. I won't force you to do anything. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-25. Isn't that what you want? Why do you still want to pretend to be arrogant? If you want to pretend, you can pretend that I didn't say anything. I, Qin Shao, will never take the initiative to offend others. It's just that if others offend me, I must return the favor, Qin Shao said with a chuckle. This was such a great opportunity that Heaven's Chosen wouldn't accept it even if he was stupid. Just now, he just wanted to pretend to be noble and virtuous so that others would think that he wasn't the one who wanted to bully the weak and force Qin Shao to fight. It was Qin Shao who sent himself to the door. Since you're willing to fight, how can I not accompany you? Don't say that I'm bullying you. You decide the time and place, you decide the rules. Everything is up to you. Of course, if you want to fight tens of millions of years later or hundreds of millions of years later, it's also possible. As long as you say so. Heaven's Chosen was even more delighted. Qin Shao had always been a thorn in his heart, a thorn that he wanted to pull out. Today, he didn't really want to do anything. After all, this was the Saint Academy. Even if he wanted to do something, he would have to be careful. However, he didn't expect that Qin Shao would take the initiative to come to him. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Qin Shao said, "Since you said that the time and place are up to me, I might as well be a good person to the end. I'll help you to the end and completely fulfill your wish. A million years later, let's fight in the arena of life and death. How about that? Of course, if you want to fight to the death, it's also possible." Qin Shao naturally knew what Heaven's Chosen was thinking. Therefore, he simply took the initiative to propose it directly, so that Heaven's Chosen wouldn't have any other ideas. Arena of life and death. Fight to the death. A million years later? Hearing Qin Shao's words, many people were too shocked to speak. They stared at Qin Shao, dumbfounded. This Heaven's Chosen was crazy. And Qin Shao was also crazy? Heaven's Chosen had broken through to the Saint realm and was now in the ancient sage realm. No matter how strong Qin Shao was and how he had defeated the Heaven's Chosen before, the situation was completely different now. Once a prodigy became a saint venerate, their strength would increase by tenfold or even 100-fold. It was a great leap forward. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he couldn't possibly be a match for a genius, could he? Let alone the others. Even Zhang Yang and the others who knew Qin Shao the best were shocked. They stared at Qin Shao blankly. They had never thought that Qin Shao would be so crazy. If it was just a friendly exchange of pointers, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, once Qin Shao decided to play, he dared to be so ruthless and decisive. He directly challenged them to a life and death battle. Restricted by the Academy's rules, students of the Sacred Institute were not allowed to kill each other. However, the Sacred Academy had the same rules as the other academies. That was, if two students had an unsolvable conflict, as long as they were willing, they could also go to the life and death arena for a duel. Life and death were up to fate. The Sacred Institute would also allow such a thing. Therefore, as long as both Qin Shao and the Heaven's Chosen agreed to it, they could definitely enter the life and death arena and fight it out. Something like this was naturally something that all geniuses yearned for even in their dreams. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. It took him a long time to react and confirm that it was true. Qin Shao really took the initiative to challenge him to a life and death battle in the life and death arena. He couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. Ha ha! He couldn't get this opportunity even if he begged for it. Qin Shao actually took the initiative to give it to him. Good. It was really good. It seemed that even God wanted to help him take revenge and pull out the thorn. This thorn had been stuck in his heart, making him very uncomfortable. Good. Then we'll do as you say. I'll wait for you in the life and death arena a million years later. I hope you won't be late. The Heaven's Chosen laughed loudly, feeling unprecedentedly happy all the way. The unhappiness accumulated in his heart for too long had been completely vented at this time. Okay, it's a deal. See you in a million years. Qin Shao replied in an incomparably firm tone. The duel had been confirmed. Ha ha! The Heaven's Chosen left with a laugh. The onlookers all looked at Qin Shao with strange eyes. They really didn't know why Qin Shao wanted to challenge the Heaven's Chosen, and it was a life and death battle in the life and death arena. Crazy, this was really a little crazy. Could it be that Qin Shao had the confidence to break through and become a sage within a million years? This thought also came to many people's minds, but it was still not very possible. Break through and become a sage within a million years? How was that possible? How long had Qin Shao been cultivating until now? At most, it was only 40 million years. Had anyone ever heard of someone who became an ancient sage at 40 million years old? There might be such a person in the 5 supreme clans and the 3 holy lands, but there might not be such a person in other places, right? In the historical records, there were probably only a handful. The crowd slowly dispersed. Zhang Yang and the others stayed. As soon as everyone left, Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask anxiously, Qin Xiao, are you crazy? Are you really going to fight the heavens chosen in the life and death arena? Qin Xiao smiled without worry and said, Yes, didn't I say it very clearly just now? I'll see you in the life and death arena in 1,000,000 years. If you said it, of course, it's true. How can you not take it seriously? Actually, the heavens chosen doesn't like me. He has always regarded me as a thorn in his side. I don't like him either. If he doesn't provoke me, then I'll let it go. But if he provokes me, it will make me even more unhappy. So, since both sides are so unhappy, why don't we just find an opportunity to resolve it? He just broke through and came to me to show off and trample on me. What's his purpose? Isn't it to take revenge? It's just that he likes to pretend to be sanctimonious. He's afraid that others will say that he's bullying the weak, so he deliberately forced me to take the initiative to propose it. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill his wish. It will save him the trouble of thinking about how to trample on me. What I hate most is trouble. What's more, now is a critical time for me. I don't want him to bother me. So, I simply took the initiative to propose a battle in the life and death arena. Since we're going to solve it, we might as well play it big and hard. It's best if we can solve all the problems at once. Then, we can rest easy in the future. Qin Zhao's move seemed crazy, but in fact, he had a lot of considerations. Are you sure you can break through and become a saint in 1,000,000 years? Zhang Yang thought for a while and asked again. It was not that he didn't believe in Qin Xiao, but he knew that it was too difficult. He didn't know if Qin Xiao could do it. Of course, he hoped that Qin Xiao could do it, but this kind of thing couldn't be done just because he wanted it. Who didn't want to create a miracle? But how many people could really create a miracle? Qin Xiao curled his lips, smiled faintly, and said, It's obviously unrealistic to say that I'm 100% sure. I don't have much confidence, but I have full faith and determination. So, I believe that I can definitely create a miracle. I have no other choice. I can only fight this time. For my family, clansmen, friends, and hometown, I must succeed. I must succeed. So, I need more pressure, more power to suppress me, to stimulate my full potential, to let me create a miracle. The genius sent himself to me. Then, I can just take advantage of it. The reason why I agreed to his wish was that, first, I was afraid that he would try all kinds of ways to make trouble for me in the past 1,000,000 years. He would create problems for me and distract me. Second, I also wanted to use him to force me. So, that's why I proposed a life-and-death arena battle with him. If I can't break through and become a sage within 1,000,000 years, not only will I lose the chance to get the Holy Emperor's protection token, but I will also die in the hands of the genius. So, I'm now under pressure from two sides, forcing me to a dead end. I have no other choice but to give it a try. If I don't succeed, I will die for a righteous cause. Since I've chosen this path, I believe that I can definitely go on and succeed. You should also believe in me and give me some confidence. In the sealed battlefield, I also made it through and created a miracle. This time, I also believe that I will create a miracle. So, you don't have to look at me like this. Don't worry about me. Relax. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Although Qin Zhao's words did make some sense, such an action was indeed a little too crazy. Truly, if he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't be able to survive. Forcing himself into a desperate situation was an extremely huge risk. If he didn't succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. There was no third result. Such an action was really crazy. However, the word crazy to Qin Xiao was nothing out of the ordinary. Alas, Zhang Yang patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily, pursed his lips hard, and said, I'm sorry, brother. We can't help you much. You can only rely on yourself for this matter. We can only watch you silently, cheer you on, and wait for your success to celebrate. Ha! Qin Xiao smiled and said, Yes, there will be such a day. Just wait for the wine. With your cheers, it's enough. That's the greatest encouragement and help for me. I don't need anything else. Besides, I'm not allowed to borrow external forces. I have to rely entirely on my own efforts. Well, there's nothing else here. You can all go back and cultivate. We'll work hard to open up the ancient road and strive to become saints as soon as possible. I'll open this road first. You guys should hurry up and follow me. After becoming saints, I believe the world will be more exciting for us. The stage of the immortal realm will definitely not be able to satisfy us soon. Our future stage should be the great wide world. Everyone, hurry up and become saints. Wait for us to go to the great wide world together in the future. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang also smiled and nodded heavily. Okay, Qin Shao, just wait. We definitely won't drag you down and fall too far behind you. You'll be the first, then I'll be the second. Okay, I'll wait for you. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. Everyone took their leave. Xiao Gu gnashed his teeth and said unhappily, "Brother, that genius is really too hateful. He's too much of a bully. He's just broken through to become a saint, and he's already acting all high and mighty here. It's really annoying. Brother, why don't you let me go over and eat him? I've been wanting to eat him for a long time." Seeing Xiao Gu's incomparably angry look, Qin Shao put his arm around his shoulder and said, "You only know how to eat. He's a student of the Holy Academy. If you eat him, then even I can't protect you." Chapter 26:26. There were only 1 million years left before the 3 million year deadline. After 2 million years of seclusion, Qin Shao had already figured out many ways to open up the ancient road. However, he was still unable to take this step. How could it be so easy to step onto the ancient road? Taking this step was a qualitative transformation and an upgrade of one's fate. The ancient road was actually a path that led to the immortal Tao. The ancient road was a path that pursued the pinnacle of the immortal Tao. Stepping onto the ancient road was to search for the pinnacle of the immortal Tao. It would lead to the ancient times, peek into the ancient firmament, and master the laws of the immortal Tao. Who would be the peak at the end of the immortal road? Stepping onto the ancient road would lead to the end of the mortal world. Seclusion had already caused Qin Shao to reach a bottleneck. Now, as long as Qin Shao broke through this bottleneck, he would be able to break through and step onto the ancient road to become a sage. Taking this step would lead to a whole new world. This was a whole new world, and it wasn't that easy to step out of it. Although it was just a bottleneck, it was possible that it could even trap someone to death. It was just a step away, and it would only take an instant to take it out. If one couldn't step out, it wouldn't work even if millions of universe epochs passed. This was like the ancient firmament. How far away was it? One would never be able to travel through the long river of time and see through the ancient times. However, if one stepped onto the ancient road, one would be able to see through the ancient times and see far, far, far away. Although some things were just a thought, this thought was like a natural chasm that stretched across there. It might seem close, but in fact it was far away. All of this depends on how you decide it. There was still 1 million years left. How could he break through this bottleneck and step onto the ancient road to become a sage? This was also what Qin Shao was thinking hard about right now. Blindly cultivating in seclusion was no longer feasible. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about how he could cultivate in order to achieve better results. Now, he was looking for a good path to break through to the sage realm as soon as possible. He didn't have much time left. He only had 1 million years left. 1 million years passed in the blink of an eye. Time waits for no man. He had to seize it. Right now, the pressure on Qin Shao naturally increased by a lot. If he had failed to complete this mission in the past, the most he would have done was fail to obtain the Holy Birth Guardian Order. In fact, Qin Shao wasn't worried about the safety of his family and friends. He could bring them all to the immortal domain. Qin Shao was only worried about the safety of the primordial universe. He couldn't move the primordial universe, so it would be difficult for him to protect it. However, if there was really no other way, then he could only choose to sacrifice more. That was the only way. Of course, Qin Shao did not wish for such a thing to happen. He naturally wanted to protect his primordial universe. Now, with the addition of the Heaven's Pride, there was a dangerous factor. If he couldn't break through to the Saint realm within 1,000,000 years, the Heaven's Pride would definitely not show mercy in the life and death arena. He would definitely kill him as soon as possible. It was foreseeable that he would definitely die in the hands of the Heaven's Pride. Therefore, the threat of death was deeply imprinted in Qin Zhao's heart, forcing Qin Zhao to work hard to break through. He had to do it within 1,000,000 years. Since the effect of cultivating in seclusion here isn't good, why don't I go out for a walk and enjoy the scenery? Maybe I'll get some good inspiration. When you're stuck in a bottleneck, the most important thing is a kind of spiritual release, a kind of liberation, a kind of transformation, a kind of transcendence. Only then can you understand and break through this bottleneck. How to step on the ancient road, how to open up the ancient road, I've almost figured it out. Only this last step is left. Although I've almost figured out the ancient road, these things are only theoretical after all. In fact, how to take this step is a practical action. It's very, very difficult. The main reason is that my foundation is a little weak and my accumulation is somewhat insufficient. Therefore, it's naturally not easy to break through in a short period of time. This step is the result of my shortcomings in various aspects. If I want to break through, I must have an epiphany. Cultivating the heart is the most important thing. When you're stuck in a bottleneck, to put it simply, your heart is trapped in a puzzle. It was precisely because she thought of this that Qin Zhao wanted to go out and travel for a while. She wanted to relax her mind and body. This way, it might be easier to break through. Qin Zhao called Xiao Gu and left the Sacred Institute. Jing Yang and Xing Xing let them continue to cultivate in the Sacred Institute. Qin Zhao didn't bring Dong and Wu Qi with him. They would also give Jing Yang and Xing Xing appropriate guidance. Qin Zhao didn't have to worry about anything after temporarily solving the problem of the Heaven's Pride. After leaving the Sacred Institute, Xiao Gu asked, "Big brother, where are we going?" "Where to?" Qin Zhao hadn't thought about this question. He didn't know where to go. "Since we're going for a walk, let's do as we wish. Wherever we go, there's no need to deliberately care about the destination. Let's just walk around casually. Wherever we feel is good, we can stop and take a look," Qin Zhao said after thinking for a while. 1,000,000 years, if used to travel and relax, was not a short period of time. As for time, it was only when one was cultivating that they would feel that time pass by very quickly. This time, Qin Zhao didn't come out deliberately to cultivate. Instead, he cultivated for the purpose of relaxing. Moreover, Qin Zhao focused on small things. He didn't look for those bustling cities. Instead, he walked around the countryside and sightsaw. Heaven and earth were all guides for cultivation. Sometimes, it might be better to look at these small things and be inspired by them. Only when one was small could one be subtle. Only when one was subtle could one make up for some unseen shortcomings. Sometimes, it was necessary to make up for those unseen shortcomings. Only then would there be a qualitative transformation. Pan Nation, First Prince's residence. Ever since the first prince lost to the ninth prince and failed to become the crown prince, the first prince seemed to have disappeared. He never left the first prince's residence again. He didn't show his face and disappeared from everyone's sight. In the past, it was very lively. Countless officials and generals went in and out of the first prince's residence every day. They loved to ask for the first prince's opinion on matters big or small. But now, the tea had cooled down. The first prince's residence was so cold that it had accumulated dust. The doors were also closed every day and wouldn't be opened. It was a world of difference from the bustling scene before. In a palace, the first prince was drinking wine. He didn't care about his appearance and looked very dispirited. The loss of the crown prince's residence was a huge blow to him. A gray-robed figure walked in with his brows furrowed. He was exuding a strong, murderous aura. The gray-robed elder walked quickly to the first prince. The first prince was still drinking his wine, as if he didn't see the gray-robed elder. "First prince, you can't be so dispirited. This isn't the glory you should have. This old man is willing to follow the first prince to the death because I can see that the first prince has great ambitions. I believe that the first prince can accomplish great things, so this old man is willing to give the first prince a hand and help the first prince achieve great things." The The first prince is so dispirited. It's not like you. If you continue to be so dispirited, I'm afraid that the first prince's fighting spirit will be completely wiped out. At that time, the first prince will really return to being an ordinary person. The first prince should have achieved great things and been able to establish a great foundation. This old man is also unwilling to see the first prince so dispirited and depressed. The gray-robed elder said in a deep voice. The first prince drank his wine and laughed self-deprecatingly. He said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, teacher. In the past, I had great ambitions and wanted to achieve great things. But I lost. I completely lost. I worked so hard for so long, made so many preparations, put in so much effort, did so many things, and performed so well. More than half of the civil and military officials supported me. But, in the end, what was the result? In the end, Father still made the ninth prince the crown prince. The position of crown prince is not mine. It's not mine. Ha ha. What meaning is there in my life? What's the point of fighting? Why don't I just drink wine and look at beauties? Isn't that also very carefree? Teacher, you came at the right time. Why don't you drink with me? Looking at the wine that the first prince handed over, the gray-robed elder slapped the wine over. The first prince wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Since teacher doesn't like it, I won't force you. Teacher, go and do your own things. Don't bother about me." The gray-robed elder said, "Since this old man has promised to help the first prince build great things, I naturally won't give up so easily. It is this old man's responsibility that the first prince is so depressed. This old man came here today to bring the first prince out of the quagmire and restore his glory. I want to bring back the confident first prince of the past. The position of crown prince is temporarily lost. Why talk about defeat? As long as the ninth prince doesn't ascend the throne, the first prince will still have a chance. The key is whether the first prince is willing to fight for this opportunity. If the first prince isn't even willing to fight for this opportunity, then there's no hope at all. However, if the first prince is willing to fight for it, this old man feels that there's still a great chance. At the very least, you can fight for it. It's not impossible for you to succeed." The first prince was stunned and looked at the gray-robed elder. However, he still shook his head and said, "Teacher, you don't have to comfort me. Since Father has already made the ninth prince the crown prince, the emperor's will can't be changed. Therefore, it's impossible for me to still have a chance. I originally thought that Father would definitely make me the crown prince. I performed so well all these years. Most of the civil servants and armed forces supported me. Even 2 of the 3 kings supported me. But what happened in the end? You saw it for yourself. Father still made the ninth prince the crown prince. Teacher, do you really think that there's still hope? I've been playing with power all my life, but I still lost to the ninth prince and Father in the end. No matter how I play, I can't win against Father. I'm tired after playing with power all my life. I don't want to play anymore." The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "What if the first prince breaks through to the second step of the ancient saint stage? Do you think it's possible to change the emperor's will?" "Huh? What?" "Break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage." The first prince's eyes lit up instantly. They shone like a sharp sword that had just been unsheathed, shining with a peerless sharpness. What if I break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage? Would I be able to fight for it? The gray-robed elder took advantage of the situation and continued. Therefore, it's not that there's no chance at all. It just depends on how strong your will is. The first prince stood up and finally regained some of his vigor. He looked at the gray-robed elder seriously and said, "Teacher, what do you think I should do now?" Chapter 26-27 Hongming Universe, Heavenly Dragon Continent. Only the cool breeze on the river and the bright moon in the mountains can be heard by the ears and seen by the eyes. There is no limit to it, and it is inexhaustible. Between the mountains, on the lake, a white-robed man stood on a small boat and looked at the scenery in the mountains. Under the illumination of the bright moon in the evening, It was exceptionally beautiful, quiet, clean, and tranquil. The water reflected all the shadows of heaven and earth. At this moment, the water surface was like a mirror. Looking at the water surface, one would see the miraculous scene of the water and the sky merging into one. It was even touching and beautiful, making one feel relaxed and happy. Such a scene could indeed touch the most fragile side of one's heart. Tao was natural, and everything was integrated into the nature of heaven and earth. Bit by bit, they were all Tao. It was just that the Tao was invisible, making it difficult for others to grasp. Cultivation was also about the minute details. Being able to peek at Tao from the minute details of nature was sometimes a good cultivation method. Cultivation was big, but there should also be such minute details. The originally calm lake seemed to have a slight ripple. The white-robed man still stood there calmly, and his gaze did not move. It was as if he turned a deaf ear to the movement and did not care at all. With the help of the weak moonlight, one could vaguely see something flowing in the lake and moving around the small boat. After swimming a few rounds, the white-robed man still did not have any reaction. Bang! Suddenly, the calm lake suddenly exploded and water splashed out 100 feet. The water splashed out like countless silver pearls. It was very beautiful. A figure was hidden among the countless silver pearls. It was faintly discernible and looked like a mermaid. However, the water droplets that filled the sky could not get close to the small boat. The moment they got close to the small boat, they were blocked by an invisible wall and bounced away. After the water splashed out completely, a beautiful figure landed on the small boat. Her star-like eyes flickered with a bright luster as she blinked at the white-clothed man. Her face was filled with laughter and a special sense of worship and admiration. This kind of feeling was a bit like a love-struck fool. There were still a few water droplets on the beautiful girl's head and face. At this moment, she looked like a hibiscus that had just come out of the bath. It was especially enchanting. In terms of appearance, she was indeed very beautiful and also very elegant. More importantly, her realm was not low. She was actually a first-step heavenly venerable. In the primordial universe, to be able to break through to the heavenly venerable realm was definitely a heaven-defying existence. At this moment, the white-robed man shook his head and smiled faintly. He said, "Mingyue girl, you're being naughty again. You hid in the lake for so long. What were you trying to eavesdrop on?" This beautiful young girl was none other than Chang Mingyue, Chang Feng, and Qin Yinji's daughter. She was exceptionally gifted, exceptionally intelligent, and mischievous. She was Mingyue, Qin Xiao Xiao. But how could she really trick Qin Xiao with that little trick of hers? Most of the time, Qin Xiao gave in to her and played with her. Qin Xiao liked Chang Mingyue since she was a child. I'm just checking to see if uncle is thinking about someone again," Chang Mingyue said with a chuckle. Qin Xiao was Chang Feng's brother. If Chang Mingyue followed her father and called him uncle, then she should call Qin Xiao uncle. However, Qin Xiao and Qin Yinji were brother and sister. Therefore, if Chang Mingyue followed her mother, she should call Qin Xiao uncle. In this way, Qin Xiao was both Chang Mingyue's uncle and Chang Mingyue's uncle. Therefore, the mischievous Chang Mingyue called Qin Xiao uncle. Qin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her way of addressing him. However, he didn't allow her to change her way of addressing him, so he simply let her be. It became a habit. Now, Qin Xiao was also used to it. It was reminiscent of the past. At this moment, Qin Xiao did think of Gu Lingyue and Yao Shuilian. Love was too important. "You little girl, don't always think about this." Qin Xiao touched Chang Mingyue's head and said. Chang Mingyue pouted and said, "I'm not young anymore. I'm almost 40 million years old. I'm not much younger than you. I'm just 2 million years younger than you. You were in love when you were more than 1 million years old. Why can't I be in love when I'm 40 million years old?" Qin Xiao was speechless. He didn't know how to answer Chang Mingyue. In terms of age, Chang Mingyue was indeed almost 40 million years old. He was indeed not much older than her. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, Chang Mingyue had always been a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. Everyone doted on her, so she had always been in the palm of their hands. She had never suffered any hardships or experienced any hardships. Therefore, she naturally gave people the feeling that she hadn't grown up. She was still so naive and cute. However, the current Hongmeng universe was indeed stable and peaceful. It was very difficult to experience anything. In addition, Chang Mingwei was also very cute and had a sweet mouth. Therefore, everyone doted on her. Naturally, they wouldn't let her be bullied at all. Okay, then I won't talk about you. Qin Xiao smiled helplessly. Chang Mingwei smiled. She held her chin with both hands and looked at Qin Xiao like this. She was becoming more and more infatuated. Qin Xiao felt a little strange being stared at by Chang Mingwei like this. This little girl had worshipped him since she was young. She had always wanted to stick to him. Now, the older she grew, the more she became. She would find opportunities to pester him from time to time. Qin Xiao also doted on Chang Mingwei since they were young. Therefore, he never had the heart to scold her. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't know what to say about Chang Mingwei's actions. Uncle Qin Xiao, you're so handsome. The more I look at you, the more handsome you become. I can't get tired of looking at you. Why you think this is? It's as if I'll be looking at you for the rest of my life. Chang Mingwei suddenly said. Qin Xiao's forehead couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. What was this little girl thinking? This little girl was too pure and naive. She had deepened the admiration in her heart. These words sounded a little flirtatious, but in fact, they weren't flirtatious. However, Qin Xiao didn't know what to say to this girl that it wasn't ambiguous. Little E, don't hide anymore. Come out quickly. When he was embarrassed, Qin Xiao's eyes fell on a place in the lake. As soon as Qin Xiao's voice fell, a delicate young man flew out of the lake and landed on the boat. The person who came was none other than Qin Xiao's younger brother, Qin Yi. At this time, Qin Yi was also more than 30 million years old. He was only a few 100,000 years younger than Chang Mingwei. More than 30 million years old, Qin Yi's edges and corners were a little more resolute, and his face was a little more mature. He was 70 or 80% similar to Qin Xiao, and he was also very handsome. Qin Yi showed a heaven-defying talent as soon as he was born. He was not inferior to Qin Xiao at all. He was also the second person in the Hongmeng universe to break through to the celestial venerable realm. Chang Mingwei was the third. He even broke through to the celestial venerable realm one step earlier than Chang Mingwei. Such a speed was faster than the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Of course, people like Jiangzu, Nine Dragons, Desolate Land, and Starry Sky had already broken through to immortality in the immortal realm. However, they had no way to connect with their souls, so their clones had broken through, but their original bodies had not. Only when their original bodies and clones were together could they drive their original bodies to break through. Therefore, for the time being, there were only 3 celestial venerables in the Hongmeng universe. They were Qin Xiao, Qin Yi, and Chang Mingwei. These two were more playful and had been spoiled since they were young, so they caused a lot of trouble. Originally, Chang Mingwei was not so playful. Later, he was led astray by Qin Yi, so the two of them were basically inseparable. Wherever something happened, they would be there. But now it was okay. After breaking through to the celestial venerable realm, the two of them restrained a lot and were not so playful. Maybe it was because after they reached the celestial venerable realm, their horizons were high, and they could not play with those ants. In the Hongmeng universe, it could be said that those below the celestial venerable realm were ants. If you don't enter the celestial venerable realm, you will never reach that realm. The two of them had always been inseparable and playful. Fortunately, although they were playful, they did not fall behind in their cultivation. Qin Xiao sometimes thought that if Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei were not close relatives, then it was not impossible for them to be together. Everyone felt that these two people were very well matched. They were simply a match made in heaven. There were even many people who had made such jokes and given such suggestions. However, to be honest, although the two of them were close relatives, they had actually been together for more than 3 generations. If they really wanted to be together, it was not impossible. It was just that the two of them were still naive and had not thought about this. Qin Xiao did not care about the two of them in this regard. Let them develop on their own. If they could succeed, then it was okay. There was no need to be so constrained by the red tape of the secular world. Why did the two of you come to my place for no reason? I need to be alone for a while. Go and play by yourself. Don't disturb me. Qin Xiao shook his head and said to Qin Yi and Chong Mingwei. Qin Yi moved in front of Qin Xiao with an aggrieved face and said, "Big brother, aren't we really bored? We have played all over the Hongmeng universe. There's really no fun place. Those people's realms are too low. As for Brother Meng Huang and the other old men, they can't play with us at all. So we are very bored. We can only come to you, Big Brother. Big Brother, why don't you let us leave the Hongmeng universe and let us go to the immortal realm to explore? Big Brother, you see, we have already broken through to the celestial venerable realm. If we want to improve in the Hongmeng universe, it is too difficult. So, Big Brother, you should let us go to the immortal realm earlier. It's only after entering the immortal domain that our talents can be revealed. It is a waste of talent to stay in the Hongmeng universe. It is a waste of our talent and potential. It might even make us ordinary. Big Brother, I beg you, let us go to the immortal realm." Chong Mingwei nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Uncle Qin Xiao, please do us a favor and let us go to the immortal realm." "Uncle, aren't you doing very well in the immortal realm now? There are many people in the Hongmeng universe. Xiao Gu has also become an Empyrean saint. We will definitely be very safe with your care. We are the future hope of the Hongmeng universe. Uncle, do you really want to erase our talent? Let us go to the immortal realm." Qin Xiao shook his head and chuckled. All right, I understand. Just wait a little longer. My clone will make a trip back to the primordial universe in 1,000,000 or 2 years, and I'll take all of you there then. It is too dangerous for you to go by yourselves. I won't allow it. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-28. 1 or 2 million years. Hearing that Qin Xiao finally agreed, Qin Yi and Chong Mingwei were surprised and happy. 1 or 2 million years, they could still wait for a while. Big Brother, this is what you said. If it's more than 2 million years, then you have to let us go to the immortal realm by ourselves, Qin Yi said happily. Chong Mingwei said with a smile, "Don't worry, little brother Qin Xiao. Since Uncle Qin Xiao promised, he will definitely not break his promise. Don't be rude, call me uncle." Qin Yi glared at Chong Mingwei and corrected her. "Okay, little brother Qin Yi, I know," Chong Mingwei said. "It's Uncle Qin Yi." Well, little brother Qin Yi. After the two quarreled, they left obediently. They came to quarrel with Qin Xiao every few days and asked Qin Xiao to let them go to the immortal realm. Qin Xiao didn't let go before, and this time he finally let go. Watching the two leave, the world returned to peace. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Shortly after Qin Yi and Chong Mingwei left, 2 more people visited. A man and a woman came hand in hand, overflowing with love. Obviously, they were a pair of enviable immortal Taoist companions. They were like conjoined twins. Both of them couldn't wait to integrate each other into their bodies. This feeling of strong friendship is really enviable. Big brother Chong Feng, sister Yinji, do you two have to be so tired in front of outsiders? You're an old man and an old wife. Can you not be so mushy? Can you consider my feelings as a single person? Qin Xiao shook his head and said, the 2 people who came were none other than Chong Feng and Qin Yinji. The story of the 2 people's love had indeed spread in the Hongmeng universe as the story of the most beautiful immortal Taoist companions. It was widely known and envied by the world. The 2 people's talent potential was originally not high, but with Qin Xiao around, the 2 people's current realms naturally would not be low. Although he didn't have much talent and potential, Qin Xiao had forcibly raised him to the level of a universe master. As long as they were in the Grand Mist universe, the 2 of them could live freely and live as long as the universe. The 2 of them did not need to cultivate. Hence, they spent most of their time together. Then, they would slowly travel around the primordial universe, enjoying a happy and blissful life. Haha, it's precisely because you're single that I want to stimulate you even more. Do your best and find Gu Lingyue as soon as possible. We're all waiting for the day you and Gu Lingyue get married. Chong Feng smiled. He was very straightforward in front of Qin Shao and didn't have any misgivings. Between brothers, if there was something between them, they should say it directly. There was no need to hide it. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. How could he not want to find Gu Lingyue as soon as possible? But how could it be so easy? Gu Lingyue had gone to the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace, the elemental sacred realm. It was not a place Qin Shao could go to for the time being. If he wanted to find Gu Lingyue, then he had to become stronger. Not only Gu Lingyue, but also Yao Shiwilian and Brother Pure, Qin Shao. After all, both of them were reincarnated people. Sometimes, when Qin Shao thought about it, he felt that it was too amazing. Two reincarnated people just happened to be by his side. The success rate of reincarnation was extremely low. Even if they succeeded, it was extremely difficult to awaken their memories. Even Brother Pure and Gu Lingyue had succeeded. If they died, their soul consciousness would enter reincarnation again. The more reincarnations there were, the lower the success rate. So I wonder what love is, Chang Feng suddenly said with emotion. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Yinji with deep affection. Qin Yinji also replied tenderly, "It makes people want to devote their lives to you. It makes people want to devote their lives to you." What the hell was this? Shouldn't it make people want to devote their lives to you? What was love? Qin Shao did not have such a deep and thorough understanding of it. Love was too difficult to understand. For the time being, Qin Shao did not want to think about such things. Qin Shao shook his head. "You guys don't provoke me. Continue with your love. I still have to cultivate." Chang Feng immediately said, "Don't be anxious, Qin Shao. Although we just happened to pass by here and came to see you, we found something very interesting some time ago. We'll tell you about it while we're at it." Something very interesting? Qin Shao looked at Chang Feng curiously. What was so interesting that it was worth telling him about it? Chang Feng continued, "That's right, Qin Shao. Don't you occasionally tell us about the immortal realm? You've introduced us to some basic information about the immortal realm. We just came from a world called Earth. We found something very interesting in this small world. We found that this world called Earth wrote some myths and legends. The system is basically similar to the situation in the immortal realm that you mentioned. We used time reversal to check, and indeed found that this world called Earth did have such a similar system in ancient times. The immortal Tao was also prevalent for a period of time, but later on, it changed into the Tao of science and technology. Now, this Earth has a very good technological civilization. It has created things like airplanes, spaceships, mobile phones, computers, the internet, guns, missiles, and so on. This kind of technological civilization should not be a system that our primordial universe has. From the immortal Tao civilization to the current technological civilization, this small world called Earth evolved with a very small system. We played on Earth for a period of time. We really felt that it was very interesting there. It was very fun. Whether it was the clothes, the convenience of life, or the language, it was very interesting. For example, they can use a lot of very novel words to scold people, such as pretentious, idiot, motherf asterisk her, motherf asterisk her, motherf asterisk her, and so on. Compared with their words, I really feel that our words are too monotonous. Their mobile phones are also very fun. No matter how far away they are, they can achieve a conversation. They can even communicate face to face. This is much more convenient than our soul communication. The technological civilization is really a bit incredible. Hearing Chang Feng say so, Qin Zhao's interest was also greatly piqued. He knew about the technological civilization and had come into contact with it before. There were also foreign technological civilizations in the primordial universe, so he probably knew what a technological civilization was. Qin Shao didn't care much about those things. What Qin Shao cared about was that this Earth had a system similar to the immortal realm in the past. This was very interesting, very interesting. Changfeng's hand moved, and a few books appeared. He handed them to Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, I specially brought a few books about myths and legends written by them from Earth. It is very similar to the situation in their ancient times, but there are some fantasies added, but most of them are real." Qin Shao took a few books from Changfeng's hands. Some are called Journey to the West. Some were called Investiture of the Gods. Some were called Classic of Mountains and Seas. Some were called Ancient Mythology, and so on. There were dozens of books in total, all of which were books about different myths and legends. Qin Xiao quickly checked them. With Qin Zhao's current strength, it was naturally very fast for him to check these books. In an instant, he read all the contents inside and understood them clearly. After reading, Qin Xiao was also surprised. It is really very similar to some of the situations in the immortal realm. There are also 3 realms, Heavenly Court and Western Buddhism. There are also Sakyamuni, 1 Qi into 3 pure ones, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and 100 schools of thought. There are also those surnames, which can be matched. There are also the 4 ancient mythological beasts, and even Ing Long World God and the Yellow Dragon World God. Interesting, this is too interesting. Many situations in the immortal realm seem to have been moved here by someone and recreated on Earth. It's just that everything has been recreated in a small world like Earth, and all the things have been reduced. But in general, most of the stories are still similar. It feels like this Earth is a version of the immortal realm. This is very strange. Such a strange thing actually happened. It's really very interesting. I have been to this world called Earth once before, but I didn't dig too deep. It seems that I still have to go to Earth again. Qin Xiao also wanted to take a look at this strange situation and see if he could figure out what was going on. Could it be that there was some kind of connection? Qin Xiao really couldn't think of a reason for such a strange thing. He didn't know anything about the situation in the immortal realm before he arrived there. If he didn't know, others wouldn't know either. So there was no way that someone would deliberately do this. After saying a few words to Changfeng and Qin Yanji, Qin Xiao went to the small world called Earth that Changfeng mentioned. Qin Xiao was the universe origin master of the Hongmeng universe. Thus, he could go anywhere he wanted to in an instant. Therefore, in an instant, Qin Xiao came to the small world called Earth to a country called Huaxia. The technological civilization here seemed to be very developed. Of course, it was only very developed for this small world. There were high-rise buildings everywhere, and the entire world was built very beautifully. On the road, cars flowed endlessly, and airplanes formed a dense net in the sky. Men and women were all dressed very strangely, but they were very good-looking, refreshing, and full of character. When Qin Xiao came to this small world, he immediately felt that he was so out of place with this world. After walking in this small world for a while, Qin Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A small world with vitality and vitality. Although everyone, all life, is extremely ordinary without any trace of ability, and can't be more ordinary, they can't cultivate. However, technological civilization has made their lives so convenient and full of fun, and there are also some powerful technological weapons. If you don't personally experience the charm of technological civilization, it is indeed very difficult to understand. It is indeed a great Tao. With the most ordinary and humble body, they can control powerful technological weapons, and thus have powerful abilities. This is exchanged with technology. There is no need to cultivate. Everyone has been learning from a young age, and from knowledge, they can obtain the power of technology. This is the same as our cultivation. However, technological civilization only allows them to obtain knowledge, not their own power. Our cultivation is to directly obtain our own power, but we don't have such technology. Then they use technology to create many things that we can't imagine, changing their world and everything about them. One interesting Tao. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-29. Scientific and technological civilization was indeed very interesting. Scientific and technological civilization could also be said to be the great path of scientific and technological cultivation. Of course, although it was called the great path of cultivation in a small world like Earth, it was still at a very low level of cultivation. Even the most powerful scientific and technological weapons in the world could not deter the gods of the Hongmeng universe. Therefore, the level of life on Earth was still very low, and they were all in the most primitive state. However, Qin Shao found a more interesting thing. That was, the life on Earth was generally smarter. Perhaps scientific and technological civilization was more helpful to the development of intelligence. Thinking about it, Qin Shao also felt that if people kept learning about scientific and technological civilization, it would indeed make people smarter and smarter. Just like many things on Earth, Qin Shao felt a little amazed. This feeling was even more shocking than when he encountered a powerful opponent or when he saw an extremely harmful saint art or saint weapon. There were many things that were indeed far beyond Qin Zhao's imagination. He did not expect that it could be like this. Scientific and technological civilization could do things that other forces could not do. Magical, it was indeed a very magical thing. In the vast Hongmeng universe, only a small world like Earth was like this. The other places were very normal and were covered by the Great Path. All life was born to cultivate the Great Path and become a cultivator. By cultivating the Great Path, they could slowly change their fate and improve their level of life. The Great Path of scientific and technological cultivation was indeed very unusual. It could be regarded as a unique school among the 8 great paths of cultivation. After learning about it, Qin Shao did not waste any more time. Instead, he found a quiet and uninhabited place and then began to backtrack in time to see what the history of this small world called Earth was like. Tracing the trajectory of time, Qin Shao soon found that he only had to backtrack for tens of thousands of years to see the mythical system. From the one Shi into 3 pure ones, to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, to the establishment of Buddhism by Shakyamuni. The history of these developments was all in the romance of history. The characters in these history actually walked on the great path of immortal cultivation and really cultivated to a certain level. In the long river of time, Qin Shao read the history of the romance of the 3 kingdoms, and his heart was touched. This kind of feeling was a kind of how to put it, a kind of feeling like he had seen through the ages. Opening up the ancient road, wasn't it to see through the ages? Wasn't it just to find the end of the immortal Tao from the ancient road? Just as the saying goes, seek immortality and seek the Tao. Immortal Qin Shao had already started searching. What he needed to do now was to seek the Tao. He was asking about the immortal Tao at the end of time. He had asked about history, seen through the ages, seen the romance of the immortal Tao, the formation of the 3 realms, and the birth of the gods and devils. All of this had given Qin Shao a lot of inspiration. However, Qin Shao had a question in his mind. The history of the small world on Earth has only been around for tens of thousands of years. Since the beginning of the immortal Tao, it had been less than 10,000 years, and it has only lasted for a few thousand years. After that, it entered the transition to a technological civilization for 2,000 years, and then it entered the technological civilization again. The development of a technological civilization is also not long, but the speed of its development is the fastest and the most stable. That's not right. I remember that I have been to Earth once before, and I also saw life. Could it be that the current Earth is different from the one I saw before? Did it go through a reincarnation? With this guess, Qin Shao continued to go back in time. Sure enough, in the long river of time, he saw several reincarnations. The previous reincarnations did not last long. The short ones were 10,000 years, and the long ones were only tens of thousands of years. Since the beginning of the era, Qin Shao had discovered the small world on Earth. It had gone through 9 reincarnations. After 9 reincarnations, Earth had finally embarked on the path of a technological civilization. In the previous reincarnations, there was no technological civilization. It was all about the development of the immortal Tao and the cultivation of the great Tao. Unfortunately, it was destroyed every time. And the most interesting thing was that in each of the 9 reincarnations, the Qi into 3 pure ones, the 3 realms, the heavenly court, Shakyamuni, and other mythical systems of the immortal Tao were basically the same. In different eras, even though they had gone through reincarnations again and again, some things would still be developed over and over again. Such a situation was truly a little strange. It was simply unimaginable. Qin Shao had never seen such a strange situation before. This time, he saw all the ancient times of Earth. From these ancient times, he seemed to see the path of the immortal Tao, an ancient road that led to the end of the immortal Tao. And these were great inspirations for him, impacting his soul again and again. The ancient road, looking through all the ancient times, looking for the ancient road in the ancient times. Isn't the history of the ancient times also an ancient road? In a vivid way, they are presented one by one, showing the wonderful history of the immortal Tao. Only by grasping the laws of the immortal Tao and comprehending the true meaning of the immortal Tao can one set foot on the ancient road, see through the ages, and comprehend the firmament. These inspirations pushed Qin Shao closer to the ancient road. Again and again, they battered the barriers of the ancient road and helped Qin Shao set foot on the ancient road. A beam of light appeared in front of Qin Shao, guiding him forward. Immortal realm, human world. It was a small town with simple folk customs. The people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Most of the people in this town were first-step celestial venerate lesser immortals. Human immortals were extremely rare, and great immortals were nowhere to be found. However, such an ordinary town gave Qin Shao a different sense of folklore. It was as simple as the wind. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but stay in this town for a while and become familiar with many of the people here. In a small restaurant, Qin Shao and Xiao Gu sat at a table on the side of the road, drinking wine. "Yo, Sir Qin, you're here to drink again. Young Master Qin, thank you so much. After your guidance last time, my cultivation has improved a lot. Sir Qin, when will you give me pointers on immortal arts again?" From time to time, people would pass by and greet Qin Shao cordially. Qin Shao would respond to them with a smile. Qin Shao had stayed in this town for 100 years. During this time, Qin Shao had helped many people, treated many people to drinks, and taught others. Therefore, Qin Shao's reputation in the town was naturally good. Many people were friendly to Qin Shao. Every time the owner of the small restaurant saw Qin Shao, he would give the best seats and the best dishes to Qin Shao. "Big brother, it's pretty boring to stay here. We've been here for 100 years. Shouldn't we leave?" Xiao Gu couldn't stay any longer. The main thing was that this town was really very small, and there was nothing new. The people he got along with every day were extremely ordinary people. Therefore, Xiao Gu naturally felt a little bored and wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, Qin Shao smiled and said, "What's the hurry? I think this place is pretty good. We can stay here for a while longer. I already feel that I'm about to break through. Often, one can comprehend more things in the ordinary. My original body has been greatly affected. If this continues, I should be able to break through to the Saint Realm soon. Therefore, we're not in a hurry to leave for the time being. When I'm about to break through, we'll find a quiet place." "Ah, Big Brother is about to break through. Ha ha, good news, good news. Congratulations in advance, Big Brother. Big Brother is really experienced. I knew you could definitely do it. If that's the case, it won't take 1,000,000 years at all." Hearing Qin Shao say that he was about to break through, Xiao Gu immediately became happy. If this trend continued, it indeed wouldn't take 1,000,000 years. Originally, Qin Shao was determined to break through to the Saint Realm within 1,000,000 years. Now, it seemed that there should be no problem at all. Seeing through the ancient times, Qin Shao was greatly affected and helped a lot. It pushed Qin Shao forward. However, just as he was feeling happy, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt two powerful auras coming in this direction. "Oh no, there's an enemy attack. Let's go." Qin Shao's expression suddenly changed. He was about to leave with Xiao Gu. However, just as they were about to leave, two figures had already landed. When the two of them suddenly descended from the sky, the surrounding people were shocked. They subconsciously retreated far away and looked at them with frightened eyes. Qin Shao frowned deeply when he saw the person who had arrived. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared at the person who had arrived. Xiao Gu also looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He clenched his fist and stared at the two people. "It's you." Xiaogu gritted his teeth fiercely. The two people who had arrived were none other than the first prince and his teacher, the gray-robed old man. They were both one-step ancient saints. With Xiaogu's strength, he could only deal with one of them. Moreover, he could only deal with one of them. He wouldn't be able to gain much of an advantage. Therefore, the current situation naturally made Xiaogu feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He couldn't help but feel worried. This time, Qin Xiao only brought him out. He didn't bring Dong and Wu Qi with him. Such a situation was very bad. Qin Xiao also knew that the situation was bad. He didn't expect that the first prince and his teacher would come to find trouble with them. Wasn't the previous incident already over? What was wrong with these two people? How dare they come to find trouble with him? Qin Xiao said coldly, "First prince, what do you mean by this? The previous incident is already in the past. Why? Do you still want to settle some scores?" The first prince looked at Qin Xiao with a sinister and cold expression. He laughed eerily and said, "What do you think I mean? I didn't come all the way here just to invite you for a drink, right? It's all in the past, but I haven't settled the score with you yet. It's all because of you that I lost the position of crown prince. With such a deep hatred, don't you think I should settle it with you?" In the end, Emperor Pan had passed the position of crown prince to the ninth prince. Qin Xiao also knew about this. He thought that after losing the position of crown prince, the first prince would stop. However, he didn't expect the first prince to fly into a rage out of humiliation and take the risk to seek revenge on him. It seemed that this guy was a little crazy. Qin Xiao laughed softly and said, "First prince, it's up to Emperor Pan to decide whether to make you the crown prince or not. I don't have the ability to influence Emperor Pan's decision. Therefore, I can't admit that you want to seek revenge on me. However, you, the first prince, had better think it through. Do you have the ability and foundation to make a move against me? You'd better think it through carefully." Chapter 2630. The current situation was obviously very bad for Qin Xiao. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not intend to get into a conflict with the crown prince of the Pan Kingdom. If it was possible to avoid it, it would be better to avoid it as much as possible. However, Qin Xiao was not afraid of anything. Xiaogu could hold one person back. Although he was only a fourth-step heavenly venerate, Qin Xiao's strength should be able to exchange blows with an ordinary first-step ancient saint after he broke through in the sealed battlefield. Of course, he was no match for the crown prince. The crown prince's strength was very strong among the first-step ancient saints. However, it was not to the extent that he was completely helpless. Moreover, Qin Xiao still had the light magic cube with him. It was still possible for him to hold the crown prince back for a short while. If a fight really broke out, he might be able to put up a fight. However, Qin Xiao was now facing a breakthrough and did not want to be distracted by this matter. Therefore, Qin Xiao was willing to settle the matter peacefully. However, it was obvious that the wind would not stop blowing. Since the crown prince had come looking for trouble, he would not let it go so easily. I know that you are a student of the Sacred Academy and the genius student who ranks first on the Saint ranking. So what? Don't think that you can suppress me with the Saint Academy. I didn't come here with the intention of killing you. I just want to humiliate you. Even if I don't kill you, I can still trample on you, right? You are a genius student of the Sacred Academy. In fact, there is not much meaning in killing you. You will only bring about a fatal disaster. Moreover, even if I kill you, the powerhouses of the Sacred Academy will resurrect you. Therefore, it is better to humiliate you than to kill you. Only by trampling on you, and trampling on you, will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Since I am here, do you really think I can let this matter go so easily?" The crown prince sneered. His hatred for Qin Xiao had already seeped into his bones. If it weren't for Qin Xiao, he would have already been the crown prince and ascended to the throne. It would only be a matter of time before he succeeded the throne of Emperor Pan. All of this should have been in his bag. He had worked so hard for so long to ascend to the position of crown prince. However, he didn't expect that all of this would be defeated by Qin Xiao. Because of the appearance of Qin Xiao, everything changed. How could he not hate him? How could he not hate the fact that the position of crown prince had been snatched away? Qin Shao had been a thorn in his heart for all these years. She had been provoking him fiercely, making him depressed and uncomfortable. If he could, he really wanted to kill Qin Shao. However, it just so happened that Qin Shao was a student of a sacred institute. With this identity protecting him, he really didn't dare to kill Qin Shao. Doing so would definitely bring a fatal disaster upon himself. However, if he didn't kill Qin Shao, he would just trample on Qin Shao and humiliate him. There shouldn't be any problem. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold as he stared at the crown prince. Looking at the situation, he knew that a battle was unavoidable. Since that was the case, there was no other way. If you really want to fight, I will accompany you. However, this place is a bit of a hindrance. Why don't we find a more spacious place and have a good fight? Qin Shao said in a low voice. The great emperor coldly snorted. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and said, This prince feels that this place is quite good. Since we're already here, how can we change places? Why? Do you feel sorry for these lowly ants? They're just a bunch of ants. The more you feel sorry for them, the more I want to stay here. I'm afraid you won't be able to save the lives of these ants. Although the population of this town wasn't large, it was still more than 1 million. The crown prince didn't care about the lives of millions of innocent people. A battle between ancient sages was bound to affect the innocent. Most likely, none of the lives in the town would be able to survive the battle. Even if they ran fast now, it would be difficult for them to escape. It was indeed very difficult for Qin Shao to save the lives of the people in this town. The crown prince's words angered Qin Shao. Even if they are ants, they are still innocent. Do you really want to kill the innocent? Aren't you afraid that you will be haunted by evil karma if you do too many evil deeds? You are also a cultivator, and you're not a demon. Do you really want to use such vicious means to do evil? Ha ha ha. The first prince laughed out loud. So what? The more you care about something, the more I am willing to do it. This prince knows that you care about these ants. It's because you care that they've lost their lives, the prince said with a smile. It's okay. They're just ordinary ants. Aren't you very capable, Qin Shao? You can resurrect them in the future as long as you want, right? This prince will not purposely kill these ants. These ants are not worthy of this prince personally killing them. However, if they are affected and die an unnatural death, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. They can't blame me, can they? Whether they live or die depends on you, Qin Shao. If you, Qin Shao, don't want these innocent ants to be implicated, then that's easy to deal with. As long as you obediently let me vent my anger and don't fight back, then wouldn't everyone be happy? Don't worry. I said I won't kill you, so I won't. You're right. I don't dare to kill you. I admit it. So, as long as you don't resist and let me teach you a lesson and vent my anger, then this matter will naturally be over. What do you think? My suggestion is not bad, right? How benevolent Qin Shao is. It depends on your choice now. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and looked at the eldest prince coldly, asking him not to resist and be humiliated. How could that be possible? Qin Shao would never agree to such a thing, even if his brain was flooded with water. Qin Shao didn't want to hurt the innocent, but sometimes he couldn't take care of them. If the people in this town really died because of him, then Qin Shao would choose to resurrect some of them. I think it's best if you don't dream about it, Qin Shao said coldly to the first prince. At the same time, Qin Shao said to the people in the town, Don't just stand there. Hurry up and leave. Go as far as you can. Hurry up. The people in this town were already scared silly. For a moment, they were stunned on the spot and forgot to run away. After being shouted at by Qin Shao, they came to their senses and ran away one after another. The whole town suddenly became extremely chaotic. This was a peaceful and ordinary town. According to historical records, nothing major had happened. But today, such a big thing happened. There were still some people who didn't run away because they still didn't know what was going on. Naturally, they couldn't see that there were 3 ancient sages here. Therefore, some people didn't run away. They were still watching with the posture of watching a good show. The first prince laughed mockingly and said, "It seems that you, Qin Shao, are only SOSO. I really thought that you were so benevolent and kind and so righteous. Now it seems that you're just SOSO. Compared to those Buddhist cultivators, you're really too far behind. You're just a selfish person. Don't pretend to be so noble and virtuous. It's really annoying. Well, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Since you don't know what's good for you, I have no choice but to make a move." Humph, humph. This prince wants to see where your confidence comes from. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of this prince? With that, the eldest prince was about to make a move. Xiao Gu clenched his teeth and transmitted to Qin Shao, "Big brother, hurry up and tell Dong and the others to come over. I will hold him back. Hurry up and leave. Wait for Dong and the others to come over." Qin Shao replied, "It's too late. It will take Dong and the others some time to get here. It's too long to hide. It's fine. Since they have come to find us, we can only fight. It's not a big deal. It's fine, Xiao Gu. Just take care of yourself. You just have to hold that gray-robed old man back. Leave the eldest prince to me." "Big brother, you can't. You're no match for him." Xiao Gu panicked. He knew how strong the eldest prince was. He was stronger than Dong and the others. He was not an ordinary first-step Empyrean saint. His strength could be considered as one of the stronger ancient saints in the first step. Therefore, Xiao Gu was naturally worried about Qin Shao. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was no match for the eldest prince. There's no other way. Since things have come to this, we can only face it head-on. Do as I say and take one step at a time. No matter what, the eldest prince doesn't dare to kill me. Besides, I have a treasure with me. It's not impossible for me to hold him back. Let's fight first. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, the first prince's oppression might actually help me. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough now. I'll be able to break through soon. Who knows, the eldest prince's pressure might even help me break through earlier. So, you just have to take care of yourself for this battle. No matter what, I'll be fine." Xiao Gu wanted to say something, but he knew he could not change the current situation. The situation before his eyes was indeed not something that he, Xiao Gu, could handle by himself. Therefore, he could only choose to believe in Qin Shao. "Big brother, stop." Just as the eldest prince was about to make a move, a woman's voice rang out. A figure quickly rushed over and stood in front of Qin Shao. She looked at the eldest prince angrily. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback when he saw the figure. He smiled helplessly. Why was she here? The person was none other than Panya. Qin Shao had asked for her from the unfettered saint. After being conquered by Qin Shao, she had confessed to Qin Shao that she liked him and wanted to marry Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao had sternly rejected her. Because of this, Princess Pan Yu was very angry. Qin Shao didn't expect that Princess Pan Yu would jump out at this time. This made Qin Shao speechless. He didn't like to see this woman. He did not like this woman at all. He did not even want to be friends with her. He only felt a little disgusted. However, Princess Pan Yu had her eyes on Qin Shao. How could Qin Shao not feel helpless? "Panya, why are you here?" The eldest prince's expression changed when he saw Panya. He was very surprised. He did not expect Panya to appear at this time. Moreover, Panya was protecting Qin Shao. Panya said, "I heard that a person appeared here that looked very much like Qin Shao, so I hurried over. I did not expect to see Big Brother trying to deal with Qin Shao as soon as I arrived. It seems that this is a chance given to me by the heavens. This time, I came at the right time. This is my destiny." Hearing Princess Panya's words, Qin Shao suddenly felt like dying. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2631. Fate my ass. Accure my ass. How could this woman be so coincidental? He had kept a low profile this time and did not reveal his identity in the small town. How did Princess Panya find out about his whereabouts? He was really resourceful. He didn't know how many informants he had spread out before he was able to find out about him. However, this was not important. What was important was that this woman was standing in front of him at this moment. She even said that she wanted to protect him in the name of protecting him. This made Qin Shao speechless. Qin Shao really wanted to say that he, Qin Shao was not willing to accept her protection. Panya, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? Go away quickly. This is not a place for you to mess around. The eldest prince shouted sternly. However, Panya had no intention of moving aside. Instead, she stretched out her hand to stop the first prince and said, I won't move aside. Qin Shao is my man. I won't allow you to touch him or harm a single strand of his hair. Eldest brother, I don't care what grudges you have with Qin Shao. As long as I'm here, I won't allow you to hurt him. If you dare to hurt him, you'll have to kill me first. Otherwise, I won't move away. Princess Panya said with determination. She did not have the slightest intention of backing down and stood there firmly. If the eldest prince dared to move, she would fight him to the death. The first prince was also very annoyed by Panya's actions. He once again said sternly, Panya, this is not a place for you to be willful and unreasonable. I am not imperial father, who will always indulge and pamper you. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. This is between Qin Shao and me. Don't you dare interfere. Don't force me to make a move on you. Today, no matter who comes, they can't stop me. The crown prince was aggressive, but Princess Panya didn't budge an inch. Her temper was also very fierce. If she was not so fierce, she would not have been punished by the unfettered saint for so long. However, she was still unrepentant. If Qin Shao had not rescued her, she did not know how long she would have been tortured by the unfettered saint. So at this moment, how could Princess Panya easily take half a step back? Eldest brother, are you threatening me? You're my biological eldest brother. We are siblings from the same father and mother. Don't you care about our sibling relationship? Do you want to make a move on your sister? Are you still my eldest brother? You know your sister's temper. Since I'm standing here today, even if you beat me to death, I won't back down even a little bit. Big brother, you can attack, but the prerequisite is that if you want to kill Qin Shao, you have to kill me first. If you're so heartless and don't care about your sibling relationship, then go ahead and do it. If you kill me, let's see if Imperial Mother and Imperial Father will kill you. I said that I don't care about the grudges between you and Qin Shao. Qin Shao is the man I like. I won't allow you to hurt him. The grudges between the two of you can be settled with a single transaction. Hearing Princess Panya's resolute words, the eldest prince was so angry that his face turned green. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Panya, have you gone mad? Or have you gone mad? What's so good about Qin Shao that you actually fell for him? Don't mention Imperial Mother and Imperial Father. You know my personality. No one can stop me when I decide to do something. You are my biological sister. I don't want to make a move on you. But if you really force me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Of course, I won't really hurt you, but it's easy for me to stop you. You should be aware of your own strength. Don't do anything stupid in front of Big Brother. Princess Panya also knew that she was not strong enough to stop the eldest prince, but she still wanted to jump out. Panya gritted her teeth and said, Big Brother, you know that I have had countless suitors for so many years, but no man has been able to move my heart. Only Qin Shao move my heart. I have long decided that I will marry no one else but him. He is the man I am destined to marry. I like him. I like him very much. I can do anything for him. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I am willing. I know. This is the feeling of love. Qin Shao is the first person who made me feel love. He is so different. He is so unique. He is so manly. He is the most handsome and the best man I have ever met. Other than him, I don't want anyone else. I don't like anyone. He is my favorite. These days, I have been thinking about him all the time. I miss him so much that I am about to go crazy. I've been asking around for news about him. I hope that he will leave Sacred Academy and come outside. That way, I will be able to find him. So, I will not allow anyone to hurt him. Anyone who hurts him will be my enemy. That includes you, Big Brother. Big Brother, I know that my strength is far inferior to yours. I also know that I can't stop you. But I'm begging you, please let Qin Shao go, okay? Let go of the grudges between the two of you. I promise that in the future, I will put in a good word for you in front of Imperial Father. I will speak on your behalf so that Imperial Father will value you more. Big Brother, if you insist on hurting Qin Shao, then you will become little sister's enemy in the future. Then, little sister will do everything she can to make you suffer. I will also speak ill of you to Imperial Father. I will make sure that he will no longer trust you and put you in an important position. You should know my position in Imperial Father's heart. Most of the time, Imperial Father will listen to what I say. So, I hope that you will think twice before you act. Panya spoke so resolutely that there was no room for doubt. Seeing that Panya was willing to risk her life to protect Qin Xiao, Xiao Gu was secretly happy. He already knew about this matter last time. However, he knew that Qin Xiao was not happy about this matter, so he did not joke about it. Qin Xiao was naturally very depressed. He smiled bitterly and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, he wanted to run away. If it was another woman who said these words and did these things, Qin Xiao would definitely be moved. However, Qin Xiao was not moved by Princess Panya's actions. He only felt bitter and helpless. Panya's threat made the eldest prince think twice. He really had to think it over. He believed that Panya was a woman who would do what she said. He knew his sister very well. Therefore, the eldest prince was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Should he act recklessly, or should he bear with it for a while and let go of this opportunity? However, if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to get such a good opportunity in the future. It could even be said that it was almost impossible. Therefore, if he did not act today, he probably would not have another chance in the future. This was also what the eldest prince was thinking about and what made him hesitate. An opportunity was not something that could be obtained just because he wanted it. Once he missed it, it might be gone. The current situation was exactly like this. No, he could not miss this great opportunity. However, the eldest prince was indeed hesitating and could not make up his mind. At this moment, the gray-robed elder transmitted his voice to the eldest prince. Eldest prince, you should make a decision if you are decisive. If you don't, it will be chaotic. You can't miss this opportunity. When it comes to important matters, His Majesty will not listen to Princess Panya. The situation now is not good. The ninth prince has snatched the crown prince's throne. Eldest prince, do you still care about it? What the eldest prince needs to do now is to break through to the second step ancient saint realm as soon as possible. Only then will you be able to turn the tide and turn the situation around. Everything else is fake. There is no need to pay attention to them. Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, the eldest prince immediately made up his mind. Oof. The eldest prince snorted coldly and looked at Qin Xiao. He said sarcastically, "What's wrong, Qin Xiao? Have you become so cowardly now? You have already started to hide behind a woman. In order to protect yourself, you are really shameless." A 7-feet-tall man, a genius student of the Sacred Academy, the #1 youth genius of the immortal domain, is actually hiding behind a woman like a coward. Ha! If this were to spread, it would really bring shame to the Sacred Academy. Let the world see what kind of character the #1 youth genius of the immortal domain has in their hearts is. With this little backbone of yours, I think you should be called the #1 coward of the immortal domain, right? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why have you suddenly become mute, hiding behind a woman and not daring to say a word? If you still think you're a man, if you still have the slightest bit of manliness left in you, then you should stand out yourself instead of hiding behind my sister like a tortoise with its head in its shell. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. The eldest prince's provocation was ingenious. It was used with great force and was just right. How could Qin Xiao not know that it was a provocation? It was just that he had no choice but to accept it. Qin Xiao said to Princess Panya, "Princess Panya, thank you for your kind intentions and also for your love. However, I have already told you before that we are not suitable for each other. I already have a woman I love in my heart. My heart is very small and can't hold another person. So, I can only apologize for your misplaced love. As for today's situation, that is between your brother and me. Princess Panya, there is no need for you to interfere in this matter. I will naturally settle my own matters. Princess Panya, there is no need for you to interfere in anything. If you do this, you will only embarrass me. Of course, I appreciate your kindness, Princess Panya, but I really don't want it. Thank you. So, Princess Panya, please step aside. The grudge between your brother and me will be settled sooner or later. Since your brother has come to find me today, then let's settle on the spot. All right. The eldest prince clapped his hands and cheered as soon as Qin Shao finished speaking. The sinister smile on his face deepened, thinking that his scheme had succeeded. In fact, how could Qin Shao not know what he was thinking? Qin Shao took the initiative to fall into the trap because he did not want to owe Panya a favor. Instead of owing Panya a favor, Qin Shao would rather fight with the eldest prince. Qin Shao, it seems that you are a man. You are a man. If you're not willing to be a coward, then you have some guts. Only then can you be considered worthy of me making a move on you. As he spoke, the eldest prince looked at Panya and said, Panya, you heard it. He doesn't like you at all. He doesn't like you and doesn't want you to help him. Do you still not understand? When it comes to love, you can't force a melon to be sweet. Why do you have to do this? So listen to your brother and quickly step aside. Brother won't kill him. Why do you have to work so hard? Be a good girl and step aside. Panya gritted her teeth and looked back at Qin Shao. However, she did not intend to leave. She still shook her head firmly and said, No, I won't step aside. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2632. Read on a mobile phone, Panya. Seeing that Panya still refused to move aside, the first prince was furious. He doesn't even like you, so why are you still pestering him? You are the high and mighty princess of the Pan Kingdom. What kind of man can't you find? Why waste your time on this guy? Can't you see? He hates you and doesn't want to get close to you. What do you like about him? You're going against your brother for someone who's impossible. You're going to protect him with your life. Is it worth it? Panya, wake up. Don't be silly. You're a smart girl. You shouldn't waste your time on someone who doesn't mean anything. You'll only trample on yourself. Panya turned around to look at Qin Shao. She clenched her teeth and her eyes sparkled. Actually, how could she not know that Qin Shao didn't like her? She even hated her. How could she not understand these principles? But understanding was one thing. Love was a huge poison. Once you're poisoned by love, it'll be hard to extricate yourself. She didn't want to be like this, but she couldn't control herself. She was poisoned too deeply. There was no cure. Qin Shao shook her head and said to Panya again, I'm sorry, there's no possibility of us becoming friends. We won't talk about anything else. Our personalities don't match, and we walk different paths. So please don't waste your time on me. Learning to fight Lung Yuanzhan after being heartless. So please move aside. Don't get involved in this matter. You're crazy. Panya's eyes became even more watery. She said, If I move aside, you'll be in a miserable state. My brother won't let you off so easily. With your strength, you're no match for my big brother and the others. No matter what happens today, I won't let my brother do anything to you. Qin Shao, I know you don't like me and don't want to be friends with me. You even hate me. But it doesn't matter. I don't care who made me fall in love with you. I've been poisoned by you. It's too deep. I can't do anything. I really can't do anything. So I can only risk my life to protect you. Even if I lose my life, I think it's worth it. Perhaps loving you is my own business and has nothing to do with you. But since I, Panya, have fallen in love, I will do it vigorously. I will go through water and tread on fire. I will not hide it. Even if you love, you must love until your heart is broken. Even if you are in pain, you must be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. This is my character. You can dislike me, but you can't stop me from liking you, and you can't stop me from doing anything for you. I can't change my past self. I can't change into the person you like. But in the future, I will work hard to become what you like. If you don't like people like me, then I will try my best not to kill people in the future. If you don't like me being unruly and willful, then I'll work hard to change. I'll try my best to become whatever you like. Even if you don't like me in the end, I don't care. It's enough that I love you. I don't care if this is my fate or not. I only know what I want now. If I want to do something, I will do it without hesitation. I love you. You're my everything. You're more important than my life. How could I let anyone hurt you? Even though I, Panya, am not strong enough, I still have determination, and I still have this life. Panya's heartfelt confession and unforgettable words were indeed very touching and touching. No matter how much Qin Xiao hated Panya before, at this moment, he also felt that Panya wasn't as annoying as before. Of course, Qin Xiao just felt a little relieved and moved, but it didn't change his feelings for Panya. If he didn't like Panya, he didn't like Panya. They had different principles, so it was still difficult for them to be friends. Although Qin Xiao was moved, he still couldn't accept it, and he still didn't want Panya to stand up for him. But looking at Panya's attitude, it seemed that Qin Xiao couldn't stop him. You're crazy. You're crazy. Panya, you're crazy and stupid. Are you out of your mind? Do you really want to go against your big brother? Fine, fine, fine. Since you're crazy and stupid, I'll wake you up. The first prince was completely enraged. He felt as if he was driven crazy by Panya. Qin Xiao, hurry up and make a move. I'll help you deal with my brother. Panya also knew the first prince's character. When he saw that the first prince was really going to make a move, he immediately panicked and immediately said to Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao was indifferent. It was as if he didn't hear Panya's words. Qin Xiao knew that he wasn't as strong as the first prince, but he definitely wouldn't be so lowly as to borrow Panya's strength to deal with the first prince. Whether Panya was willing or not, Qin Xiao definitely would know him a favor. He wouldn't have any interaction with Panya. In his heart, Qin Xiao could be touched, but Qin Xiao knew that he couldn't touch this line. Otherwise, it would only bring him endless trouble. The crazier Panya acted, the colder he should be. The first prince had already made his move. How could Panya be able to withstand such a powerful attack? Panya was only a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Moreover, her strength could only be considered average. At most, she was probably only a second-rate fourth-step heavenly venerate. This ship is far from cool, and the enemy is cold. When Qin Xiao didn't make a move, she became even more anxious. More than that, she felt helpless and her heart ached. She was so crazy, so reckless, and so straightforward. She had confessed so bluntly just to win Qin Xiao's smile. However, she couldn't win it. However, she didn't regret it. This was what she had decided to do. Panya naturally didn't have any power to resist in front of the first prince. He directly grabbed her, tied her up, and threw her into his internal world. Back far away alone technique, MOU, I'm the most young before she left. Panya threw out a roar. Pantsu, I hate you. We can't exist under the same sky. After dealing with Panya, the first prince looked at Qin Xiao with a gloomy and cold expression. He was like a wild beast that had gone mad. I really can't see what's so good about you. You can actually make my sister so infatuated. For you, she's so crazy and reckless. She even wants to break off relations with her elder brother. Qin Xiao, what kind of drug did you use on my sister? The first prince was very unhappy. In order to deal with Qin Xiao, he had now offended his sister, Princess Panya. The Pan Kingdom only had one princess. She was also his biological sister from the same father and mother. Moreover, his parents doted on Panya very much. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, how could he be willing to offend Panya? However, there was really no other way. He could only break off relations with Panya. Since he had already come to this point, he had no other choice. He could only walk the path to the end. However, he was going to vent all his anger on Qin Xiao. He was angry. He hated. That's her business. It has nothing to do with me, Qin Xiao said with a cold frown. Oomph. The first prince let out a cold snort. Prepare to suffer my endless fury. As soon as his voice fell, the first prince and the gray-robed elder attacked at the same time. Xiao Gu was already prepared for battle. Therefore, as soon as the gray-robed elder attacked, Xiao Gu immediately rushed forward. He was responsible for restraining the gray-robed elder. As soon as the ancient saint attacked, his powerful holy aura and the power of the immortal Tao surged out. Suddenly, as if it was the end of the world, all the buildings in the town collapsed and turned into fragments. In an instant, the area within a radius of 100,000 miles was razed to the ground. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. With Panya stalling for some time, most of the people in the town managed to leave the town and successfully escape. However, there were still some people who didn't manage to escape in time. Some people didn't think there was any danger at all and stayed to watch the show. Therefore, in an instant, those who didn't escape were all killed. Back enemy Earth Ghost back, Shu Mo Luo Tong Ching Lung. The area within a radius of 100,000 miles was turned into nothingness. The Earth Ghost Empress, Shu Mineo, coldly saw that many innocent people were killed the moment she made her move. This small town that had existed for many years was also razed to the ground, destroying the homes of others. This caused the people who were far away to be dumbfounded. They were incomparably shocked, and they were so frightened that they continued to leave this place. As soon as the first prince attacked, many innocent people died. This town, which had existed for many years, was also razed to the ground, destroying the homes of others. Qin Shao looked coldly at the first prince. In his anger, he attacked with all his strength. Using the spatial laws at full power, the first prince was trapped in a sealed space. At the same time, the light magic cube was thrown out, trapping the first prince. At the same time, Qin Shao fully displayed the heaven-splitting sword art. The power of the three laws, the power of the inner world, and the power of the heart were displayed together. They turned into an endless sharp light that surged toward the first prince. Qin Shao was quite confident in his current strength. He believed that it should be enough to deal with an ordinary half-sage. Against ordinary Empyrean saints, he should be able to hold his own against them. With the help of the light magic cube, he should be able to fight the first prince. He wouldn't be defeated so easily. In fact, he might even be able to hold the first prince back. As long as he could hold the first prince back, the first prince would know the difficulty and retreat. He wouldn't fight with his life on the line. Although it was too late to ask for help, Qin Shao had already informed Dong and Wu Qi to rush over. However, it would take them a little longer to arrive, and they definitely wouldn't be able to arrive in a short period of time. If things continue to drag on, then they would be of great use. Of course, Qin Shao was also considering that the first prince and the gray-robed old man still had their original bodies. If they really went crazy and rushed over, the situation would be more dangerous. If that really happened, he still had a backup plan. He hadn't used his master's name yet. However, this time, no matter how crazy the first prince was, he wouldn't dare to take his life. Therefore, there really wasn't a need to use his master's name. Now he had to fight first. His enemy was far away from his love rival. What a sharp and domineering swordsmanship. This swordsmanship actually contains the power of the three great laws, as well as other powers. 5 or 6 types of powers are perfectly combined, allowing this sword to reach such a terrifying level. Just what kind of monstrous reincarnation is this Qin Shao? How can he be so strong? He's only a 4th step heavenly venerate, but the power of this swordsmanship is comparable to an ordinary ancient saint's full-force attack. He's only a 4th step heavenly venerate, but he's actually so powerful. I'm afraid that he'll be able to hold his own against an ordinary 1st step ancient saint. He won't be defeated easily. Although you're a peerless genius, you're still destined to be defeated by me today. Jie Yuan Ku Qiu Fong, Ho Shu Zhan Yang Jie. Your strength has far exceeded this prince's expectations. You're much stronger than the last time we met. However, it's useless. You're still far from being my match. What kind of sacred weapon is this? How can it be so strong? I can't break it. A lower-grade sacred weapon shouldn't be so powerful. Could it be a middle-grade sacred weapon? How can it be? How can this guy have a middle-grade sacred weapon? The first prince's brows furrowed deeply. This book came from. Chapter 26:33. The first prince soon discovered that even with his full strength, he couldn't send the radiant magic cube flying. He couldn't get out of the radiant magic cube. The radiant magic cube was a treasure for trapping. It was a mid-grade sacred artifact. Not only was it a trapping sacred artifact, but it could also guide people to comprehend and cultivate the law of light. Its actual value was comparable to that of an upper sacred artifact. Although Qin Shao had mastered the law of light, his level was still too low. Therefore, the radiant magic cube couldn't unleash its full strength. Normally speaking, it would have been difficult to trap an ancient sage with the Heaven's Path sword. But now, Qin Zhao's strength could also play a great role in binding the Crown Prince. Therefore, when she cooperated with the Radiant Magic Cube, she basically restrained the Crown Prince, making him unable to come out of the Radiant Magic Cube for a while. The first prince really didn't expect Qin Shao to be so strong. It was simply unbelievable. Qin Shao was only a fourth-step Heavenly Venerate. No matter how strong he was, it didn't make sense for him to be so terrifyingly strong. Even some half-step saints who had lived for a long time had many powerful means. Some of them were comparable to an ordinary first-step ancient saint. However, Qin Shao wasn't a half-step saint. Although he had borrowed the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact, it couldn't be denied that Qin Zhao's strength was indeed very strong. Just the fact that he had mastered the law of space, the law of light, and the law of immortal Tao at the same time was enough to show how heaven-defying Qin Shao was. It would be difficult to find a second person among the younger generation in the entire immortal domain who had mastered 3 laws at the same time. However, Qin Shao had done it. Not only did he do it, but he could also unleash the power of the 3 laws almost perfectly. It was so terrifying that it reached an unbelievable level. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao was able to restrain the first prince. The first prince couldn't take advantage of him for the time being. The gray-robed elder could not help but frown at this situation. He wanted to help the first prince, but Xiao Gu would not let him do as he wished. In terms of strength, Xiao Gu might not be as strong as the gray-robed old man, but Xiao Gu's strength lay in his defensive ability. He was an ancient giant beast, someone who had inherited the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Therefore, there was no problem at all for him to drag the gray-robed old man down. He could do it. Seeing that the first prince was restrained, Qin Shao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he wasn't completely confident, but now it seemed that the effect was better than he had expected. The magic cube of light was indeed a very good sacred artifact. If it was only used to suppress and restrain the enemy, its effects would be very good. The first prince attacked furiously, using all sorts of techniques. Endless saint aura surged out. Howls filled the sky. However, Xian Ran had no way to escape from the light magic cube. She was still suppressed by Qin Shao. First prince, my followers are already on their way here. If you give up and leave now, I can let bygones be bygones and not be calculated with you. Otherwise, once my followers arrive, I'm afraid your life will end here today. I, Qin Shao, have never liked trouble, but I've never been afraid of trouble. Let bygones be bygones. However, if the first prince insists on settling the score with me, I, Qin Shao, will accompany you to the end. Today's matter can be big or small. At least you didn't provoke me, so I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you persist in going about things the wrong way and insist on settling the score with me, I'm afraid it won't end so easily. Qin Shao said. In fact, Dong and Wu Qi would not be able to rush over so quickly. Qin Zhao's words were just to scare the first prince and give him a way out. If the first prince knew what was good for him, he should stop while he was ahead. This matter could be considered to have ended here, and it would not cause too much trouble. Now that the first prince could not get anything out of it, he would be in a dilemma if he continued to fight. What would happen and how the situation would change were all unknown. Since it was unknown, anything could happen. The first prince was also weighing this matter in his heart. The situation before him was indeed not good. If he continued to fight, he would also be calculating his chances of winning. It was indeed a dilemma for him. Since he had already made his move, how could he stop so easily? However, if he did not stop and continued to fight, what would happen? First prince, you can't stop. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it this time, I'm afraid there won't be another one. If you don't remove this thorn, it will become your inner demon. Once the inner demon grows, I'm afraid your cultivation will be severely hindered. Once your cultivation is hindered, I'm afraid you won't have any hope of breaking through to the second step of the ancient saint stage. I'm afraid the fate of the first prince will end here. If you can't break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage, what's the point of the rest of your life, first prince? Although the situation today isn't very good, if you rush over now, you'll definitely be able to arrive before Qin Zhao subordinates. Since you've already done it, let's do it to the end. You can't back down even a little. Just as the first prince was hesitating and wavering, the gray-robed old man transmitted his voice to the first prince. After hearing his teacher's transmission, the first prince thought about it and felt that his teacher's words made sense. This might be his only chance. If he missed it, there wouldn't be another one. Since he'd already fought today, how could he stop now? Even if he had to fight to the death, he should fight to the end. If he dragged it out until his own body arrived, the situation would be completely under his control. If he didn't remove this thorn, how could he cultivate in peace and pursue his dreams? If there was an inner demon in his heart, his cultivation would be hindered. Removing the thorn and removing the inner demon was something he had to do today. After thinking it through, the first prince's resolve was completely set. The first prince sneered and said, "Qin Zhao, don't talk nonsense here. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Your two subordinates are in Sacred Academy. If they rush over, they'll need some time. My main body isn't far from here. It's already on its way here. Tell me, will your follower arrive here first, or will my main body arrive here first? Stop here? You're not going to hold it against me? Humph, humph, you don't care, but this prince is going to care. Since I've already made my move, I've completely provoked you. Given your vengeful nature, how can you not care? Since I've already taken this path, there's no turning back. Since I've already left, I've already thought through everything. So, you don't have to waste your breath. Just wait for me to teach you a lesson. If I don't vent my disgust, I won't be able to bear it." Qin Zhao frowned deeply once again. It seemed like the first prince had really steeled his heart and was determined to break off relations with him. But now it was really a big problem. If the first prince's own body had already rushed over, it was indeed possible that he would arrive before Ah Dong and Qin Zhao. Once the first prince's own body arrived, Qin Zhao wouldn't be able to resist and would be defeated immediately. Qin Zhao's only consolation was that the first prince wouldn't dare to kill him. But even if the first prince didn't kill him, he wouldn't let him have an easy time. What should he do? It seemed that there was no good way to solve the problem now. As long as it didn't involve life and death, he couldn't use his master, Sage Li, as his last resort. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao could only laugh bitterly. It seemed that he could only resign himself to fate. His last hope was to see if he could break through and become a sage in one fell swoop in such a desperate situation. If he could break through and become a sage, he might be able to fight another battle. He might still lose, but he might not suffer too much. It was still possible for him to break through and become a sage. After all, Qin Zhao now had a lot of inspirations and feelings, and he felt that he was about to break through. Moreover, Qin Zhao had strong confidence that he could break through and become a sage in a short time. This feeling was already very strong, so he wasn't far from breaking through. But even though he wasn't far, he wasn't very sure if he could take this step. There was no other way. He could only grit his teeth and fight. Since he couldn't see the road clearly for the time being, he would take it one step at a time. He believed that there was always a way out. Light often appeared abruptly at the end of the road. Humph! A one-step ancient saint can't do anything to a fourth-step celestial venerable kid. You, the first prince of the Pan Kingdom, have lived a dog's life. In any case, your strength isn't bad. How can you be restrained by a fourth-step celestial venerable kid? Don't you feel ashamed? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice was heard. A powerful sage aura descended and surged toward them. The aura was full of hostility and murderous intent. Obviously, the visitor didn't come with good intentions. He was also targeting Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao was very familiar with this aura. He had fought several times before, so naturally, he wouldn't forget it. Sensing this powerful aura, Qin Zhao knew who had come. His heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom. His expression instantly became extremely cold and gloomy. The situation was really not good. When it rains, it pours. Did the heavens want Qin Shao to die? Who is it? The first prince frowned coldly and shouted. The gray-robed elder also glanced over coldly. A figure descended. He was wearing a bamboo hat and was holding a fishing rod. His head was slightly lowered, so only half of his face could be seen. Even his eyes couldn't be seen. Fisherman, it's you. The first prince was surprised to see the person who had come. He didn't have much interaction with the fisherman. At most, they were just acquaintances. The fisherman was an extremely dangerous ancient saint existence. The first prince would never easily provoke such an old fellow. He didn't expect the fisherman to appear here today. Moreover, judging from the fisherman's aura, he was also targeting Qin Shao. The enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. Therefore, even though the first prince and the fisherman didn't have much interaction, the first prince laughed and said, "Senior fisherman, do you have a grudge with Qin Shao?" The fisherman looked at Qin Shao sinisterly. He gnashed his teeth as soon as he saw Qin Shao. He was angry and hateful, as if he saw a great enemy. It's not just a grudge. It's a great grudge. The fisherman sneered, full of killing intent. Chapter 26:34. Ha ha ha. Hearing the fisherman's words, the first prince immediately laughed heartily. It seemed that there was no need for his main body to rush over. The road had really taken a turn for the better. With the fisherman's participation, they would be able to deal with Qin Shao. This was an unexpected surprise. Senior fisherman, I have long heard of your great name. Today, I finally get to see your true appearance. This Qin Shao is quite capable. This saint artifact is quite powerful. I can't do anything to him for the time being. It's just that my strength is still lacking. Now that Senior Fisherman has joined us, we will naturally be able to easily take down this brat and slaughter him as we please. However, Senior Fisherman, don't worry. I won't fight with you. How you want to punish Qin Shao is entirely up to you. My teacher and I will be responsible for taking down these two people and assisting you. The first prince's performance was somewhat respectful. The fisherman snorted and glanced at the first prince. He said mockingly, "Don't show off your little tricks in front of this old man. If you don't dare to kill this Qin Shao, then just say it. This old man came here today for no other reason than to kill this Qin Shao. This old man is not afraid of what your Pan Kingdom's first prince is afraid of. If you want to help this old man, then this old man won't stop you. If you want to leave, then this old man won't stop you. However, don't make it sound so dignified. You make it sound like this old man will take advantage of your Pan Kingdom's first prince." The first prince felt a little embarrassed when his thoughts were directly exposed by the fisherman. However, at this time, he really did want to borrow the fisherman's strength. If the fisherman could really kill Qin Shao, then it would be a good thing. He really did want to kill Qin Shao, but he didn't dare to. If the fisherman dared to kill Qin Shao, then the first prince naturally wanted to see it happen. He also knew that the fisherman's words were just arrogant words. If he really didn't help, then the fisherman probably wouldn't be able to deal with Qin Shao and Qin Shao at the same time. However, at this time, the first prince didn't want to argue with the fisherman. Instead, he said, "All right, then I'll listen to Senior Fisherman's arrangements." The fisherman was not in a hurry to make a move. After all, everything was under his control. Qin Shao's life was already in his hands. The fisherman walked towards Qin Shao step by step, his eyes full of anger, hatred, and murderous intent. His hatred towards Qin Shao had indeed already reached a very deep level. Therefore, he wanted to kill Qin Shao at all costs and be happy. He had killed one in the Azura battlefield before, but he had failed and missed a good opportunity. Fortunately, another good opportunity had come. Even if he killed Qin Shao now, he would be held accountable by the Academy of Sacred Arts, but he didn't care. Qin Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and a sense of crisis surged up. What to do? The fisherman was determined to kill him. He had already reached the point of disregarding everything and was incomparably crazy. With the fisherman's current temperament, Qin Xiao knew that even if he pulled out the banner of Masterly Sheng, the fisherman would definitely not stop. Unless Qin Xiao directly sent a voice transmission to Masterly Sheng for help and asked Masterly Sheng to save him personally, there was no other possibility. Such a move was the last resort. In his heart, Qin Xiao really didn't want to ask Masterly Sheng for help. However, if there was really no other way, this was the only way. Other than this, was there any other way? Qin Xiao was also thinking hard. He was thinking quickly. Was there any other possibility? How should he go about it? Breakthrough? This way was still not enough. Even if he broke through and became a saint, he still couldn't defeat the first prince and the fisherman. In the end, the outcome would probably be the same. It was just that he might be able to delay them for a while. If he couldn't change the outcome by delaying for a while, then it was meaningless. The fisherman must have gone completely crazy. There was no doubt that he wanted to kill him. The first prince was also crazy. At this moment, he probably wouldn't give up so easily. After thinking about it, he still couldn't find a solution. It seemed that there was really no other way. Did he really have to take the last option? Sigh. Qin Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The fisherman closed in on Qin Xiao step by step. He was like a god of death as he slowly approached Qin Xiao. Once he was completely in front of him, he would take Qin Xiao's life. The pressure of death was very strong, very cold, and very uncomfortable. Qin Xiao really didn't want to feel this feeling, but at this moment, it was pressing down on him. Qin Xiao, I can sense the fragment of my holy artifact. It's about 100 million miles over there. It should be the last piece. If I can gather that piece, I will be able to take back my physical body and recover. At this moment, a voice rang out in Qin Xiao's mind. It was the voice of Holy Sovereign Meng Ci. Holy Sovereign Meng Ci hadn't spoken for a long time. Unexpectedly, he spoke now, and his voice was very emotional. Qin Xiao had already helped Holy Sovereign Meng Ci collect 2 fragments of the holy artifact. However, he needed to gather all the fragments to find Holy Sovereign Meng Ci's physical body and recover him. This was also what Qin Xiao had promised Holy Sovereign Meng Ci before. He didn't expect that there would be such a surprise at this critical moment. There was really always a way out. Hearing Holy Sovereign Meng Ci's words, Qin Xiao was delighted. He finally saw some hope. 100 million miles is not short. It's still a little difficult. Qin Xiao smiled bitterly. Holy Sovereign Meng Ci said again, it's a little difficult, but it's the only way for you to get out of this situation. As long as you help me get that fragment of the holy artifact and recover my physical body, I can recover and help you find your enemies and keep you safe. From now on, I, Ma Tong, no longer need to hide in your soul and never see the light of day. How many years have I waited? How many years has it been? I finally see some hope of seeing the light of day again. Ha ha ha. Qin Xiao, no matter what, you must help me get that last fragment. If something were to happen to you, my soul would also scatter and scatter. So you must succeed. You must. Then I can only give it a try. Qin Xiao gritted his teeth. Although this wasn't his only path, it was the best one for the time being. Although he didn't know how strong Holy Sovereign Meng Ci was, he shouldn't be weak. As long as he could revive Holy Sovereign Meng Ci, there wouldn't be any problems. He should be able to get through this crisis. He had to grab hold of this opportunity. However, the first prince and the fisherman were surrounding him. How could he get rid of them? 100 million miles wasn't a long distance, but it wasn't a short distance either. There wasn't a good way, so he had to give it a try. Give it a try. Chances were often obtained by giving it a try. Xiao Gu, do your best to hold them back. If you can't hold back 3, hold back 2, Qin Xiao said to Xiao Gu. Okay, big brother. Xiao Gu will go all out against them. Big brother, leave quickly, Xiao Gu said immediately. After saying that, Xiao Gu immediately changed back to his true form. His incomparably huge true form appeared and directly attacked the fisherman and the other 2. Qin Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to flee in the direction Holy Sovereign Meng Ci had pointed out. You want to run? Do you think you can escape? The fisherman snorted. He didn't care about Qin Zhao's method at all. The first prince sneered and said, "Let's kill this bastard first. How dare he use his body to block the three of us? He's really courting death." Xiao Gu did his best to stop the three of them. He was using his body to resist and fight. The fisherman was temporarily held back, so the three of them attacked Xiao Gu ferociously. How could Xiao Gu fight against the three of them? At this moment, he was using his life to resist. Terrifying attacks bombarded his body one after another, leaving bloody marks on his body. Soon, more than half of Xiao Gu's body was dyed red with blood. No matter how strong Xiao Gu's defense was, he couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of the three saints. His saint body was quickly shattered. Xiao Gu's face was filled with determination. He was already prepared to die. As long as he could protect Qin Xiao, he wasn't afraid of death. Therefore, Xiao Gu stopped the three of them at all costs. He used his body to block their path, making it difficult for them to chase after Qin Xiao. At this moment, Qin Xiao was also rushing over as fast as he could. 100 million miles wasn't a long distance. If Xiao Gu could hold on, 2 or 3 breaths of time would be enough for him to get there. Qin Zhao's heart was bleeding when he saw Xiao Gu using his life to stop him. He kept praying, "Xiao Gu, please don't let anything happen to you. You must hold on. Soon, I'll be there soon. Soon." With Xiao Gu's desperate effort, the fisherman and the other two didn't realize what Qin Xiao was doing. They only thought that Qin Xiao wanted to escape. However, they didn't think much of a fourth-step celestial venerable's ability to escape. That was why Qin Xiao had a chance to escape. He was getting closer and closer. Soon, Qin Xiao finally reached the place that Saint Venerable Wantong had mentioned. Saint Venerable Wantong was extremely excited when he got there. He hurriedly urged Qin Xiao, "Qin Xiao, quick, quick, quick. It's right here. Dig down 100,000 feet, and you'll find it." "Ha ha! Saint Venerable Wantong, can finally see the sun again. I can finally recover. Qin Xiao, quick, don't miss this opportunity. Quick." Without needing Saint Venerable Wantong's urging, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate. He used the fastest method to dig down and soon reached 100,000 feet underground. Sure enough, he saw an ancient fragment of Saint Relic, being buried so deep underground it was really hard to find. If Saint Venerable Wantong didn't have the ability to sense it, Qin Xiao wouldn't have been able to find it. Qin Xiao had been searching for it for Saint Venerable Wantong all these years, but he didn't get any news. He didn't expect that the fragment of a saint relic would be buried in such a desolate place. Not only was it buried underground, but it was also hidden in an interspatial ring. It blocked the spread of saint aura, so no one could detect it. Perhaps only Saint Venerable Wantong had the ability to sense it and find it. Qin Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately took out the fragment of a saint relic and flew it into his sea of consciousness. After getting the fragment of a saint relic, Qin Xiao didn't run anymore. Instead, he rushed back. Seeing Qin Xiao stop running and come back, the fisherman and the other two were intrigued. "Humph, Qin Xiao, you're not running anymore? I thought you didn't even care about your spirit beast life. It seems like you still have some affection." The crown prince sneered. Qin Xiao didn't run anymore. He was waiting for Saint Venerable Wantong to wake up and save him. It wouldn't take long, so he didn't need to run anymore. Qin Xiao said, "Let Xiao Gu go. I won't run anymore. I'll let you do whatever you want of me. Xiao Gu is innocent. Let him go." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Gu said anxiously, "Big brother, don't. Go. Xiao Gu is not afraid of death. Xiao Gu is ready to die. Big brother, go." Chapter 2635. Xiao Gu. Qin Xiao gazed at Xiao Gu and said, "How can I watch helplessly as you die for me? How can I hide in the back like a coward? Even if you risk your life, I still won't be able to escape. Rather than that, why don't the two of us face it together? If someone has to die today, I'll bear the responsibility. The person they want to kill is me. Even if you risk your life, you won't be able to protect me. So rather than that, why don't I protect you? That'll be some consolation. Clearly, Qin Xiao deliberately said this to stall for time. Big brother, Xiao Gu said seriously. Xiao Gu's life has always been yours. After Xiao Gu recognized you as my master, Xiao Gu became your spiritual beast. We will live and die together. Xiao Gu is your most loyal follower. Xiao Gu should call you master, but you don't treat Xiao Gu as a servant. Instead, you treat Xiao Gu as a brother. So, Xiao Gu affectionately calls you Big Brother. Without Big Brother, Xiao Gu wouldn't be here today. So, Xiao Gu has always been prepared to die for Big Brother. Xiao Gu isn't afraid of death. Even if Xiao Gu only has this one life and doesn't have a clone, Xiao Gu won't even frown. Xiao Gu can't watch Big Brother die. You're Xiao Gu's master. How can a spiritual beast watch its master die? Qin Xiao knew Xiao Gu's heart very well. Qin Xiao was also moved by Xiao Gu's words. The eldest prince laughed mockingly and said, I say, are you done expressing your emotions? What's the use of touching people's hearts? Your master and servant love is deep. You won't be able to escape death. So, you don't have to be so conflicted. I'll fulfill your wish. After I kill you all, there's no need to fight. Look, isn't it great? Isn't it great? Xiao Gu's face was resolute. He stared fiercely at the eldest prince and said, Come, I'll eat you first. If you want to kill my big brother, you'll have to kill me first. You reckless animal. Even if you want to die, there's no need to be in such a hurry. I'll send you to your death soon. The first prince snorted coldly. Tianyu. The fisherman said coldly and rushed towards Qin Xiao. Xiao Gu ignored his own pain and wanted to stop the fisherman. However, the eldest prince and the gray-robed old man also made their moves. The two of them entangled Xiao Gu and trapped him, not giving him a chance to help Qin Xiao. The matter of killing Qin Xiao could be left to the fishermen. They only needed to create good conditions for the fishermen. In this way, the crime of killing Qin Xiao would not be blamed on them. At this moment, the first prince was naturally scheming. How could the fisherman not know what the first prince was scheming? However, he didn't care. He had come here to kill Qin Xiao. The first prince and the first prince were able to help him get rid of Xiao Gu, which gave him a chance to kill Qin Xiao. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill Qin Xiao alone. Die, Qin Xiao. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape. This time, you won't be so lucky. You won't have the chance to escape again. The fisherman said coldly, sentencing Qin Xiao to death. Qin Xiao used all his strength to block the fisherman's attack and said, How do you know that I won't be lucky this time? Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to escape again. I, Qin Xiao, have always been very tough. My luck has always been good. God will always be on my side. So, maybe this time, the heavens will give me good luck again and let me escape this calamity again. If I can escape once, then I can escape again, right? Qin Xiao didn't use the light magic cube this time because he didn't need it. His full-powered attack was equivalent to the full-powered attack of an ordinary one-step ancient saint. However, it was clearly impossible for him to stop the fisherman. But it didn't matter anymore. You're really daydreaming. You'd better shatter your fantasy. You've already escaped twice. This is the third time. They say that you can't do things more than 3 times. This time, you won't be so lucky. The fisherman sneered. The first time in the worry-free boundary world, Qin Xiao was surrounded by so many ancient sages, but Qin Xiao escaped. The second time, in the Azura battlefield, Qin Xiao also escaped. Not only that, but his clone was also sacrificed in the Azura battlefield. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let Qin Xiao escape again. He must kill Qin Xiao. He must. The pain of losing his clone and the humiliation of losing the divine origin fruit were deeply engraved in his mind. Most importantly, he had no other choice but to kill Qin Xiao. The corners of Qin Xiao's mouth curled up slightly as a faint smile slipped out. Since you, the fisherman, said that I've already escaped 2 calamities, then what's so impossible about another calamity? Since I, Qin Xiao, can create miracles once or twice, I can do it a 3rd time. Because, at this moment, a figure flew out of Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness. It was the moment when the fisherman arrived in front of Qin Zhao. Therefore, Holy Sovereign Wantong's sudden appearance naturally caught the fisherman off guard. A powerful saint aura surged out, and a cold light flashed and pierced through the fisherman's saint body. The speed of this attack was very, very fast. It was so fast that even Qin Zhao was quite shocked. It was too fast. Before he could react, Holy Sovereign Wantong had already pierced through the fisherman's saint body. What kind of technique was this? It was too fast. It was too fast. Not to mention Qin Zhao, even the fisherman himself couldn't react in time. He was instantly stunned. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was petrified as they looked over in shock. I. What's wrong with me? Who attacked me just now? How can he be so powerful? I couldn't react at all. I couldn't even fight back. How can that move be so terrifying? It pierced through my saint body in an instant, and the powerful force quickly destroyed and tore my saint body apart. With just one move, my saint body has been destroyed by 60 to 70%. I'm so severely injured by just one move. It's terrifying. It's too terrifying. This isn't a first-step Empyrean saint at all. This is at least a second-step Empyrean saint. How can this be? How can this be? Wasn't Qin Zhao pretending to be weak just now? Wasn't he trying to escape? How could he possibly have a second-step Empyrean saint with him? That's impossible. That's not the information I received. How can this be? Puffed. The fisherman spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was pained and ugly, and his eyes shone with a complicated light. He really couldn't understand what was going on. How could this happen? The fisherman was completely dumbfounded. The first prince and the gray-robed elder were also dumbfounded. What's going on? The two of them looked at each other. They were also stunned by the sudden situation. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Earlier, they had wanted to teach Qin Zhao a lesson and humiliate Qin Zhao. If the fishermen hadn't appeared, they would be the ones injured right now. Who was this second-step Empyrean saint in front of him? Where did he come from? Since when did Qin Zhao have such a powerful existence by his side? It's Saint Sovereign Wantong. He's actually recovered. Haha, this is great. No wonder Big Brother did this. It turns out that he has a countermeasure. Big Brother's luck has always been good. Heaven won't be so cruel to let anything happen to him. Haha, I've been beaten up so badly. I'm going to fight back. Seeing this, Xiaogu immediately knew what was going on. His blood and fighting spirit were completely ignited. He was indeed beaten up badly. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. It was simply too horrible to look at. At least 30 to 40% of his saint body was broken. Fortunately, Holy Sovereign Wantong had appeared, and all the problems would be solved. Who are you? The fisherman stared at Saint Sovereign Wantong. Saint Sovereign Wantong had just recovered. He was feeling the new life and the familiar world that he hadn't seen in a long time. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he'd been living in the dark? How many universe epics? Dozens of universe epics? Hundreds of universe epics? It had been so long that he couldn't remember. How many of his old friends still remembered him? These weren't important anymore. What was important was that he had recovered and come back to life. He saw the sun again and returned to the familiar immortal realm. He could feel everything that was so familiar to him. This feeling was simply too wonderful. It was so wonderful that at this moment, he just wanted to embrace this world to his heart's content. However, he had to solve this problem first. Saint Sovereign Wantong retracted his gaze and glanced at the fisherman coldly. You're just a one-step ancient saint. You don't deserve to know who I am. Besides, what's the use of knowing all this for someone who's about to die? A dying man? Wasn't this a death sentence for him? The fisherman's face was bitter. His first thought was to escape. However, how could he escape? Not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even Qin Zhao could take him down. Moreover, there was a terrifying existence here. If the other party didn't let him escape, how could he escape? Eldest Prince, let's escape. The gray-robed elder knew that the situation wasn't good, so he immediately transmitted a message to the eldest prince. If they didn't escape as soon as possible, they would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, the two of them didn't hesitate and turned around to escape. Xiao Gu had been keeping an eye on the two of them to prevent them from escaping. Seeing that the two wanted to escape, how could Xiao Gu allow them to do as they wished? Now you want to escape? What were you doing just now? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Didn't you want to kill us? Now you want to escape? Do you think I'll let you escape? You're all going to die. All of you will die today. Don't even think about escaping. Xiao Gu sneered and rushed forward, blocking the two of them with his huge body. Eldest prince, run. I'll stop him, the gray-robed elder said to the eldest prince. The eldest prince understood the situation very well. He didn't bother to be courteous with his teacher. He only said, "Okay, thank you, teacher. I'll remember it." The gray-robed elder was really going all out. He burned his immortal energy and wanted to stop Xiao Gu by himself. This was a completely suicidal way of fighting. Xiao Gu naturally didn't dare to fight against this kind of fighting style. If he did, even if he didn't die, he would lose half of his life. Qin Xiao, I'll leave this person to you. I'll go kill them first. Saint Sovereign Wan Tong handed the fisherman to Qin Xiao and charged toward the eldest prince. Author Kanshang said, "Third update. We will continue fighting tonight. Cultivators of our generation will never admit defeat. We will only fight to the end." Chapter 2636. Qin Xiao didn't want to let the first prince go either. The gray-robed old man was really loyal to the first prince. He even burned his immortal power to fight for the first prince. Such a way of dying could be considered somewhat heroic. Xiao Gu couldn't do anything about it. He could only stop the gray-robed old man, but he couldn't stop the first prince. Xiao Gu had no way of stopping him. If the first prince was determined to escape, Qin Xiao had no way of stopping him. Therefore, Qin Xiao was naturally willing to let Sovereign Wan Tong take the initiative to attack. As soon as Sovereign Wan Tong left, the fisherman's mind was stirred. He immediately ran for his life. Qin Xiao knew that the fisherman wanted to escape. Therefore, when the fisherman moved, Qin Xiao threw out the light tesseract and trapped the fisherman. At the same time, he fully exerted the law of space. Spatial walls blocked the fisherman's escape. Spatial walls couldn't stop the fisherman, but the light tesseract could trap him. After all, the fisherman had less than 30% of his strength left. He was seriously injured and had lost most of his saint body. He didn't have many tricks left. Therefore, under such circumstances, the fisherman was naturally unable to break the light Rubik's cube and escape. Unable to escape, the fisherman became anxious. Was he going to die in Qin Xiao's hands today? His clone was already dead. If his original body were to die as well, then he would completely disappear from this world. Faced with the threat of death, the fisherman's expression was extremely ugly. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Qin Xiao. He looked like he wanted to eat Qin Xiao alive. He was angry. He hated Qin Xiao. But more than that, he felt bitter and helpless. Everything was going according to plan, but such an unforeseen event happened. He couldn't accept it. Originally, he should have been able to smoothly kill Qin Xiao this time, and then leave the immortal realms. Everything had been planned out long ago, and he had made ample preparations before coming here. But no matter how meticulous he didn't manage to kill Qin Xiao. Instead, he was going to die in Qin Xiao's hands. How did the situation turn out like this? Qin Xiao, knowing that he couldn't escape, the fisherman simply gave up. He stared at Qin Xiao and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Good, Qin Xiao. You're so young, but you're so shrewd. This old fisherman has to admire you. You've been pretending to be weak and unwilling to reveal your true trump card. You've been giving us the wrong signal that we've forced you into a desperate situation. We've always believed that we'll be able to kill you today, but we didn't expect that you've been hiding your strength all this time, toying with us all this time. In the end, you used your trump card and killed us all. Ha ha, this old man has lived for so many years." I've really lived like a dog. To think that I would fall for a brat like you several times. No matter how unwilling this old man is, there's nothing I can do. Sad, lamentable, and even more hateful. Humph. But even if I die, I won't let you have it easy, Qin Shao. When Qin Shao saw the fisherman's frenzied determination, he knew that the fisherman was about to go all out. Sure enough, the fisherman erupted with a final burst of madness. He burned his immortal force with all his might and instantly recovered his strength. He charged madly at Qin Shao in a final struggle. He was burning his immortal power so crazily that when his immortal power ran out, it would be the time of his death. Moreover, he didn't have much immortal force left, so he could only maintain this state for a breath's worth of time at most. Maybe even less than that. Maybe it would only be enough for him to attack once. This was akin to self-detonation. Of course, an Empyrean sage couldn't do that. He could only burn his immortal force to fight with his life on the line. The fisherman knew that he was going to die for sure, so he chose the most extreme method to fight with his life on the line. Ordinary people wouldn't dare use such a crazy method to fight with their life on the line. First of all, this method will make oneself very painful. Secondly, this method would harm the soul. Therefore, if there were people with other bodies, they would not use such a crazy method. Like the Crown Prince, he still had his original body, so he definitely wouldn't be so crazy. The reason why the gray-robed old man was so crazy was because he wanted to protect his master. He wanted to protect the Crown Prince. Therefore, he was willing to sacrifice himself regardless of everything. But the fisherman was different. His clone had already died in the Azura battlefield, so he only had his original body left. Therefore, it didn't matter anymore. That was why he was so crazy. He burned his immortal force with all his might to attack with his life on the line. He's crazy. He wants to die together with me. Seeing the fisherman's crazy actions, Qin Shao couldn't help but be shocked. An Empyrean sage wanted to die together with him. This was indeed a very dangerous thing. Qin Shao instantly withdrew his light magic and shrunk it to envelop himself. At the same time, he used the heaven-splitting sword art to attack the fisherman with all his might. Now, he could only hope that this would be able to stop the fisherman. Given the fisherman's current situation, he should only have one chance to attack. As long as he could block this attack, he should be fine. But Qin Shao was also clear that it was still full of danger. Sure enough, the fisherman's terrifying power carried with it a power that could destroy the world and devour everything as it surged over crazily. Qin Shao used the heaven-splitting sword art with all his might, but he could clearly feel that he couldn't block it at all. It was directly smashed apart. The fisherman's power swept over with an unstoppable momentum. When Qin Shao used the heaven-splitting sword art with all his might, it was equivalent to the full power attack of an ordinary first-step ancient sage. But under this crazy attack of the fisherman, it was nothing. Qin Shao couldn't help but smile bitterly at such a situation. This was troublesome. Right now, he could only hope that the light magic cube could block it. Otherwise, if this terrifying power really smashed onto him, he would most likely be severely injured even if he didn't die. Dangerous. This was too dangerous. Big brother. Xiaogu also felt the danger on this side and shouted anxiously. But he was also crazily entangled by the gray-robed old man. He was also not feeling good. The gray-robed old man was burning his immortal power and fighting with his life. How could Xiaogu feel good? At this time, Xiaogu was also using his body to resist the gray-robed old man's attack. His same body was also rapidly being broken. In the end, even if he could exhaust the gray-robed old man to death, he was afraid that he would lose half of his life. Therefore, Xiaogu had no way to free himself and come to Qin Zhao's rescue. Let's go all out. It seems at this time, it's really up to the heavens. Block it. Qin Zhao secretly gritted his teeth. This time, for him, the danger this time was not unprecedented, but it was probably very rare, right? Could the light magic cube block it? Qin Zhao was completely uncertain. Qin Zhao only saw the fisherman charging over with a power that could destroy everything. He was charging over in a frenzy. Under such a powerful aura, it could indeed destroy one's confidence. At this time, Qin Shao felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. He even had a vague feeling that the light magic cube could not block it. At this critical juncture, another cold streak of light shot through the air, slicing through the destructive power. In the end, it pierced through the fisherman's body again. This sharp light cut through everything, directly cutting through the foundation of the power, causing everything to stop at this moment. Without the source of the power, all the power naturally collapsed in an instant, turning into nothingness and returning to heaven and earth. The powerful destructive power also quickly turned into smoke and dissipated. The fisherman's body seemed to be frozen on the spot. He was still in an attacking posture, but his whole body was petrified and could not move. The fisherman tried hard to move, but found that his body was no longer under his control. His body no longer belonged to him. His eyes tried hard to move, but he could not move. His life force was rapidly dissipating, returning to heaven and earth. It completely dissipated into nature and returned to the great thousand world. This was the feeling of death. Am I going to die? The fisherman knew that he was going to die today, and he was prepared to die. However, when death really came, the feeling was very different. His clone was already dead. If his original body died, he would completely disappear from this world. This was death in the truest sense of the word. The most frustrating thing was that he did not even know who killed him. He had just suffered a blow, and now he had suffered another blow. In just 2 blows, he had killed the fisherman. What kind of strength was this? Qin Shao, I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied that I couldn't kill you. After the fisherman let out a final cry of unwillingness, his body fell to the ground with a loud thud. His life force was completely cut off. He was dead. As for the first prince, he was naturally killed by Saint Venerate Nui. As for the gray-robed elder, his immortal power was exhausted. He was also dead. However, Xiaogu was not in a good state either. He dragged his battered body back to Qin Zhao's side. At this time, he had transformed into his human form. He no longer looked like himself. His body was covered with shocking wounds. His aura was also a little weak. His sacred body was probably broken by 60 to 70%. Fortunately, Xiaogu's saint body was exceptionally powerful. If it had been someone else, they would have already died. However, Xiaogu had managed to survive. Moreover, he had retained 30 to 40% of his saint body. This was the heaven-defying ability of the ancient beasts. This was a unique advantage. There was no other way around it. No matter how serious his injuries were, Xiaogu's face was full of smiles. Ha ha, big brother, it's good that you're fine. It's really good that you're fine. Xiaogu looked at Qin Shao with a smile. Qin Shao looked at Xiaogu with heartache and said, Xiaogu, you've really suffered this time. Fortunately, you're here. Go and heal your injuries first. Ha ha, it's okay, big brother. This injury is not a big deal. It didn't damage my vitality. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine soon. Don't worry, big brother. Xiaogu waved his hand and didn't care at all. As long as Qin Shao was fine, Xiaogu was happy. Qin Shao shook his head and said seriously, How can big brother not worry about you? Listen to big brother and go heal your injuries. Okay, big brother. I'll listen to you. Xiaogu immediately nodded and went to the side to heal his injuries first. As long as his vitality wasn't damaged, it was easy to heal. It was not a big deal. Saint Sovereign Nuntong, thank you so much. Without you, I'm afraid I would have died here today. Qin Shao said to Saint Sovereign Nuntong gratefully. Saint Sovereign Nuntong smiled and waved his hand. Qin Shao, don't say that. If we're talking about gratitude, I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I would still be trapped in the boundlessly realm. I would still be living in darkness. I'm afraid I would never be able to see the sun again. It was you who saved me and allowed me to regain my body. Now, I've recovered and can see the sun again. This is all thanks to you. I only did a little thing for you. It's nothing. You, Qin Shao, are the benefactor of my Baitong. I will definitely remember this great kindness in my heart and will never forget it. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 2637. Mobile Reading. Haha. Qin Xiao, thank you again for letting me see the light of day again. I'm going to find my old friends and see if there are any descendants of my family. Let's part ways here. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Holy Sage Ming Ci said goodbye to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded and clasped his fists at the Saint Sovereign. Okay, see you later. Laughing out loud, Sacred Sovereign Wan Tong left. Qin Xiao's gaze landed on the corpses of the fishermen, the first prince, and the gray-robed old man. The fishermen had completely disappeared from this world. The pain of the first prince and the gray-robed elder losing their clones must have taught them a painful and profound lesson, right? After solving these problems, Qin Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. He didn't want these people to come to his door again. Qin Xiao's gaze shifted to a corner. Princess Pan was standing there with her red lips pursed. Her eyes were filled with affection as she looked at Qin Xiao. Sun Kukuqiu, Ku Di Shui, Zhan Yang, Gunwoji Saint Wan Tong did not kill innocent people. He killed the crown prince, but let Princess Panya go. Princess Panya stood there and looked at Qin Xiao quietly. Although the distance between the two of them was only 30,000 meters, it was as if they were separated by 10,000 worlds. It was unreachable. Vengeance is not far behind Sun Shui Yang, Zhan. Monthly examination Princess Pan, you wanted to approach Qin Xiao, but she didn't. As for Princess Panya, Qin Xiao could only sigh helplessly. Later not di kuduja Zhanlong duja mihi. He shook his head and said, "Thank you very much. However, it is impossible for us to have any interactions and become friends. Take their corpses back with you." Qin Xiao's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Princess Panya's heart. She felt very painful and uncomfortable. She bit her lips so hard that her lips were bleeding. Dark red blood flowed out from the wound. Qin Xiao, are you really that heartless? Do you hate me that much? You don't even have the chance to be friends with me? Panya said hysterically. The pain had reached a point of despair. Qin Xiao didn't want to be so cruel, but he had no other choice. Some troubles were best left untouched. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. On this matter, Qin Xiao knew that she had to be ruthless and heartless. Therefore, Qin Xiao said with certainty, "Yes, I hate you. I'm very heartless. I've told you this before. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I thank you for saving me, but this is not what I wanted. So, in the future, it's better for us to be strangers and you to go your own way." 2 lines of tears slid down from Panya's eyes like sparkling pearls. They slid down her slender cheeks and finally landed on the ground, splashing up a layer of dust. Qin Xiao couldn't bear to see a woman cry, so he simply turned around and showed his heartless side. Princess Panya looked at Qin Xiao for a while before she choked and said, "Okay, since you hate me so much, I won't bother you anymore. Sun hath a grudge against the earth. Yang hath a grudge against the enemy." After she finished speaking, Princess Panya left, bringing with her a sense of desolation. Qin Xiao shook her head, threw away these distracting thoughts, and stopped thinking about it. The lonely mainsail of an enemy observation post on the ground, he walked over to the fisherman's corpse and counted his spoils of war. The fisherman had quite a bit of wealth on him. He had 2 sacred artifacts. However, Qin Xiao had no use for them. One was the bamboo hat, and the other was the fishing rod. These 2 divine tools were probably exclusive to the fisherman. Qin Xiao could not use these 2 strange divine tools. Apart from the 2 sacred artifacts, there were quite a number of immortal artifacts and treasures. There were also some immortal techniques and secret techniques. In total, there were more than 1 billion chaos source stones. Back of the earth enmity, not side of the enemy hating me too strange. There was no way a one-step ancient sage like Zhang Xian would be able to amass a huge fortune. He reckoned that all these items would be worth more than 2 billion chaos source stones. For Qin Xiao, this was like digging up a huge treasure. Back of the earth ghost ship check whole technique check. It was just that Qin Xiao had always been indifferent to things like money, so she didn't care much about these things. He did not lack cultivation resources, so he did not need to buy them himself. Some of the things that he really needed could not be bought. For Qin Shao, money was just a worldly possession. Anything that he could use was the best. Of all the things that the fisherman had, there was nothing that he could use. Therefore, Qin Shao only glanced at the items before putting them all into his inner world. After doing all this, Qin Shao went to help Xiao Gu recover his immortal power. If you're not alone in learning to fight, you will be far away from your enemy. Qin Shao had a lot of immortal power pills on him, and he also got a lot of immortal power pills from the fisherman. Therefore, he gave Xiao Gu a lot of immortal power pills, and Xiao Gu's recovery speed increased a lot. Even so, it took Xiao Gu a full 1,000 years to completely recover. Haha, big brother, you are really lucky. When you encounter danger, if you don't break through on your own, then you have a benefactor to help you. This is fate. Xiao Gu smiled. A study on the ghost without enmity forming school and making enemy. Qin Shao also smiled. That's right, it was indeed a feeling of being blessed with great fortune. His luck had always been very good. Along the way, he had indeed encountered many dangers, but each time, he had made it through without mishap. Qin Shao looked around. The once simple and stable town had been razed to the ground, and who knew how many people had died? Sai, what a sin. I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed. Xiao Gu said, Big brother, how about I resurrect them all? Qin Shao shook his head and said, Forget it, no need. Each has their own destiny. Not many people died, but it won't be easy for you to resurrect them all. Resurrecting others is a heaven-defying act of changing fate. Although it can be done, it is not tolerated by the heavens. It would be fine if it was only a few people, but you resurrected tens of thousands of people at once. That's not a good thing for you. Forget it. Everyone has their own destiny and destiny. We didn't do it on purpose, so let's leave it to fate. Kucho di Gue ship cold cha, shue ku. I left some chaos source stones. I hope they can help them rebuild their homes. It's a small compensation for them. Xiao Gu nodded. He wasn't willing to revive people either. Firstly, it was a hard job. Secondly, it was a heaven-defying act. It was definitely not good to do it too much. Qin Shao and Xiao Gu left. After this battle, Qin Zhao's feeling of a breakthrough became stronger. Therefore, Qin Shao found a quiet place and asked Xiao Gu to keep watch for him. He was in a breakthrough. The original body of the primordial universe was also trying to break through. The feeling was getting stronger and stronger. This was a sign of a breakthrough. Qin Shao was very confident that he could break through in one go. Qin Shao was naturally very careful when breaking through outside. After all, he was not in the Sacred Academy, so it was not absolutely safe. A breakthrough was the most dangerous and vulnerable time. The consequences would be unimaginable if he was disturbed. Therefore, in addition to asking Xiao Gu to keep watch, Qin Shao also set up many array formations to minimize the disturbance caused by a breakthrough. Ku shui, ku yang, emo, no, after setting up everything, Qin Shao was ready to start. Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with a fiery glow. He was brimming with confidence and immense power. Let's start. It's time to open up my ancient path and step onto it to find the end of the immortal Tao. Ancient times, guide me to the ancient path of light. Qin Shao gathered all his thoughts. He wanted to step onto the ancient path of the firmament and see the endless mortal world. He wanted to seek immortality and the Tao. And at this moment, time, space, and light came to a complete standstill all of a sudden, as though they were frozen and came to a complete halt. Everything around him was frozen in place. Such a sudden and strange situation caused Qin Shao to be stunned. What was going on? Why did everything come to a standstill? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Qin Shao and looked at Qin Shao with a slight smile. After seeing who it was, Qin Shao understood what was going on. He quickly bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, master. The person who had come was Li Sheng. Forming hatred in a distant place was the result of learning early. Forming hatred in a distant place was the result of learning early. For Qin Shao, this was like digging up a huge treasure. Saintly nodded at Qin Shao. He was not stingy with his praise as he said, "Yes, not bad. You can already open the ancient path and jump out of the three realms. You can break free from the river of time and the five elements to reach the saint realm. Stepping into the saint realm, you could be considered to have entered the path of cultivation that is truly meaningful. Those below the saint realm are all ants. This is a true portrayal. Only when you step into the saint realm can your cultivation become meaningful. Only then can you explore the many mysteries of the vast thousand worlds, come into contact with higher-level things, and touch the real things of the vast thousand worlds. You can take this step right away. You can also fulfill the agreement you made with Xian Yuan 3 million years ago. You have lived up to his expectations." Hearing his master's words of praise, Qin Shao immediately understood. It seemed that the Emperor Xuanyuan's willingness to let him go had something to do with his master. The enemy is not far away. The enemy is not far away. Although he usually did not see his master had been silently paying attention to him. Those below the saint realm were all ants. Qin Shao was no stranger to this sentence. He had often heard it before. The significance of stepping into the saint realm was naturally extraordinary. Qin Shao was also very clear about this. "Thank you, master. I will work hard," Qin Shao said. Forming hatred in a distant place was the result of learning early. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Why did his master come to see him at the point where he was about to break through? Even if he wanted to praise him and give him some encouragement, shouldn't he come after he had broken through? Master definitely wouldn't do this for no reason. There must be a reason for him to do so. Therefore, Qin Shao also asked directly, "Master, what do you want to tell me?" Li Sheng nodded slightly and said, "Well, this time, I came to see you at the point where you are about to break through. There is indeed an important thing to tell you. Forming hatred in a distant place was the result of learning early. You must make a choice before you break through. Otherwise, there will not be such a good opportunity in the future." Hearing his master's words, Qin Shao was even more puzzled. He had to make a choice before he broke through. Sun Budi Kuqing, Sun, Shu Zhan Gu Qiu Gang, you what was so important that he had to be so cautious. Li Sheng continued, "Qin Shao, you should know that most living beings can cultivate doppelgangers. At most, they can cultivate 8 doppelgangers, forming the extreme number of 9. In theory, at most, they can form 9 doppelgangers. However, every time they cultivate a doppelganger, it will cut their soul once. This is very harmful to their soul and has a great impact on their cultivation. The more doppelgangers they cultivate, the greater the impact. In the end, they may cut off their cultivation path. Therefore, most living beings can only cultivate 1 doppelganger. Very few can cultivate 2 doppelgangers. More than that, it is even rarer. Many living beings will cultivate another doppelganger after one of their doppelgangers dies. However, this is also a last resort. This book came from Chapter 2638. Qin Shao nodded. He was very clear about this basic common sense. Most living beings would only cultivate 1 doppelganger. The more doppelganger one cultivated, the more dangerous it would be. Not only would it cut off one's cultivation path, but it might even cause one's soul to collapse, leading to one's own death. Therefore, everyone was very cautious when it came to cultivating doppelganger. This was especially true for those with talent, potential, ambition, and fighting spirit. Even if their doppelganger died, they would generally not cultivate another doppelganger. Moreover, the higher the realm, the greater the price to pay for cultivating doppelganger. But you should also know that some people won't cultivate doppelganger, and some can't. Qin Shao nodded. He also knew this situation. For example, Princess Xiaoyu, Zhang Yang, Xia Dongho, and Fu Zhongshuan did not have doppelganger. They could not cultivate doppelganger either, because they all had the physique of celestial king and were favored by the heavens. There was no way to replicate such an extremely powerful physique, so cultivating doppelganger did not mean much to them. Li Sheng continued, "The more doppelganger you cultivate, the more dangerous it will be. Firstly, it will cut off your cultivation path, and secondly, it will cut off your soul. This is a dead end. Generally speaking, those who have cultivated 2 doppelganger are extremely rare. Those who have cultivated 3 doppelganger are already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Those who have cultivated 4 doppelganger are absolutely rare. Those who have cultivated 5 doppelganger are hard to find since ancient times. Above that, it is basically impossible to find one. At present, among all the living beings in the immortal realm, there are only 5 doppelganger, which is already unique. But in fact, in the great wide world, there are people who can cultivate doppelganger to the extreme, allowing their bodies to reach the limit of 9. They can cultivate 8 doppelganger and experience 8 soul slashes, breaking and then re-establishing, walking to another extreme, an extremely terrifying extreme. There are 2 extremes in cultivation. One is the ordinary extreme of not cultivating doppelganger, and the other is to reach the extreme of 9 doppelganger. Hearing this, Qin Shao finally understood why his master had come to him at this critical point. It turned out that he had come to guide him. On the path of cultivation, without the guidance of an expert, one would definitely take many detours. Master, do you mean that my future cultivation path is related to the number of doppelgangers I have? But I've already cultivated a doppelganger. I can't reach the limit of ordinary strength. I'm afraid it's also difficult for me to reach the limit of 9, right? Qin Shao asked in confusion. In the celestial realm, the person with the most was only able to cultivate 5 clones, reaching the number 6. There was still quite a bit of distance from a number 9. Reaching the extreme number of 9? No one in the entire celestial realm had ever done this before. What did Master mean by this? Could it be that he wanted him to do it? Thinking about it, Qin Shao felt that this was an impossible task. It shouldn't be like this. Li Xing shook his head and smiled faintly. No, that's not it. I definitely wouldn't want you to reach the extreme of 9. I feel that people who walk to this extreme are too crazy and terrifying. In the entire Great Thousand World, the number of people who could reach this extreme could be counted on one hand. Moreover, there are some who have already fallen asleep in the long river of time. Our celestial realm has been born for so long, but there has never been one. Therefore, of course, I don't want you to walk this path. What I want is for you to walk the ordinary extreme path. The ordinary extreme path? That was not to cultivate the doppelganger path. But how is this possible? He had already cultivated a doppelganger. Even if this doppelganger was destroyed, it had already existed. This made Qin Shao even more confused. After thinking for a long time, he thought of a possibility. I understand, Master. You mean that when I break through, I should combine my original body and doppelganger into one and return to my original state? Li Xing nodded. Basically, you're right. Qin Shao was also surprised. Could it be like this? Could it return to its original state? Could it even combine the original body and doppelganger into one? He had never heard of such a thing. If it weren't for his master, he wouldn't have known at all. Qin Shao thought that there should be some unknown secret in this. It should be a secret that most cultivators didn't know. The path of cultivation was indeed very difficult. Without good guidance, one wouldn't even know that they had taken a detour. Qin Shao, what I'm going to tell you next, you can't tell others easily. This is a secret of cultivation, understand? Li Shengwei said somewhat seriously. Qin Shao nodded. He had long expected this to happen. He would naturally keep in mind what his master had instructed him to do. Li Shengkai continued. The further you cultivate, the more you need to return to your original state. I want you to take advantage of this opportunity to combine your original body and doppelganger into one to prepare for your future cultivation. This will make your future cultivation path much easier. Becoming a sage doesn't necessarily require your original body and doppelganger to return to their original state. But if you take another big step forward and want to become a worldly god, you'll have to combine your original body and doppelganger into one. Therefore, if you combine your original body and doppelganger into one now, you won't have to do this when you break through to become a worldly god in the future. It'll be much easier and the success rate will be much higher. Even though returning to one's original state is very difficult now, it'll be much easier than when you break through to become a worldly god. My expectations for you are at least at the worldly god state. Of course, the decision lies in your hands. I won't force you to do it. I'm just giving you a suggestion so that you can understand the pros and cons. Without doppelganger, you'll have one less life and one less body to cultivate with. But your strength won't increase much because of this. Moreover, world deities are as rare as phoenix feathers and Sheila horns. There are way too few people who can break through. Even though your innate potential is pretty decent, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to become a worldly god. Therefore, you'll have to weigh the pros and cons of this carefully before making a decision. By now, Qin Shao could more or less understand the meaning behind his revered master's words. On the path of cultivation, one would have to return to one's original state at the end. At the worldly god state, one would have to combine their original body and doppelganger into one and return to their original state. Only then would they be able to form a world of their own and become a god. In other words, the more doppelganger one cultivated, the harder it would be for them to combine back to one's original body when breaking through to become a worldly god. Basically, if one had more than one doppelganger, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through to become a worldly god and become a god. If one only had one doppelganger, there was still hope. It was just that this path would be extremely difficult. But of course, there were still chances. But if one were to take this path right now, it would be much easier. But at the same time, one would lose one's doppelganger. Losing one's doppelganger meant that one would only have a single life. Life was even more precious. Once one died, one would truly die. Secondly, if one only had one doppelganger to cultivate, the efficiency would naturally be much slower. Take Qin Shao, for example. Even though it was only his doppelganger that was roaming the immortal domain, his original body wouldn't be idling around as well. They would be cultivating together and comprehending at the same time. Naturally, the results would be much better. If one were to take this path now, they would have to give up on their original body first. For many people, this was indeed a difficult choice. After all, how many people could break through to become a worldly god? How many worldly gods were there in the entire immortal domain? Even if there were 100 schools of thought, it would be hard for there to be a single worldly god holding down the fort. The number of worldly gods was simply too few. No matter how much of a genius one was, it was still extremely difficult for them to become a worldly god. Even if Qin Shao was hailed as the #1 genius of the immortal domain, he might not necessarily be able to become a god. Right now, he was still far away from becoming a worldly god. It was already so difficult to break through to become a saint, let alone becoming a worldly god. Qin Shao also began to understand why such a secret wasn't known to the world. This was because there weren't many people who had the potential and strength to break through to become a worldly god. Therefore, there was no need for them to know about it. They could just cultivate normally. If one couldn't become a worldly god, then it was indeed a good thing to keep one's doppelganger. Among the countless lives in the immortal domain, apart from those with the physique of an immortal king who couldn't cultivate a doppelganger, everyone else should be able to cultivate a doppelganger, right? Where there's gain, there's loss. This is a principle that will never change. Everything in the world has two sides to it. Everything will maintain a balance. When things reach an extreme, they will always be in the opposite direction. Even though keeping a doppelganger is beneficial for now, and even for a long period of time, my ambition isn't limited to this. The worldly god is definitely the path that I want to take and the goal that I want to reach. Therefore, disciple will listen to master. Master, let disciple merge my original body and doppelganger into one. If this was in the past, disciple would most likely compromise for the sake of the primordial universe. But after disciple breaks through to become a sage, disciple will be able to obtain the Sage Emperor Guardian token. With the Sage Emperor Guardian token, disciple won't have to worry about the safety of the primordial universe anymore. At that time, Disciple won't need my original body to guard the primordial universe anymore. Disciple can cultivate and roam the immortal domain with peace of mind. Qin Shao thought about it seriously and made a decision after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Li Sheng nodded slightly when he heard Qin Zhao's decision, as though he had already expected it. Well, it's fine as long as you've decided. You have to walk your own path. Once you've made a decision, you should have the courage to pursue it bravely. You should never regret and never shrink back. Master believes that you can do it. Master is also here to lend you a hand. It's too much of a waste of time if you want to go pick up your original body. Master will help you. As soon as Li Sheng finished speaking, he grabbed at the void. In the next instant, Qin Zhao's original body was pulled out of the void by Li Sheng and stood in front of Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's original body and avatar looked at each other. He was so stunned that he couldn't speak for a moment. His original body was still cultivating in the primordial universe, but he was already in the immortal domain at this moment. In an instant, his master had captured his original body from the distant primordial universe and brought him here. Throughout the entire process, Qin Zhao's original body didn't feel anything at all, nor did he have the slightest strength to resist. He didn't even have the time to react, and he was already in front of his avatar. This truly made Qin Shao exclaim in admiration. After being stunned for a while, Qin Shao came back to his senses. He wasn't mentally prepared for this and was really a little surprised. By the way, Master, Disciple has another question. According to Master, the more avatars one has, the harder it is to break through to the world god realm. In the end, it's basically impossible. Master, you said that there are people who have reached the limit of 9 avatars. Can they break through to the world god realm? Qin Shao asked. Li Sheng shook his head, indicating that they couldn't. Couldn't? If they couldn't, then wouldn't this limit be useless? What was the use of having 9 avatars? What was the use of reaching this limit? Chapter 2639. Mobile reading no. Since it was extreme, it couldn't possibly be so simple. The pinnacle of 9 was something that very few people had ever reached since ancient times. How could such a pinnacle be ordinary? Indeed, after shaking his head, Li Sheng chuckled. Once you reach the pinnacle of 9, there's no need for you to break through to the world god stage. You can directly leap over it. Break and then establish. Break out of the cocoon and transform into a butterfly and ascend to the heavens. It's a true step to the heavens, a step to stand at the peak of the great thousand world. Why would I care about a world god? Jumping realms, transcending reincarnation, and controlling everything in the greater thousand worlds. This is the pinnacle of the 9. Cough. Seemed like the pinnacle of 9 was truly frightening. To think that he would be able to skip past the world god state and stand at the same level as his master. It was even possible that he was even stronger than Master. However, this path was just like what Master had said. Only a madman would take this path. This was a path that could allow one to reach the pinnacle of strength, but it was too difficult, too dangerous, and too crazy. Qin Shao shook his head. He was not a crazy person, so this path was not suitable for him. The results of history also showed that this path was extremely difficult to walk. If it was really easy to walk, then Master would not have said that in the endless years of the great wide world, the number of people who had reached the peak of 9 could be counted with one hand. In other words, there were no more than 5 of them. How rare was that? Ku Yuanka Coolball Institute, Lung Nua Hen Heron, the entire great thousand worlds, there was not a single person like that in the celestial realm. Just thinking about it made people feel that it was better not to touch this path. All right, Qin Shao, I'll take my leave first. After you've broken through to the Saint Realm and finish your business, I'll send someone to bring you back to Langya Heaven, Saint Li said and disappeared. After Li Sheng left, the frozen time, space, and light also recovered. Xiaogu didn't understand what was going on. He was just surprised to see Qin Zhao's main body appear here. His eyes widened as he looked at Qin Zhao's main body and then at Qin Zhao's avatar. He rubbed his eyes. He wasn't seeing things. Aura, that's right. They were indeed Qin Zhao's original body and doppelganger. What was going on? Big brother, why did your true body suddenly appear? I didn't hear you say that your main body has also come to the immortal domain. Hasn't your main body always been guarding the primordial universe? Xiaogu was confused. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Little Gu, help me out first. I'm preparing to break through. I'll explain it to you later. Xiaogu scratched his head and did not ask any more questions. He continued to support Qin Xiao. Now that both his main body and avatar were here, Qin Xiao was also preparing to make a breakthrough. At the same time, he was also preparing to merge his main body and avatar into one. However, this method of fusion was still unknown to Qin Xiao. It seemed that he would have to explore it when he made a breakthrough. Now, he had no other thoughts but to focus on breaking through. It was time to take this step. At this time, Qin Xiao was full of confidence. Cultivation was in the heart, and the heart was reflected in the thoughts. When the thoughts were clear, the path would be clear. When the path was clear, everything would be clear. Feud, Kiki complex, check battle moon, early feather hatred breaking through also depended on a single thought. Qin Xiao was soon completely immersed in a very good feeling. With a single thought, he was going to step on the ancient road and open up his own ancient road. This was a leap in the level of life, just like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once he made the leap, it would be a new world. The difference was like heaven and earth. Everything was ready for Qin Xiao. He had reached that place. At that point, in that state, with that thought, that strength, thousands of preparations were in one body. At this time, with a single thought, he stepped on the ancient road. In the sea of consciousness, a road that led to the end of eternity appeared in front of Qin Xiao. It was incomparably deep, and there was no end to it. The end of the ancient road was the limit of the immortal Tao law. Stepping on the ancient road and looking at the end of eternity was to find the end of the immortal Tao law. He had to completely master the immortal Tao law. As soon as he stepped on the ancient road, Qin Xiao clearly felt that he had entered a new world. It was completely different. At the same time, the heavenly sacred blessing descended. The sacred power of the immortal spirit sprinkled down, bathing Qin Xiao in it. Qin Xiao's level of life was rising and transforming. Everything was growing. Now is the time. Qin Xiao understood. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to use the power of the heavenly way to merge his original body and doppelganger, returning them to the origin and returning to the origin. If he only relied on his own strength, there was no way to do it. He could only rely on the power of the heavenly way and the power of the heavens. Only when his level of life was transforming and upgrading could he succeed in the fusion. Of course, this process was certainly not an easy process. Ordinary people would find it difficult to succeed. Any mistake could cause the fusion to fail. Once it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Qin Zhao's belief was incomparably firm. Since he had decided on this path, he would naturally follow it to the end. Incomparably firm belief, incomparably powerful belief, was the most powerful guarantee for Qin Xiao, supporting Qin Xiao. This is not the enemy. This is the investigation of Yang Gu Yufeng. The fusion of the body, the most important thing was the fusion of the soul, returning to the original body. How to describe this feeling? To use an inappropriate analogy, it was as if the original body had eaten the doppelganger. Of course, if you really thought like this, it would be difficult to overcome. But it was indeed similar. Once the fusion was complete, there would be no more doppelganger. It was equivalent to the doppelganger being eaten by the revered body. Distant love, rival, Shuel Lung Yufeng. Qin Xiao had to take this step. No matter how difficult it was to overcome, he had to overcome it. Qin Zhao's original body and doppelganger began to overlap. Their souls began to merge. One side was about to devour the other. The body was the same. The original body was eating the doppelganger. This process, in the eyes of outsiders, will be very shocking and very strange. At this time, Xiaogu was also a little dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, and he looked over in shock. He had no idea what was going on. What is Big Brother doing? Xiao Gu almost had the urge to go up and stop him, but he forcibly suppressed it. Although he didn't know what Qin Xiao was doing, he knew that without Big Brother's orders, he couldn't disturb Big Brother. His duty was to support Big Brother. But when he saw Qin Xiao's face full of pain, Xiao Gu had this thought again and again, but he suppressed it again and again. So, this made Xiao Gu very conflicted and very difficult. Sun Di was far away, behind a Yan ball. The more time passed, the more Xiao Gu felt that he didn't know what to do. At this time, Qin Xiao was indeed in pain. It was very painful. The pain came from the soul. It was a feeling that was worse than death. Every step of the fusion of the soul was very dangerous. It was like going through a life and death test. If one was not careful, it was very likely that an accident would happen. The consequences were unimaginable. This road was too difficult, too painful, and too dangerous. There were even a few times when Qin Xiao felt that he was going to collapse. Fortunately, in the end, he persevered and survived. After the storm, there was bound to be a rainbow. After a long period of ups and downs and difficulty and pain, Qin Xiao finally successfully fused the soul of his original body and avatar into one and returned to his original body. At the same time, the original body and the doppelganger also merged into one and superimposed on each other. This kind of superimposition naturally had a significant improvement in all aspects of the body. Although it couldn't achieve the effect of 1 + 1, it increased by nearly 50%. The inner world had also expanded by nearly twice. The inner world didn't suffer much loss, which was something to be happy about. During the fusion process, the heavenly sacred blessing also nourished Qin Xiao, making Qin Xiao undergo a great transformation and improvement in all aspects. His body had also been promoted from an immortal body to a sacred body. His fate was more than 10 times stronger. His immortal power had also transformed into sacred power, which was more refined, thick, and powerful. The inner world was also crazily absorbing the heavenly sacred blessing and rapidly expanding. This was a breakthrough of a major realm. And with the endless supply of energy from the heavenly Tao Saint Pond, the improvement of his internal world this time was much greater than the previous breakthroughs. Qin Xiao also intentionally let her inner world devour energy crazily to expand. Qin Xiao's breakthrough took a total of 3,000 years. For ordinary people, it would take at most 1,000 years to achieve a breakthrough. If it was Qin Xiao's breakthrough, it actually took a full 3,000 years before it finally ended. After all the light disappeared and the world returned to normal, everything was over. Qin Xiao showed some joy on her face. Qin Xiao stood there, feeling her holy body, her new body. Everything seemed to be brand new. This feeling of power was somewhat intoxicating. Ancient Saint Realm. He, Qin Xiao, had finally reached the Ancient Saint Realm. It wasn't easy at all. When the enemy was not on the ground, only one was behind. No wonder it said that everyone below the Ancient Saint Realm is an ant. Only when one reaches the Ancient Saint Realm and stands in this realm can one understand the truth of this sentence. When the enemy was not on the ground, only one was behind. How should one describe this feeling? To use an inappropriate analogy, it was as if the original body had eaten the clone. The strength of the Ancient Saint Realm is indeed far beyond the celestial venerables. Jumping out of the 3 realms, not being bound by the 5 elements, and transcending the constraints of the river of time, immortal and indestructible. The soul can be entrusted to nature and not be bound by any force. As long as there's no destructive force, it's impossible to kill an ancient saint. The rings of time can no longer whittle away the lifespan of an ancient saint. The true deity heart will never collapse. My holy body is also extremely powerful. My inner world has expanded more than 10 times compared to before. In terms of strength, it's probably increased more than 10 times. When the enemy was far away, the enemy was far away. Given the current size of my inner world, I'm afraid there aren't many fourth-step ancient saints who can compete with me. Its size has already surpassed the primordial chaos universe. After the original body and the clone merged into one and returned to their original state, my spiritual will has improved significantly. In terms of physical strength, I can clearly feel a significant improvement. My current strength should be enough to fight the first prince head-on, right? Qin Zhao's lofty ambitions couldn't help but ignite when he felt his powerful body and strength. If he were to face the first prince again, he might be able to take him down with the help of the radiant magic cube. He might even be able to kill the first prince if he were to use it. The strength of Qin Zhao's strength gave him sufficient confidence. This not far not cool, son, cha. Zhanyu Gangyang, ha ha ha. Congratulations, big brother. You've finally broken through and become a saint. Now that big brother has become a saint, your strength will definitely surpass Xiaogu's. Xiaogu will continue to be your little follower. Xiaogu walked over happily. Qin Xiao patted Xiaogu and smiled. No matter how strong I am, you will always be my little brother. We are master and servant, as well as brothers. Let's go. Since you've broken through, we should return to the Saint Academy. Xiaogu grinned like a child and nodded repeatedly. Yes, let's return to the Saint Academy. Hee hee. It's only been about 500,000 years since the million-year promise. Big Brother's return will definitely give everyone a big surprise. Forming a distant enemy, forming a ghost, forming a secret moon, forming a secret hatred, especially that prodigy. I really want to see his shocked expression. Someone like him dares to challenge Big Brother? He's simply courting death. This book came from. Chapter 2640. Reading on a mobile phone, Qin Xiao returned to St. College in a low-key manner and first went to find the god of Ing Long World. Qin Xiao met the god of Ing Long World without a hitch. The god of Ing Long World had expected Qin Xiao to come. He smiled and nodded approvingly at Qin Xiao, saying, "You broke through to St. College nearly 500,000 years earlier than the agreed time limit. Not bad, not bad." Many people thought it was an impossible task. It was impossible for you to break through to St. College in just 3 million years. But you, Qin Xiao, did it. You and Xiao Gui Jie Shui Zhanggu. Making the impossible possible, that's a miracle. And you, Qin Xiao, are good at creating miracles. Although you're a person with great luck, you're valuable because you can grasp the luck very well every time and even make it better. So keep working hard. Although you didn't become the first student of St. College to break through to St. College, you should be the youngest student to break through to St. College. The glory of St. College depends on you now. The god of Ing Long World's words of praise were obviously very serious, and Qin Xiao was indeed a little frightened. Sun Chodi's rival in love, the cold feather moon battle. I'll work hard and live up to your expectations. Qin Xiao didn't act coquettishly, but said seriously. Although he had broken through to St. College, he still had a long way to go. In the words of his master, Li Sheng, the real cultivation had just begun. The road ahead would only be more difficult and dangerous, but it would also be more exciting. Wasn't life about trying to make it more exciting? The god of Ing Long World waved his hand and said with a serious face, "Well, I know the purpose of your trip. His Majesty the Yellow Emperor expected you to complete the task, so he gave me the Holy Emperor Guardian Token. I'll give it to you." Hearing that the Holy Emperor Guardian Token was in the hands of the god of Ing Long World, Qin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. The Guardian Token that he had been longing for was finally going to be in his hands. Now that his original body and avatar had returned to the origin, he would be worried if he didn't have the Saint Emperor Guardian Token to protect the primordial universe. However, was there still a but? Qin Xiao raised her eyebrows and looked at the god of Ing Long World nervously. The god of Ing Long World continued, "But this matter will not be announced to the world, so not many people will know that you have obtained the Holy Guardian Order. Try not to spread it out." So it was about this. Sun Yuan Earth Love, Sun Shu on Moon, I Seal Qin Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said immediately, "I know, Mr. Dean." Even if you don't say it, I won't publicize it outside. The Holy Emperor Guardian token is only for me to protect my hometown. I won't use it for anything else. Well, I'm relieved that you know. The god of Ing Long World nodded and didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a token flew out of his palm. As soon as the token appeared, the entire space lit up and became sacred. Enemy, 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 enemy ship hate, sun, Shuma, moon, old promise Qin Shao, stared at the token. When he saw it, he felt like he was looking at the Emperor Xianyuan. A supreme divine power exuded from it, making people feel awe and respect. The token was formed by 5 statues of people standing back to back, with a sword in the middle. These 5 people were none other than the 5 Saint Emperors. Each of the 5 Saint Emperors was standing on an ancient mythical beast. Enemy, enemy, far, earth, foe, Fong, sun, Shulong, moon, cold ball. The statues of the 5 Saint Emperors were all solemn and dignified. Their divine power was so great that no one dared to offend them. Qin Shao could clearly feel that the aura on them was suppressed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was the Holy Emperor Guardian token. Just by looking at it, people could tell that it was very extraordinary. They would never dare to touch it. The Holy Emperor Guardian token carried the supreme divine power of the 5 Saint Emperors. Who dared to touch it? Even people at the level of Sage Li didn't dare to provoke it easily. Therefore, the Holy Emperor Guardian token was definitely the safest and most powerful token. The Holy Emperor Guardian token. Even the old man didn't have it. Now I'm a little envious of you. The god of Ing Long World joked. After looking at the Holy Emperor Guardian token, he handed it to Qin Shao. Although it was a joke, it was also a fact. The god of Ing Long World didn't have the Holy Emperor Guardian token. Of course, for him, the Holy Emperor Guardian token didn't have the ability to protect him. It was more of a supreme honor. Qin Shao had made a lot of compromises to get the Holy Emperor Guardian token. Originally, the Holy Emperor Guardian token was to be announced to the world. It was supposed to be issued by the 5 Saint Emperors to show the power of heaven. Sun Keek's post-operative Yang, enemy, however. Qin Zhao's Holy Emperor Guardian token didn't do that. Moreover, Qin Shao had to keep it a secret. That was to say, the credit was deducted and the protection part was left. Qin Shao naturally understood this. Sun Keek's post-operative Yang, enemy Qin Shao, took the Holy Emperor Guardian token excitedly. When he held it in his hand, it seemed to weigh 1,000,000 tons, but it also had a supreme divine sense. I got it. I finally got it. The moment he got the Holy Emperor Guardian token, Qin Shao was so excited that he wanted to jump up. Qin Shao couldn't remember how long it had been since he felt so excited. He probably hadn't felt this way many times in his life, right? Originally, Qin Shao didn't have much hope for the Holy Emperor Guardian token. He just wanted to try his best. Sun Keek's post-operative Yang, enemy Sun Keek's post-operative Yang enemy, but what he didn't expect was that his wish would come true so quickly. After observing the Holy Emperor Guardian token in his hand for a while, Qin Shao was finally willing to put it away carefully. Sun Keek's post-operative Yang enemy after getting the Holy Emperor Guardian token. The first thing Qin Shao did was to return to the Hongmeng universe, so he didn't stay here for long. He immediately said to the Ing Long World God, "Dean, this student will take his leave first." Not too far away, Qin Shao couldn't help but grow excited upon hearing that the sacred Emperor Protector Medallion had fallen into World God Raindragon's hands. Go, I know you don't want to accompany an old man like me. The Ing Long World God waved his hand and said. Qin Shao smiled, knowing that the Ing Long World God was joking. In the past, he felt that the Ing Long World God was very majestic, like he was 1,000 miles away from people. But now, he felt that he was quite amiable. He even liked to joke with him. After saying goodbye, Qin Shao went straight back to his place of cultivation. There were still more than 400,000 years before the appointed time for the duel. It should be enough time for him to make a trip back to the primordial universe. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. She called Xiao Gu and prepared to return to the primordial universe. Jingyang also said that she wanted to go. When Starry Sky saw this, he also said that he wanted to go with them. Originally, he didn't need to return to Starry Sky. After all, Starry Sky's main body was in the primordial universe. There wasn't much point in sending an avatar back. If one had to say that it was meaningful, then it was to let his original body break through to the Empyrean realm. Big Brother, should we call Desolate Land, by Chuan Fu Su and the others? Xiaogu asked. Qin Xiao shook her head and said, "Forget it. We're in a hurry this time, so we won't ask them to come with us. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there's no need to rush. If there is a good opportunity in the future, it would be good for us to go back together. This time, we're going back mainly to send the Saint Emperor Protection Order to the primordial universe to protect it. That's the main thing. As for the rest, we'll talk about it in the future." Xiaogu shrugged his shoulders. All right then. He was more playful and felt that it was more fun to have more people. This time, Qin Xiao didn't tell anyone about his return. Even Zhang Yang and the others didn't know about it. He immediately set off for the primordial universe. It was much easier to return to the primordial universe from the immortal domain. It only took 100,000 years for Qin Xiao to return to the primordial universe. Of course, this was because Qin Xiao was only using the flying celestial device to rush back. He wasn't rushing back at full speed. He was now an ancient sage existence. If he rushed back at full speed, he could return to the primordial universe in at most 10,000 years. However, there was no need to rush at all, so it didn't matter. After returning to the primordial universe, Qin Xiao called everyone over. At this time, everyone realized that Qin Xiao's original body was no longer in the primordial universe. Sun Yuanka's vengeful ghost Sun Qiu's cold secret technique Qin Xiao gave everyone a rough explanation. Only then did they understand what was going on. Only then did they know about the Holy Emperor Protection Order. Xiaogu and Jingyang returned to this familiar place. They were very happy to see so many old friends again. Qin Xiao placed the Holy Emperor Protection Order in the primordial universe. The Emperor's aura enveloped the entire primordial universe, forming a huge protective umbrella that protected the primordial universe. If anyone attacked with malicious intent towards the primordial universe, the Holy Emperor Protection Order would shine brightly and release an unparalleled Emperor's aura to deter the enemy. The enemy wouldn't dare to offend easily. After placing the Holy Emperor Protection Order, Qin Xiao was completely relieved. A big matter had finally been settled. Originally, Qin Xiao wanted to leave and return to the Saint Academy. However, Xiaogu and Jingyang still wanted to stay in the primordial universe for a while. After all, they hadn't been back for a long time. They missed this place very much and wanted to see many old friends. Seeing that there was still enough time, Qin Xiao allowed them to stay in the primordial universe for a while. It just so happened that Qin Xiao could also use this time to accompany his parents, family, and friends. Now that he didn't have an avatar, he didn't have a body to guard the primordial universe. Therefore, if he left this time, he didn't know when he would return to the primordial universe again. Everyone supported Qin Xiao in what he wanted to do, which gave him more motivation. More than 200,000 years had passed. Time really passed quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle with the geniuses was imminent, Qin Xiao wouldn't be willing to leave so soon. He really wanted to spend more time with his family. There might not be many opportunities like this in the future. Xiaogu also had a lot of fun in the primordial universe. He was very bored in the immortal domain. In the immortal domain, he could do whatever he wanted. He was very free and unfettered. The lone ship technique, Mou Chio, it was almost time. Qin Xiao took Xiaogu, Jingyang, and Starry Sky and set sail again, preparing to return to the immortal domain. St. College, dual arena. The 1,000,000 years agreed between the geniuses and Qin Xiao had arrived as promised. Postgraduate studies, not geotechnical postgraduate studies. The geniuses were very high-spirited. He came to the duel arena early and waited for Qin Xiao. He was very confident that he would win this battle. The battle between the geniuses and Qin Shao had already spread in the St. College. Therefore, when the time came, most of the students came to watch the battle. Even Fu Zhongshuan, who rarely showed up, had come this time. Zhang Yang, Yuan, and the others also came. Qin Shao hadn't appeared yet, and he wasn't in the St. College. Therefore, there were a lot of discussions. What's wrong with Qin Shao? Why hasn't he come back yet? Yeah, I don't know. If he doesn't show up, I'm afraid he'll miss the appointment. Miss the appointment? That shouldn't be the case, right? Qin Shao should be a person who keeps his promises. Since it's something he promised, he shouldn't break his promise. Cough. Could it be that Qin Shao doesn't have the confidence to win, so he doesn't dare to show up? Ba. Do you know how to talk? I still believe in Qin Zhao's character. He won't do such a thing. Yeah, I also don't believe that Qin Shao won't show up. That's not Qin Zhao's style. He will definitely do what he promised. Maybe he's delayed by something. Let's wait. This book came from Chapter 2641. Reading on mobile phone. Qin Zhao's reputation in Sane Academy was obviously very good. Most of the students in Sane Academy were on Qin Zhao's side. No one would make sarcastic remarks about him. Sun Cho Di Yuan Ku Di Shu Yuka Xianying. Even if there was an occasional inappropriate remark, it would be refuted immediately. Why isn't Brother Qin Shao here yet? Where did he go? Didn't Ah Dong say that he came back once 500,000 years ago? But he left in a hurry. I don't know where he went. Yuan pouted her little mouth, looking a little anxious. Unable to find a way to tie a knot, Yang Dumagushi looked a little worried about Qin Shao. Seeing that Zhang Yang and the rest did not speak, Yuan could not help but say, could Brother Qin Shao be in danger outside? Why didn't he respond when we sent him a message through Seoul? Seeing Yuan so worried, Zhang Yang comforted her. Don't worry, it won't happen. We have to believe in Qin Shao. He will definitely come. At most, he will be a little late. But by the time the deadline arrives, he will definitely be there. Don't worry, we just have to wait. Yuan blinked her eyes, a thoughtful look on her face. But after a while, Yuan suddenly asked, Brother Zhang Yang, do you think Brother Qin Shao hasn't broken through to become a saint yet? Cough. Zhang Yang almost choked on his own saliva. He gently flicked his finger on Yuan's head and said, You silly girl, Moo. How can you not believe in Qin Shao? Qin Shao loves you so much. You are such a naughty little sister. I don't think I should call you Yuan anymore. I'll call you Moo. Ah, Moo is good. You sound cuter than Yuan. Meng Dali laughed along. Yuan looked at Zhang Yang with a wrong face and said softly, I'm just a little worried. If Brother Qin Shao has broken through to become a saint, why didn't he come back earlier? Why did he have to come at this time? After that, Yuan stared at Meng Dali and said, You are the one who is a Moo. Don't call yourself Meng Dali. Call yourself Meng Moo. Cold Feather Grand Master Cold Feather Air. Meng Dali was stunned. This? How could she be so biased? Yuan, it's Zhang Yang who said you are a Moo. I didn't say it first. Is it good for you to say that? Dali felt wronged. Distant enmity is not formed only by the enemy. Learning to quarrel with the enemy, Meng Dali. This was another stab to Meng Dali's heart. Meng Dali had the urge to die. Wasn't he quite handsome? Cold Feather Yang Xiao. I don't believe you. Meng Dali smacked his lips. He felt wronged. This made him realize a truth. When dealing with women, you must be handsome. The time was approaching. There were more and more restless voices in the crowd. Originally, everyone believed in Qin Shao, but Zwapampan looked to the left and right and still didn't see Qin Shao come out. It couldn't help but make some people's hearts start to shake. Seeing that Qin Shao was still nowhere to be seen, Sky Pride was in a better mood. The sneer on his face became thicker. Finally, Sky Pride spoke. Qin Shao, I think you were just SOSO. You agreed to the duel, and I have waited for so long. Is this the so-called performance of the number one on the holy ranking? We are all students of the Holy Academy. If you don't dare to accept the duel, you can come out and admit defeat. I can also give up. Why be a coward? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? No one agreed with the Sky Pride's words. Although many people were worried about Qin Zhao's situation, and guess why Qin Zhao was not here yet? They did not stand on Sky Pride's side. Seeing that no one supported him, Sky Pride looked at Zhang Yang and the others. He chuckled and said, Zhang Yang, you're Qin Zhao's best friends. Please tell Qin Zhao that I have been waiting for him for a long time. If he does not show up, I will consider him a forfeit. Actually, I don't have to do anything to him. As long as he is willing to admit defeat, this matter will be over. If he does not dare to come, please tell him that I will wait for him for another 100 years. Why didn't Zhang Yang contact Qin Zhao? It was just that he did not respond. Therefore, Zhang Yang had no other choice. Although there was no other way, Zhang Yang was not the one who would admit defeat. Zhang Yang chuckled and retorted, I have already contacted Qin Zhao. He is just delayed by something. He is trying his best to come here. He will be here soon. It won't take you 100 years. He will be here soon. Just wait a little longer. I like to see you spouting nonsense with a straight face. You know what is going on in your heart. You don't have to pretend so hard. Sky Pride seemed to have seen through Zhang Yang. After a few words of ridicule, he did not speak anymore. Yuan could not help but ask, Brother Zhang Yang, did you really contact Qin Zhao? He will be here soon? Zhang Yang was speechless. Even Sky Pride could see that he was pretending. How could Yuan not see it? Zhang Yang could only pray in his heart that Qin Zhao could arrive within 100 years. Otherwise, even if he was a forfeit, he would have nothing to say. If that was the case, then a hero would be destroyed in a day. It would become a stain in Qin Zhao's life that could not be erased. At this time, a loud voice came, resounding through the whole place so that everyone could hear it clearly. Hearing this voice, Zhang Yang almost jumped up in excitement. It was Qin Zhao's voice. It was Qin Zhao's voice. Qin Zhao had finally come back. What a lucky day. It's Brother Qin Zhao. He really came. Yuan did not care about Zhang Yang anymore. She was so happy that she danced with joy. Only then did Meng Dali and the rest heave a sigh of relief. They were really sweating profusely. Back Earth enemy, Fong back Earth. Fortunately, Qin Zhao had finally arrived. Not only were they relieved, but everyone was also relieved. In fact, everyone did not want Qin Zhao to fail to show up. Even if he lost, it was better than not showing up. If he did not show up, he would be seen as a coward. He would definitely be criticized by the world. It would definitely be a stain in his life that could not be erased. The hero of this generation would most likely be destroyed. Fortunately, Qin Zhao had finally arrived. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were in a good mood and even began to clap. Enemy Qian, Merciless Sun, Shuyu Guku Fong in the cheers and applause of the crowd. Qin Zhao walked over and landed on the platform. As soon as Qin Zhao appeared, the situation changed. It was obvious that everyone was supporting Qin Zhao. Such a situation naturally had the geniuses feeling extremely displeased. Why was everyone so fond of Qin Zhao? Why did they all support Qin Zhao? Just because he was the first on the holy list? But he was also the fifth on the holy list. He was also the first student in the Academy of Saint to break through and become a saint. Sky Pride was very unhappy and angry. Everything has to be fought for with strength. As long as I defeat Qin Zhao, or even kill him, I'd like to see who would dare to disrespect me. The heavens chosen grit his teeth in his heart. Qin Zhao smiled and made a fist salute to the crowd. He said, Sorry. I was delayed by something, so I came a little late. After that, Qin Zhao looked at Sky Pride and said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I don't think I've exceeded the deadline, right? Sky Pride stared at Qin Zhao with gloomy eyes and said, Since you're here, it doesn't count. But does it matter whether it counts or not? Doesn't it matter? Qin Zhao curled his lips and asked. Sky Pride sneered and said, Of course it doesn't matter, because it doesn't mean anything to you. Anyway, you only have one ending, which is to lose. So what if you're here? You haven't broken through to the saint realm. How can you fight with me? No matter how strong you are, you're no match for me. You'll be defeated by me in the end. So what's the point of it to you? If you beg me for mercy now, maybe I'll consider letting you live and not killing you. Otherwise, don't blame the sword for being blind. If you die in my hands, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied, Sky Pride, it seems that you're always full of confidence no matter what. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Do you really think that I, Qin Shao, am the Qin Shao of the past? Do you really think that you're the Sky Pride of the past? It seems that you're still living in a dream. Even if you're dreaming, it's time to wake up. Don't forget that you, Sky Pride, have been defeated by me. I'm afraid that a defeated person can't be brave. How dare you say that in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Liang Jingru? What did that mean? Hearing Qin Zhao's strange words, Sky Pride couldn't help but frown. Oh, I forgot that you don't know this joke. I won't explain it to you. Qin Shao remembered something. Qin Shao had seen this joke in the world called Huaxia on Earth. It was a very popular phrase on Huaxia's internet. Qin Shao thought it was very interesting, so he used it just now. Qin Shao liked many popular phrases on the internet in Huaxia. He thought that the language was very artistic. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. His gaze was somewhat cold as he looked at the genius who had been angered by him. What if I break through? What? Ghost learning is being observed by the Lone Master? A breakthrough? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao. Did he really break through and become a saint? It was understandable that Sky Pride broke through and became the first person in the Saint College to become a saint. After all, Sky Pride had lived for almost an era, which was hundreds of millions of years. Yuenka's love rivaled Xiao Fengma. It was normal to break through and become a saint after cultivating for hundreds of millions of years. But what about Qin Shao? He had only cultivated for 40 million years. Among all the students in the Saint College, he was one of the youngest. Perhaps only Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan could be younger than Qin Shao in the whole Saint College. Princess Ru Xian was older than Qin Shao, not to mention Meng Dali and Wu Fengsheng. Qin Zhao's age was definitely very young. He had only cultivated for 40 million years, but he had already broken through and become a saint. What amazing speed! Sky Pride was stunned. He looked at Qin Shao and frowned slightly. You made a breakthrough? Qin Shao hid his aura, so he didn't release his saint aura. Naturally, no one could tell that Qin Shao was already a saint. Qin Shao didn't say anything else. He stopped hiding his aura and released his saint aura completely. Once he released his saint aura, it proved to everyone that Qin Shao had indeed broken through and become a saint. He was now a saint. Hiss, he really made a breakthrough. Tisk tsk, he's the youngest saint to become a saint. Haha, Qin Shao has really broken through and become a saint. This is incredible. No wonder he dared to take the initiative to challenge Sky Pride last time. It turns out that he was so confident. Qin Shao has also broken through and become a saint. This is going to be a good show. Zhang Yang and the others were also happy, especially Yuan Yuan. She even danced and clapped her hands and cheered. This book came from Chapter 2642. The genius stared at Qin Shao with a gloomy expression. He did not expect that Qin Shao had really broken through and become a saint. What kind of monster was he? He had no background or identity, nor was he a disciple of Emperor Xianyuan or the god of the Yinglong world. How could he be so powerful? Although the genius had broken through and become a saint a million years earlier than Qin Shao, he had been cultivating for dozens of times longer than Qin Shao. If he were to compare with Qin Shao as such, he would truly be ashamed of himself as a genius. There was no way he could be compared with Qin Shao at all. He felt a heavy blow to his heart. Damn it, I don't care what kind of monster you are. You have just broken through and become a saint. I have consolidated my realm in the past million years. I don't believe that I can't defeat you. The genius thought to himself. Qin Shao had broken through and become a saint. This indeed gave the genius some pressure. But now he had no choice but to fight. Compared to the genius, Qin Shao was much more relaxed and confident. He looked indifferent and calm. He stood there and looked at the genius with a smile, as if he was very confident that he could defeat the genius. In terms of aura, the prodigy had indeed weakened imperceptibly after being hit by Qin Shao. Besides, most of the people in the Saint College supported Qin Shao and were willing to support Qin Shao. Therefore, the genius's momentum was even weaker. He felt like he was going to lose before the fight. This atmosphere and feeling made the genius very unhappy. He wanted to resist with all his might. Genius, how should we compete? What are the restrictions? You can mention them. Qin Shao spoke first. The genius gritted his teeth and said, I don't care. I've already said that everything is up to you. You can make the decision. Anyway, no matter what the rules are, they will bind us equally. Qin Shao smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Okay, then let's fight without limit. Life and death will be up to fate. What do you think? If it was before, the genius would have liked to hear such a request. But now, the prodigy did not have full confidence. Hence, he felt a sense of inexplicable guilt in his heart. A life and death battle, up to fate. Since he had said so, he was afraid that today would be a fight to the death. But did he have any other choice? He, the genius, was the one who had started all this. He wanted to kill Qin Shao. Did he have any other way out? If there was no way out, then he would fight. The genius gritted his teeth and said, Humph, we will do as you said. We should have ended long ago. Yes, it should have been ended long. Qin Zhao's gaze instantly turned cold, and he immediately entered a state of battle. The genius was the genius, was the genius, was the genius. The genius was genius. The atmosphere suddenly became genius. Everyone quieted down and watched the battle quietly. Umph! The genius did not hold back and took the lead to attack. The powerful Saint aura was like a roaring tsunami. It instantly drowned the entire arena. Terrifying energy surged wildly, wanting to devour everything. With a cry of ah and Ming, a ghostly figure seemed to have walked out from the underworld. It held a huge saber in its hand and slashed towards Qin Shao. This sword seemed to carry the power of the entire nether mansion in the underworld. It had the power to destroy everything. It was sharp and unstoppable as it slashed at Ming. This sword momentum contained the power of the law of darkness and the law of a mortal path. The two powers of the law of darkness complemented each other very well. It was almost perfect. In other words, the genius had also mastered the law of darkness. Moreover, he had perfectly combined the power of the law of darkness and the law of a mortal path. Ming power. The genius has actually cultivated the Ming power to such a level. It's so close to perfection, Yi Fuqian murmured, as expected of a carefully selected saint art from the Myriad Laws Pavilion. It's indeed very powerful. To be able to combine the power of the two great laws so perfectly and to use it with full force, it feels like it can destroy everything and devour the universe. It's no wonder that the Heaven's Chosen is so bold and dare to challenge me. With such strength, I'm afraid Ah Dong and Wu Qi can only die if they fight. However, it is a pity that the genius has met me, Qin Shao. He is destined to have a bad ending. Qin Shao snorted in his heart and immediately sneered. The genius was powerful, but Qin Shao was not worried at all. He was confident that he could defeat the genius. The combination of the two powers of the law was nothing. Qin Shao flipped his palm, and the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. He immediately used the heaven-opening sword technique and slashed at the genius. The genius used the combination of the two powers of the law. Qin Shao used the combination of the three powers of the law. There was no need to add the power of the heart force and the power of the inner world. The heaven-opening sword technique could split open the sky. With a slash of the sword, the world seemed to be split open by the sword. In terms of momentum, it was even stronger than the genius Ming power. The saber and the sword collided in an instant. The powerful powers of the law collided violently and exploded with a terrifying momentum. It was as if the planets had collided. The energy that erupted from the collision seemed to be able to shatter the void. Terrifying, it was indeed terrifying. Obviously, Qin Shao had crushed the Heaven's Pride in all aspects. Naturally, the Heaven's Pride's attack was defeated in this confrontation. As soon as they clashed, the prodigy felt the terrifying power of Qin Zhao's sword, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, it is so powerful. How is it possible? I can't block it. I can't block it. Oh no. Sure enough, the powerful force smashed through the attacks of the Sky Prides like crushing dry weeds and breaking rotten wood. The remaining force came crashing down and forced the genius to retreat. The terrifying energy wreaked havoc on the genius' body, causing his blood to flow in reverse. Even though he tried his best to hold it in, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the genius was not in a good situation at this time. He had suffered a great loss in this confrontation and was showing signs of decline. The genius stared at Qin Shao even more coldly. His heart was filled with horror. Damn it, how can this be? How can Qin Shao be so strong? He has just broken through to the Saint Realm. How can he crush me in this confrontation? I've mastered 2 great precepts, and I can perfectly combine the power of these 2 precepts to cultivate the Ming divine power. How could Qin Shao still crush such an overbearing saint art? His sword just now was so sharp and powerful, but it was not a saint technique from the convention pavilion at all. What kind of technique is this? Moreover, his sword actually contains the power of the 3 great laws, the space law, the light law, and the immortal Tao law. The power of the 3 great laws can also be perfectly combined. When unleashed in that sword, it becomes incomparably powerful and terrifying. The combination of the 3 great law powers can naturally crush my 2 great law powers, Yi Futian said. Damn it. I, the genius, have waited for more than 20 million years for this opportunity to become the first student in the Saint Academy to break through to the Saint Realm. Why can't I defeat Qin Shao? This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. The genius's mood was extremely complicated. He was gloomy, depressed, and angry. As for Qin Shao, he gained the upper hand as soon as the confrontation began. He was full of pride. The surrounding students also started cheering. Haha, amazing. As expected of Qin Shao. TSK. Although he has just broken through to the Saint Realm, his strength has already reached such a level. I'm afraid there are not many one-step ancient saints who can fight with Qin Shao. He is indeed monstrous. TSK. There is a perfect combination of the power of the 3 laws in one sword move. And that sword move is extremely sharp and powerful. Yes, it is said that Qin Shao has already mastered the 3 laws before breaking through to the Saint Realm. It's incredible. Alas, comparisons are odious. Up until now, we haven't even grasped a single law. Actually, the genius is quite experienced. He has also mastered 2 laws and is the first person in the Saint Academy to break through to the Saint Realm. But it's a pity that he has to go against Qin Shao. Isn't he asking for trouble? Not only is he asking for trouble, he is simply overestimating himself. The genius deserves it. Yuan was so happy that she danced with joy again, cheering for Qin Shao. She was not afraid of offending the genius, so she was very blunt. Not only did she cheer for Qin Shao, but she also spoke ill of the genius, which made the genius extremely angry. However, the genius was not afraid of offending Yuan. She was the daughter of Saint Li. Who would dare to offend her? The others would consider the friendship between them. Although they supported Qin Shao, they would not speak ill of the genius. The genius, it seems that you haven't made much progress. It was very difficult for me to win against you in the student competition. You forced me into a desperate situation. In the end, I fought back and won by luck. But in today's battle, you are like this. It seems that you haven't made much progress in these years. Although your strength hasn't improved much, your arrogance has improved a lot. You're not strong enough, but when you provoke others, you are very aggressive. I think you'd better not hide your strength. If you have any aggressive means, show them all. If this is all you have, then I don't think you can leave here alive today." Qin Shao curled his lips and said sarcastically. He had brought all of this upon himself. Originally, Qin Shao was too lazy to bother with the genius. The previous conflict had been settled in the student competition. However, the genius did not want to give up and kept making trouble for Qin Shao. In that case, it was not Qin Shao's fault. It was better to solve this problem once and for all. It was a pity that the genius still had his original body. Killing one of his doppelgangers was not enough to kill him. However, it did not matter. Losing one of his doppelgangers was also a great punishment for him. Humph! Qin Shao, don't be complacent too early. Anyway, today we are in a situation where one of us will die. Don't blame me for being rude, the genius said angrily. With a move of his hand, a black broadsword appeared in his hand. This black broadsword exuded an extremely terrifying, ghostly aura. It was incomparably gloomy. This was a divine artifact. However, judging from its aura, it should be just a low-grade divine artifact. It was just a low-grade divine artifact. The power of a divine artifact was still very strong. With a divine artifact in hand, one could borrow the power of the divine artifact. It was enough to at least double one's offensive power. Seeing the genius take out a divine artifact, Qin Shao was not surprised at all. It was a very normal thing. As long as one broke through to the Sage Realm, one could go to the Law Pavilion to choose a divine artifact. Not only was Qin Shao not surprised, but he also chuckled and felt a little happy. Since the genius took out a divine artifact, it meant that the genius had no other means to harm others. This was the last move he had left. This was all he had. The genius's means were limited to this. Naturally, Qin Shao was full of confidence. Chapter 2643. Qin Shao, it's time for you to be defeated. The prodigy slashed his blade at Qin Shao furiously. With the help of the divine weapon, the prodigy's Ming power had more than doubled in power. Compared to before, it was indeed much more terrifying. In an instant, it made people feel as if the netherworld had descended. Heaven and earth had fallen into darkness, and everything was about to fall into the netherworld. Divine weapon. Qin Shao curled his lips and chuckled. Then, he attacked again. This time, Qin Shao used the power of his inner world and performed the heaven-splitting sword technique, just like before. However, this time, he added the power of his inner world. After becoming a saint, the power of Qin Shao's inner world had increased by more than 10 times. It could be said that the power of Qin Shao's inner world had reached an extremely terrifying level. Qin Shao did not know exactly how powerful it was. He had to verify it through this battle. The power of the divine weapon was very strong. However, the result of this confrontation was already clear. Sure enough, as soon as they collided, Qin Shao once again carried an all-powerful might, and his sharp and unstoppable might still crushed mercilessly. Once again, the prodigy was sent flying. This time, it was obviously different from the previous time. Last time, the prodigy only had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This time, the prodigy spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. He crashed heavily onto the ground, looking extremely miserable. The prodigy's hand that was holding the sword was trembling violently. He almost could not hold the sword anymore. After crawling up from the ground, the prodigy could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. How could this be? The prodigy was really stunned this time. Although he had suffered a loss just now, it was still considered okay. This time, he had used the divine weapon. How could this still be the result? Moreover, he was in a much more miserable state than before. He was completely crushed. This result was a heavy blow to the prodigy's soul. The prodigy was very uncomfortable and could not accept this fact. Even if Qin Shao had also become a saint, how could his strength crush the prodigy? Moreover, Qin Shao did not use the divine weapon. How could he crush him without using a sacred artifact? Just how big was the gap between him and her? Unbearable. The genius felt as if he had eaten sh*t in his heart. He felt suffocated and panicked. He could not accept such an outcome. He really couldn't understand how Qin Shao could be so strong. In that sword strike, just now, not only did it contain the power of the three great laws, but it also contained an extremely terrifying power. This was pure power, an extremely terrifying power. Qin Shao had a rough understanding of the power of his inner world after directly crushing the genius. The current power of his inner world was indeed strong enough. Just the energy in his body alone was enough to put him on par with an ordinary one-step ancient saint. Therefore, when the heaven-splitting sword art returned to his inner world, it naturally became extremely powerful. The pure power of the inner world was probably much stronger than the pure power of the immortal Tao laws. As a result, Qin Zhao's attack had easily crushed the prodigy. All this was within Qin Zhao's expectation. However, such an outcome left the onlookers in shock. Both of them were one-step ancient saints, and both of them had broken through not long ago. Moreover, the prodigy had broken through first. Logically speaking, the two of them should not be much different in terms of strength. However, the reality was shocking. The prodigy was no match for Qin Shao at all. He was mercilessly crushed by Qin Shao. Moreover, the most exaggerated thing was that Qin Shao had not even used his full strength yet. Without using his full strength, he had easily crushed the prodigy. The prodigy's pride had been shattered by Qin Shao at this moment. Qin Shao glanced at the prodigy and pursed his lips. He chuckled and said, "So what if you have a sacred artifact? If you're not strong enough, you won't be able to defeat me even if you're fully armed. The prodigy's strength is just SOSO. You were defeated by me more than 20 million years ago. The gap between us is even greater now. Indeed, back in the day, I was as weak as an ant in front of you prodigies. You were the sky high above me. I've always looked up to you. I was humiliated and bullied by you. I couldn't resist you. In the end, I was even forced to leave the Fumu Immortal Palace. Although now that I think about it, I should be thanking you for all this. If you hadn't bullied me and forced me to leave, I'm afraid my future would not have been so smooth. That's why, after the last student competition, I had originally planned to call it even with you. In the future, we'll mind our own business and walk our own paths, treating each other as strangers. But the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. You still want to come to me, still want to make trouble for me, even want to kill me. In that case, don't blame me, Qin Shao, for being ruthless. Since you can't kill me, I'll kill you today." The prodigy's expression was extremely ugly and gloomy. In the face of Qin Zhao's words, the prodigy didn't have the courage to refute. He knew that there was a big gap between his strength and Qin Zhao's. He was completely suppressed by Qin Shao and couldn't resist at all. The confrontation just now had already caused him to suffer serious injuries. If they continued to fight, how many more rounds could he last? It seemed that this time, he had really played too big. He was going to lose his life here. Had he really made the wrong move? However, he had already made the move. No matter whether he was wrong or not, he had to continue. Since he had embarked on a dark road, he could only walk to the end. I only regret not killing you back then and leaving you alive. The prodigy gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Qin Shao. Unfortunately, it was impossible to turn back time. Everything couldn't be repeated. There was no medicine for regret. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "That's right. Sometimes life is just so helpless and full of drama. You want to kill me? You have no chance." "No chance? Humph. Don't forget that my original body is not dead yet. Even if my doppelganger died in your hands, my original body will immediately come to the Sacred Academy. How do you know that I won't have a chance to kill you in the future?" The prodigy said coldly. Qin Shao curled her lips and shrugged. "It doesn't matter. If your main body is here, then so be it. You won't pose any threat to me. If I can kill your doppelganger, then I can kill your original body. I'll say it again. If you don't offend me again, I can let it go. In the future, We will walk our own paths and not know each other. But if you offend me again, I won't be merciful. Every time you come, I'll beat you up. Let's see if you have the ability to do so in the future. I can crush you today, and I will still crush you in the future." The prodigy spat out another mouthful of blood. His pride, his dignity, and his entire person were being trampled under Qin Zhao's feet. To him, such humiliation was something he had never experienced before. But what could he do? He was not as strong as Qin Zhao. At this time, he was being crushed by Qin Zhao. He could not resist at all. Under such circumstances, no matter how proud the prodigy was, he was powerless to refute Qin Zhao. He could only let Qin Zhao ride roughshod over him. And all of this was his own doing. He was the one who provoked Qin Zhao first. He couldn't blame anyone else for everything. This was the saddest thing. He provoked Qin Zhao first, but in the end, he slapped himself in the face. Okay, let's end this. You chose this path of death yourself. You can't blame me. If you want to take revenge on me in the future, feel free to come. I'll be waiting for you at any time. But I'm sorry for today. Don't blame me for not taking into account our relationship. Die. Qin Zhao did not waste any more words with the prodigy and directly attacked. Killing members of the same sect was originally a taboo. It was the same for all forces. But sometimes there was no other way. Sometimes there would be deep hatred between members of the same sect. But although each force had its own arena, they did not really want to see members of the same sect killing each other. Although Heaven's Chosen didn't have a good reputation in Sacred Institute, there were still many people who didn't want to see Qin Zhao kill Heaven's Chosen and cause internal strife. Some people even wanted to persuade Qin Zhao to let the prodigy go, but no one really said anything. According to Qin Zhao's character, no one could change his mind once he decided on something. Qin Zhao was bound to kill the prodigy, unless the god of Yinglong World asked him to do so. But obviously, the god of Yinglong World would not save the prodigy's life. Therefore, the final result was no surprise. The avatar of the prodigy was killed by Qin Zhao. The news of this battle quickly spread in the mortal world. The news that Qin Zhao broke through to the Saint Realm and Qin Zhao killed the prodigy quickly spread, causing a big sensation in the mortal world. If it was just Qin Zhao breaking through to the Saint Realm, it would not cause such a sensation. It was a very normal thing. But with the prodigy killing members of the same sect, Qin Zhao killing the prodigy, and the fact that the prodigy was the first student to break through to the Saint Realm in the Saint Academy, Qin Zhao was the youngest person to become a saint in the Saint Academy. It caused a big sensation. Qin Zhao's name also became more famous. This news actually spread to Linfu City very quickly. Such news naturally caused quite a stir in Linfu City, causing an uproar. After all, in the hearts of the people in Linfu City, Qin Zhao and the prodigy were both from Linfu City and Fujin Mountain. However, these two prides had always been at odds with each other. They had always been enemies. This time, the prodigy was actually killed by Qin Zhao. In the Fujin Immortal Palace, the atmosphere became very tense and oppressive. In a forbidden area of the Immortal Palace, the prodigy sat disheveled on a piece of immortal rock. Many wine jars were scattered on the immortal rock. Humph, prodigy, do I still deserve to be called a prodigy? Humph, how ridiculous. As proud and powerful as I am, I was actually killed by Qin Zhao. I lost all my face, my life's brilliance was destroyed, and I became the laughingstock of the world. I hate it. Why did it become like this? Why did a small ant grow to the point where he could kill me in such a short time? Why did all this happen? I can't accept it. Such a great humiliation, such a painful loss of my avatar. I can't accept it. I will take revenge for this. I will take revenge. But how can I go back to the Saint Academy now? I can't accept this fate. That's why I reincarnated and fought again. In this life, I succeeded. I walked very smoothly, but fate is still playing tricks on me? Damn heavens, the prodigy can't accept it. I can't accept it. In the distance, a figure stood there with a solemn expression. He shook his head, sighed, and turned to leave. Author Kanshong said, Third update. Chapter 2644. Qian Qian. Qin Shao had broken through and become a sage. He had also successfully obtained the sacred Emperor Guardian token. On top of that, he had killed a genius. It could be said that 3 blessings had come at once. Zhang Yang, Wu Fengcheng, Meng Dali, Yuan Yuan, Ming Yuexin, Princess Xiaoyu, and Princess Ru Xian all gathered at Qin Zhao's cultivation place to congratulate Qin Shao and celebrate. Zhang Yang, it's up to you now. We'll be waiting to celebrate with you. You have to hurry up and break through. Meng Dali joked and added, If you don't break through soon, don't blame me for being faster than you. I'm going to die. Zhang Yang glanced at Meng Dali and said disdainfully, Forget it. Even if I cultivate every day, I'll definitely be faster than you. By the time you become a saint, I'll probably be a second-step ancient saint. Ugh, I'll be damned if I believe you. Meng Dali grinned. Qin Zhao's breakthrough to become a saint was also a stimulus and encouragement for everyone. Therefore, everyone was working hard and wanted to break through to become a saint as soon as possible. Qin Shao smiled and said, Everyone, let's work hard and break through to become saints as soon as possible. When we all break through to become saints, we'll have a good gathering to celebrate. After becoming a saint, there will be a more exciting world and a wider world waiting for us to explore. Yes, after becoming a saint, they would enter a whole new world and step onto the big stage of the boundless world. If they did not become a saint, they could only wander in the immortal realm. Their horizons would be greatly limited. Becoming a saint was a very crucial step in true cultivation. Everyone below the ancient saint realm was an ant. Most living beings would not understand this sentence. After all, most living beings below the saint realm were ants. Saints were rare since ancient times, and the number of ancient saints was extremely small. Among the 4th step heavenly venerables, only 1 in 10,000 could become an ancient saint. Yuan Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Immediately, a voice came from outside. Qin Shao. This voice turned out to be the voice of the god of Ying Long World. The voice came from outside, which meant that the god of Ying Long World was outside. In other words, the god of Ying Long World actually came to see Qin Shao in person. Hearing the voice of the god of Ying Long World, Qin Shao, he immediately stood and was quite surprised. He did not expect that the god of Ying Long World would come to see him at his cultivation place. If there's anything, can't you just send me a voice transmission? This was the god of the Ying Long World god had the god of was his translation. Translation, and Zhang and translation. Zhang and Shao translation is Yu translation. Translation on translation. However, Meng Dali said at the wrong time, Qin Shao, is it because you killed Tian Jiao that the dean is dissatisfied with you? Is he here to punish you? Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yang immediately patted Meng Dali and said, Qin Shao and Tian Jiao agreed to fight on their own. It is a reasonable duel of life and death. Both of them have already agreed that life and death are up to fate. This is also permitted by the Holy College. What's the problem? Everyone in the Holy College knows about this matter. There's no problem at all. Meng Dali smiled and scratched his head. Oh, I'm just saying. Let's go out and greet the dean. Qin Shao was also a little confused. He did not know why the dean came to see him in person. It must be something serious. Although he was full of doubts, Qin Shao did not think much about it. He quickly got up and walked out. Zhang Yang and the others also followed to see what was going on. After Qin Shao came out, he saw 2 figures. One of them was naturally god of Ying Long World. But when he saw the other figure, Qin Shao was shocked. Young Master Feng Yi? The other person was actually young Master Feng Yi that he met in the carefree enchantment world. Speaking of young Master Feng Yi, he was Qin Zhao's savior. Last time in the carefree enchantment world, it was this young Master Feng Yi's appearance that saved Qin Zhao's life. In the end, he walked out of the carefree enchantment world safely with the Saint Yuan fruit. Qin Xiao was very grateful to young Master Feng Yi. He did not expect to see young Master Feng Yi in the Holy College today. Moreover, what Qin Xiao did not expect was that young Master Feng Yi was standing together with the dean. It seemed that the dean came to his place of cultivation, this time to accompany young Master Feng Yi. This made Qin Xiao speculate in his heart. What was the background of this young Master Feng Yi? How could he make the god of Ying Long World accompany him personally? And from the looks of it, the god of Ying Long World was quite polite to young Master Feng Yi. Could it be that young Master Feng Yi was also a world god? But he did not feel the aura of a world god from him. If he was not a world god, then young Master Feng Yi must have some big background. Brother Feng Yi, why are you here? Are you here to see Yuan Yuan? Just when Qin Xiao was puzzled, Yuan Yuan's voice immediately made Qin Xiao understand young Master Feng Yi's background. Yuan Yuan called him that. That meant that young Master Feng Yi was from Langya Heaven. Also, he should not just be from Langya Heaven. He should be Li Sheng's disciple. In other words, this young Master Feng Yi should be his senior. Yuan Yuan ran in front of young Master Feng Yi, looking very happy. It could be seen that the two of them had a good relationship. Young Master Feng Yi also smiled dotingly at Yuan Yuan and said, Yuan Yuan, we haven't seen each other for more than 20 million years. How have you been? You are really playful. This time you ran out to play for so long and did not return to Langya Heaven. You don't know that everyone was very worried. Did we miss you? Without you in Langya Heaven, I feel a lot less happy. Every day, there is no one to pester me to play with. I am really not used to it. Quickly tell Brother Feng Yi, did you forget about me, your old senior, now that you have new senior? Old senior? Hearing young Master Feng Yi's words, Qin Xiao finally dared to confirm that this young Master Feng Yi was really his senior. It was no wonder that young Master Feng Yi saved him in the worryless barrier. It seemed that it was not a coincidence. It should be Master who asked him to save him. In that case, Master had always been secretly concerned about him. It was just that he was not aware of it. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao felt a burst of warmth in his heart. From this point of view, he was indeed very lucky. Along the way, he had also become the disciple of a few masters. Every one of them was very good to him, although there was old man Lu He, who he had never met before, and there was also Hong Chun Ku, who was a hands-off master. They were all very good to him. Not all. Yuan Yuan is cultivating very seriously now, so he didn't return to Langya Heaven. However, after I break through to the Saint Realm, I will return to Langya Heaven. Yuan Yuan pouted and said. This appearance was very cute. Young Master Feng Yi smiled and said, I think you are too happy to think about home. Why would you think about returning to Langya Heaven? The outside world is more fun, right? Look at you having fun here. You have big sister and big brother to accompany you. How great is that? You have already forgotten about us. No, Brother Feng Yi really no. Yuan Yuan explained. However, the situation seemed to be like this. Yuan Yuan indeed felt that the outside world was more fun. Langya Heaven wasn't that big, and there weren't many people. How could it be more exciting than the outside world? In Langya Heaven, everyone was used to spoiling her, so there was a lot less fun. But it was different here. Although everyone still cared for Yuan Yuan, at least they didn't let her feel like she was in the palm of everyone's hand. Moreover, there would be some interesting things happening from time to time. The world had become more exciting. Haha, okay, I was just teasing you. After not seeing you for so long, I really can't help but want to tease you. I came here today for business. Young Master Feng Yi said. Business? Yuan Yuan blinked and looked at young Master Feng Yi. Suddenly, she took a step back and looked at young Master Feng Yi with vigilance and said, Brother Feng Yi, are you here to take me back? That won't do. I won't go back with you. Aha! Young Master Feng Yi laughed and waved his hand. No, don't be afraid. I came here not to find you, but to find your new senior brother. New senior brother? Yuan Yuan suddenly froze. There was a senior brother? Why didn't she know? It wasn't just Yuan Yuan. World God Rain Dragon actually frowned slightly as well. However, he immediately understood what was going on, and he turned his gaze towards Qin Shao. Zhang Yang and the others also looked at each other for a while. After being surprised for a while, they roughly guessed what was going on. When did my father take in a new disciple? Why didn't I know? Yuan Yuan asked. Feng Yi raised his chin at Qin Shao and said, well, he's right beside you. Ah. Yuan Yuan suddenly realized and widened her eyes. She looked at Qin Shao with disbelief written all over her face. This was too cute. Yuan Yuan blinked hard for a long time and said, Brother Qin Shao, you're really my senior brother? Ahem. Qin Shao said awkwardly. Yes, Yuan Yuan. I'm sorry. Master didn't let me tell anyone, so I didn't tell anyone. The god of Long World nodded slightly. He finally understood why the Yellow Emperor made an exception for Qin Shao and gave him the Guardian Order. It turned out that Qin Shao was Li Sheng's disciple. Li Sheng must be behind this. The credit was there. He also understood why the Yellow Emperor did not accept Qin Shao and did not want him to accept Qin Shao as his disciple. So this was the reason. Although he had some doubts about this, he did not think in this direction. Only now did he understand that Qin Shao had caught Li Sheng's eye. No wonder. I don't believe you. Qin Shao, you did a good job of keeping a secret. We were all kept in the dark. TSK, TSK, TSK. You and Zhang Yang are really going against the heavens. One is Emperor Xuanyuan's disciple, and the other is Li Sheng's disciple. The other is Li Sheng's disciple. I don't believe you. How can we live like this? I'm so jealous. Meng Dali grinned. Zhang Yang laughed loudly. Ha ha. Brother Qin Shao is really something. I always felt a little superior before, but now it seems that I'm stupid. But I don't envy you. Ha ha. Let Meng Dali and Wu Feng Chung be envious. What the? Meng Dali rolled his eyes at Zhang Yang. Don't hit me like this. Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're Emperor Xuanyuan's disciple. Ahem, don't look. I'm just joking. How can I beat you? You don't have to do anything. I'll just admit defeat and shout spare my life. Young Master Feng Yi said, Qin Shao, Master asked me to take you back to Langya Heaven. Qin Shao nodded. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Brother Feng Yi, I'll go back with you to play. He. Yuan Yuan also immediately said that she wanted to go back. Young Master Feng Yi smiled at Yuan Yuan and said, We won't take you. Chapter 26:45. Qian Qian. The immortal domain and immortal domain occupied more than 70% of the immortal domain's territory and more than 70% of the lives there. They were the symbolic rulers of the immortal domain. The immortal domain had 3 realms: heaven, earth, and mortal. The heaven realm was ethereal and isolated from the world. It didn't care about the secular world and didn't enter the mortal world. It was free and unfettered. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find the heaven realm at all. Moreover, there were very few lives in the heaven realm, and they rarely appeared. Not only did they not appear in the immortal domain, but they also rarely appeared in the Great Thousand World. Needless to say, the earth realm was sealed by the heaven realm and the mortal domain. It would never see the light of day, and no one could find where the earth realm was. As for the mortal domain, the 9 states of Huaxia was the most powerful. It was the absolute ruler of the mortal domain, and no one dared to disobey its orders. Other than the 9 states of Huaxia, there were also the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Kunlun Sacred Ground, and Zhihua Immortal Sect Sacred Ground. The 3 sacred grounds each occupied a region. There was also the Southern Wasteland. The Southern Wasteland was seen as a barren land, a barbaric land, and a barren land. It had the least sense of existence in the mortal domain. The most mysterious place was Langya Heaven. It was said that Langya Heaven was at the border between the mortal domain and the heaven realm. However, no one had confirmed whether it was true or not. Young Master Feng Yi brought Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan back to Langya Heaven. They left the mortal domain and headed towards the heaven realm. Junior brother Qin Shao, that's the heaven realm. If you keep going forward, you can enter the heaven realm. Do you see the brightest spot over there? That spot is the southern heaven gate, the gate to the heaven realm. There are powerful and terrifying barriers everywhere in the heaven realm. If you don't enter the heaven realm through the southern heaven gate, it's very difficult to enter the heaven realm. Moreover, the people of the heaven realm have always been high and mighty. They don't really welcome people from the mortal domain. Therefore, if you barge into the heaven realm, you'll be unlucky. I'm just telling you, don't go to the heaven realm. For fun. Young Master Feng, he said to Qin Shao as he pointed. That was the heaven realm. Qin Shao looked over. At this moment, he was thinking about his big brother in the heavenly court. He had been captured and brought to the heaven realm. He did not know where he was being held. He really wanted to go to the heaven realm. Seeing Qin Shao staring at the heaven realm, young Master Feng, he seemed to have guessed Qin Shao's thoughts. I say, junior brother Qin Shao, don't tell me you really want to go to the heaven realm? Qin Shao withdrew his gaze. He smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, I do have some matters to attend to in the heaven realm. I wonder what kind of strength is needed to go to the heaven realm. Is the heavenly realm fun? Brother Qin Shao, why do you want to go to the heaven realm? I've always heard that it's not fun at all. Yuan looked at Qin Shao curiously. She was a curious child. Young noble Feng, he shook his head. Heaven realm isn't fun at all. Plus, Sky realm doesn't like us from the mortal realm going to heaven realm. He'll think that we're disturbing the peace of heaven realm. Yuan, you can't be so playful. Go to the heaven realm. It's very troublesome there. Don't worry, I know, Brother Feng. You guys have told me this no less than 10,000 times. I've already remembered it. Yuan waved her hand. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Shao shook his head and said, my hometown has a big brother called Heavenly Court. His name in our hometown is Heavenly Court. The power he created in our hometown is also called Heavenly Court. So, when my Heavenly Court big brother went to the immortal realm, because of his name, he brought a calamity upon himself. According to my investigation, my Heavenly Court big brother was captured by people from the Heavenly Court. Right now, I don't know where he's imprisoned in the heaven realm. So, I want to take a trip to the heaven realm to save my Heavenly Court big brother. My Heavenly Court big brother's name is Heavenly Court. He didn't purposely use this name and didn't mean to offend the supreme prestige of the Heavenly Court. Cough, cough. Young Master Feng, he couldn't help coughing dryly and said, Junior brother Qin Shao, your hometown big brother is really unlucky to encounter such a thing. This matter of yours is really difficult to deal with. To be honest, the heaven realm has never had much contact with our mortal world. The Heavenly Court is the ruler of the heaven realm. If he was really captured by the Heavenly Court, then it's very troublesome. It's too difficult to save someone from the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court is too high up. If you want to save someone, I'm afraid you'll need the Jade Emperor's approval. In our Langia heaven, I'm afraid only Master has the honor to meet the Jade Emperor. Regarding this matter, your senior brother is powerless. I can't help you in any way. Even I don't dare to go to a place like the heaven realm. I'm afraid you can only ask Master for help. Need the Jade Emperor's approval? This difficulty sounded very frightening, didn't it? If that was really the case, then Qin Shao really want to cry. But to ask Master for help? Qin Shao shook his head and said, then forget it. There's no need to ask Master for help with such a small matter. I'll think of a way to solve this matter myself later. Isn't it just the heaven realm? It's not impossible to make a trip there. My big brother in the Heavenly Court is just an insignificant character. Maybe this small matter won't even reach the Jade Emperor's ears. As long as there is an acquaintance in the Heavenly Court, it is possible that this matter can be resolved. Young Master Feng, he thought for a while and nodded. Yes, what you said is possible. I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. Maybe this small matter won't reach the Jade Emperor's ears. After all, the Jade Emperor is high up. If it's not something important, he won't be disturbed. You'll see about this later, but don't go to the heaven realm so easily. You're still very weak now. The heaven realm is full of strong people. With your strength, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter the southern heavenly gate. Qin Shao nodded and noted it down. He didn't plan to go to the heaven realm in such a hurry. Qin Shao knew that with his strength, going to the heaven realm would be courting death. So, he had to have strength first. Only with strength could he be qualified to do this. We're here. Langya Heaven is in front. Young Master Feng, he suddenly said. We're here? Qin Shao looked in front of him. There was nothing. Just as Qin Shao was puzzled, young Master Feng, he opened the fan of flying knives in his hand. A sacred light surged out and shone in the void. Soon, a door appeared in the void. This door seemed to be made up of 3 huge flying knives standing in the void. Other than this door, nothing else could be seen. This flying knife door could resonate with the fan of flying knives. Qin Shao immediately felt that his flying knife fan had a response. Junior brother Qin Shao, quickly take out your flying knife fan. If you're not a member of our Langya Heaven, you won't be able to pass through this door. Young Master Feng, he reminded him. Only then did Qin Shao react. He immediately took out the flying knife fan. After the 3 of them took out the flying knife fan, they walked into the flying knife door. As soon as Qin Shao entered the flying knife door, he immediately felt that he had passed through a door in the void. From one void, he had traveled to another world. As soon as his body entered the flying knife door, he saw a whole new world in front of him. Looking back, the flying knife door had disappeared. It didn't exist in this world anymore. But standing here, he could feel that the flying knife door was still there. If people want to leave the Langya Heaven, they should have left from here. Qin Shao wasn't unfamiliar with this operation. When he entered the Saint College, the steps were similar. Qin Shao looked around and felt this new world. This world wasn't big. It was probably only a little bigger than the Heavenly Dragon continent. Although the Langya Heaven wasn't big, it was really a peach garden. It was a real paradise. As soon as he entered this place, he felt as if he had entered a land outside of immortals. This was the feeling that a real paradise should have. Wherever his eyes went, it was a stretch of incomparably beautiful scenery. On the ground, there were strange flowers everywhere. There were colorful colors everywhere, rendering the whole world beautiful. There were mountains, rivers, and huge rocks floating in the void. There were buildings on top of the huge rocks. This was the place where the people of the Langya Heaven lived and cultivated. All the huge rocks were connected by immortal bridges. There were layers and layers of huge rocks. Some were big and some were small. Some were alone, some were in groups, and some were in various shapes. Countless boulders were connected to each other by immortal bridges, forming a crisscrossing net that connected the entire world. While it was beautiful, it also brought a great sense of awe to people. There were many flying insects and beasts here. There were many beautiful life forms, but Qin Shao didn't recognize many of them. As far as the eye could see, there were many people practicing their flying daggers. There were also people who were flying through the void on their flying daggers. It was obvious that the cultivation atmosphere here was very strong. Everyone got along very well. Upon entering this place, one would feel as if they had returned home. Only at home could one find such a harmonious and good atmosphere. It was a very good feeling. Hee, I'm back. Yuan was very happy after returning. She felt that the outside world was very exciting. With Qin Shao and other fun friends, she was very happy in the Saint College. She didn't want to return to the Langya Heaven for the time being. However, Yuan was very happy to be back in Langya Heaven. This time, she had left the Langya Heaven for more than 20 million years. It wasn't a short time. Let's go, Qin Shao. Master is still waiting for you there. Young Master Feng, he said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao retracted his gaze and nodded. Young Master Feng led Qin Shao and Yuan to the center of the Langya Heaven. At the highest point, a huge rock in the shape of a flying knife was floating there. The other boulders were arranged densely around this one boulder. It was here. Obviously, this was the most sacred place in the Langya Heaven. This was the place where sagely cultivated and lived. Senior brother Feng is back. Princess Yuan is back. Greetings, Uncle Master Fengyi. Greetings, Princess Yuan Yuan. Greetings, Ancestral Master Feng. Princess Yuan Yuan, you're finally back. That's great, really great. We missed you so much. Along the way, the people they met were very enthusiastic and greeted them. Young Master Fengyi's seniority in Alangia Heaven was very high. If they didn't call him Uncle Master, they would call him Ancestral Master. Yuan Yuan was also doted on by everyone. Everyone liked Yuan Yuan very much, and called her Princess Yuan Yuan very affectionately. But it was also obvious that there wasn't much distance between them and Yuan Yuan. Along the way, Qin Shao was sized up by everyone curiously. They were all guessing who Qin Shao was. She was actually brought back to the Langia Heaven by young Master Fengyi and Princess Yuan Yuan. Her reputation wasn't ordinary. An ordinary disciple shouldn't have such a big influence, right? Moreover, she was only a first-step ancient saint. She shouldn't be a powerful existence. Chapter 2646. Clang, clang, clang. Three melodious cries rang out in Langia Heaven. The entire Langia Heaven became lively as soon as the sounds rang out. Figures flew out from all over the place, flying towards the giant boulder in the center. Some of them also ran quickly on the Immortal Bridge. Many of them were in groups of 3 to 5. As they hurried on their way, they were discussing intensely. They wanted to know what had happened. The three melodious sounds were sagely summoning everyone in Langia Heaven to gather at the giant boulder in the center. Such a situation would only occur when something very important happened in Langia Heaven. In other words, such a grand event would be held every era to celebrate the new year. But now is not the time for the new year. Could something have happened in Langia Heaven? That was not right. They had not heard of anything big happening in Langia Heaven recently. Everyone was uncertain, but they did not dare to hesitate. They rushed to the giant boulder in the center as fast as they could. Qin Shao was also a little surprised when he saw such a lineup. Haha, junior brother Qin Shao, don't be surprised. Master will naturally hold a grand induction ceremony for you when you return to Langia Heaven. You're Master's personal disciple. Your status is above all the disciples of Sagely. In the future, those people will have to call you Martial Uncle at least, and most of them will have to call you Grandmaster. The grand ceremony is held for you. It's rare for Langia Heaven to have such a grand occasion. Young Master Feng Yi smiled. Qin Shao had also thought about it. It was probably time for him to hold an initiation ceremony. His master had said before that once he broke through to become a saint, he would hold an initiation ceremony. At the same time, he would announce Qin Zhao's identity to the world. In this way, the world would know that he, Qin Shao, was Sage Li's personal disciple. Li Sheng's disciples were already respected outside, not to mention Li Sheng's direct disciples. Soon, they approached the giant boulder in the center. From afar, they could see that it was already crowded with people. It was a spectacular sight. There aren't many people in Langia Heaven. Our Li Xingyi clan has very strict requirements for accepting disciples. Not just anyone can accept disciples. Even if I accept some of them, they won't meet the requirements to enter Langia Heaven. They can only stay outside, but they can't claim to be Saint Li's disciples. Only those who are qualified to enter Langia Heaven and have their identity recognized can be considered a true disciple of Saint Li. Therefore, the people of Langia Heaven mainly rely on the descendants of their disciples. They will also take in some disciples in the mortal world. After going through layers of selection and passing harsh tests, they can enter Langia Heaven. So far, the total number of people in Langia Heaven is only about 10 million. It's pitifully small. Young Master Feng Yi introduced Qin Shao to the situation in Langia Heaven. Naturally, Qin Shao didn't know about it. The outside world's understanding of Langia Heaven was only a vague impression. Qin Shao didn't know many people in Langia Heaven, but he was a little surprised to hear that there were only 10 million people. It was much less than he had imagined. 10 million in the immortal realm was indeed far too little. Even in a barren land like the southern wilderness, any random tribe could have a population of 10 million. Young Master Feng, he continued, the 10 million I'm talking about is the total number of people in Langya Heaven. To be precise, it's the total number of lives. But it doesn't mean that everyone in Langya Heaven can be Li Shengyi's disciples. Even internally, the requirements for Li Shengyi's disciples are very high. Many people born in Langya Heaven can't meet the requirements. Therefore, the real number of Li Shengyi's disciples is only a little more than 1 million. What? Only a little more than 1 million Li Shengyi's disciples? So few? Didn't that mean that only 10% of the people in Langya Heaven were Li Shengyi's disciples? It seemed that it wasn't easy to become Li Shengyi's disciple. Senior Brother Feng, how can one become Li Shengyi's disciple? Only 10% is too little, isn't it? Qin Shao couldn't help but ask. Young Master Feng smiled and said, it's not little. After all, the requirements for Li Shengyi's disciples are very high. Let's talk about the most basic requirement, which is to be at least a 4th step heavenly venerate. Just this most basic requirement is enough to eliminate 70% of the people. 4th step heavenly venerate is only the most basic requirement. There are many other requirements, such as passing through harsh tests and layers of selections. Only then can one become Li Shengyi's glorious disciple. Therefore, this number is actually not bad. Our Li Shengyi sect is second to none in the entire immortal realm when it comes to nurturing disciples. Master's ability in this aspect is recognized by the great evils of the immortal domain. Hearing young Master Feng Yi's answer, Qin Zhao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She was quite surprised. 4th step heavenly venerate was only the most basic requirement. In other words, as long as one was Li Shengyi's disciple, the weakest would be a 4th step heavenly venerate. In other words, the number of 4th step heavenly venerates in Langya Heaven was at least over 1 million. Wasn't this too frightening? You'll understand after I say a number. Among the 1 million-plus disciples of Li Shengyi, more than 10% are in the sage realm. The rest are first-rate 4th step heavenly venerates. Of course, there are also some who have gone astray and stepped into the half-sage realm. In addition, among the people who haven't become disciples in Langya Heaven, there are nearly 2 million 4th step heavenly venerates. Therefore, in total, there are more than 100,000 sage realm cultivators in Langya Heaven, and more than 3 million 4th step heavenly venerates. You can see for yourself. This, before Qin Shao could recover from the shock, young Master Feng threw out another shocking piece of information, which made her even more shocked. Oh my God, there were more than 100,000 sage realm cultivators? What kind of terrifying power was this? Qin Shao didn't know if the 5 supreme surnames had so many sage realm cultivators, but Qin Shao was sure that the 100 schools of philosophers didn't have so many sage realm cultivators. In fact, they were far from it. Qin Shao had some understanding of the 100 schools of philosophers situation. Taking the entire southern wilderness as an example, the number of sage realm cultivators was probably just over 10,000. In that case, the total number of sage realm cultivators in the entire southern wilderness was less than 1/10 of Langya Heavens. There were more than 3 million 4th step heavenly venerates. This number was probably equivalent to the entire southern wilderness combined. The number of 4th step heavenly venerates wasn't that shocking, but the existence of more than 100,000 ancient sages really gave Qin Shao a deep shock. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao really felt that there were as many sage realm cultivators as dogs walking around. In Langya Heaven, this was probably true. In such a small Langya Heaven, there were actually more than 100,000 ancient sages gathered here. Young Master Feng, patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Are you shocked, junior brother Qin Shao? Don't worry, there's more to come. You should have expected this. Our Langya Heaven is naturally extremely powerful. It's a matter of pride to become a member of Langya Heaven. Langya Heaven will definitely give you a strong sense of belonging and honor. Let's go, let's go. I think everyone is almost here. We're the only ones left. Qin Shao secretly took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. After hearing senior brother Feng Yi say so much, Qin Shao really felt a deep sense of pride to be a disciple of Sage Li. This kind of spontaneously rising sense of pride was so satisfying. The closer they got, the more excited Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but feel a little excited. At the center of the giant rock, all of Sage Li's disciples were gathered here. More than 3 million of them were basically all present. Everyone was lined up in an orderly manner according to their seniority, standing neatly in their respective camps. In the queue, the closer the position, the higher the seniority, and the further the position, the lower the seniority. One by one, the camps were lined up. Qin Shao saw that there were already 17 camps, which meant that there were 17 generations here. Including the generation of pro-disciples, there were 18 generations. Sage Li's disciples had only been passed down for 18 generations. It could be seen that Sage Li's disciples rarely accepted disciples, and the requirement for their disciples were extremely harsh. But speaking of which, those who were talented in the Flying Dagger Dao were originally 1 in a million. It was also an extremely rare thing. So when all these factors were added together, it resulted in this situation. On the center of the giant rock, there was a huge platform. At this time, there were many things placed on the huge platform. All of Sage Li's disciples were gathered around this huge platform. And in the middle of the huge platform, there was a high platform which was carved into a flying dagger. On the high platform, there was a throne, and 2 figures were sitting on it, a man and a woman. Below the high platform, there were 4 figures standing. Some of them looked like sages, some looked like chivalrous men, some looked like elegant men, and some looked like weak scholars. These 4 people showed 4 different appearances and different temperaments. Qin Shao did not know the others, but Qin Shao naturally saw his master, Sage Li, who was sitting on the throne from a distance. So it seemed that the one sitting with his master should be his wife. Qin Shao only glanced at his master's wife, and he actually felt as if his soul had been captured. He felt as if he was completely stunned. His wife was graceful and elegant, like a mother model of the world, as if she was the empress in charge of heaven and earth. Judging from her aura, Qin Shao felt that her aura was not much weaker than his master. Could it be that she was also at the same level as his master? That's not right. In the entire mortal world, there were only 8 people who had reached this level. The 5 sage emperors, the Kunlun Holy Land Master, the Kunlun God Emperor, Jade Lake's Queen Mother of the West, Mount Hua Fairy Gate's Huashan God Emperor, and Sage Li. But Qin Shao also clearly felt that his master's aura was stronger than those world gods he had seen before. For example, Inglong World God, Yellow Dragon World God. It was also possible that his master's wife was an extremely powerful world god. His master was so powerful, and his master's wife was also so powerful. It was really unbelievable. Qin Shao looked at the 4 people standing below the high platform. The aura of these 4 people was actually at the world god level. These are the other 4 personal disciples of my master. Qin Shao thought in his heart. He already knew that Sage Li had taken in a total of 5 personal disciples before him. These 4 plus senior brother Feng Yi, there were exactly 5 of them. Seeing this, Qin Shao was speechless. Out of the 5 personal disciples of his master, Sage Li, 4 of them were actually at the world god level. Although young Master Feng Yi was not a god, he was still a 4th-step ancient sage. Chapter 26:47. It was true that there would be no harm if there was no comparison. Qin Shao finally understood why his master didn't announce his arrival to the public and didn't hold an entrance ceremony. Previously, he was merely a puny 4th-step Empyrean. A slightly stronger ant would indeed seem out of place if he were to be pulled out. Even now, Qin Shao deeply felt how weak he was. His 5 senior brothers, 4 world gods, and 1 ancient sage. All of them stood at the pinnacle of the immortal domain. However, Qin Shao was just thinking about it. He wasn't really affected by it. He had his advantages too. His biggest advantage was his youth. As long as he was given time to grow, he wouldn't be any weaker than his 5 senior brothers. He would definitely be able to catch up to them slowly and wouldn't embarrass his master. At this moment, Qin Shao had a deep understanding of how powerful Li Shengyi's sect was. There were at least 5 world gods in the sect. This was what he saw before his eyes. Moreover, Qin Shao always felt that there was a powerful force hidden in the dark. Therefore, it was possible that not all of the world gods had appeared. They were indeed powerful. It must be known that the 100 schools of philosophers generally only had a single world god overseeing them. It was no wonder that senior brother Feng Yi was so confident in saying that Li Sheng's faction was second to none in the entire immortal domain when it came to nurturing disciples. He indeed had the confidence to say such words. Father, mother. As soon as Yuan came over, she flew up to the throne and squeezed between Li Sheng and Madame Sheng. She intimately burrowed into Madame Sheng's embrace. Madame Sheng also dotingly stroked Yuan's head gently. She smiled happily as she sized Yuan up. She wanted to see if Yuan had suffered in the outside world all these years. Although Li Sheng appeared to be slightly more serious, his gaze was always on Yuan. It was obvious how much he doted on Yuan. Young Master Feng Yi gave Qin Shao a look and stood below the high platform. He stood beside the 4 senior brothers. At this moment, more than 3 million pairs of eyes were focused on Qin Shao. Many people were whispering to each other, not quite understanding what was going on. There were also some people who guessed that the divine ancestor had accepted a new personal disciple. But why hadn't they heard of this matter before? Senior brothers, do you know what's going on? I've already asked Master and the others, but they said they didn't know either. The person in front of me seems to be Qin Shao, the genius student of the Saint Academy, whose name shook the entire immortal region, right? Qin Shao? That Qin Shao who was proclaimed as the #1 genius in the immortal region? That's right, that's Qin Shao. Why did he come to our Langya heaven? Why did the divine ancestor gather all of us here for him? For such a grand occasion, there must be something big going on. I think the holy ancestor is going to accept Qin Shao as his personal disciple. Other than that, I can't think of any other possibility. Yes, I also think that there is no other possibility. Qin Shao stood there alone and looked at his revered Master Li Sheng. At the same time, he was a little excited and nervous. For a moment, he didn't know what to do next, so he waited for Li Sheng's instructions. After playing around for a while, Yuan quickly quieted down and obediently nestled in her mother's arms, like a child who hadn't grown up yet. Li Sheng finally had some interest as he signaled to young Master Feng Yi. Young Master Feng immediately understood and transmitted a message to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, quickly come forward and greet Master. Qin Shao immediately straightened his clothes, walked a few steps forward with a solemn expression, then knelt down and bowed deeply. He looked at Li Sheng and said, Disciple Qin Shao is fortunate to have received Master's favor and accepted me as your disciple. Disciple knows that it is because of the heavens and earth that I have the fortune to be able to become Master's disciple. From now on, disciple will abide by the rules of the sect and follow Master's teachings, and contribute greatly to the glory and strength of Li Sheng's sect. Esteemed Master and Mistress, please accept Disciple Qin Shao's bow. Second bow. Third bow. After Qin Shao bowed 3 times, Li Sheng nodded with a smile and said to Qin Shao, rise. From now on, you are my 6th disciple and a member of Langya Heaven. I have high hopes for you and hope that you can continue to work hard and create your own glory. I also hope that Langya Heaven will be proud of you today, and Langya Heaven will be proud of you in the future. Since you have joined the big family of Langya Heaven, this will be your home from now on. Everyone in Langya Heaven is your family. We're a family, so we should love each other and live in harmony. Friendship will always be the most basic quality of Langya Heaven's people. Those who are not of high quality will not be tolerated by Langya Heaven. Let me tell you this as well. Although I believe in your character, and I believe in your character even more, I believe in you. However, I hope that you can do better in Langya Heaven. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and immediately said, Disciple will remember Master's every word and will not disappoint Master's expectations. After speaking, Qin Shao first bowed to young Master Feng, Yi, and the others. Junior brother Qin Shao greets 5 senior brothers. Disciple is new here and doesn't know anything. I will be in your care in the future. Young Master Feng, Yi, and the others also smiled and nodded to Qin Shao. They all appeared very friendly and didn't give Qin Shao a sense of distance. Qin Shao then cupped his fist to the other disciples of Li Sheng and said, Fellow disciples, I may have taken advantage of you in terms of seniority. But in terms of seniority, you are all more senior than me. In terms of age, I, Qin Shao, may not be as good as all of you. However, in the future, we will all be one family. Qin Shao will also need the care of all of you. For the time being, Qin Shao doesn't know all of you. So here, I would like to say hello to all of you. When I am free, I will come and get to know all of you one by one. Martial Uncle Qin. Martial Uncle Qin. Martial Uncle Qin. As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, more than 3 million disciples of Li Sheng all bowed to Qin Shao in unison. Such a commotion gave Qin Shao a fright. This kind of high seniority was really an extraordinary feeling. Those elders, and those ancient sages all had to call Qin Shao Martial Uncle, or even Martial Uncle. This kind of feeling was indeed very strange. So many ancient sages bowed to him. This was the first time Qin Shao had received such high treatment. He was indeed unable to adapt for a while. Li Sheng nodded slightly, glanced at the crowd, and said, Disciples, Qin Shao is now officially my disciple. This is his first time in our Langya Heaven, and he won't stay for long. Disciples, please take care of Qin Shao, Qin Shao said. This news will also be announced to the world at the same time. We will abide by Master's decree. Everyone said in unison. Following Li Sheng's decree, the news that Qin Shao had become Li Sheng's 6th disciple quickly spread throughout the immortal domain. In fact, the news of young Master Feng, Yi, receiving Qin Shao from the Sacred Academy had already spread to the students of the Sacred Academy, so the news had already spread among the major forces. Now, that Li Sheng had personally issued a decree and announced it to the world together with his disciples, it was very authoritative. It was enough to convince everyone, so the news naturally spread faster. It was believed that this decree would spread throughout the entire mortal world in a very short time. The initiation ceremony was considered simple and ended quickly. After the ceremony, Yuan Yuan was taken away by her mother. Yuan Yuan had left Langya Heaven for more than 20 million years this time, so her mother naturally wanted to have a good reunion with her this time. Qin Shao was called to a place by Li Sheng alone, and the others dispersed. However, it was a joyous occasion for Langya Heaven that Li Sheng had become a personal disciple again, so it was naturally a joyous occasion. Everyone came to celebrate this joyous occasion for 10,000 years. It was rare for Langya Heaven to be so lively except for the new year. Qin Shao, Master has told you before that I will give you a greeting gift after you officially become my disciple. This is also a custom. I have given gifts to your other 5 senior brothers, so naturally, you are not an exception. It's just that your current realm is indeed a little low, so you won't be able to use a treasure that is too good for you. Besides, it's not safe to keep a treasure that is too good for you. Instead, it will bring you trouble and disaster. After careful consideration, I've finally picked out 2 treasures. I'll let you choose one. Li Sheng said and spread out his hands, and 2 treasures appeared in his hands. In his left hand was a flying knife. Although its aura was suppressed, Qin Shao could still feel the peerless sharpness of this flying knife. Just the sharpness emitted from the flying knife was enough to make Qin Shao shudder with fear. In his right hand was an ancient token. The ancient token was engraved with complex and strange runes. Each rune seemed to emit an extremely terrifying aura. It was very frightening. These two treasures were obviously very extraordinary. Since they were made by Master, they naturally couldn't be simple. Li Sheng introduced. This is Li Sheng's flying knife at the level of a supreme sacred weapon, but it has been sealed by Master. Now you can only exert the power of a middle-grade sacred weapon. Every time you break through a level, you can unlock a level of the seal. When you reach the level of a third-step ancient sage, the seal will be completely unlocked, and you can show the power of a supreme sacred weapon. Over here is an ancient token that is equivalent to a supreme-grade holy artifact. This ancient token can exert a powerful power and can be used to save your life at a critical moment. Master has not sealed this ancient token. It can be used to break the void, and it can also directly use the powerful energy in the ancient token. However, this ancient token can only be used a limited number of times. It can only be used 9 times. After 9 times, it will be broken and can no longer be used. The two sacred weapons each have their advantages and disadvantages. It's up to you to choose. One can save your life in times of danger, but it can only be used 9 times. The other is unrestricted, but you need to break through to unlock the seal. After the introduction, Li Sheng didn't say anything more and let Qin Shao choose by himself. Looking at the two sacred weapons in Li Sheng's hands, Qin Shao also began to think. Both sacred weapons were excellent. To be honest, Qin Shao wanted both of them. However, Qin Shao also knew that he couldn't be so greedy. If he really had both sacred weapons in his hands, he was afraid that he wouldn't have to be afraid of a fourth-step ancient sage in the future. In fact, this was not a good thing. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't need either of them. One was enough. If he chose Li Sheng's flying knife, it could improve his strength, and it would be a big improvement. Most importantly, if he chose Li Sheng's flying knife, he could use it all the time. But what Qin Shao was thinking was that his strongest skill now was not the flying knife. If he chose Li Sheng's flying knife, he felt that he was still lacking something. Author Qin Sheng say, "Sorry, I apologize to everyone. There was a big mistake in the previous chapter. Thank you for the comments in the comment section. Qin Shao has already made changes. If you have read it, you can go back and read it again. If there are any mistakes, you can say it in the comment section. Can Shang fix it?" Qin Shao and young Master Feng have already acknowledged each other. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. Qin Shang is old, and his memory is not very good. In addition, he is busy every day, so he might not remember what happened yesterday. Everyone, please forgive me. I also thank those who pointed out the mistake in the comment section. Chapter 2648. Although that holy token could only be used at critical moments and could not be used normally, it could not be used to improve his strength. However, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao still made a decision. "Master, I'll choose this ancient token," Qin Shao said. Li Sheng handed the ancient token to Qin Shao and said with a smile, "I also guessed that you would most likely choose this ancient token. Although this Li Sheng's flying knife is powerful, your strongest method is not the flying knife. No matter what, the flying knife is always a side path. It's not the Great Tao. Since it's not the Great Tao, it's difficult to compare it with the Great Tao. This is a fact that I have to admit and can't change for the time being. I can understand that your cultivation focus is on the immortal path, so I won't force you. Just make your own choice." Qin Shao took the ancient token. It could be said that he had gained another life-saving trump card. The most important thing was to be able to save his life at critical moments. Now that he had broken through to become a saint, he was afraid that the range of his adventures in the future would not be limited to the immortal realm. He would also go out and explore the great wide world. If he went to the great wide world and really encountered danger, it would be useless to report his master's name. He would probably not be able to ask his master for help in time. With this life-saving trump card in hand, Qin Zhao's confidence increased a lot. With a move of Li Sheng's hand, another flying knife appeared. He said to Qin Zhao, "As my personal disciple, although the flying knife is not your strongest method, I think there will be a time when you use it. It's a little strange for you to use the flying knife without using the Li Sheng's flying knife. So, I'll give you this ordinary Li Sheng's flying knife." Qin Zhao did not stand on ceremony and approached the so-called ordinary Li Sheng's flying knife. However, this was also a low-grade sacred weapon. Moreover, Qin Zhao always felt that this low-grade sacred weapon was not ordinary. From this Li Sheng's flying knife, Qin Zhao felt a very strange aura. This feeling was indescribable. It was as if this thing had a mind of its own. In fact, many sacred artifacts had artifact spirits. Artifact spirits had spirituality and could transform into physical objects. For example, the heaven-opening sword art had a sword spirit that could take human form and communicate with Qin Zhao. Of course, ordinary sacred artifacts would not have artifact spirits. Generally speaking, only sacred artifacts of mid-tier and above would have artifact spirits. However, there were also some that didn't have artifact spirits. For example, the Radiant Magic Cube and the Ancient Token didn't have an artifact spirit. Logically speaking, this Li Sheng flying dagger was just a low-grade sacred tool, but Qin Zhao felt that it had spirituality. Holy objects have spirits because spirit stones have been added to them. Spirit stones are extremely rare and precious. This Li Sheng flying dagger also added some spirit stones, but it didn't form an artifact spirit. It just has a trace of spirituality. This Li Sheng flying dagger was made with a very strange material. It can be used as a life weapon. You can slowly cultivate it. In that way, it will slowly become stronger with your strength. It will also breed an artifact spirit. In the end, it will become your life weapon. It will be compatible with your flesh and blood and become one. Now that you have become a sacred artifact, you also need a life weapon. This is something you have to consider. This Li Sheng flying dagger can be used as one of them. If you still need a sword, then Master can specially refine one for you. Li Sheng said again. Qin Zhao actually knew some things about life weapons, but he didn't understand it in detail. Now that he heard Master's words, it seemed that he really had to consider this aspect. There didn't seem to be so many people who had a life weapon. It seemed that life weapons were not so easy to cultivate. Not to mention cultivating, not just any weapon could be cultivated as a life weapon. There were only two situations in which a life weapon could be cultivated as a life weapon. One was a special weapon with a cultivation attribute. This kind of special weapon was extremely rare and difficult to refine. The other was a weapon that was slowly refined with one's own efforts. Of course, it had to be able to successfully produce spirituality in the end. A life-bound weapon must have a spirit of its own. It was an extremely difficult task to refine one's own natal weapon. Qin Zhao said, "Master, disciple knows about life weapons, but I don't know some specifics. I can think of some of the importance of life weapons, but I don't know much about the rest." Li Sheng looked at Qin Zhao and said, "Well, since you don't know much, then Master will tell you about life weapons in detail. You should know that weapons can be divided into two kinds. One is born from heaven and earth, and the other is artificially refined. Born from heaven and earth, generally, the weapon level is relatively high, and its power is also very powerful. If it is artificially refined, then it is not perfect. Weapon, what is a weapon? A weapon is actually an external force. You use external forces to make your power stronger. This is the meaning of a weapon. So the better the weapon, the more powerful your power will be. But no matter what kind of weapon it is not your own power, right? Yes, no matter what weapon it was an external force that borrowed the power of the weapon. For example, Qin Zhao could use the flying dagger without using the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. He could also use his immortal power to transform it into flying daggers. But using the flying daggers transformed from a mortal power was obviously much worse. If he used the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, he could stimulate the power of the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. Using it, he could naturally make the flying daggers sharper. To put it bluntly, it was actually borrowing external forces. After all, external forces are external forces. No matter how well you control and use them, they're always imperfect and can't be used as you wish. But a natal weapon is different. Once it becomes your natal weapon, it becomes a part of your body. In terms of power, it's independent, but it's also a part of you. You can use it as you wish, unleashing its greatest power to perfectly complement you. The most important thing is that a natal weapon can be upgraded like you. The stronger you are, the more effort you put into cultivating your natal weapon, then your natal weapon can become extremely powerful. The only thing that really has no limit is the natal weapon. As for the rest, whether it is a weapon born of heaven and earth or artificially refined, there is a limit and a ceiling. That's why the truly strong all have their own natal weapons. Furthermore, your natal weapon is basically indestructible and can stay with you forever. There's another very important thing. Once a person is used to a weapon, they are actually unwilling to change it. If you don't cultivate your own natal weapon, then you will always need to change weapons. And the more you go, the more you will feel that you can't find a weapon that suits you. The earlier you cultivate your natal weapon, the better. The later you cultivate it, the greater the price you have to pay. So now is the best time for you. Many people don't have good conditions to cultivate their natal weapon at the beginning. If they want to cultivate it later, the price they have to pay is even more unbearable. After listening to Master's explanation, Qin Xiao basically understood what was going on. Qin Xiao was also very clear that he had to start thinking about cultivating his natal weapon now. Li Sheng's flying knife was one of them, but Qin Xiao's most powerful and most commonly used method was not the flying knife. Therefore, Qin Xiao still wanted to cultivate a sword. Speaking of swords, Qin Xiao suddenly thought of the heaven-opening sword. Qin Xiao turned his hand, and the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. He said, "Master, can you help me take a look at this sword? I have always used this sword. I think this sword is not bad, and I'm used to it. I just don't know if it can be cultivated as a natal weapon." Li Sheng's eyes fell on the heaven-opening sword. After looking at it for a long time, he nodded slightly and said, "The heaven-opening sword is a middle-grade holy weapon. The sword spirit is injured and asleep." "Well, not bad. Qin Xiao, you're lucky. The owner of this sword may want to use it to cultivate his natal weapon." So this sword itself is suitable to be cultivated as a natal weapon. Originally, I could directly repair this sword for you and let the sword spirit wake up. But in this case, it will be more difficult for you to cultivate it. So you can try to cultivate it yourself. Use the power of your essence and blood to let the sword spirit wake up slowly. In this way, you can integrate with the sword spirit and let the sword spirit become your natal weapon. It's actually very simple to cultivate a natal weapon. You just need to use your essence and blood, your soul, and will to pour it, raise it, nourish it, and let it slowly become stronger. Let this sword soak in your blood essence, your soul, or your ihai. You could do anything. Then you just have to remember to nourish it from time to time. If you go on like this in the long run, then you will succeed. Once you succeed, you don't need to put in so much effort. You have already merged into one, and you will automatically nourish it. Qin Xiao nodded. Only then did he understand what to do. "Thank you, Master. I understand what to do," Qin Xiao said. Having a good master would indeed allow one to take fewer detours on the path of cultivation. If Master Li Sheng hadn't specifically mentioned this matter, Qin Xiao definitely wouldn't have thought of cultivating a life source weapon. Even if he wanted to cultivate a natal weapon, it would be difficult to find a suitable weapon. Also, the return of his original body and avatar to the origin last time was a secret of the great wide world. No one knew about it at all. Well, Qin Xiao, that's about it. The rest depends on your own efforts. I still have the same words. If you really have no choice but to wander outside, you can ask me for help. As for other situations, you can solve them yourself. This time, You can stay in Langya heaven for a period of time. When you want to leave, you can leave on your own. You don't have to say goodbye to me. If you want to cultivate any cultivation method or something, you can ask your senior brother Feng Yi to take you there. As for other things, you can ask your senior brother Feng Yi, Li Sheng said in a serious tone. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said, I understand. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. I won't dare to disappoint Master. Then I will take my leave first. I will take my leave. After saying that, Qin Shao left. After sending off Qin Shao, a smile appeared on Li Sheng's face. After Qin Shao left, a figure walked out of the void. It was the graceful and noble Madame Sheng. Madame Sheng smiled sweetly and said, Husband, you seem to be very optimistic about your little disciple, Qin Shao. You're also very concerned about him. Li Sheng was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, Since I took in Feng Yi, I originally planned to not take in any more disciples. But after seeing Qin Shao, I still have the idea of taking in another disciple. This should be my last personal disciple. Perhaps he is also the disciple that I think the most highly of. Perhaps, in the future, his achievements will be above mine. Madame Sheng smiled and did not say anything. Author Cruel Deaths say, Fourth, beg for flowers. Chapter 2649. After coming out from his master's place, Qin Shao saw young Master Feng Yi. It was obvious that he was waiting for Qin Shao here. Senior brother Feng Yi, I'll have to trouble you again. Qin Shao said to young Master Feng Yi. From the time he saved him of the worryless barrier to the time he went to the Sacred Institute to pick him up, there were still many things that he needed to trouble senior brother Feng Yi. Young Master Feng Yi waved his hand and confidently put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder. Junior brother Qin Shao, I'll have to give you a good scolding. The people of Langya Heaven are as close as a family. You and I are fellow apprentices, so we should treat each other like real brothers. Although we haven't known each other for long, we're already a family. If you're so polite to me, I won't be happy. You can also see that I'm a free and easy person. I don't want to be so formal with you. That way, I'll feel that you don't treat me as one of you. Qin Shao smiled. Actually, he wouldn't be polite to his brothers, but the time that he had known senior brother Feng Yi was too short, so he wasn't used to it yet. But since senior brother Feng Yi said it like that, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be polite and said, Okay, then I won't be polite with senior brother. That's right, haha, let's go. Senior brother and the others must have been waiting for a long time to see you. Senior brother and the others? Qin Shao nodded. He also wanted to pay a visit to the other four senior brothers. Although they had met, they didn't officially get to know each other. Now that he had entered the sacred gate, he should at least get to know the other senior brothers and meet them. This was the most basic etiquette. As a junior brother, he should pay a visit to the other senior brothers. Senior brother Feng Yi was really considerate of him. Very quickly, young Master Feng Yi brought Qin Shao to a huge rock closest to the center. The layout here was very special, and there were many people busily doing things. When they saw Qin Shao and young Master Feng Yi, they all bowed. Feng Yi was very familiar with this place, so he didn't need to lead the way. Qin Shao looked at the many arrangements here with great interest. It was so ingenious that people could not help but clap their hands in wonder. The arrangement of the various mountain rocks here all contained the mechanical armor technique. It was too exquisite. Exquisite, right? If an ancient saint were to barge into this place, he would be trapped here and never be able to leave. Eldest senior brother's attainments in mechanical array Dao are extremely profound. Perhaps it is not inferior to his attainments in the flying dagger Dao. I'm afraid that in the entire immortal region, there aren't many who are stronger than eldest senior brother in the Dao of mechanisms and arrays. Actually, eldest senior brother was the one who was most obsessed with the Tao of mechanical arrays. If he hadn't met Master, I'm afraid eldest senior brother would only be obsessed with the Tao of mechanical arrays for the rest of his life. But the Tao of mechanical arrays is after all a side Tao. Even if he reached the pinnacle, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything great. After Master's nurturing, eldest senior brother showed a heaven-defying potential. He had heaven-defying talent in the immortal Tao and the flying dagger Tao. In the end, he reached the pinnacle of all three Taos and reached the terrifying level today. Eldest senior brother's strength is undoubtedly the strongest among the four senior brothers. All this time, no one could shake eldest senior brother. Qin Shao also saw that it was the mechanical array technique. Qin Shao did not expect that eldest senior brother's attainments in the mechanical array technique were so unfathomable. Qin Shao also practiced the mechanical array technique in the Peach Blossom Valley. But Qin Shao's level was still very low. He was only at the initial stage. Later, Qin Shao did not have the mood to continue practicing the mechanical array technique. Speaking of which, Qin Shao's talent and potential in the mechanical armor technique was also very good. If he focused on it, he might be able to achieve something. However, for the time being, Qin Shao's energy had to be focused on the cultivation of the Great Tao. The Tao of Flying Dagger was enough for Qin Shao to spend his energy on cultivation. So, Qin Shao naturally did not think too much about the mechanical array technique. He really did not have that much time and energy. What's more, Qin Shao's original body and avatar had returned to the origin. There was only one body left. So, time for Qin Shao was incomparably precious. Soon, Qin Shao followed young Master Feng Yi to a private room. The four figures were already sitting there. There were two empty chairs that were clearly prepared for Qin Shao and Feng Yi Songzi. This was also the first time Qin Shao officially met with the senior brothers. Qin Zhao's eyes first fell on the figure with the air of an immortal. This was Master Li Sheng's first disciple, Tianji Elder. The origin of this name was probably related to the mechanical armor technique, right? Junior brother Qin Shao greets senior brother. Tianji Elder smiled faintly and nodded to Qin Shao. He stroked his long beard. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the second person. It was a very casual-looking man. This was Master Li Sheng's second disciple, Intentionless Saber God. It was said that in terms of flying daggers, Intentionless Saber God was the strongest among the four. Junior brother Qin Shao greets second senior brother. Intentionless Saber God was not polite. He drank his wine and waved the wine in his hand. He smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Later, accompany senior brother to drink a few cups of wine." His personality was indeed very forthright. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the third person. This person looked a little dull. His expression was serious, and he did not smile. He sat there quietly, as if he did not exist. This was Master Li Sheng's third disciple, Chai Fu. This name was a little strange. It was said that Chai Fu used to be a Chai Fu. Later on, he was chosen by Li Sheng as a personal disciple. That was how he became the world god Chai Fu. Junior brother Qin Shao greets third senior brother. Chai Fu just calmly glanced at Qin Shao. He did not make any extra movements. Qin Shao knew Chai Fu's personality, so he did not think much of it. The last person had the appearance of a weak scholar. He was very thin, and his face was a little pale. It was as if his body was very weak. On him, he was the epitome of a weak scholar. Don't be fooled by his weak appearance. It was said that he was an extremely profound person. He was said to know everything in the world. He was known as the all-knowing scholar. The most terrifying thing about him was that he was incomparably powerful. It was said that he could be ranked second amongst the four. Young Master Feng, he had already told Qin Shao some basic information about his four senior brothers. Junior brother Qin Shao greets fourth senior brother. The all-knowing scholar's gaze had already landed on Qin Shao. There was a slight smile on his face. The way he stared at Qin Shao was as if he wanted to see through Qin Shao. Being stared at like this by the all-knowing scholar, Qin Shao felt an inexplicable sense of worry. The all-knowing scholar was known to know everything in the world. Thus, when he was stared at like this, Qin Shao felt as though his secrets were about to be seen through by the all-knowing scholar. Junior brother, don't worry. I won't pry into your secrets. I won't do such things to my own people. The all-knowing scholar seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. Qin Zhao smiled awkwardly. Then I'll thank fourth senior brother first. This could be considered as meeting his four senior brothers and getting to know each other. These were four world deities, and now they were all his senior brothers. Just the thought of it made him feel extremely excited. All right, junior brother Qin Zhao. Now that all six of us have gotten to know each other, we'll be a family in the future. If we address each other as senior brothers, it would seem a little distant. Thus, we're used to addressing each other as brothers. In the future, we'll call you sixth brother. You don't have to call us senior brothers anymore. Young Master Feng, he said to Qin Zhao, addressing each other as brothers? There were some situations where senior brothers and junior brothers addressed each other as brothers. However, some of them were just addressing each other as brothers. In reality, their relationship wasn't as close as brothers. Qin Zhao believed that his five senior brothers should be able to do it. Although they didn't talk much and didn't interact much, Qin Zhao could already feel their feelings. Qin Zhao smiled and said, then sixth brother will greet big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother. In the future, I'll need the five of you to take care of sixth brother. Young Master Feng, he patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and laughed heartily. We're all brothers. Naturally, we'll take care of you. Today, you're officially married and called us big brother. As your fifth brother, although I can't be as rich as Master, I can at least show some respect. After saying that, young Master Feng, he moved his hand and a strange stone appeared in his hand. This stone's shape was very strange. It wasn't fixed and would constantly change. It kept changing shape. But one thing was for sure, it wasn't alive. It was indeed an inanimate object. Not only would its shape constantly change, but its color was also faintly discernible. It was originally a pure color, but sometimes it would give people the feeling that it disappeared. After a while, it would reappear. It was only the size of a fist, but it was full of holes. It looked very strange. But looking at this stone, Qin Zhao's heart inexplicably beat, as if he was moved. And the more he looked at it, the faster his heart beat, and the stronger the feeling of being moved. This feeling was like a man who suddenly saw a girl who could make him fall in love at first sight. This was the feeling. It was a very strange feeling. What kind of treasure was this? It could make him feel this way. Senior brother Feng, it was a fourth-step ancient saint, so he definitely wouldn't be stingy. Young Master Feng Mian said, sixth brother, fifth brother accidentally found this when he was walking in a great thousand secret realm. In order to obtain this item, fifth brother had to pay a price. I know you're a heart force cultivator, so this treasure is very suitable for you. Fifth brother studied it. This thing should be called a heart force source stone. There are many heart force cultivators' powers and cultivation methods inside. Fifth brother didn't study it too much and only looked at it briefly. This treasure should be very helpful to you. It should be a supreme treasure for your heart force cultivator. Fifth brother doesn't know what else to give you, so I'll give you this. Consider it my introductory gift to you. I can't be your big brother for nothing. When young Master Feng Yi said this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Elder Tianji and the others. These words were clearly meant for them to hear. Qin Zhao didn't stand on ceremony with young Master Feng Yi and happily received the Heart Force Source Stone. Thank you, fifth brother. Actually, sixth brother doesn't need anything. But since it's a gift from fifth brother, sixth brother won't stand on ceremony and accept it. This thing should be very helpful to sixth brother's heart force cultivator. It's a good thing. Chapter 2650. Reading on a mobile phone. Fifth brother, you're tricking us. We didn't prepare anything. Is it really okay for you to launch a surprise attack like this? Thoughtless Saber God joked. Enemy far away, alone, Shui, Mo now, Yang, Chiu, Lung Young, Master Feng laughed. Second brother, when did you become so humble? The four of you are rich people. It's not like I'm cutting off your flesh. Any item you take out would be a treasure to Six Brother. I've already thrown out a brick to attract jade. I have the brick. Now it's up to you, brothers. After saying this, young Master Feng, he winked at Qin Shao and raised his eyes. The meaning behind his words was clear. Qin Shao smiled helplessly in his heart. Actually, he didn't want his seniors to give him a greeting gift. His master had already given him one. He was already very satisfied. But since senior brother Feng Yi insisted, Qin Shao couldn't do anything about it. Thoughtless Saber God rolled her eyes at Feng Yi and said to Elder Tianji, "Big brother, you should go first for this kind of thing. You take the lead." Elder Tianji seemed to be prepared. Without saying anything, his hand moved and a magical Rubik's Cube appeared in his hand. He directly threw it to Qin Shao. This egg-sized thing was very heavy in his hand. It felt heavier than a huge mountain. It looked very ordinary, but felt very extraordinary. Qin Shao also had some eyesight. With a glance, he could tell that this object was extraordinary. It should be related to the mechanical armor. "Yo, big brother, you're really a piece of good jade. TSK, TSK, as expected of big brother. You're really extraordinary. You're even willing to give away such a good thing. It seems that the new generation is better than the old. Thinking back to when I first entered the Holy Gate, I didn't receive such good treatment." Young Master Feng, he looked at the object in Elder Tianji's hand, and his eyes lit up. Seeing senior brother Feng Yi's reaction, Qin Shao was able to imagine how precious the seemingly unremarkable item in his hand was. It must be a supreme treasure. Sun Ku Chiu Yuan, only son, Chiu Mo caused trouble. Young Master Feng, he enthusiastically introduced it to Qin Shao. "This is big brother's prize creation, Tianji Feng. It can change into thousands of forms. It also contains the essence of the mechanical armor technique. It's a godly item for cultivating the mechanical armor Dao. This is a detailed record of Big Brother's understanding of mechanism arrays. Not only that, but this heavenly secret prescription is also a powerful sacred object. Its value is no less than a top-grade sacred object. TSK, TSK. Six brother, you really do have a lot of face. Big brother, even we can't bear to give such a good thing to you. Now that you're here, we have to give you one as a greeting gift." This comparison is really infuriating. I'm so envious and jealous. Sun Yuenge, Sun Shui, you can't be alone. Young Master Feng, you looked very hurt, but Qin Shao also knew that young Master Feng, he was just saying that. He wouldn't really do that. However, after hearing senior brother Feng Yi's words, Qin Shao was shocked. She felt that it was a little hot and had the urge to return it. Not Kiki, alone nodded ball after Lonely Queen. Gee, no, wasn't this too expensive? It's really infuriating when you compare yourself to others. I'm so envious and jealous when I see it. Was it worth as much as a top-grade holy artifact? Didn't that mean that it was completely comparable to the ancient token that Master had bestowed upon him? Qin Shao did not dare to accept such a precious gift. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets said, "This is not the real Heavenly Secrets formula, but a simplified version that I casually made later on. Its power is probably only 1%. The place is not cool, the enemy is not cool, the place is not cool, and the place is not cool." Cough, cough, I knew it. "Big brother, why are you so generous?" Young Master Feng, he said in relief. Hearing this, Qin Shao felt a little better. Although it only had 1% of its power, it was still valuable enough. Its value was probably no less than a mid-tier sacred item. Most importantly, this was a treasure that could help Xiao comprehend the Tao of mechanism arrays. Sun Cho, Yuan Chu, Quan Chu, although Qin Zhao's mind wasn't focused on mechanical armors at the moment, he would definitely learn from them in the future. If he needed it in the future, he could cultivate and comprehend it. A greeting gift like this could be considered very valuable. "Thank you, big brother." Sixth brother will also accept it. After Qin Shao expressed his gratitude, he put away the heavenly secret Feng. Sun Chamo, alone, take up his grudge. Although it was just a simplified version of the Tianji recipe, it was still a small version of the Tianji recipe. Second brother, it's your turn. Seeing that intentionless blade god had yet to make a decision, young Master Feng Yi hurriedly reminded him, if we do not have a grudge against each other, we will hate the cold technique. Thoughtless Saber God rolled her eyes at young noble Feng Yi again. It's not like the greeting gift is for you. You're even more anxious than sixth brother. Fifth brother, your gift is ordinary. Do you want to perform well in this aspect? Ah, that's not true. Second brother, hurry up. Big brother has already thrown away a good piece of jade. Second brother, you can't be weak. Young noble Feng Yi laughed. Enemy, not far not cool, make friends, learn distance sail old feather. Enemy, not far not cool, make friends, learn distance sail old feather. This is a detailed record of Big Brother's understanding of mechanism arrays. Not only that, this heavenly secret Feng is also a powerful saint item. Its value is no less than a supreme grade saint item. Thoughtless Saber God's hand moved and took out 3 times saint fruits and gave them to Qin Shao. These were 3 times saint fruits. They were considered rare items. Although they weren't too expensive, they were relatively rare. Seeing the 3 fruits in Thoughtless Saber God's hand, young noble Feng Yi had something to say. Second brother, you're the second brother. Big brother gave you such a good piece of jade, and you only took out this. Don't you think you're stingy? If news of this were spread, it would be detrimental to your reputation as Saber God Wunyan. The dignified, intentionless Saber God's greeting gift is actually so shabby. As the 5th brother, I can't stand it anymore. Thoughtless Saber God rolled his eyes at young noble Feng Yi. Don't you know your second brother is poor? Poor people are naturally jealous. If I were as rich as Big Brother, your second brother would also know how to be rich. With that, intentionless Sword God placed the 3-time saint fruits in Qin Zhao's hands and said, Sixth brother, second brother has always been short on money and can't take out anything good. Sixth disciple, please don't mind. In the future, if you have any difficulties outside, don't hesitate to tell me. Second brother doesn't have any other abilities, but I do have some ability to protect my children. Intentionless Saber God was a forthright person. Qin Shao received the 3-time holy fruits and said with a smile, Thank you, second brother. The time holy fruit is also very precious to sixth brother. Sixth brother needs this thing. Enemy far, 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 far away. Intentionless Saber God nodded and didn't say anything else. Chai Fu and Bai Xiaoshu were already prepared. They didn't wait for young noble Feng Yi to speak and took the initiative to take out their greeting gifts and handed them over to Qin Shao. The woodcutter took out a pitch-black wood-chopping knife, while the scholar took out a jade scroll. Oh well, I thought I was throwing a brick to attract jade. Who would have thought that only Big Brother's jade would be attracted? The others aren't even as good as my brick. What a failure. Young noble Feng Yi shook his head. This was far from being able to receive Gu Honka. Thank you, third brother and fourth brother. Qin Shao accepted the black chopping knife and the jade scroll. This black chopping knife looked very ordinary and didn't have any aura. It didn't look like a saint weapon either. No matter how one looked at it, it was just an ordinary chopping knife. However, Qin Shao knew that what Sangu gave her couldn't be ordinary. Although he couldn't see any flaws in this woodcutter, he thought that it should have some flaws. Sun Cho Cho Yuandu Sun Chamo Lung Cho old grandson Tai, a distant enmity. Tai technique, Mo Yang, makes a fuss. Early Qin Shao also didn't know what this scroll was for. Chai Fu said, This hatchet has been with me for countless years. Even though it is an ordinary item, it has its own unique characteristics. Sun Di Chio not do Sun Shu Umo Wacha. Even if it's a high-grade saint artifact, it can still cut it apart with a single slash. Although it doesn't have saint might, it's extremely sharp and can cut through everything. Whether it works or not depends on whether you can use it or not. So miraculous? It wasn't a saint artifact, but it could break a high-grade saint artifact? Why was it so sharp? Qin Shao was indeed shocked by Chai Fu's words. Let's not talk about the sharpness of this hatchet. This hatchet belonged to Chai Fu in the past, and had always been by his side. Therefore, to Chai Fu, this hatchet was a very precious item. All-knowing scholar said, "Sixth brother, I don't have anything good to give you. This jade scroll is called the all-knowing booklet. It contains all the secrets of the world. If there's anything you want to know, you can ask it directly. By the way, sixth brother, I forgot to tell you. It's a great beauty. You like it? Cough, great beauty? Like it? We're all scholars like this, inwardly passionate." Hearing by Xiao Shu's words, Qin Xiao felt like her understanding of her fourth brother had been refreshed. As soon as all-knowing scholar finished speaking, he waved his hand. The all-knowing booklet in Qin Xiao's hand flickered and transformed into a great beauty. She stood gracefully in front of Qin Xiao. She was a woman with a voluptuous figure. Her clothes were very sexy, and her face was very charming. She looked very enchanting. In layman's terms, she was a vixen. She was indeed beautiful, but she didn't have much of an air about her. Purely based on her appearance, she was indeed not bad. Distant enemy, distant rear, observation, battle, lonely secret knock, but if one's standards were higher, they'd find her a little vulgar. Qin Xiao had never been interested in this kind of woman, nor was he interested in her. Qin Xiao felt that he had to re-evaluate his fourth brother when he saw how he'd shaped the book spirit. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. How could a weak scholar like his fourth brother be so indecent? "Master," the book spirit acted coquettishly in front of the all-knowing scholar. Her voice was very coquettish and numbing. While she was speaking, she was also matching her body movements. "Master, you're so naughty. What's wrong with me? You actually want to give me to someone else? Don't you love me anymore?" The book spirit said coquettishly. All-knowing scholar coughed and said, "There are many people here. Don't say such things. I'm no longer your master. Your master is my sixth brother. You have to serve my sixth brother well in the future. Look at how handsome and dashing my sixth brother is. This is your fortune." It was said that a woman's face changed faster than the weather. This wasn't just an empty phrase. It was indeed so. The book spirit's face changed immediately. She immediately looked at Qin Xiao with an enchanting expression. She smiled coquettishly and winked at Qin Xiao. "Master, this servant greets you. Please be gentle with this servant in the future. This servant is afraid of pain." "Chio ka far away, Chio Yueju, what the hell? Afraid of pain? What the hell is going on?" Qin Xiao was speechless. Why did it sound so filthy? What did fourth brother do to the book spirit that couldn't be described? All-knowing scholar immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand, sixth brother. Your fourth brother is innocent. I'm not that kind of person. I didn't do anything wrong. This book spirit is so coquettish. You're just not used to it yet. Once you get used to it, you'll find that it's actually quite enjoyable." "Cough, fourth brother. Can I return it to you?" Qin Xiao asked with a wry smile. All-knowing scholar immediately refused. He said with a righteous expression, "Of course not. How can I return something that I've given away? You don't want face, but your fourth brother still wants face. Don't worry about this kind of thing. You'd better accept it." "Master," the book spirit said coquettishly, "you're so naughty. You don't want me. I hate you. But I still like you, master." Sun Yuan, Cho Qing's son, Shu Zhan Yang Qing, Ku Jieqin, Xiao suddenly shivered. He waved his hand and quickly put the book spirit away. He really couldn't stand this. This book came from Chapter 2651. Sixth brother, you're good at training. Fourth brother's book spirits are very easy to train. They're also very easy to train, Bai Xiaoshu said to Qin Xiao with a serious look on his face. Teach them well, forget it. Qin Xiao really wanted to return her. Qin Xiao really couldn't train such a vixen. He couldn't protect her at all. It was just that she was too embarrassed to return what she had accepted, so Qin Xiao had to bear it herself. After chatting with the 5 senior brothers for a while, Qin Xiao said goodbye and left. Young Master Feng, he also left with Qin Xiao. Young Master Feng, he was like a nanny. Qin Xiao was still very unfamiliar with Langya Heaven. He was ordered by his master to bring Qin Shao to familiarize himself with Langya Heaven. Qin Shao gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he get gifts from his master, but he also got gifts from his 5 senior brothers. 6 gifts to Qin Shao were very precious. Their value was immeasurable. Sigh, what a failure. Young Master Feng, he shook his head and sighed. I thought throwing a brick would attract 4 jades, but I only got 1. 6th brother, 5th brother originally wanted to take advantage of this good opportunity to make Big Brother and the others bleed. Big Brother is still the same Big Brother, but 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and 4th brother are a bit too much. Your 5th brother is stingy because he really is poor. Your 5th brother is just an ancient saint. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and 4th brother are all world gods. I really don't know what to say about them being so stingy. Hearing young Master Feng Yi's words, Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. I appreciate 5th brother's good intentions. Moreover, I feel that these greeting gifts are very precious. To 6th brother, they are very good treasures. They are enough for me to use right now. Young Master Feng, he shook his head. 6th brother, your vision is still too small. If you look further, you won't think like this. Forget it, forget it. Let's leave it at that. It wasn't that Qin Zhao's vision was small. With young Master Feng Yi's vision, it was very normal for him to say this. But Qin Shao was never greedy. He always knew how to be content. What's more, these were just greeting gifts from his senior brothers. Giving them to him was a sign of their friendship. So how could he be picky? Plus, to the current Qin Shao, these treasures were very good. They were priceless. Qin Shao didn't think that his senior brothers were stingy. They were definitely willing to give good things, but he couldn't use them for the time being. Plus, other people's things were still theirs. Even if it was a gift, Qin Shao would feel guilty if he accepted it. Qin Shao shamelessly accepted these gifts. Qin Shao didn't say that. What do you want to do now? Do you want me to take you to the merit hall to pick some merit laws? Or do you want me to take you to the Flying Saber Abyss to cultivate the Flying Saber Tao? Or do you want me to take you around Langya Heaven? You've only seen the general situation of Langya Heaven on the way here. There are many places you didn't see. Young Master Feng, he said. Qin Shao said, let's put these aside for now. 5th brother, can you take me to see someone called the Plow Saber Monarch? Plow Blade King. Feng, he was slightly surprised and said with a surprised expression, what? You know the Plow Blade King? Qin Shao shook his head. It's not that I know him, but I have some connections with Song Saber Monarch. To tell you the truth, I was able to cultivate the Flying Saber Tao because of Song Saber Monarch's inheritance. That's why I was able to enter the Sacred Gate. Song Saber Monarch's true body and avatar are both dead. I got information from his avatar that Plow Saber Monarch was Song Saber Monarch's brother. That's why I wanted to find him. Young Master Feng, he was relieved. Oh, so that's how it is. You and Song Saber Monarch have such connections. Interesting. It's a pity that Song Saber Monarch died, but there's nothing we can do about it. We've been looking for his avatar, but we couldn't find it. After that, we didn't continue to search. I didn't expect that this would help 6th brother. Because of Song Saber Monarch's inheritance, 6th brother stepped into the Flying Saber Tao and finally became Master's disciple. This karma is really interesting. If that's the case, Song Saber Monarch has made an indelible contribution to our Langya Heaven. Qin Shao, tell me where Song Saber Monarch's avatar is. I'll immediately send people to bring Song Saber Monarch's corpse back to Langya Heaven. Let him rest there forever. It can be considered as fulfilling his long-cherished wish and giving him a final home. Qin Shao nodded and told senior brother Feng the location of Song Saber Monarch's avatar. He had long wanted to let the people of Langya Heaven bring Song Saber Monarch's corpse back to Langya Heaven. After all, Song Saber Monarch was Li Sheng's disciple. Feng, he immediately arranged for people to do this. After listening to senior brother Feng Yi's words, Qin Shao understood something and couldn't help but ask, 5th brother, according to what you said, not all of Li Sheng's disciples are qualified to be buried in Langya Heaven. Young Master Feng, he nodded. Yes, 6th brother, that's indeed the case. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, Langya Heaven isn't big as you can see. Moreover, Master doesn't really care about this aspect. He thinks that life should be ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Wherever one is sacrificed, that's where one is buried. Returning to nature is also considered a reincarnation. Only those who died in Langya Heaven, or those who died because of Langya Heaven, or those who made great contributions to Langya Heaven, could be buried in Langya Heaven. Although Master doesn't care about these things, many disciples care a lot about it. They feel that being buried in Langya Heaven, on one hand, is returning the soul to its hometown, like a fallen leaf returning to its roots. On the other hand, it's also a kind of honor. Oh, I see. After listening to young Master Feng Yi's explanation, Qin Shao was relieved. So that's how it is. Indeed, a lot of people have a strong sense of honor. As the saying goes, a tree lives with a layer of skin, a person lives with a face. Many people work hard for a lifetime just for that honor. To be buried in Langya Heaven was indeed a supreme honor for Li Sheng's disciples. Let's go. I'll take you to Plow Saber Monarch. Young Master Feng Yi said. Qin Shao nodded and followed senior brother Feng Yi to find Plow Saber Monarch. Soon, the two of them came to a huge rock. Every disciple of Li Sheng had a huge rock that belonged to them. There were big and small rocks, but they weren't really that small. Even the smallest rock was no less than 10,000 miles in diameter. Generally, it was tens of thousands of miles to 100,000 miles. The exact size will depend on your needs. However, there is probably a rule that the size of the boulders placed outside would not exceed the size of the boulders placed in the center. With the boulder in the center as the center, it then spread out, forming a huge spider web. The central boulder was the largest, and then there were 9 other boulders surrounding the central boulder, forming a large circle with the central boulder at the center. In addition, there were 5 boulders that were arranged in a circle around the central boulder, forming a protective formation. These 5 huge rocks were the cultivation grounds of young Master Feng Yi and the other 5 personal disciples. Then, they were arranged in circles. Each circle represented a generation. Until the 18th circle, it meant that Li Sheng's disciples had been passed down to 18 generations of disciples. Such a distribution was easy to see at a glance. It was very interesting. The Plow Saber Monarch that Qin Shao was looking for was a 10th generation disciple. In terms of seniority, he should call him Grandmaster. Song Saber Monarch was the same as Plow Saber Monarch, a 10th generation disciple. In that case, didn't he become Song Saber Monarch's Grandmaster? Thinking of this, Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. He had received the inheritance of Song Saber Monarch, and that was how he comprehended the Tao of Flying Saber and embarked on this path. Finally, he was fortunate enough to become Li Sheng's disciple and became Li Sheng's 6th disciple. If there was no Song Saber Monarch, perhaps Qin Shao wouldn't have been able to embark on the Tao of Flying Saber, and there wouldn't be the current situation. Therefore, in his heart, Qin Shao was very grateful to Song Saber Monarch and even regarded him as half a teacher. He was also guided by Song Saber Monarch to cultivate the Tao of Flying Saber. Now that he had become Song Saber Monarch's Grandmaster, Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If Song Saber Monarch was still alive, how would he feel when he saw this scene? By the way, 5th brother, I have another question. Song Saber Monarch is only a 4th step heavenly venerable, and his level is relatively low. Our Langya Heaven has so many ancient saints, it should be easy to resurrect Song Saber Monarch, right? Take you, 5th brother, for example. You are a 4th step ancient saint. Isn't it easy to resurrect Song Saber Monarch? But Song Saber Monarch's avatar was destroyed, and no one in our Langya Heaven resurrected him. Why is that? Qin Shao asked. In fact, he had this question for a long time, but he had never asked. Langya Heaven had such powerful strength. Resurrecting a 4th step heavenly venerable was not a problem at all. Feng Yi shook his head and said, sixth brother, you don't know about this. There's still many reasons. Indeed, it is not difficult to resurrect Song Saber Monarch. There are many people in our Langia heaven who can do it easily. But first of all, sixth brother, you should know that there is karma in the world. Resurrecting a person is planting a bad karma for oneself. It is a heaven-defying act. If you plant too many bad karma, then in the end, retribution will come to you. Therefore, if it is not a last resort, it is not easy to resurrect others. Secondly, this is also a rule set by Master. Li Sheng's disciples are not allowed to resurrect other disciples easily. Master's idea is that ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Since people are dead, they should return to nature and enter the cycle of reincarnation. They should not be easily resurrected. Generally speaking, after a person is resurrected, it is difficult for him to go far in his cultivation path. No matter what kind of genius he is, there is no exception. Even if it is you, sixth brother, once you die and are resurrected, it will be difficult for you to be as heaven-defying as you are now. Basically, your cultivation path will be cut off. Therefore, there is not much meaning in resurrecting. Moreover, Master does not want Li Sheng's disciples to think that it doesn't matter if they die, since there is someone to resurrect them. If Li Sheng's disciples have such thoughts, it will be a very bad thing for Li Sheng's sect. Some disciples will be spoiled, and they will go astray. Therefore, if Li Sheng's disciples are in danger, they can ask Langia Heaven for help. But if you really die, Langia Heaven will not resurrect you. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 2652. Qin Shao was relieved. So that's the reason. But thinking about it carefully, he felt that this rule might be a good thing. This way, it could prevent some of Li Sheng's disciples from relying too much on Langia. Without this mindset, they would be more careful outside. At the very least, they wouldn't easily commit evil deeds. The reputation of Li Sheng's disciples was very solid in the immortal domain. They were definitely well known and highly praised. Such a reputation was also maintained by all of Li Sheng's disciples. Behind this good reputation, there was also such a rule. It was said that without rules, nothing could be accomplished. This sentence was very reasonable. Soon, Qin Shao and young Master Feng Yi saw the Plow Blade Monarch. The Plow Blade Monarch was currently teaching a disciple. He was the 10th generation disciple of the Li Saint Gate. In terms of seniority, he was considered quite high. After all, there were 8-generation disciples below him. Therefore, the Plow Blade Monarch was also a true ancestor-level character. There, that's the Plow Blade Monarch. Feng Yi pointed at the person who was teaching and said, this was a middle-aged man with a square face and a short beard. It gave his face a sense of seriousness. At this moment, he was sitting on the stage and lecturing. There were more than 30 disciples below. All of them were seriously listening to the Plow Blade Monarch's lecture. Ancient Saint Realm. Seeing the Plow Blade Monarch, Qin Shao immediately recognized that he was a first-step Ancient Saint Realm. It seemed that the rumors were true. The Plow Blade Monarch had indeed become a Saint Realm long ago. But thinking about it, it was normal. Back then, the Song Blade Monarch's name shook the world. The Plow Blade Monarch's reputation was even higher than the Song Blade Monarch's. Even the people of the Southern Wasteland had heard of the two of them. Vaishan and the other two greatly admired the Song Blade Monarch and the Plow Blade Monarch. There were also rumors that the Plow Blade Monarch had already become a Saint Realm expert. Greetings to Ancestor Feng and Ancestor Qin. Both of you have suddenly graced us with your presence. This Plow Blade Monarch is truly sorry for not coming out to greet you. I hope the two ancestors won't blame us. The Plow Blade Monarch saw Qin Shao and young Master Feng Yi coming to his place of cultivation and quickly bowed to greet them. This was the feeling of the sun rising from the west. This was the first time he had broken through the desolate land. Ancestor Feng Yi had never visited his cultivation place before. In fact, when they met normally, he would at most nod his head slightly as a sign of acknowledgement. Usually, he didn't even have the chance to talk to Grandmaster Feng Yi. Today, Grandmaster Feng Yi actually came to his cultivation place. This really made Song Dao, king, overjoyed. Greetings to Grandmaster Feng and Grandmaster Qin. The disciples who were listening to the preaching finally reacted and bowed respectfully in unison. All right, all of you can go and meditate on your own. This lecture will end here. We will continue with the next lecture. Plow Blade Monarch said to his disciples and grand disciples. Those disciples naturally didn't stay for long and quickly left. Plow Blade Monarch was a smart man. He knew that the two grandmasters would not come to his place of cultivation for no reason. This time, they probably came for something. So, Plow Blade Monarch directly asked, "Why are the two grandmasters looking for Plow Blade? If there is anything, please feel free to tell me. Plow Blade will do my best." Qin Shao said, "Plow Blade Monarch, don't think too much. We don't have anything to tell you. The main thing is that we have something to talk to you about. It's about Song Blade Monarch." Song Blade? Hearing Song Blade Monarch, Plow Blade Monarch was shocked and looked at Qin Shao. After hesitating for a moment, Plow Blade Monarch said, "Grandmaster Qin, isn't Song Blade dead? Both his original body and avatar are dead. I know where his original body is, but I haven't been able to find his avatar. I wonder why Grandmaster Qin is talking about Song Blade? Does Grandmaster Qin have some relationship with Song Blade?" Plow Blade Monarch was an extremely smart man. He could guess some of the possibilities. Grandmaster Qin was extremely young, only 40 million years old. Song Blade had been dead for more than 40 million years, so it was impossible for Grandmaster Qin and Song Blade to know each other. And this relationship should have something to do with his avatar. Song Blade didn't marry or have children. He didn't have any descendants and didn't take in any disciples. No one knew where his doppelganger had died. Qin Shao nodded and briefly told him about meeting Song Blade Monarch in the southern wasteland. After listening, Plow Blade Monarch was relieved and understood what was going on. He couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect Song Blade to die in the southern wasteland. No wonder I couldn't find his avatar. He actually went to the southern wasteland. This is something I didn't expect. I almost searched the entire 9 provinces of China, but I still couldn't find him. I didn't set foot in the southern wasteland. I really didn't expect Song Blade to go there. What I didn't expect was that Song Blade left behind an immortal opportunity in the southern wasteland. It was actually obtained by Grandmaster Qin. Speaking of which, for Grandmaster Qin to be able to join our Li Shang sect, Song Blade can be considered to have made some contributions. If Song Blade knew about this in the underworld, he would definitely feel incomparably gratified. He didn't contribute much to our Li Shang sect when he was alive. I didn't expect that he would make such a contribution after death. It's enough to smile in the underworld. Alas, Song Blade was too stubborn. I worked hard with him from humble beginnings and grew up together with him. We encouraged each other and watched each other slowly grow stronger. Later, we were lucky enough to enter the Li Shang sect together and became a glorious disciple of the Li Shang sect. We traveled the world together and made a name for ourselves in the mortal world. Thus, we had 2 resounding titles, Song Blade Monarch and Plow Blade Monarch. But the road of cultivation often has many forks. Sometimes, one can't take a wrong step. If one takes a wrong step, there's no way to reverse it, and you'll fall into a state of eternal damnation. Alas, Song Blade took a wrong step on the road. At that time, I tried my best to persuade him, but he was powerless to reverse it. Or rather, there was no way for him to listen to me. Song Blade was a person who pursued the extreme. He pursued the extreme of everything. It was because of this that he became paranoid and finally stepped into the half-step saint realm. Entering the half-step saint realm and repelling an ancient saint with one strike was indeed an extremely dazzling and brilliant achievement. It made Song Blade famous for a time. But what's the use of that? Qin Shao nodded. Yes, entering the half-step saint realm was equivalent to cutting off one's own cultivation path. It seemed that the half-step saint realm was incomparably brilliant and powerful. But what was the use of it? No matter how brilliant the half-step saint realm was, it couldn't erase the injury there. After entering the half-step saint realm, it was too difficult to break through to the half-step saint realm again. How many half-step saints were there? It was almost unheard of to be able to become a half-step saint realm expert. It wasn't difficult to find one since ancient times, but it was close. After entering the half-step saint realm, it was no wonder that Song Blade King could repel an ancient saint with one strike and become so famous. Qin Shao also understood now. It was no wonder that the aura of Song Blade King's corpse was so strong at that time. It felt like an ancient saint realm expert. Even among the half-step saints, Song Blade King was probably the top. At least, he was definitely much stronger than the half-step saint Qin Shao met before who wanted to kill him. No matter how strong he was, no matter how famous he was, he still fell on the ancient road in the end. Once entering the half-step saint realm, it's too difficult to become a half-step saint realm expert again. It's as difficult as ascending to the sky. So, in the end, in order to break through to the half-step saint realm, Song Blade buried himself and forced himself to a dead end. Otherwise, with his strength and identity as a follower of Saint Li, as long as he wasn't stupid enough to provoke a dangerous person, how could he end up in such a state? Thinking about it, it's an incomparable pity. Every time I think of Song Blade, I feel sorry for him. If Song Blade was willing to listen to me back then, I'm afraid he would have already become a half-step Saint Realm expert. His strength would definitely be above mine. Back then, his strength had always been above mine, but I didn't have his persistence. I didn't have his heart to pursue everything to the extreme. So, on the contrary, I broke through to the half-step Saint Realm. In the end, Song Blade buried himself and ended his brilliant and short life. Alas, sometimes life is like this. Things are unpredictable. It's really a pity. Hearing Plowblade King sigh, Qin Shao also sighed and sighed. Life was indeed like this. Sometimes it was full of drama. The road of life was also like this. If one took a wrong step, there was no turning back. Every step had to be taken carefully and cautiously. Only then could he ensure that he could go further on the path of cultivation. Was Song Blade King willing to enter the half-step Saint Realm? Presumably, he didn't want to, right? But what was the use of not thinking about it? Song Blade King still unknowingly stepped into the half-step Saint Realm. It was like a swamp. Once you fell into it, it was difficult to pull out. Song Blade King, it was indeed a pity. But Qin Shao couldn't do anything other than sigh. Although he still had some other thoughts in his heart, he suppressed them. Qin Shao indeed thought of resurrecting Song Blade King. But to resurrect a half-step Saint Realm expert, it was definitely not an easy thing. He was afraid that the only person he could find was Senior Brother Feng Yi. If he wanted Senior Brother Feng Yi to do it, if he shamelessly asked, there might be hope. But Qin Shao obviously wouldn't do such a thing to make things difficult for Senior Brother Feng Yi, so he gave up. In addition, he heard Senior Brother Feng Yi say that even if he was resurrected, his potential would be broken. If he wanted to break through, there would be no hope. Song Blade King had already entered the half-step Saint Realm. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Thinking carefully, Qin Shao comforted himself. That's right, Ancestor Qin. Song Dao left something with me when he was alive. It's information about a treasure hidden by his original body. Ancestor Qin should know about this. Let me give it to Ancestor Qin, Plow Blade Monarch suddenly said. Qin Shao immediately waved his hand and said to Plow Blade King, "No need, Plow Blade King. I didn't come here for this thing. Although Song Blade King did tell me to find you to get this thing, I don't need it now. Since you're his best brother, you can go get these things and handle it for him. I won't go. I'm really busy recently. You can do it for me." Since Qin Shao didn't want it, Plowblade King didn't say anything more. He nodded and said, "Okay, Ancestor Qin." In that case, Songblade will go and handle this matter. And okay, then I'll take my leave first. Qin Shao nodded and left. Chapter 2653. This was the first time Qin Shao came to Langya Heaven, so he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed for the time being. He stayed in Langya Heaven because, on the one hand, he wanted to get to know his fellow disciples better. On the other hand, he wanted to cultivate the flying dagger Dao here. Not only did Langya Heaven have a good cultivation atmosphere for the flying dagger Dao, but the entire Langya Heaven was shrouded in the supreme power of the flying dagger Dao. It was easier to comprehend and cultivate the flying dagger Dao here. Moreover, he could also comprehend the many cultivation techniques in Langya Heaven. Qin Shao was Sage Li's sixth disciple, so he could access all the cultivation techniques in Langya Heaven at will. There were many cultivation techniques collected in Langya Heaven over the endless years. In addition to the flying dagger Dao cultivation techniques, there were also other types of cultivation techniques, such as immortal Dao cultivation techniques and even great Dao cultivation techniques. This was a huge treasure trove. There were many high-level cultivation techniques and everything that one could think of. This treasure trove was much richer than the Sacred Academy's myriad law pavilion. After all, the Sacred Academy was far from being comparable to the entire Langya Heaven. It just so happened that Qin Shao had just broken through to the Saint Realm. He really needed to calm down and cultivate well. Firstly, he could consolidate his realm. Secondly, he could take advantage of this good opportunity to improve himself and become more powerful. Moreover, Qin Shao was about to start cultivating his own life source weapon. He had to successfully cultivate the heaven-splitting sword technique and Sage Li's flying dagger into his own life source weapon. This was also something that he had to do. Therefore, Qin Shao was also preparing to cultivate in Langya Heaven. It just so happened that there were masters and senior brothers here who could give him some pointers. There would definitely be many benefits. With such a good cultivation environment, he naturally could not waste it. After leaving Langya Heaven this time, Qin Shao would definitely not come back easily unless something happened or after a long time. Therefore, this time, Qin Shao also planned to stay in Langya Heaven for a while. At the same time, Sage Li also built a boulder for Qin Shao to become Qin Zhao's cultivation place. Qin Zhao's boulder naturally surrounded the central boulder and blended into the 5 senior brothers. The erection of the boulder meant that Qin Shao had his own home in Langya Heaven. After having his own home, Qin Shao could also bring his immediate family members to live in Langya Heaven. Only the closest immediate family members could enter Langya Heaven directly. At present, only Qin Zhao's parents met the requirements. However, Qin Shao didn't have such plans for the time being. His parents were happy enough living in the primordial universe. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble. The Langya Heaven was not big, and there were not many benefits to staying there. Qin Shao began to cultivate wholeheartedly. With the help of many cultivation resources and senior brother Feng Yi's guidance, Qin Zhao's cultivation speed was naturally very fast. It only took 1,000,000 years for Qin Shao to cultivate the flying dagger to the peak state of the great accomplishment realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the peak realm. This step could be taken at any time. This level was also Yuan Yuan's previous level. When Yuan Yuan used the flying dagger, it was amazing. Qin Shao still remembered it vividly. And now, he had finally reached this level. Of course, after becoming a sage, Qin Zhao's cultivation speed was much easier than before. Therefore, this time, Qin Zhao's cultivation speed was also very fast. Qin Shao wanted to break through to the peak realm of the flying dagger in one fell swoop, but he still failed. Although it was only one step away and only one barrier away, it was very difficult to cross the gap in cultivation if one was just a little bit away. Sometimes, a small difference could make a world of difference. Peripheral Minor Dao was basically divided into 6 levels: beginner, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, peak, perfection, and control. Of course, most people could only come into contact with the first 5 levels. Those who could really reach the control realm were too rare. Basically, only the existence of the world deity realm could reach the control realm. Of course, there was also a higher level above the control realm, and that was the creator realm. This level could only be reached by the creator. Just like the flying dagger, only Li Sheng could reach this level. The others were at most infinitely close, but they certainly could not really reach it. The control realm was actually like this. Qin Zhao's current flying dagger was at the peak of the great accomplishment realm. One more step, and he would reach the peak realm. If he could cultivate the flying dagger to the peak realm, he would be very powerful. At least, he could easily deal with the existence of the second step ancient saint realm. Qin Zhao's cultivation this time had also improved his flying dagger to a relatively powerful level. Later, Qin Zhao comprehended the law of time. With the help of 3-time sacred fruits and the guidance of second senior brother intentionless saber god, Qin Zhao quickly broke through and mastered the law of time. In this way, Qin Zhao could be said to have mastered 3 of the 5 fundamental laws. Now, only the law of darkness and the law of myriad things were left. Qin Zhao had no clue about the law of darkness for the time being. As for the law of myriad things, Xian Mu had given him a myriad things atlas, which was of great help to the cultivation of the law of myriad things. Qin Zhao had also studied it, and it was indeed of great help. Therefore, Qin Zhao also had some ideas about the cultivation of the law of myriad things. However, Qin Zhao found that the cultivation of the 5 fundamental laws was easier at the beginning, but more difficult at the end. Qin Zhao comprehended and cultivated the law of space, which was relatively easy. When it came to the law of light, it was a bit more difficult. When it came to the law of time, the difficulty was obviously several folds. This was the internal repulsive force of the 5 fundamental laws. The more one cultivated, the harder it was to control. At the same time, one also had to control the power of the other laws. Otherwise, the powerful repulsive force would obstruct one's cultivation. Therefore, Qin Zhao also somewhat understood why there were so few heavenly mandate cultivators. It was indeed too difficult to completely master the 5 fundamental laws. This guess was also confirmed by senior brother Feng Yi. However, Qin Zhao didn't care about this for now. He definitely had to try in this direction, and he definitely wouldn't shrink back. No matter how difficult it was, he had to fight. Continuing to cultivate, Qin Zhao comprehended the Tianji prescription given to him by his big brother, the Tianji old man. It was indeed endlessly profound and incomparably profound, making people gasp in amazement. After comprehending and cultivating for a while, Qin Zhao also cultivated the mechanical array Dao to the limit of large success. However, he was also stuck here and couldn't advance any further. It was too difficult to reach the pinnacle. The mechanical array Dao was also a relatively powerful side path. Although it wasn't as good as the flying dagger Dao, it was still much stronger than the average side path. If one could cultivate the mechanical array Dao to the pinnacle, it would also be extremely powerful. The mechanical array Dao and the flying dagger Dao had both reached a bottleneck. They were only one step away from breaking through. Later on, Qin Zhao also comprehended the Heart Force Source Stone given to him by senior brother Feng Yi. It was a very mysterious stone that should be something born from nature. The Heart Force Source Stone was indeed of great help to the cultivation of Heart Force. It had a powerful guiding effect. In addition, the Heart Force Source Stone actually contained the understandings and experiences of many Heart Force cultivators of the past. He didn't know how they had been engraved onto the Heart Force Source Stone. Qin Zhao was beginning to suspect that this Heart Force Source Stone might have come from the Heart Force Saint Realm. Moreover, the guiding power of this Heart Force Source Stone was indeed very powerful. It guided Qin Zhao in the direction of his cultivation. Qin Zhao's talent and potential in Heart Force cultivation had always been astonishing. Thus, his cultivation this time went very smoothly. Add to that the fact that Qin Zhao was a primeval saint to begin with. His life force was at a higher level, and his horizons were higher. Thus, he could see even further. It also became much easier for him to cultivate and comprehend. Therefore, after millions of years of cultivation, Qin Shao actually defied the heavens and grasped the law of heart force and stepped through the door of the laws. In other words, he cultivated heart force to the Empyrean Saint realm. This breakthrough in heart force was also a qualitative transformation. It was a huge breakthrough. The breakthrough of heart force to the Empyrean Saint realm also gave Qin Shao another chance to evolve. Although this evolution wasn't as good as the breakthrough of the immortal Tao to the Empyrean Saint realm, it still doubled Qin Shao's strength. This kind of improvement was very impressive. The world in his body had nearly doubled in size, and his strength had probably doubled as well. To be able to cultivate two great Tao to the Empyrean Saint realm was an extremely rare occurrence, wasn't it? The effects of cultivating in Langya Heaven were indeed much better than in the Sacred Academy. Most of the time, he would be cultivating in seclusion in his own place. Although there were many Empyrean Saint realm teachers in the Sacred Academy, they weren't focused on one person, but on everyone. Their lectures were held in a fixed place, and they would attend the lectures themselves. However, things were much better in Langya Heaven. Master Li Sheng rarely showed himself, and Qin Shao didn't take the initiative to disturb him. However, young Master Feng Yi was always by Qin Shao's side, making it so that Qin Shao could find him at any time. Thoughtless Aber God was also a rather warm-hearted senior apprentice brother. With these two senior apprentice brothers giving him some pointers from time to time, Qin Shao was naturally of great help. This was especially true for Thoughtless Saber God, who was a world-level expert. Although young Master Feng Yi was much weaker, he was still an extremely powerful fourth-step Empyrean Saint. Therefore, the pointers of these two senior apprentice brothers were often able to hit the nail on the head. What was good about Qin Zhao's cultivation was precisely what these two senior apprentice brothers were good at. For example, heart force. Thoughtless Saber God's heart force had also reached the fourth-step Empyrean Saint realm. She was just one step away from becoming a world deity. Thus, Thoughtless Saber God's heart force was extremely powerful. As far as Qin Shao knew, she was the person with the strongest heart force in the immortal region. Master Li Sheng might be stronger than Thoughtless Saber God, but this was something that no one knew, and no one could make wild guesses. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Thoughtless Saber God was the strongest. During this period of cultivation, he had unknowingly stayed in the Langya Heaven for tens of millions of years. These tens of millions of years of cultivation were simply too much for Qin Shao to handle. His strength had increased tremendously. Right now, Qin Shao was extremely confident that he could fight against a second-step Empyrean Saint Realm expert. In fact, he might even be able to win. During these tens of millions of years of cultivation, Qin Shao had to thank his fifth brother, young Master Feng Yi, and second brother, Thoughtless Saber God, the most. Fifth brother, second brother, thank you for your guidance and care over these tens of millions of years. It's because of you that I've gained so much and become so much stronger. Both of you have contributed greatly. However, since I've stayed in the Langya Heaven for so long, it's time for me to return to the Sacred Institute. That's why I've come to say goodbye to you two, senior apprentice brothers. Qin Shao said gratefully. Young Master Feng Yi waved his hand. It's nothing. This is what we should do as senior apprentice brothers. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 2654. Since Qin Shao was going back, Yuan naturally followed Qin Shao back to the Saint Academy. After seeing Yuan, Qin Shao was pleasantly surprised. Yuan, have you broken through and become a saint? Yuan looked at Qin Shao with a smile and nodded. Yes, I broke through 5 million years ago. Since you have broken through and become a saint, Of course I have to work hard. I can't fall too far behind you. But I still broke through a little later than you. Qin Shao smiled. It was normal. After all, he had stayed in Langya heaven for millions of years. Millions of years was enough for Yuan Yuan to break through and become a saint. Qin Shao did not doubt Yuan Yuan's talent and potential at all. It was good news, really good news. After Yuan Yuan broke through and became a saint, it would be much safer for her to wander outside. Congratulations, Yuan Yuan, Qin Shao said with a smile. Yuan Yuan playfully stuck out her tongue at Qin Shao and said with a smile, Congratulations to you too. You have improved a lot in the past 10 million years. I'm afraid your harvest will not be less than mine. Qin Shao smiled. What she said was indeed true. His harvest in the past 10 million years was indeed very great. Yuan Yuan said again, By the way, brother Qin Shao, there are a few more good news. Do you know? A few more good news? Qin Shao was slightly stunned. He did not know about these. Looking at Qin Zhao's dumbfounded expression, Yuan Yuan continued, It seems that you really haven't been paying attention to the outside world for thousands of years. You've been immersed in cultivation wholeheartedly. No wonder you've had so many breakthroughs. Even my mother praised you endlessly, saying that you're a rare seedling. And my mother also asked me to learn more from you. She said that if I can work as hard as you, I will become stronger. Qin Shao was flattered. Even his master's wife praised him. Tell me, what's the good news? Is it about Zhang Yang and the others? Qin Shao could guess some of it in his heart. Since Yuan Yuan said so, it should be related to Zhang Yang and the others. Yuan Yuan nodded and said, Yes, brother Qin Shao is smart. You guessed it once. Brother Zhang Yang, sister Ming Yuexin, sister Xiaoyu, Xia Dongho, and Fu Zhongshuan have all broken through and become saints one after another. Right now, our Saint Academy has produced a large number of ancient sages. Qin Shao also had this guess in his heart. It was indeed so. That was really good news, really good news. Zhang Yang, Ming Yuexin, and Princess Xiaoyu had become saints one after another. It was expected. Needless to say, Qin Shao had already predicted that Zhang Yang would have broken through to become a saint. Ming Yuexin was the holy maiden of the Kunlun sacred land, and she had broken into the top 10 of the sacred rankings. She had even been chosen by world god Rain Dragon to be his personal disciple. Therefore, it was expected that Ming Yuexin would become a saint. Princess Xiaoyu had the rare peach blossom body, a very special immortal king physique. She was favored by the heavens and had great luck. The innate attribute that came with it was enough to ensure Princess Xiaoyu's strength. However, it was true that Princess Xiaoyu was not that determined and persistent when it came to cultivation. Therefore, Qin Shao was slightly surprised by her breakthrough. After the surprise, Qin Shao was very happy for Princess Xiaoyu. Lil, you could truly be considered a person with great luck, a person who was blessed by the heavens. If she had not awakened the peach blossom body, she would have been mediocre for the rest of her life. If she had been mediocre for the rest of her life, then the Exanhua clan would be mediocre too. It might even be difficult to maintain. Princess Xiaoyu's strength would completely change the fate of the Exanhua clan. Now that Princess Xiaoyu had become a saint for the Exanhua clan, it was really prosperous and strong, bringing the clan to supreme glory. Let's go. Let's return to the Saint Academy. Qin Shao could not wait to return to the Saint Academy. Yuan Yuan also could not wait. If she had not been waiting for Qin Shao, she would have returned to the Saint Academy long ago. She was bored to death after staying in the Langya heaven for 10 million years. She missed the Saint Academy, missed Ming Yuexin and the others. Now, she could finally return. Young Master Feng, he sent the two of them out of the Langya heaven and said with a reluctant look, Sixth brother, sister Yuan Yuan, remember to come back to the Langya heaven often and visit us. Also, pay more attention to your safety outside. If you really encounter any trouble that you can't solve, then ask me for help. I will go and help you. Thank you, fifth brother. Qin Shao will remember your kindness. Qin Shao nodded heavily. He was very grateful to senior martial brother Feng Yi. Senior brother Feng, he had given him a lot of care and pointers from the time he saved him in the worryless boundary domain to the thousands of years in Langya Heaven. Young Master Feng, he had obviously contributed a lot to the great harvest in the past 10 million years. All right, stop being jealous. Let's go. Young Master Feng, he waved at Qin Shao. Qin Shao and Yuan bid farewell and left, embarking on the road back to the Saint Academy. The journey from the Langya Heaven to the Saint Academy was quite long. Fortunately, the two of them were in the ancient Saint realm, so it was quite fast. Although it was fast, the two of them still took 1,000 years to return to the Saint Academy. Yuan was very happy as soon as she returned to the Saint Academy. She was very excited and immediately went to find Ming Yuexin and the others. Qin Shao also went to find everyone and congratulated Zhang Yang and the other two. Wu Fengsheng, Meng Dali, and Princess Ruexian were also working hard on the Saint Road. It was just that the three of them were far apart in terms of talent and potential. Therefore, it would not be easy for them to become saints. There were still a few people on the saint ranking who had not been able to become saints. Back at the cultivation place, Jingyang, Xiaogu, Starry Sky, Chong Mingwei, and Qin Yi all rushed up. First of all, Xiaogu looked at Qin Shao with a bitter expression, as if he had been wronged. Big brother, it's fine that you did not bring Xiaogu with you this time, but you left for 10 million years. You made Xiaogu miss you so much. Xiaogu has been thinking about you so much that I've become more and more tired. I don't want to drink or drink. I've been listless every day, hoping for you to come back. But to a Pampan, you Pampan, I haven't seen you come back. Big brother, if you don't come back, Xiaogu will die. Seeing Xiaogu's exaggerated expression, Qin Shao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but push Xiaogu away and maintain a certain distance from Xiaogu. Was there something wrong with this guy's sexual orientation? Why did it sound so weird? It was full of gay feelings. Well, big brother, what's with your expression? Although the expression is a little exaggerated, we really miss you, Xiaogu said again. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, well, don't be jealous. I miss you too. This time, I was really delayed by some things. Now I'm back. I haven't seen you for 10 million years. Why do I feel that you haven't made much progress? Are you lazy? Xiaogu shrugged his shoulders and said, big brother, don't talk about me. You can talk about Jingyang and Starry Sky. You know, I'm a person who doesn't cultivate. It's strange how much progress I can make. Starry Sky's cultivation is slow, but there's still a lot of progress. Jingyang has fallen into a bottleneck. It's not so easy to break through. Qin Shao also knew the situation of Starry Sky and Jingyang. Starry Sky's talent and potential should be good. It was not ideal that he had not broken through to the second step of the Heavenly Master Realm for 10 million years. It was not easy for Jingyang to break through. Starry Sky shook his head with some shame and said, I fell into a bottleneck millions of years ago. I've been trying to break through to the second step of the Heavenly Master Realm, but I have no way to really step over it and break through this barrier. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, well, Starry Sky, I'll give you a few pointers and see what's wrong with you. Ha, that's great. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Starry Sky suddenly laughed happily. This was something that he could not ask for. Humph! A very unhappy voice came out from Qin Yi's nose. Qin Shao looked at Qin Yi and Chong Mingwei. The last time he returned to the Hongmeng universe, he brought Chong Mingwei and Qin Yi to the immortal realm. This was also considered to have fulfilled his promise to them. They were first-step heavenly masters in the Hongmeng universe. It was definitely impossible for them to stay in the Hongmeng universe to cultivate. After 10 million years, these two people had broken through to the third step of the Heavenly Master Realm. This speed really gave Qin Shao a big surprise. Haha, not bad, not bad. In 10 million years, you both broke through to the third step of the Heavenly Master Realm. This speed of progress is still very good. but you guys can still do better. Come on, try to break through to the fourth step of the Heavenly Master realm as soon as possible. Looking at your situation, it should be enough for another 10 million years at most. I also look forward to you breaking through to the fourth step of the Heavenly Master realm as soon as possible. Qin Xiao smiled and was indeed very happy to be able to see the excellent performance of his younger brother, Qin Xiao, and his niece, Chang Mingwei. They had long shown amazing talent and potential in the Hongming universe. After coming to the immortal realm, they could be considered to have found the real stage. They had been able to release their peerless beauty, and their performance was even more amazing. This was a joyous occasion, a great joyous occasion. Speaking of which, they could all be regarded as members of the Qin family. Seeing the performance of the people of the Qin family, Qin Xiao was of course very gratified. If the Qin family could have more people, then his father, several uncles, and the elders of the Qin family should also be very happy and gratified. Although they were praised by Qin Xiao, Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei didn't seem happy and still pouted. Qin Yi said, "Big brother, aren't you too bad? After bringing us to the immortal realm, you didn't care about us and just threw us in your cultivation place. What's the difference between such a small place and a prison? You directly threw us here for 10 million years and didn't ask about us. Are you still my brother?" Chang Mingyue also wrinkled her nose and said, "That's right, for 10 million years, you didn't ask about us. Are you still my uncle?" Asked by these two people like this, Qin Xiao really felt a little bitter and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was really busy. As soon as he came back, he was busy with the battle with the geniuses. After the battle with the geniuses, he had another gathering with Zhang Yang and the others. Before the gathering was over, senior brother Feng Yi came to the door and took him back to Langya Heaven. In Langya Heaven, he was really immersed in cultivation and completely forgot about the time. Unknowingly, 10 million years had passed. Therefore, Qin Xiao had no choice. It was not that he didn't care about Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei. He really didn't have time to care about them. Fortunately, to Qin Zhao's relief, the two of them could make such monstrous progress in their own cultivation place for 10 million years. They had cultivated to the level of the third step Celestial Master. Their performance really satisfied Qin Xiao and gave Qin Xiao a big surprise. Chapter 2655. Reading on a mobile phone, Qin Xiao was very confident in the talent and potential of the two, but he was not in the Holy College these years, and there was no way to take care of Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei. His cultivation resources are relatively limited, but the cultivation environment is relatively good. Under such circumstances, it is indeed amazing that the two can cultivate directly to the third step of the celestial realm. How to settle the two of them down? This was also a problem that gave Qin Xiao a headache. If the talent and potential of the two is very ordinary, it will be easy to arrange. Let them stay in their own place of cultivation. If they want to go outside, they can first be arranged to go to the Lord of Tianshan City and meet with the Brothers of the Desolate Land. But Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei are obviously both promising talents. Naturally, they can't be thrown to the Lord of Tianshan City. And obviously, they can't stay here. In the Holy College, outsiders can only stay in the place of cultivation and can't leave half a step. With the character of these two people, they certainly can't stay here, so this really gives Qin Xiao a headache, thinking about this problem. Hocho Kiki is the only enemy of Cha Yuyang. Brother, I don't care. Anyway, we won't stay in your place of cultivation. You can let us go out, and we can make our own way. Or arrange a good place for us, a place that can satisfy us. Anyway, we don't want to stay here for a minute or a second. Qin Yi said directly. Hocho Kiki is the only enemy of Cha Yuyang. As far as I know, our 9 continents China has always had the saying that there are 8 schools outside the Holy College. Chang Mingwen nodded, indicating that she seriously agreed with Qin Yi's words. The two of them were very united. The playful personalities of the two really made Qin Xiao feel a little helpless. Xiao Gu saw Qin Yi's face and said, "Mr. Qin Yi, Princess Chong Mingwei, you'd better not embarrass my brother." Qin didn't wait for Xiao Gu to finish his words and interrupted directly, "I don't care. Anyway, I just don't want to stay here. Besides, staying here is not good for our cultivation at all. We are not flowers in a greenhouse. Big brother, you should be very clear about this point. Even if you cultivate, you can't possibly stay in this cultivation ground all the time. You will definitely have to go out and experience the world. We've already reached a bottleneck. If we continue to stay here, we won't be able to break through. It will only harm our cultivation. So, no matter what, big brother, you have to solve this problem for us. Otherwise, why don't you let us leave Sacred Academy and we'll go on our own? Anyway, we're not afraid of anything, right, Mingwei?" Yes, I'm not afraid. Not only was she not afraid, but she also yearned for it. We came to the immortal realm to explore, to see the splendor of the immortal realm. Chong Mingwei immediately nodded in agreement. Sun Keek's art of fighting enemies alone is not worth the slightest bit, although Qin Yi and Chong Mingwei were more playful. What they said was indeed reasonable. Qin Xiao certainly knew that letting them stay in their own cultivation ground to cultivate was indeed very disadvantageous to their cultivation, and it would even become a stumbling block on their cultivation path. Therefore, even if it was for their own sake, he had to let them go. However, Qin Xiao was really worried about letting them go out to explore. After all, this was the 9 continents of Huaxia. They were only third-step celestial venerables, and they only had a realm. Therefore, Qin Xiao naturally couldn't let them go easily. It would be very dangerous for them. Lung Xiaofeng of the distant Academy, Lung Xiaofeng of the distant Academy. So, I want to see if Brother Dongho can help recommend my brother and niece to pass the assessment of the 9 Continents Academy and enter the 9 Continents Academy. The best thing would be to let them join a big force, just like Baichuan Fusu and Young Master you became students of the Wind Cloud Academy. Okay, I know. Don't worry. Let me think about it. I'll see how to arrange you more appropriately. Let you go out like this. With the two of you like to cause trouble, you are not afraid of death. I'm worried that you will die outside. Qin Xiao said, "Why do we like to cause trouble? Don't slander us." Qin Yi muttered, but he obviously didn't have much confidence. Qin Xiao thought about it. In the end, he could only make the decision. It seemed that he still had to find someone to help him. Qin Yi and Chong Mingyue's talent and potential were very good. He believed that there must be a big force willing to absorb them. Even if it was a test, Qin Xiao believed that they could pass it. Therefore, all he needed was someone to recommend him. Just a recommendation would do. This is not difficult to do. It's just a matter of personal feelings. Qin Yi, Chong Mingwei, in this way, you stay here for another 1,000,000 years, and I will not leave for another 1,000,000 years. I will guide you for 1,000,000 years, give you some good cultivation methods and secret techniques for you to practice, give you immortal weapons, and let you improve your combat effectiveness. In this way, I can be more assured that you can go on your own. After 1,000,000 years, you can leave here. How about that? Qin Xiao said. No, 1,000,000 years is too long. At most 100,000 years. Qin Yi immediately shook his head and disagreed. Chong Mingwei pouted and said, 100,000 years is a long time. I don't think I want to stay for 10,000 years. Ku Yuanxiu Ku Shu Jiao Gu is the loneliest. Then 11,000,000 years, just to meet the requirements of the 3 of us. Qin Xiao said. Qin Yi suddenly wanted to vomit blood and said, how about 200,000 years? All right, my 1,000,000 years plus your 200,000 years makes a total of 2,000,000 years. Just nice. I could teach you 2 for 200,000 years. Chong Mingwei, do you want to add it? Qin Xiao nodded. Qin Yi and Chong Mingwei were confused. How can it be calculated like this? But they can also see that Qin Xiao is not joking, but serious. The enemy is far from the land, and the enemy is far from the land. Once Qin Xiao gets serious, They also know that it will be difficult to change anything. Even if they didn't listen, they couldn't win. In front of Qin Shao, how could they resist? So, in the end, they could only give in and agree to 1,000,000 years. Haha, big brother, you have a way. You really pushed them to the ground. Xiao Gu snickered. Qin didn't dare to contradict Qin Shao too much, but he was not afraid of Xiao Gu. Qin rolled his eyes and said to Xiao Gu, "You laugh at us. After we break through to the Saint Realm, we will clean you up together. What do you think, Mingyue?" "Well, it's a good idea." Chong Mingyue nodded in agreement. Xiao Gu suddenly cowered. Cough, cough. Can we play happily? You two have no conscience. Big brother is not here for 1,000,000 years. Didn't I take care of you? You are so ungrateful. Are you still human? Well, you are terrible. I'm afraid of you. I admit defeat. After appeasing the two, Qin Shao went to find Xia Dongho. Only son, Cha Suoyue Qing Jiu. Brother Dongho, congratulations on breaking through to the Saint Realm. I just came back and came to find you. As soon as Qin Shao came, he saw Xia Dongho. It was easy to find Xia Dongho. Every time Qin Shao came, he could find him. Xia Dongho smiled faintly, invited Qin Shao to sit down, and said, "Thank you, Brother Qin Shao. I haven't congratulated you yet." The first joy is that Brother Qin Shao broke through to the Saint Realm. The second piece of good news was that Brother Qin Shao had killed a genius and won the arena battle. The third piece of good news is that Brother Qin Shao has become Sage Li's sixth disciple. Brother Qin Shao, I'm happy for you, so I have to congratulate you even more. Brother Qin Shao, since you've come by yourself, I don't have to go to your place to congratulate you. Hearing Xia Dongho's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. He shook his head and said with a smile, "In that case, Brother Dongho is congratulating me. Let's share the same joy. But speaking of which, I really have something to trouble you with this time." Xia Dongho had already expected this. He nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead." Although Xia Dongho was usually not very active, he was still a very forthright person. Enmity, 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 enmity. Because of this, Qin Shao had never been courteous to Xia Dongho. If there was anything that Qin Shao needed Xia Dongho's help, he would come directly to Xia Dongho. Qin Shao directly explained the situation and expressed his willingness. After listening, Xia Dongho said, "This is a small matter. It's easy. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" As far as I know, Huaxiao in the 9 states has always been known as the 8 Great Academies. The 9 States Academy, founded by your Xia family, is one of the 8 Great Academies. It has an extremely ancient history and is considered one of the best among the 8 Great Academies. In terms of reputation, prestige, and heritage, the 9 States Academy is one of the best among the 8 Great Academies. Not enmity, not cruel enemy hate, imo yang fong, gu shui, not enmity, not affection, sun shu, alone ghost. Although the 8 Great Academies have never been ranked, in the hearts of many people, the 9 States Academy is second to none among the 8 Great Academies. Qin Shao and Chong Mingyue's talent and potential were very good. He believed that there would definitely be big forces willing to accept them. Even if there was a test set, Qin Shao believed that they could pass. So, I want to see if Brother Dongho can help recommend my brother and niece to 9 States Academy, and see if they can pass the test and enter the 9 States Academy. Xia Dongho nodded and said, "Well, there is naturally no problem at all. Although I haven't seen the two of them, since Brother Qin Shao said that their talent and potential are very good, there should still be a lot of hope. Of course, if you want to directly recommend them, it's also possible. It's just that if they really have the talent and potential to pass the formal test, it should be better. Brother Qin Shao, this is up to you to decide. Anyway, I have to come forward. Besides, there is Brother Qin Zhao's face, so there is no problem." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Let them take the test through the formal channels. If they really fail the test, then it's not suitable for them to stay in the 9 States Academy. I will find another place for them. However, I believe that they will definitely pass the test." "Well, if that's the case, then it's even easier." Xia Dongho nodded. He continued, in the 9 states, there are many academies in the 100 territories of Huaxia. Basically, the 100 schools of thought will establish an academy, and there are very few that haven't. The purpose of establishing an academy is also very obvious. It is to attract talented people. If they stay, they won't be taken away by other territories. In theory, all academies attract disciples from the entire immortal region. But in most cases, they can only attract talents with their own abilities. Occasionally, there will be talents from other territories. Even if there are people who don't have a good identity or background. The 9 Provinces Academy is very welcoming of geniuses. So, for the 9 States Academy, this is a good thing. Naturally, for my Xia clan, it is also a good thing. If the two of them can really pass the test and enter our 9 States Academy, then wouldn't it be the same as forming a good relationship with you, Qin Xiao? So, this matter is actually very easy to handle. Qin Xiao smiled. He also thought that this matter was not difficult to handle. In fact, if he went to the 9 States Academy himself, it would also be possible. However, Qin Xiao did not want to owe others a favor. He already owed Xia Dongho a favor, so it was not a big deal to add more. This book came from Chapter 2656. Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue's affairs were arranged, and Qin Xiao began to teach them. Qin Xiao can teach them a lot, such as the way of mechanical armor, the way of flying knives, the true word of Lin, the mirage meditation technique, the heaven-opening sword technique, and so on. Qin Xiao has also gained a lot of cultivation methods over the years, so he can also teach them. If you want to be really powerful, it is not enough to have the realm alone. It is necessary to have several extremely dangerous means, and it is also necessary to learn by analogy. Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue have not been in touch with the side paths before, so Qin Xiao also wants to guide them see if they can cultivate 1 or 2 side paths, which is very helpful for cultivation and strength. Although the way of mechanical armor is very difficult. What makes Qin Xiao happy is that both of them are very talented and can enter this door. In the way of flying knives, only Qin Yi has hope. Chang Mingyue seems to be not suitable for flying knives. In the true word of Lin, both of them can do it. Let the two of them get some dangerous means so that they can have a better chance to pass the test of 9 Continents Academy and enter 9 Continents Academy smoothly. Qin Xiao personally taught them, and the two of them were quite obedient. Qin Xiao became serious, and the two of them did not dare to make trouble. In fact, if you're really immersed in cultivation for 1,000,000 years, you will feel that time passes very quickly. 1,000,000 years is just a blink of an eye. What makes Qin Xiao very gratified is that in the past 1,000,000 years, Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue have made great progress. The way of mechanical armor has been cultivated to the small success realm, which is very good. The small success realm of mechanical armor is enough to deal with some 3rd-step celestial venerables, and even to deal with the general 4th-step celestial venerables. In the way of flying knives, Qin Yi has only cultivated to the early stage, but it is very good. After all, the time is too short, and he is not wholeheartedly practicing the way of flying knives. In other aspects, they had made considerable progress. They had cultivated some powerful techniques, allowing their strength to reach the level where they could fight against a 4th-step heavenly venerate. In this way, Qin Xiao was even more relieved. At the end of 1,000,000 years, Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue were relieved and relaxed. Xia Dongho had already introduced Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue. Someone from 9 Continents College would meet them. Qin Xiao had asked Dong to send the two of them to the 9 Provinces Academy, allowing them to start a new life. This could also be considered to have opened up their true path to the celestial realm. As for the rest, they would have to rely on their own luck. Although the two of them were playful, Qin Xiao believed that they still had a bottom line and a sense of propriety. They also had talent and potential. He hoped that they would be able to go further on their path of cultivation. After solving the matter between Qin Yi and Changming, Qin Shao was relieved. There were still many people in the Hongming universe who wanted to leave the Hongming universe and enter the celestial realm. Qin Shao could not bring more people over for the time being, including Shi Jian, who had now become a heavenly venerate. Now that Qin Zhao's original body was no longer in the Hongming universe, Shi Jian also shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the Hongming universe. It was still necessary to establish a force of his own in the celestial realm as soon as possible so that he could bring more people from the Hongming universe into the celestial realm. But this premise was that he needed to be strong enough, which was exactly what Qin Shao was working hard on. But this matter could not be rushed. Let's not think about this for the time being. Qin Shao shook his head and tossed aside these distracting thoughts, not thinking too much about it. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly became sharp and cold as he looked into the distance. A plan that had been brewing in his mind for a long time appeared clearly in his mind. It's time to start this plan. Qin Zhao's hand moved, and the space pearl flew out. Inside the space pearl, Supremacy Gallon's original body was still lying there in a deep sleep. The space pearl could isolate everything. Even Supremacy Gallon's clone could not sense it. Qin Shao woke Gallon Supremacy up. As soon as Gallon Supremacy woke up, he wanted to break out of the spatial bead. However, he was only a fourth-step Empyrean. How could he break out of the spatial bead? Supremacy Gallon's expression was extremely ugly and sinister. He did not know how long he had been in a deep sleep. His gaze suddenly fell on Qin Shao. When he sensed Qin Zhao's powerful sage aura, he was stunned and looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. You actually broke through and became a sage. Supremacy Gallon's eyes were so wide that they were about to fall out. His face was filled with disbelief and shock. It was as exciting as it could be. He really could not accept such a fact. Qin Shao actually broke through and became a sage? Tens of millions of years ago, this guy was just a tiny ant in his eyes. The last time he saw him, he was only a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Now, he had become a sage? How could this be? Breaking through and becoming a sage? How monstrous was this kid? Qin Shao smiled coldly and said, "Why? Can't I become a sage? Supremacy Gallon, you have lived for dozens of epochs, right? You can't break through and become a sage because your talent and potential have long been exhausted. Your cultivation path has long been severed. It's normal that you can't break through and become a sage. However, I, Qin Shao, can do what you can't." Thinking back, 50 million years ago, you personally came to my primordial universe. What kind of heavenly might was that? How powerful was that? How domineering was that? How disdainful was that? That scene, those things, I remember them clearly. I've never dared to forget them. They've always been the most painful thorn in my heart. Back then, I was indeed pitifully weak in front of you, Supremacy Gallon. I was so weak that I didn't even have the power to resist. But now, you're nothing more than an ant in my eyes. Every dog has its day. Sometimes, fate is just so wonderful. It loves to play tricks on people. Exalted Lord Gallon's expression was extremely ugly. She was at a loss for words for a moment. This feeling was too unbearable. There was no way to express it with words. It felt like something was stuck in his throat. He couldn't spit it out or swallow it. He had completely become Qin Zhao's prisoner. Back then, such an inconspicuous person had actually grown to a height that he could only look up to, a height that held his life in his hands. How laughable was this? Supremacy Gallon, why don't we talk now? Qin Shao said coldly. Supremacy Gallon wasn't a fool. He naturally understood what Qin Shao meant. Thus, he nodded. All right, what do you want to talk about? You know what I want. Why bother asking? Qin Shao retorted. Gallon's Supremacy smiled bitterly and shook his head. Qin Shao, I'm afraid that what you want isn't that simple, right? Besides the information about Yao Shiulian, I'm afraid you also want my life, right? If I say it now, I will lose my life. I know what you want, Qin Shao. However, what you want will take my life. So, do you really think I will speak before I see any benefits? I wouldn't have lived until now if I were that stupid. Qin Shao chuckled. Don't be too smart for your own good. No matter how smart you are, you should still recognize the situation clearly. You are very smart, but that doesn't mean you can use your intelligence to save your life. Supremacy Galen spread his hands. If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Anyway, no matter what, I will die. What else is there to talk about? I, Galen, have fallen into your hands. I admit that I have no chance of escaping. It's a dead end. So, why don't you just do it? Qin Shao knew what Supremacy Galen was thinking. Naturally, he wouldn't be led by Galen's words. Qin Shao coldly glanced at Galen. Don't make yourself sound like you're not afraid of death. You're just a coward. It's just that you think you have no hope now. That's why you're so determined. You're smart, but I'm not stupid either. Don't I know that if I don't give you a little bit of hope, it will be difficult to get what I want from you? If I give you a dead end, what can I expect you to say to me? Since I'm willing to spare your life and talk to you, I'll naturally give you some hope. I'll use it as a bargaining chip in exchange for what I want. So, are you sure you don't want this hope? If you're sure you don't want it, just tell me. I'll kill your original body right away, then I'll kill your clone. You won't have to live in this world anymore. Given my current strength, you should know that killing your clone is as easy as flipping my hand. You won't even have a chance to call for help. Galen's face darkened. He understood Qin Zhao's threat. It had hit him where it hurt. Did he want to die? The answer was definitely no. Of course he didn't want to die. But if he had to die, then he could only admit that he was unlucky. Since he'd embarked on this path, he'd also thought that such a day might come. There were some things that couldn't be helped from the moment you made your choice. You had to bear the consequences. After thinking for a while, High Lord Galen clenched her teeth and said, First, tell me what benefits you can give me. If you don't give me enough benefits, then you won't be able to get anything out of me. Qin Shao said, Your original body has fallen into my hands. I won't let you go. Don't even think about taking your original body's life. If you're willing to tell me a few things, I'll let your clone go. Let's just forget about our previous grudges. Ha ha ha. Galen laughed. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you're really wishful thinking. Don't you think things are too optimistic? You want to trick me into letting my clone go? Do you really think that you can kill my clone? Besides, if my original body dies, my clone won't live long either. If you're going to kill my original body, then there's nothing to talk about between us. If you want to talk, you can kill my clone or not. But you have to let my original body go. If you don't let my original body go, then there's no possibility of talking between us. So save it. Don't even think about it. Qin Shao wasn't surprised by Galen's firm refusal. He'd already expected it. Qin Shao wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled. It seems that the saying is true. People don't cry until they see the coffin. It's fine. Since there's nothing to talk about, then let's not talk about it for now. When I let you see the coffin, I think you'll understand. All right, you can continue to stay here. Qin Shao waved his hand and put the spatial bead away. Chapter 2657. Since he couldn't get any information from Galen's supremacy, he could only capture his doppelganger first. Only when he had Galen's supremacy's life in his hands would he be able to get some information from Yao Shuelian. Therefore, Qin Shao was going to look for Galen's supremacy's doppelganger. However, Qin Shao didn't know where his doppelganger was. The only thing he was sure of was that Galen's supremacy's doppelganger wasn't too far from Hongmeng Universe, and it was related to Sword King Holy Sect. Qin Shao didn't know about other things for the time being. It didn't matter if he didn't know. He would find out after investigating. Qin Shao had already made detailed preparations for the general plan. Qin Shao said goodbye to Jingyang, Starry Sky, and Ah Dong and left St. College with Xiao Gu. This time, Qin Shao wasn't just leaving St. College. He was leaving the immortal realm and entering the great thousand world. It could be considered a new journey in Qin Zhao's life. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't tell anyone about it this time. He only told Jing Yang and Starry Sky that he was going out for a while and that he might be back for a long time. He didn't tell Zhang Yang and the others because Qin Shao didn't want them to worry about him. After coming to the Immortal Realm, this wasn't the first time Qin Shao left the Immortal Realm. Last time, Fu Yunyi took him out of the Immortal Realm. This time, Qin Shao took the initiative to leave the Immortal Realm. Qin Shao had already spent a large sum of money to prepare a top-grade Flying Heaven artifact. Using it to hasten his journey was much faster than him rushing at full speed. After entering the endless universe ocean, the whole world became quiet and wonderful. Looking at the vast, endless universe ocean, he would occasionally see a star light coming from the distant horizon. Those light spots were either a universe or huge rocks floating in the endless universe ocean. The Great Thousand World, the 8 Great Saint Realms, the Great Thousand Secret Realms, and the endless universe. Therefore, while walking in the endless universe ocean, it was normal to encounter universes from time to time. Maybe I can go to the Wulong sect to find Wulong Zhantian and ask him about the situation. He was previously targeted by the Bloodbath Alliance. I even helped him. He might know something about Sovereign Gallon. Qin Shao had a general idea in his mind, but whether this idea was feasible or not was still unknown. It couldn't be helped. Qin Shao had too little information now. Basically, it was equivalent to investigating from scratch. Naturally, it was a bit difficult. He wanted to know the situation, but he couldn't find anyone to help him, so he could only slowly look for it himself. Speaking of looking for help, Qin Shao suddenly had an idea in his mind. He thought of the all-knowing book that his 4th senior brother, all-knowing scholar, had given him. The all-knowing book claimed to know everything in the world. He didn't know how much the all-knowing book knew about the Bloodbath Alliance. Thinking of this, Qin Shao suddenly had some ideas. Maybe the all-knowing book could give him some unexpected surprises. However, thinking of the enchanting book spirit, Qin Shao suddenly hesitated. Last time, he almost couldn't return the book. However, he had no choice but to give it a try. Qin Shao took out the all-knowing book. With a wave of his hand, the all-knowing book turned into a book spirit and fell in front of Qin Shao. As soon as the book spirit came out, she blinked at Qin Shao and looked straight at Qin Shao. She was full of seductive charm. That look was enough to hook people's souls. The enchanting charm of a woman was displayed to the pinnacle on her body. "Master, did you miss me?" the book spirit asked in a coquettish voice as she flirted with Qin Shao. Hearing this coquettish voice, Qin Shao really had the urge to put the book spirit away. He really didn't know how 4th brother refined this all-knowing book. He actually shaped the book spirit into such a type. He really admired him. Suppressing the goosebumps all over his body, Qin Shao said seriously, "Book spirit, how much do you know about the Bloodbath Alliance?" The book spirit smiled charmingly. Then, she moved closer to Qin Shao and said, "Master, you didn't let me out for so long. But the moment you let me out, you ask me questions. You don't care about me at all. You don't even ask me if I've missed you all these years. You don't even ask me if I've been eating and sleeping well. Master, you're so bad." When she acted coquettishly, it was really a little scary. Qin Shao was really defeated. "Forget it." Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "You'd better go back and continue to stay here. I'm too lazy to ask you in the future. I'll just call you master from now on. I don't deserve to be your master." Seeing that Qin Shao was about to put her away, the book spirit immediately put on a pitiful look. Her enchanting face was suddenly filled with grievances, and even her eyes were suddenly filled with tears. It was as if Qin Shao really wanted to put her away, she would cry out loud. A woman's tears were a natural trump card for a man. It was definitely a weapon with great lethality. "That's enough, master. Don't bully me. I was just joking with you to liven up the atmosphere and improve our relationship. If master doesn't like it, then I'll just joke less in the future. Why do you have to put me away? It's very rare for you to let me out." The book spirit said with a pitiful look, as if she had been wronged. Weapon spirits had intelligence that was not lower than that of humans. Although they were not living beings, their intelligence was no different from living beings. Then hurry up and tell me. If you can satisfy me, I'll consider letting you out more often, Qin Shao said. He did not want to be so serious, but he really had no way to deal with this little vixen, so he could only do this. The book spirit did not dare to hesitate any longer and immediately said, Master, the Bloodbath Alliance is currently the most mysterious and possibly the largest force in the great wide world. The Bloodbath Alliance has not been around for a long time, not more than 10,000 universe years ago. However, the Bloodbath Alliance's rapid development is really jaw-dropping. Now, the Bloodbath Alliance can be said to have claws and fangs all over the great wide world. It can be said that they are everywhere. Even among the 8 major domains, the Bloodbath Alliance has infiltrated all of them. In the long history of the great wide world, I'm afraid there has never been such a situation. The Bloodbath Alliance is too mysterious and powerful. The Bloodbath Alliance uses all kinds of methods to infiltrate the great wide world from every angle, giving rise to countless names of forces. In fact, not many people are aware of the Bloodbath Alliance's existence. Because of this, not many people are aware of the Bloodbath Alliance's strength. This is because the name Bloodbath Alliance was given to them by the paragons of the great wide world. The countless claws and fangs of the Bloodbath Alliance are divided into countless factions, each with a different name. So many of the Bloodbath Alliance's own people do not know they are part of the Bloodbath Alliance. They think they belong to their own small factions. It is because of this senseless method of infiltration that by the time the paragons of the great wide world discovered it, the Bloodbath Alliance had already spread to every corner of the great wide world. It was already so huge that it was unimaginable. Because of this, in the mystic domain, even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and even the Holy Lands do not dare to rashly deal with the Bloodbath Alliance. They can only turn a blind eye to the infiltration of the countless claws and fangs and let it develop. Qin Shao nodded. He already knew the basics of the situation. Fu Yeni had told him this before. The mystery and power of the Bloodbath Alliance was indeed incredible. Even now, Qin Shao found it difficult to imagine. What was certain, however, was that the Holy Lands were wary of the Bloodbath Alliance and did not dare to provoke them. This was enough to show how powerful the Bloodbath Alliance was and how terrifying its deterrent power was. The book spirit continued. However, the major factions of the 8 great Holy Lands have not yet tried to suppress and eradicate the Bloodbath Alliance. Perhaps it is because although the Bloodbath Alliance has infiltrated every corner of the 8 great Holy Lands, they're just small fries, and there is no reason for any dangerous characters to come in. It seems that for the time being, the main focus of the Bloodbath Alliance is in the endless cosmic sea, in the countless universes, and in the greater wide world. According to the Old Master's previous analysis, he felt that the Bloodbath Alliance might first want to conquer the endless universe, and then completely conquer the great wide world. In this way, except for the 8 great Holy Lands, the rest of the great wide world will belong to the Bloodbath Alliance's sphere of influence. Although the 8 great Holy Lands are big, in terms of territory, they're just a drop in the ocean in the whole great wide world. If the Bloodbath Alliance is so ambitious that they want to annex the endless cosmic sea, it will be an extremely terrifying thing. This is also what the Old Master has been thinking and worrying about before. If the Bloodbath Alliance really goes this far, it will form a kind of encirclement and suppression of the 8 great Holy Lands. By then, I'm afraid the 8 great Holy Lands will be in danger. This sounded really scary, and even Qin Shao was shocked. Was the Bloodbath Alliance really that ambitious? This was indeed a possibility. However, that's not very likely, is it? No matter how big the territory under their control is, no matter how many lives they control, those ordinary lives are useless, right? The ones who can really decide everything have to be at the top of their power, like Master Li Sheng or the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The paragons of the 8 great holy lands ignore the Bloodbath Alliance, perhaps not because they are afraid, but because they don't think it's necessary to pay attention to them. What's the point of having so many underlings? They can't overturn the heavens. There are too many paragons in the 8 great holy lands, and the Bloodbath Alliance can't defeat them. The book's spirit shook his head. I don't know, but the old master was worried about this. Qin Shao thought for a moment, then shook his head. These things were too far in the future, and there was no need to think too much about it. It was better to think about the situation at hand. Book spirit, let's not talk about these empty things. Let's talk about something concrete, something that will be of real help to me. Qin Shao said. The book spirit nodded, then continued. As far as I know, the Bloodbath Alliance has divided the universe into 1,000 starfields based on the hidden realms. With each hidden realm as the center, then a territory is circled out to form a starfield. The starfield is also named after the Great Thousand Secret Realms. Every single starfield will be governed by at least one ancient saint, Yi Futian explained. Every single starfield will be governed by at least one ancient saint. These 1,000 starfields are divided into 9 regions, and each region is a command center. Chapter 2658. Read on a mobile phone. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao recalled the time when he was in the Wulong Secret Realm. That place should have been a command center where many prime sages of the Bloodbath Alliance had gathered. There are 9 regions and 1,000 star domains. It seemed that the level of governance was very strict and clear. It was no wonder that the Bloodbath Alliance was able to operate in such an orderly manner. Qin Shao seemed to have understood a little. Enemy Yuan Kague, Sun Hen Mo Yang, Du Mo phoned the strength of the Bloodkiller Alliance, and its rapid expansion was indeed a miracle that made people gasp in shock. Does that mean that the region where the Hongmeng universe is located should belong to the Heavenly Fire Star domain? Qin Shao thought for a while. This meant that he only needed to search the Heavenly Fire Star domain. Yu Luosha had also appeared in the Heavenly Fire Star domain previously. Yu Luosha should be the person in charge of the Heavenly Fire Star domain. This time, Qin Shao wasn't just looking for gallant supremacy. He also wanted to settle the score with Yu Luosha. If that was the case, then the direction was much clearer. Qin Shao asked again, Book Spirit, with the Da Qian Secret Realm as the center, will the manager of a star domain set up his palace in the Da Qian Secret Realm? The book spirit nodded and said, Yes, generally speaking, this is the case. If that was the case, then it meant that if he wanted to find Yu Luosha, he would have to go to the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm. Was that okay? Only with a clear direction could he act realistically. Qin Shao needed a clear direction now. It basically meant that he had a clear direction for Yu Luosha. However, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to find Yu Luosha. The most important task right now was to capture Gallant Supremacy's clone and bring it over. Gallant Supremacy's original body had been captured by him for more than 10 million years. Although his clone hadn't received any news, he couldn't rule out the possibility that he would escape out of guilt or apply for a change in management. Therefore, this matter had to be done as soon as possible. Book Spirit, you said that generally speaking, a star domain would send at least one prime sage to manage it. How many exactly? Qin Shao asked again. The book spirit thought for a while before answering. Generally speaking, it should be 1 or 2 prime sages. Of course, the Bloodbath Alliance has always been controlling the endless universe and the Da Qian Secret Realm. If the forces of the Bloodkiller Alliance infiltrate the Sky-Fire Secret Domain too much, the ancient saints in the Sky-Fire Secret Domain might submit to them. So, it's hard to estimate the specific situation. Theoretically speaking, there are usually 1 or 2 ancient sages in charge of a stellar field. Qin Shao nodded. He had a rough understanding of the situation. Let's talk about this another time. Let's not think about it now. Now, It was better to think about how to find Galen Supremacy's clone first. Master, do you have any other questions? The book spirit asked. Qin Shao wanted to ask where Galen Supremacy was, but the book spirit obviously did not know. So he shook his head and said, not at the moment. Then, Master, can you not put me away in such a hurry? I want to play outside for a while. The book spirit begged. Qin Shao glanced at the book spirit and said, don't disturb me. Okay, I promise I won't disturb Master. The book spirit immediately nodded and went to find Little Antique. At first, Little Antique felt that it was a little novel. It just so happened that they were not humans. Little Antique was a beast, and the book spirit was a weapon spirit. The two of them were quite congenial and soon became friends. Qin Shao could not help but cast a look of admiration at Little Antique. It turned out that Little Antique liked this kind of thing. With the two of them having fun at the side, Qin Shao was relieved. Sun Byuk Yuanqing Sun Qiu Zhan Hua Ku fiefdom with a top-grade flying artifact. The speed was naturally very fast. However, it still took 3,000 years for Qin Shao to reach the Hidden Dragon universe. Therefore, when he saw the situation in the Hidden Dragon universe, Qin Shao knew about Wulong Zhantian's situation. The Hidden Dragon universe is Wulong Zhantian's universe. Qin Shao sent Wulong Zhantian back once before, so he found the Hidden Dragon universe very smoothly. Qin Shao put away the flying artifact and the book spirit. He, in Little Antique, stood in the endless infinity sea and looked at the Hidden Dragon universe in front of them. It seems that the Hidden Dragon universe is in good condition, and its aura is very vigorous. It seems that Wulong Zhantian should be fine. After sizing up the Hidden Dragon universe, Qin Shao determined some things. Wulong Zhantian was the master of cosmic origin of the Hidden Dragon universe. If something happened to the master of cosmic origin, the cosmic origin would also be affected. If the master of the origin of a universe died, then the universe would slowly collapse and be destroyed. Therefore, after seeing the situation in the Hidden Dragon universe, Qin Shao knew about Wulong Zhantian's situation. Big brother, are we going to enter this universe just like that? This universe has a universe origin master, so we have to conceal our auras and be careful, right? Xiaogu said. Qin Shao waved her hand and said, no, it's fine. We can go in directly. Qin Shao had met Wulong Zhantian before, so he trusted Wulong Zhantian more, so there was no need for him to hide anything. The two directly entered the Hidden Dragon universe. Qin Shao had been here once before, so she was no stranger to it. Somewhere in the Hidden Dragon universe, a figure was sitting cross-legged in a secluded place. His eyebrows suddenly twitched, and he looked surprised. Someone can break through the cosmic origins barrier and force their way into the Hidden Dragon universe? Only an ancient saint can do that, right? This Kochu Lan Lone enemy Kimono Shuizao. Also, why do I feel that aura is a little familiar? There should be two people. Both of their auras feel a little familiar. What's going on? But that's not right. Among the ancient saints, I only know ancient Saint Yuluo Sha. I don't have the qualifications or the opportunity to know other ancient saints. Enemy land, no Fong Hadizan Yang Suatai. No matter who they are, I'll go out and take a look first. With this doubt, Wulong Zhantian moved and disappeared on the spot. Soon, Wulong Zhantian appeared in front of Qin Shao and Xiaogu. Greetings, seniors. Why are you here? Lord Qin Shao, your Lord Qin Shao. Wulong Zhantian bowed respectfully as soon as he arrived, but when he saw Qin Shao clearly, he was instantly shocked. Cold Ghost makes enemy of the Cold Ghost. He was so shocked that he could not be any more shocked. The powerful being in front of him, who exuded the aura of an ancient saint, was actually the Lord Qin Shao that he was lucky enough to meet 50 million years ago. Back then, he even received help from the Lord Qin Shao. He did not expect that after 50 million years, he would be able to meet Lord Qin Shao again. What was even more unexpected was that after 50 million years, he had not changed much. However, young Master Qin Shao, who was a one-step celestial venerable back then, was now standing in front of him as an ancient saint. He stood at a supreme position that he could only look up to. In just 50 million years, he had become a saint? How is this possible? How short was 50 million years of time? Over the past 50 million years, his strength had not improved much. There was almost no change. However, the Lord Qin Shao had become a saint. For a moment, he doubted his eyes, but after taking a closer look, he found that there was no mistake. It was indeed the Lord Qin Shao. He remembered the aura very clearly, so there was no mistake. Qin Shao smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "Yes, Wulong Zhantian. In the blink of an eye, we haven't seen each other for 50 million years." After listening to Qin Zhao's words, Wulong Zhantian was finally certain that it was indeed the Lord Qin Shao. Wulong Zhantian did not have any impression of Shao Gu, who was beside him. It was a scientific fact that the enemy was not alone. After all, the last time he saw Qin Shao, Shao Gu basically did not appear. In addition, Shao Gu was now in human form and was an ancient saint. Therefore, he did not dare to think about it. Zhantian greets the two holy sages. After confirming, Wulong Zhantian immediately bowed respectfully. In the face of the existence of an ancient saint, Wulong Zhantian was indeed a little fearful. Only in front of an ancient saint would one be able to clearly understand how weak and insignificant they were. They were nothing more than mere ants. The enemy is not far from the place where the enemy is not far, Qin Shao said. There's no need to be so polite. I came to see you this time because I have some questions for you. Perhaps I also need your help. Qin Shao thanks you in advance. What? Later Cho Kacho Du Shui Mo Now, Ji Cho Feng Ho, Cho Kacho alone. Master, do you have any other questions? The book spirit asked. For a moment, Wulong Zhantian thought that he had misheard. The Lord Qin Shao was now an ancient saint, an incomparably powerful existence. Sun Di Cho Feng Ho Chao alone. As an ancient saint, what could he possibly do to help? Lord Qin Shao, you're too polite. How can I help you? Please tell me directly. Lord Qin Shao, Wulong Zhantian said. In front of Qin Shao, he was still a little fearful and reserved. Although he knew that Qin Shao would not hurt him, standing in front of an ancient saint, he really could not stay calm. Qin Shao did not beat around the bush and said directly, Wulong Zhantian, it's like this. Do you know Lord Galen? What? Lord Galen? When Wulong Zhantian heard this, he was suddenly shocked, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he knew Lord Galen and was very afraid of him. When he heard that Qin Shao wanted to ask about Lord Galen, Wulong Zhantian could not help but feel a little nervous. Lord Galen hesitated for a moment and looked a little embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and said, To tell you the truth, Lord Qin Shao, our Wulong sect has now submitted to the Bloodbath Alliance, so... Sigh. Lord Galen is also ruling us. Forming a grudge against the Lord Qin Shao Yu at the end of his sentence, Wulong Zhantian was so ashamed that he did not dare to continue. Seeing Wulong Zhantian like this, Qin Shao could not help but frown. In his impression, Wulong Zhantian was a person with a strong backbone and would not easily bow down to evil forces. However, he did not expect that Wulong Zhantian had actually bowed down to the Bloodbath Alliance and submitted to the Bloodbath Alliance. The tentacles of the Bloodbath Alliance had extended even further. Sigh, speaking of which, I'm really ashamed. With my strength alone, I am indeed powerless to turn the situation around. The Wulong sect has 19 universe origin masters, and I can't be the only one who can make all the decisions. The other 18 universe origin masters all agreed to submit to the Sword King holy sect and then came together to force me. In the end, I had no choice but to compromise. I can fight to the end alone, and I'm not afraid of death, but I can't bring harm to the entire Wulong universe or even the entire Wulong sect because of me. So, in the end, I still bowed down. All these years, I have been subservient to others and have been their lackey. It is really a life worse than death, but what can I do? Sun Bucho's local ship, Student Jean, Moon enemy ship, the reality is that I am ashamed. It has long obliterated my fighting spirit. There is nothing I can do. There is really nothing I can do. Wulong Zhantian said with a look of shame, and towards the end of his sentence, he became extremely agitated. This kind of helplessness was hard to understand if one did not experience it personally. Qin Shao fell silent for a moment. He could somewhat understand Wulong Zhantian's pain and helplessness. Yes, sometimes people really have no choice. They have to bow down and make compromises. If one was weak, one would be bullied by others. This was a fact that could not be changed. Obliterating one's fighting spirit was sometimes really not that difficult. This book came from Chapter 2659. Wulong Zhantian explained the situation to Qin Shao. Back then, the people of the Wulong sect wanted to hand him and the others over. That time, they were all very lucky and managed to escape by a fluke. In the end, they managed to escape. Although they managed to escape, the people of the Wulong sect chose to surrender to the Sword King Holy Sect. As for Galanite, she was the sect leader of the Sword King Holy Sect and controlled the entire sect. As the lackey of the Bloodbath Alliance, the Sword King Holy Sect was mainly responsible for ruling all the universe powers in the entire Skyfire starfield. Of course, this kind of rule was not as simple as taking over a universe. It was too easy to take over a universe. To truly rule a universe, one needed to have a universe origin master and make the universe origin master submit to them. Only then would it be considered a true rule. Take the Hidden Dragon sect, for example. The Hidden Dragon sect had 19 universes and 19 universe origin masters. They had originally formed a powerful sect and were united against a common enemy. Their strength could be considered to be relatively strong. However, in front of the powerful Sword King Holy Sect, they were still unable to withstand a single blow. In the end, they took the initiative to submit. If they did not submit, they would face the danger of being destroyed. Wulong Zhantian wanted to resist, but in the end, he was forced to submit. Although he chose to submit, there was always a sense of anger in his heart that could not be suppressed. He was unwilling to accept it, but he was unable to resist. Therefore, in the past 50 million years, Wulong Zhantian had lived a very difficult life. Back in the day, we were able to come together and form the Wulong sect. We worked together to form such a powerful force. In the endless universe ocean, we could be considered to be a force to be reckoned with. However, we did not expect that in the end, everyone would change. For the sake of our own selfishness, we all forgot our original intentions. Back then, everyone was ambitious and looked forward to a better tomorrow. We were all like-minded, so we came together. But now, everyone has made a lot of compromises for their own interests. We have long forgotten our original intentions. Ideals? Dreams? Morality? Brotherly love? They can't even withstand the pressure of time. Wulong Zhantian shook his head bitterly. When he said these words, his heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. It was extremely painful. Qin Shao nodded in agreement. Yes, this is how the world works. Time was truly a butcher's knife. It could erase many things and change many things. Good people can also become bad people. Their fighting spirit can also be wiped out. Geniuses can also become trash. People can also turn into demons, and so on. In short, time will let everyone, every life, have thousands of possibilities. It is just a matter of whether you will change or not. Sticking to one's nature and not forgetting one's original intentions was very, very difficult. Most of the time, it might not be because you want to change, but because there is a power that forces you to change. If you don't change, you will die. In the face of death, many people chose to lower their heads and compromise. Once he took this step, his entire person would change, and he would fall. With the passage of time, his original nature would be completely erased. Cultivation was difficult, and the higher one went, the more difficult it became. Phew! Wulong Zhantian let out a long sigh, and his entire body seemed to have relaxed a lot. I'm ashamed, Lord Qin Shao. I made a fool of myself in front of you. I've kept these words in my heart for 50 million years. I've never had the chance to tell anyone, and I don't dare to tell anyone. When I saw Lord Qin Shao today, I couldn't help but nag a little. I hope Lord Qin Shao can forgive me, Wulong Zhantian said. Qin Shao patted him on the shoulder and said, It's okay, it's okay. You'll feel much better after venting. I can understand how you feel, and I sympathize with your experience. I know you feel guilty, but it's not your fault. It's really not your fault. Your compromise was a choice you had no choice but to make. It was a compromise you made for your universe. But I still think you're a man. Maybe you didn't have the chance to choose before, but this time, I'll give you a chance to choose. It's up to you whether you dare to trust me this time and take the risk with me. Wulong Zhantian looked at Qin Shao and stared at Qin Shao. After a long while, Wulong Zhantian seemed to have made a decision. He nodded heavily and said, Lord Qin Shao, I trust you. I completely trust you. I can roughly guess what you want to do. Maybe this is a big risk for me, but I've been blaming myself and feeling pain all these years. I've always asked myself, if I were given another chance to choose, would I still choose to compromise, surrender, and bow my head? This time, Lord Qin Shao has given me a chance to choose again. I feel that if I don't take the risk, I'll regret it for the rest of my life and spend the rest of my life blaming myself. So, this time, I've decided to take the risk. Lord Qin Shao is now an ancient sage existence. I'm sure you have a good plan for everything you do. So, I'm willing to trust you this time, Lord Qin Shao. Qin Shao and Shao Gu were two ancient sages here. With such a powerful force as a guarantee, Wulong Zhantian was very confident. Qin Shao trusted Wulong Zhantian's character very much. He had trusted him 50 million years ago. Now that he had seen Wulong Zhantian and had been observing him, he could tell that Qin Shao was not lying. Wulong Zhantian could not lie in front of an ancient sage existence. After all, he was just a first-step celestial master. If the hidden dragon Warsky was willing to help, it would be a lot easier to find Galen's sovereign as soon as possible. Not only did Qin Shao want to find Lord Galen, but he also did not want to give him many chances to ask for help. If Lord Galen asked for help, he should ask Yu Luosha. Yu Luosha was also the person Qin Shao wanted to find. Therefore, Qin Shao did not want Yu Luosha to be on guard too early. That might affect the progress of the plan. Lord Qin Shao, tell me directly what you need me to do, Wulong Zhantian said. Qin Shao said, What I want you to help me with is very simple. You go and seek an audience with Exalted Lord Galen. Or rather, you need to confirm Exalted Lord Galen's exact location. After that, I will go find Exalted Lord Galen. You don't have to do anything else. As long as we succeed, there will no longer be a Reverend Galen in this world. Something will happen to ancient sage Yu Luosha very soon. Something big will happen in the Heaven Firestar area soon. However, I'm sorry to say that even if I get rid of them, I won't be able to completely change the current situation of the Wulong sect. Even if I get rid of them, there will be others who will come and take over everything here. Therefore, I can't help you break free from the Bloodbath Alliance's control for the time being. Wulong Zhantian smiled bitterly and said, I've already thought of this. I know a little about the strength of the Bloodbath Alliance. Therefore, I understand that it's impossible to break free from the Bloodbath Alliance's control for the time being. There's nothing I can do about it. However, I also hate Lord Galen and ancient Seiju Luosha to the core. If Lord Qin Shao can get rid of them, I'm naturally very willing to do this. It doesn't matter, even if it's a little risky. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. Perhaps all of this is fate. Qin Shao could do nothing about it. Wulong Zhantian didn't hesitate and immediately went to do this. However, things didn't go so smoothly. Wulong Zhantian didn't have any good news. Instead, he had bad news. Wulong Zhantian contacted Lord Galen, but didn't get any response. He then contacted a few of Lord Galen's trusted aides, but still didn't get any response. This situation was very strange. Wulong Zhantian tried to contact Lord Galen a few more times and waited for 100 years, but still didn't get any response. What's going on? Why hasn't there been any response? It's really strange. How can this be? Even if Lord Galen didn't respond, why didn't the others respond either? In the past, when I contacted them for something, they would respond very quickly. Wulong Zhantian frowned and was very puzzled. Upon hearing this news, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. The situation might not be good. It seemed that Lord Galen was indeed a very cautious person. After the original body got into trouble, his doppelganger probably expected that something would happen to his doppelganger, so he was already prepared. It seemed that Lord Galen had most likely slipped away. It had been more than 10 million years since the last incident. Although it wasn't a long time, it wasn't short either. It was enough for Lord Galen to make a lot of preparations. Now, Qin Shao was really having a headache. If this method didn't work, where could he find Lord Galen? If he didn't find Lord Galen soon, it would be even more difficult to find him later. With his current strength, he couldn't fight the Bloodbath Alliance openly. Therefore, looking for Lord Galen, Yu Luo Sha and Qin Shao planned to do it secretly and accurately. He wanted to find them as soon as possible, kill them, and rescue them. As for the Bloodbath Alliance, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them in the future. But now, he was in trouble again. I'm sorry, Lord Qin Shao. I really didn't lie to you. No one really responded to my call. How about this, Lord Qin Shao? Give me a little more time. I'll go ask around and see if I can find out anything. Perhaps we might be able to find out more about it, Hidden Dragon Warsky said. Qin Shao nodded. Although he didn't have much hope, he still said, It's okay. I believe you. Okay, I'll have to trouble you. On the other side, Qin Shao was also thinking. If Lord Galen wanted to escape, where would he go? In theory, the most likely places should be the Heavenly Fire Mystery Land or the Wulong Mystery Land. Yu Luo Sha was in the Heavenly Fire Mystery Land, and the Wulong Mystery Land was a place of command where many important people gathered. Both of these places were highly likely to be the ones he was looking for. Of course, he couldn't rule out other possibilities. Now, he had to wait and see if Wulong Zhantian could find out anything. If it really didn't work, he would have to slowly look for Lord Galen. After waiting for 1,000 years, Wulong Zhantian still didn't have any good news. Lord Qin Shao, I'm very sorry. I didn't manage to find out anything specific. I only know that Lord Galen hasn't shown himself for a long time. A few of his trusted followers could come out at first, but they haven't shown themselves recently. No one knows where they are. Even the core members of the Sword King Holy Sect don't know. That's all I can find out for the time being. I'm afraid that I won't be of much help to you, Lord Holy Exalted Qin Shao, Hidden Dragon Warsky said. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, It's okay. You've done your best. I don't blame you. Author Kanshong said, 4th update. Chapter 2660. Mobile reading. Since there was no definite information here, Qin Shao had no other choice. He could only choose another way to find it. Since Wulong Zhantian couldn't be of any help, Qin Shao naturally didn't stay any longer. He bid farewell to Wulong Zhantian and left. After leaving the Crouching Dragon universe and returning to the Endless Universe Ocean, Qin Shao decided to check out Skyfire's secret area first. Not having a good start to the battle was normal. Qin Shao did not feel discouraged at all. Big brother, do you think there's a possibility that Wulong Zhantian is lying to you? Actually, he has already informed High Lord Galen. He purposely said those words to make you back off, leading you astray so that High Lord Galen can escape this calamity. I feel that since he has chosen to submit to Exalted Lord Galen and bow his head to the Bloodbath Alliance, he might have already pledged his allegiance to the Bloodbath Alliance and worked for the Bloodbath Alliance. Xiao Gu's mouth twitched as he analyzed seriously. Qin Xiao shook her head. I don't think so, unless I'm really bad at judging people. I don't think he's lying to me. I'm willing to believe him this time. In fact, Qin Xiao had thought of this possibility before, but he rejected it. Any possibility should be considered. But after analyzing it, Qin Xiao was still willing to believe in his own judgment. Xiaogu grinned and said, Big brother, you mustn't trust others too easily. That Wulong Zhantian is an old man who has lived for a few epochs. Who knows? He might be an extremely cunning person who hides deeply. If a person tries his best to disguise himself, it's not impossible to fool your eyes. Qin Xiao shook his head and chuckled. He said, Little Gu, oh little Gu, you're distrusting your big brother more and more, aren't you? I never rely on my eyes to judge people. I rely on my heart and my feelings. Soon, Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu landed on the Heavenly Fire's secret realm. My instincts are usually right. I feel that he didn't lie to me, so he shouldn't be lying to me. You're still alive, so you still have to be very confident in yourself. Since my feelings tell me to trust him, why shouldn't I? Blindly speculating about others will only make you less confident. If you're not confident in yourself, you'll become hesitant in everything you do. That's not a good thing. All right, I'm just guessing. You're the boss anyway. Xiaogu curled his lips and didn't say anything else. It took the duo 1,000 years to reach the Heavenly Fire mystic realm. Soon, Qin Xiao and Xiaogu landed on the Heavenly Fire mystery realm. Looking around, Qin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This is the second time I've come to the Sky Fire mystery region. The last time I came, I brought everyone with me. Back then, our strength and cultivation realms were extremely low. This faraway land was filled with ghosts and grudges. The first time I came to the Heavenly Fire mystery region, I encountered a lot of troubles. Fortunately, I managed to resolve them without any mishaps. Now that I think about it, I still find it very interesting. At this moment, standing in the Heavenly Fire mystery region again, scenes of the past emerged. They were still vivid in his mind, as if they had happened yesterday. Recollections were often wonderful things, even if the recollections were somewhat embarrassing. Enemy land is not cool son, Chao, Gu Shui, Ji Shui, Ji Shui. The first time he came to the Heavenly Fire mystery region 50 million years ago, it was his first stop after leaving the primordial universe. At that time, he was only a first-step heavenly venerable. Coming to the Heavenly Fire mystery region again after 50 million years, Qin Xiao was already an ancient Saint Realm expert. Things have changed with the passage of time. That was then, and this was now. Realms, feelings, and horizons were completely different. Enemy land is not cool sun, Chao, Gu Shui, Ji Shui, Ji Shui. The Heavenly Fire mystery region wasn't very big, but it was about 1/60th the size of the immortal realm. The Heavenly Fire mystery region had 4 seas and 8 desolates. The 4 seas were the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. The 8 desolates were further divided into the East, South, West, and Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow desolates. Every desolate was divided into 9 heavens and 10 lands. It seemed to be a rather complicated matter. The last time Qin Xiao came, he came to the East desolates. This time, Qin Xiao came to the central region, the heavenly desolates. Big brother, what do we do now? I feel like I'm in the dark here. I don't know what's going on, Xiaogu said. Rivals in love, enemies in isolation, enemies in isolation. Why don't you cultivate here first, big brother? I'll go out and catch some people. Let's figure out the situation here first, Xiaogu said, shaking his head. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Don't use such a stupid method. It's useless. We won't stay in the Heavenly Fire mystery region, so we don't need to figure out the exact situation here. We just want to find Galan supremacy and ancient Saint Yuluo Sha. Everything else isn't important. The information that you can easily find out is all worthless. You don't have to go through so much trouble just to get some basic information, do you? Was there a need to go through so much trouble? The Battle of Kuzinshu in the rear, far away. Xiaogu looked at Qin Xiao and immediately laughed happily. Qin Xiao snapped her fingers, and the book spirit immediately appeared in front of Qin Shao. Seeing that the book spirit had come out, Xiao Gu was even happier. This fellow and the book spirit really got along well. Xiao Gu was a beast. Could it be that he had that kind of personality? Sun Yuan not far behind the single back technique, Yang, Umo Ku, Big Brother Xiao Gu, Luan Jia misses you. Did you miss Luan Jia? The book spirit asked Xiao Gu coquettishly. It also made coquettish shiver. She felt numb to her bones, and her heart was about to melt. Ha ha ha, of course I want to. Xiao Gu hurriedly replied, while nodding his head like a rattle drum. Qin Shao felt a little disdainful and speechless when she saw this. She really did look like a pig. The book spirit was just a weapon spirit. It was not a real life. What was wrong with Xiao Gu? Could it be that he had fallen in love with the book spirit? That would be fun. Cough. Qin Shao coughed dryly. Only then did the book spirit react. She hurriedly said to Qin Shao, Master, what orders do you have for me? How much do you know about the situation in the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm? Tell me about the situation here, Qin Shao said directly. The book spirit pouted and said, Master, you are so naughty again. The moment you come out, you ask me to do things. You don't even say that you miss me. The battle of Kuzinshu in the rear, far away, far away. I am a woman. Master, don't you know that women are made of women? Do women need to be praised? Qin Shao rolled her eyes at the book spirit speechlessly. If she continued, he would put her away. The book spirit knew Chun Zhao's character and was tactful. She immediately restrained herself and said, All right. Master, I'll say it, all right? Your gaze really scares me. Well, the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm is pretty powerful in general. I don't think it's any weaker than the Southern Wasteland. Zhang Yangfang's son, Cao what? Qin Shao was shocked when he heard the book spirit's words. It was indeed beyond his expectations. The Heavenly Fire Secret Realm is not much weaker than the Southern Wasteland. Qin Shao found it hard to believe. Although the Southern Wasteland was not strong, it was not even comparable to the 9 continents of China. But no matter how weak it was still a huge territory in the immortal realms. There were more than 10,000 ancient saints in the Southern Wasteland, and there were quite a few second-step ancient saints. If all of this power were to be added together, it would be an extremely powerful force. The Heavenly Fire Secret Realm was just a boundless thousand secret realm. Whether it was in terms of the number or level of life forms, it should be far from being comparable to the Southern Wasteland. Although the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm was much bigger than the Southern Wasteland, it was several times bigger. But just being a little bigger wouldn't be of much use. Generally speaking, unless they were being hunted down and had nowhere else to go, few ancient saints would be willing to stay in the vast thousand secret realm, right? They would go to the 8 great holy regions, right? After all, the holy region was the holy land in the hearts of all cultivators. It was the supreme place where all life forms long to go. It was the place where their hearts belonged. If there were so many ancient saints hidden in the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm, it would be really scary. No. The book spirit immediately shook her head and waved her hands, saying, Master, you have misunderstood. Listen to me first. That's pretty much what I said. There's nothing wrong with that. However, the main thing is that there are many ancient saints in the holy region. For safety reasons, they will either hide their true bodies or their clones in one of the major secret realms. Also, some ancient saints who have made enemies will choose to hide in the Great Thousand Secret Realm. There are also some ancient saints who have committed heinous crimes and are being hunted down by the major forces. They have nowhere else to go and hide in the Great Thousand Secret Realms. Of course, there are also some who were born and raised in the vast thousand secret realms. Although the cultivation environment of the vast thousand secret realms was far inferior to that of the sacred regions, it still gave birth to many life forms. Over the years, it's only natural that some Empyrean sages would emerge. In addition, The heavenly fire mystic realm's territory is several times that of the southern wilderness. Therefore, I'm only talking about the overall strength of the heavenly fire mystic realm. It might not be much weaker than the southern wilderness. Later enmity far from ghost, not technique battle solitary finger, not. However, I really can't estimate how many ancient saints there are in the heavenly fire secret realm. There are many who hide in here and won't show themselves at all. No one will know about them. What I know is only the public information. According to the public information, there are only about 100 ancient sages in the heavenly fire secret domain. Basically, they each occupy an area and call themselves kings. They control the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, becoming the rulers of their respective areas. There were only 100 or so Empyrean saints. This number was still acceptable to Qin Shao, and it was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. Study not distant hatred fight cold studies, however. The real number should be much more than this, but it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Qin Shao didn't care about this for now. Instead, she continued to ask the book spirit to tell her about the ancient sages in the heavenly fire mystic realm. Distant Earth situation after learning from cold ships from the public information, there were no clues, and there was no sign of Yu Luosha. Therefore, there were no clues to find the hidden sifting kill and Gallon Exalt. Distant Earth situation after learning from Alone, Lung, Xianfeng, however, Qin Shao felt that Yu Luosha's place of cultivation should be in the heavenly fire mystic realm. Distant Earth situation after learning from Alone, Lung Xianfeng. Now that I think about it, I still find it very interesting. Now, it was time to figure out how to find the 2 of them. In order to find the 2 of them, he had to first find out more information. Qin Shao quickly set his sights on the most powerful force in the heavenly fire mystic realm. It happened to be the desolate heaven sovereign, who was in charge of Tianwang region. He was an extremely powerful one-step Empyrean saint. Fortunately, according to the information provided by the book spirit, there were no second-step Empyrean saints in the heavenly fire mystic realm. This was great news for Qin Shao. If there were second-step Empyrean saints, it would be troublesome if he accidentally provoked them. If there were no second-step Empyrean saints, Qin Shao would be more at ease and wouldn't have to be so careful. The desolate heaven sovereign was extremely powerful. Many ancient sages have been defeated by him. The number of ancient sages who followed him alone was as many as 9 ancient sages. Sun Di has no enmity. Only after the investigation, therefore, the desolate heaven sovereign ruled the entire Tianwang region and established the Tianwang sacred sect. The desolate heaven sovereign was the sect master. The other 9 ancient sages were the 9 great guardian elders. They had extremely high statuses and supported the desolate heaven sovereign palm to rule the entire Tianwang region. The place where the information was the most abundant was definitely the most powerful place. Therefore, if he wanted to get more accurate information, he naturally had to go to the most powerful place. This book came from. Chapter 2661. Tianwang City was the most prosperous city in the Tianwang lands. It was the closest city to the Tianwang holy sect and the center of the entire Tianwang lands. There would always be at least one prime saint in Tianwang City, who controlled everything and ensured that the city would continue to prosper. Qin Shao concealed his presence and approached Tianwang City. After all, there was a prime saint station here, so Qin Shao had to be careful. Otherwise, that person would definitely sense him. Baby Mo. As soon as he got close, Qin Shao was pleasantly surprised. He had already sensed Baby Mo's existence, and it was not far from Tianwang City. This discovery instantly reduced Qin Zhao's troubles and made things much easier. If Baby Mo was here, then Yu Luosha would definitely be here as well. Since he'd already encountered Yu Luosha, he'd deal with Yu Luosha first if he couldn't find Sovereign Gallon. However, Qin Shao still hoped that Sovereign Gallon was here as well. Then he'd be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Now he just had to see how his luck was. Qin Shao immediately sent a spiritual message to Baby Mo. Baby Mo, calm down first. Don't expose yourself. Master, is that you? Is it really you? Master, I missed you so much. You've finally come to find me. Where are you? Baby Mo's agitated voice soon traveled over. His voice was choked with sobs, making Qin Zhao's heart ache. Baby Mo had been captured by Prime Saint Yu Luosha not long after becoming his spirit beast. He'd managed to escape once before, but she'd quickly captured him again. 50 million years had passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Shao finally had the strength to rescue Baby Mo. Qin Shao had always felt rather guilty about this. He'd come this time to make up for the guilt he'd felt over the past 50 million years. It's me, Baby Mo, don't worry. This time, Master will definitely save you and take you away. I won't let anyone bully you again. However, you have to cooperate so that Master can successfully rescue you. Most importantly, he has already become a saint, and so has your big brother Xiao Gu. As long as you cooperate with us, it will be very smooth. Qin Shao transmitted her voice to Baby Mo again. Baby Mo immediately said happily, Yes. I knew that Master would become a saint very soon and would come to save me. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Brother Little Gu, you're so experienced. You've already become a saint. However, Bao Bao wasn't that bad either. Bao Bao was about to break through. Bao Bao planned to escape after becoming a saint. Now that you're here, Master. That's great. But after being happy for a while, Baby Mo seemed to be in low spirits again. He said worriedly, But Master, other than that big baddie Yu Luosha, there are 10 other ancient saints here. We definitely won't be able to beat them. Boo-hoo, what should we do? How about? Master, you don't have to save Bao Bao for now. Once Bao Bao becomes a saint, Bao Bao will find a way to escape. That big baddie Yu Luosha will occasionally leave this place. Bao Bao won't always be here, so Bao Bao will still have a chance to escape. Qin Shao knew that this was indeed a very troublesome problem. In Tianwang region, other than Yu Luosha, there were the desolate Heaven Sage Master and 10 other ancient sages. There was even the powerful desolate Heaven Sage Master. Including Yu Luosha, that was a total of 11 ancient saints. The desolate Heaven Holy Sovereign was also an extremely powerful ancient saint. If a fight were to break out, he would not be a match for the 11 ancient saints at all. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but hesitate. But since they were already here, no matter what, no matter how dangerous or difficult it was, they had to rescue Baby Mo. This was Qin Zhao's determination. But now, it seemed that they had to carefully plan this matter. They had to wait for the best opportunity before making a move. After some thought, Qin Shao said, Baby Mo, don't worry. We can't make a move for now. We can wait for an opportunity together. You should also hurry up and reach the point where you can break through at any time. But don't break through for now. Wait until we make a move, then break through. That'll attract Yu Luosha's attention. Baby Mo, help Master investigate a few things for now. You've been by Yu Luosha's side, so you should know something. Help Master find out where Exalted Lady Gallon is, and see if there's a Yao Shuelian girl by Yu Luosha's side. Check these 2 things first, and see if you can find out anything about them. But you have to be careful. You mustn't let Yu Luosha discover your intentions. Master believes in you. You'll definitely do well. Good luck. Yes. Baby will listen to Master. Baby understands. Baby is a smart person. No, I'm a smart divine beast. Don't worry, Master. Just wait for my good news. Baby Mo replied affirmatively. After giving instructions to Baby Mo, Qin Shao felt a little more confident. It seemed that things would go smoother than expected this time. Now he just hoped that Baby Mo would be able to complete this difficult task well. Baby Mo was a very simple-minded girl. Would she be able to handle the crafty old fox Yu Luosha? Hopefully, there wouldn't be any problems. Qin Shao then continued on his way to Tianwang City. Qin Shao had already taken Xiao Gu into his internal world. Xiao Gu's ability to conceal his aura wasn't strong, so he would definitely be detected by the other prime sovereigns. Qin Shao would be more confident if he was alone. In Tianwang City, there was a blood-red palace in a secluded sea. The palace was surrounded by piles of skeletons. They were covered in fresh blood and surrounded the palace that was floating in the remote sea. The blood aura that soared into the sky enveloped the entire palace, making it seem unusually eerie and frightening. No one dared to approach it. In one corner of the palace, there was an ancient divine beast the size of an adult lion. Its entire body was black as ink, and it seemed to be dancing with joy. There was an unconcealable joy on its face. Calm down, calm down. Baby, you have to calm down. You mustn't let that big baddie know my secret. Otherwise, Master won't be able to save me. Baby Mo tried her best to calm down, but it was difficult to completely suppress the joy in her heart. She couldn't help showing it. After a long while, Mo Bao Bao finally calmed down a little. She began to ponder, how can I find out about Reverend Gallon and Yao Shiwilian's situation from that big baddie? Baby seems to have seen Sovereign Gallon several times, but I don't think I've seen him recently. I don't know where he is. I remember what he said when he came to find that big baddie. What did he say? Baby, think carefully. I seem to have heard about Big Sister Yao Shiwilian a long time ago, but she wasn't with that big baddie. What did he send her? Baby, think carefully. Why can't I remember? How infuriating. No, these things must be very important to Master. So Baby must think about it carefully and remember it. Yes, Baby will definitely remember. I'll definitely be able to figure it out. Although Bao Bao hates that big bad guy, in order to help Master, in order to escape, Bao Bao has to make a sacrifice. I can only get close to that big bad guy and get some information from him. That big baddie definitely won't expect Master to come and save Baby, so he won't be so guarded against me. Yes, Baby is really smart. I'll happily make up my mind. Thinking about how smart she was and how she'd thought everything through so quickly, Baby Mo was very happy. She happily walked over to Yuluo Sha. Qin Shao entered Tianhuang City and disguised himself as an ordinary first-step celestial sovereign cultivator. He casually walked through the city. There was a rather interesting scene in Tianhuang City. You could see people cultivating various paths of cultivation. There were many different kinds of auras. Some cultivated the immortal Tao, some cultivated the Grand Tao, some cultivated the Sword Tao, some cultivated the Dark Tao, some cultivated the Elemental Tao, and some cultivated the Strength Tao. Apart from the Heart Force path and the Technological path, which were relatively rare, the others could be seen everywhere. Most of them were still the Immortal path and the Great Tao. The number of people who cultivated these two paths was basically more than half of the total. The rest of them were relatively few. Such a situation couldn't be seen in the Immortal Domain. In the Immortal Domain, the vast majority of cultivators mainly cultivated the Immortal path. The others were extremely rare. Even for people like Qin Shao who cultivated the Heart Force path, the Great Tao, and the true meaning of Strength path, they mainly cultivated the Immortal path. What one could see here was a hodgepodge of cultivators. This was to be expected. It was the same in the Great Thousand Secret Realms. Apart from the 8 Great Sacred Realms, which were covered by the laws of their respective paths of cultivation, the other places weren't covered. That was because all the laws existed at the same time, and there was no difference in strength. As for which path you want to take, it's entirely up to you. It was also because of the shrouding of the laws of cultivation that apart from the 8 Great Sacred Realms, the other places had extremely powerful restrictions. Therefore, it was very difficult to improve one's realm and become stronger. The difficulty of cultivation would increase by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. However, in the 8 Great Sacred Realms, because of the shrouding of the laws of their respective paths of cultivation, there were cultivation techniques that had been multiplied to the extreme. There were countless experts, many powerful forces, and a very good cultivation environment. Therefore, it was very easy to give birth to many experts. It was precisely because of this that all living beings yearned to cultivate in the 8 sacred realms. The 8 sacred realms were definitely the supreme, holy lands of cultivation in the hearts of all living beings. It was a place that all living beings yearned to go to, even in their dreams. The people here were obviously very valiant. Although there were ancient saints in charge, and it was also under the rule of the Infinite Wasteland Sacred Sect, the Infinite Wasteland City didn't seem very harmonious and peaceful. There was no orderly order. On the contrary, there was a very strong fighting atmosphere. There would be fighting at the slightest provocation. Moreover, no one came to care about these things. In fact, there were even corpses in the city, but no one dealt with them, or they were dealt with slowly. This kind of situation was basically not seen in the immortal realm. The feeling that the Infinite Wasteland City gave Qin Shao was that it was very chaotic. There weren't many experts. Most of the people that could be seen on the road were only first-step celestial venerables. There were also many ordinary people. Qin Shao came to inquire about information, so he couldn't be bothered to care about this. On the contrary, he had to find a way to integrate into these people. Chapter 2662. Read on a mobile phone. In an inconspicuous corner of a small tea house in Heavenly Wasteland City, 2 men in casual clothes were sitting there and drinking. One of them looked a little sloppy, as if he did not care much about his clothes. He was very casual. One of his feet was propped up on a stool, while the other hand was scratching his foot. From time to time, he would use the hand that was scratching his foot to pick up some food. It was a disgusting sight. The other man looked a little better. At least, he did not do such a disgusting thing. Both of them were only first-step heavenly venerables. In a place like Tianhuang City, they were very inconspicuous. They were too ordinary. Ordinary people doing ordinary things was a kind of ordinary happiness. Brother Shanha, look over there. Aren't those 2 girls very... How do I put it in the words you taught me? The eyes of the man who was scratching his foot suddenly lit up as he stared at the 2 beautiful girls who were walking past. That greedy look of his that was almost drooling was the epitome of a pig in a book. Upon seeing this, Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. "Han!" The man who was scratching his foot immediately slammed the table and said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. They are F asterisk king hot. They are very good. TSK, TSK, TSK. My life's wish is to have such beautiful ladies to F asterisk CK every day. How great would that be? Sigh, it's a pity that people like us. How should I put it? Losers. Yes, yes, yes. Losers. Losers like us can only daydream if we want to F asterisk CK, such a beautiful big sister. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about this anymore. Let's save some money first and go to the Dream Spring Brothel to have some fun. Hee, Brother Shanha, let me tell you something. I heard that a new batch of beautiful ladies will be entering the Dream Spring Brothel very soon. All of them have unique skills. Are you interested in going in with me to have some fun? Big Brother has long wanted to bring you in a play, so that you can experience the fun of a real man. That's the best thing for a man. Cough. The man called Shanha immediately stopped and said, Brother Bao, don't drag me into this kind of thing. You can go. I'm really not interested in this kind of thing. You. The man who was scratching his feet pointed at the mountains and rivers and reprimanded. You are so stubborn. This is something that all men love, but you don't love it. Why do you think that is? I once thought that you were a freaking backbreaker, but you're not. You said that there's nothing wrong with your sexual orientation. So why do you like women? Shauna shook his head and said with a smile, It's not that I don't like women. I just don't like to go to that kind of place to play with women. The nature is different. TSK, so what? The man scratching his feet grinned and said, For losers like us, as long as we can play with women, Why do you care where it is? It's already good enough to have some fun. Back far earth, not cool ball. Mao Zhan you besides, Brother Shanha, you don't know about the girls in Dream Spring Brothel. TSK, 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 they all have their own unique skills. It's definitely a place that makes you forget to go back. This kind of thing is too addictive. Ever since I went there, I feel uncomfortable if I don't go. It's like scratching an itch. Anyway, I've been poisoned. Back far earth, not cool ball. Mao Zhan Yu Fong Fong Fong. But I've been a little unlucky recently. There hasn't been any business sent to me, so I can't earn any chaos source stones. Sai, it's really uncomfortable if I don't save some money to go once. Sean has said, Brother Bao, I didn't invite you out for a drink to listen to you talk about women. If you continue like this, I'll pay the bill and leave. Don't. The man who was scratching his feet immediately gestured for him to stop. He chuckled at Shanha and said, I know that you have a gossipy heart. Tell me some news that I've heard recently. This time I found something interesting. I'm planning to sell it for a good price. Brother Shanha, since you've treated me to a drink, I'll tell you in advance. But Brother Shanha, you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone after I tell you. I'm relying on this little bit of information to make a living. Whether or not I can earn enough money to go to Dream Spring Brothel will depend on this. Shauna nodded heavily and said, I know. Old rules, I understand. How can I ruin your plans? The toe-scratching man looked around cautiously. After making sure there was no problem, he said, Recently, I found a big piece of information related to a big shot. I don't know if you've heard of High Lord Galen. Supremacy Galen is the sect master of the Sword King Sacred Sect. He listens to Prime Saint Yuluo Sha. You might not have heard of Prime Saint Yuluo Sha. It's said that he's a close friend of the Desolate Heaven Supremacy. He's a very mysterious and powerful Prime Saint. He rarely shows himself, so not many people know about him. The juicy news this time has something to do with Galen's supremacy. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he had been searching high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. Qin Zhao had been pretending to be an ordinary person in Tianhuang City all these years and had used the name Shanha. Qin Zhao had used the name Shanha in the Hongmeng universe before. Qin Zhao had been in Tianhuang City for 10,000 years. While waiting for news from Baby Mo, he had also been gathering information in Tianhuang City. However, Yu Luo Sha and Galen Exalted Lord were usually very cautious. Moreover, they weren't from the Desolate Heaven Holy Sect. Therefore, not many people in Desolate Heaven City knew about their origins or their existence. Because of this, it was very difficult to gather information about them. Even those who knew about them didn't dare discuss them. They were very secretive about this matter. In the past 10,000 years, Qin Zhao had gotten acquainted with a commoner with the nickname of Nosy. It was this hooligan. This hooligan had no status, no background, no talent, and no strength. Therefore, he wasn't doing very well. However, he was very sly and had a very good ability to gather information. He had a little bit of fame in Tianhuang City and relied on this to earn some money. However, the money he earned was only spent on two things. One was drinking wine, and the other was going to Dream Spring Brothel to play with girls. Sun Booty Chio, Ku Ho Hen, Yu Dui Qing, these two things were the hooligan's favorite things. Qin Zhao often treated him to drinks, so they gradually became familiar with each other. Perhaps it was because they were a little congenial that the hooligan also called Qin Zhao brother. The two of them could be said to be close friends. After waiting for so many years, he finally got a big surprise. He had waited for the news he wanted the most. Qin Zhao's face was calm. He didn't have any reaction and continued to listen. The hooligan continued. It is said that this Galen's supremacy offended someone more than 10 million years ago, and his original body was killed. As for his avatar, he had always been in charge of the Sword King Sacred Sect. The Sword King Sacred Sect, led by him, has already occupied a large territory. They have ruled hundreds and thousands of universes and incorporated them into the Sword King Sacred Sect's territory. Jeka Kachio Ku Shu Mo Ku Ku Saw. However, after his original body was killed, his clone was afraid. It is said that he hid in our desolate heaven sacred sect. It is said that he appeared once in the forsaken heaven city tens of millions of years ago and then disappeared. This Galen supremacy didn't stay in the desolate heaven sacred sect for long. It is said that he left after 1,000,000 years. However, it is said that he didn't leave the sky fire secret realm. Instead, he went to the northern wilderness and hid in a place called the Northern Wilderness Polar Region. That's the general information. Northern Wilderness Polar Region. Qin Shao had learned a lot about the sky fire secret realm during his years in desolate heaven city. He also knew what kind of place the Northern Wilderness Polar Region was. It was close to the Northern Sea. It was a place that connected the Northern Wilderness and the Northern Sea. It was an extremely desolate place with an extremely vile environment. There were few signs of human habitation, and it was a forbidden zone for life. Why would Galen's supremacy hide in such a godforsaken place? Just how cowardly were they? Or did the Blood Union Temple have something that they couldn't see in the extreme desolation? High Lord Galen was a capable general, so Yu Luosha shouldn't have hidden him away so easily. She should still be using him. However, this wasn't important. There was no need to think about it for the time being. What he needed to do now was to find Galen's supremacy. There was no enmity between the enemy and the enemy. Things would be easier now that he had concrete information. Regardless of whether this information was true or not, it was still worth a try. Moreover, Qin Shao felt that the credibility of the information gathered by the detective was still very high. After drinking with the scout for a while, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to leave. When the scout took the initiative to say that it was about time, Qin Shao paid the bill and left. After leaving, Qin Shao immediately left desolate Heaven City and headed for the extreme desolate lands. Qin Shao rushed to the extreme desolate lands as quickly as he could. This was still an extremely desolate land of nothingness. It was a forbidden zone for life. This place was indeed unsuitable for life. Most fourth-step heavenly venerates wouldn't dare enter this place easily. There seemed to be an extremely powerful force in this extreme desolate lands that could cause life to drain away rapidly. If one was slightly weaker, they would be rapidly devoured by this force. Eventually, their life force would be completely drained and they would die there. There were many places in the immortal domain that possessed such power. Although the extreme desolate lands were terrifying, it wasn't a big deal for Qin Shao. Qin Shao entered the extreme desolate lands and started searching for Galen supremacy. In the depths of the extreme desolate lands, there was a brown mountain range with huge pits on the ground. Those pits were so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Not far behind was the cool ball moyang technique recipe. There were so many of them that they resembled the stars in the sky. They were densely packed and innumerable. From time to time, people with unkempt hair and dirty faces would fly out of those huge pits and toward a mountain peak. At the peak of that mountain, there was a palace standing there. That palace was like a giant god standing there, overlooking the land and controlling it. On the passageways leading to the palace, there were many fully armed warriors standing there. Only their eyes could be seen. They were all clad in blood-red battle armor and looked ferocious. Their auras were so strong that no one dared to act rashly. The inside of the palace was also incomparably busy. There were many people going in and out. In a hall deep within the palace, a man was sitting cross-legged. His face, which should have been arrogant and unruly, was now filled with sorrow and worry. When the wine entered his mouth, it also became tasteless. This person was none other than Honorable Lord Galen. He was very unhappy, very sullen, and had a belly full of anger. Damn it! Damn it! Who took my true body away? What kind of existence could trap my true body and prevent my doppelganger from sensing my true body? However, I can clearly sense that my true body is not dead. Uinka, 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 Uinshio, Uinka, Uinka, Uinka this book comes from. Chapter 2663. Mobile reading high Lord Galen's original body had been missing for over 10 million years. Even now, there was no trace of her whereabouts. No one knew where she had gone. This was the most depressing thing. Having a terrifying enemy wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that you didn't know where the enemy was or who the enemy was. It was completely like being hit by someone covering your head. After the hit, you wouldn't even be able to tell north from south. This feeling was the most unbearable and sullen. No matter who they are, they're probably here for me. It's not safe to stay here. It's just that holy sovereign Luosha didn't let me leave at all. She even sent me to this godforsaken place to take on this difficult task. Instead of staying here, I might as well continue to guard the Sword King sacred sect. It was too uncomfortable to stay in this damned place. I can't stand staying here for a few million years. The ship is not hostile. The place is not cold and cruel. Damn it. Damn it. When will this damned life end? Exalted Lord Galen gritted her teeth. First of all, his true body was nowhere to be found. Second of all, he had to stay in this damned place. This was a kind of torture. Who is it? Suddenly, a figure walked out of the void and landed in front of Galen's supremacy. The one who came out was not Qin Xiao, but Xiao Gu. High Lord Galen had never seen little Gu before, so she naturally didn't know who he was. Looking at Xiao Gu, High Lord Galen could feel the powerful saint aura coming from Xiao Gu. He knew that an ancient saint had arrived, and it was a beast ancient saint. This puzzled supremacy Garan. There are no beast races in the heavenly fire mystic realm, right? There was indeed an ancient sage of the beast tribe, but he recognized him. He wasn't the person before him. Moreover, this place was a secret place of the Bloodbath Alliance. How could they allow others to barge in? Since this person had barged in without a sound, he must be harboring malicious intentions. Thus, Exalt Lord Galen immediately acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She immediately informed ancient sage Luosha of the situation. Galen's supremacy stared warily at Xiao Gu as she asked, "Who are you? What are you trying to do by trespassing into my territory? You don't seem to be from the heavenly fire secret realm, do you? Could it be that you have some intentions?" The corners of Xiao Gu's mouth curled up as he sneered. "Why do you care who I am? You'll know once we fight." After saying that, Xiao Gu started to attack without hesitation. Seeing Xiao Gu attack without saying a word, High Lord Galen immediately understood that Xiao Gu was coming for him. Could it be that they were the ones who had captured his true self? However, he did not know this person at all and had never offended him before. Why was he targeting him? Although Galen's supremacy was a seasoned fourth-step heavenly venerate, he naturally didn't have the ability to resist a prime sage. Before High Lord Galen could put up any resistance, Xiao Gu heavily injured her. He still wanted to ask ancient Seiju Luosha for help, but how could the current situation be so urgent? He couldn't even stall for time, so there was no way he could wait for ancient Seiju Luosha's rescue to arrive. Sun Xiao did not agree with Sun Shuma after being hit by Xiao Gu a few times. A wave of energy descended and directly captured High Lord Galen. The one who came out of the heavenly venerate wasn't Qin Xiao, but Xiao Gu. After High Lord Galen was captured, Qin Xiao also walked out of the void. The one who had captured High Lord Galen was naturally Qin Xiao. Furthermore, he had also thrown High Lord Galen's clone into the spatial pearl. In this way, High Lord Galen had completely lost contact with the outside world. Since his true self and clone no longer existed in this world, he was basically dead. Ancient Sage Luosha wouldn't be able to contact him and would definitely think that he was dead. Big brother, why didn't you let me torture him a little longer? Why did you capture him so quickly? This bastard captured Miss Yao Shiwelian. After waiting for so many years, I finally have a chance to teach him a lesson, Xiao Gu said, as if he hadn't had enough. Qin Xiao said, "He'll die if you hit him again. Let's get down to business first. Xiao Gu, quickly clean up the battlefield and see what the Bloodbath Alliance's people are doing here." Since High Lord Galen is personally guarding this place, it's definitely not a simple matter. The more complicated it is, the more we have to destroy it. All right, then I'll go. Xiao Gu curled his lips and went to do this matter. The big movement here naturally attracted the attention of other people. Thousands of soldiers rushed over, and the place suddenly became chaotic. On the other side, Qin Xiao found a quiet place and left the cleaning work to Xiao Gu. He didn't need to do anything else. Qin Xiao set up a spatial boundary and isolated the place. After that, he took out the spatial pearl. When High Lord Galen's clone was thrown into the spatial pearl by Qin Xiao and reunited with his true self, he naturally understood what was going on. The matter that had troubled his clone for more than 10 million years finally had an answer. He finally knew what was going on. When he saw Qin Xiao again, High Lord Galen's face became gloomy to the extreme. He stared at Qin Xiao and felt a bit of fear. Now that both his true self and his clone had fallen into Qin Xiao's hands, his life and death were completely in Qin Xiao's hands. Qin Xiao, you're really capable. You actually capture my clone. You're ruthless. High Lord Galen gnashed his teeth at Qin Xiao. His heart was filled with hatred, but what could he do? In the end, he hated the Ghost Empress and the War Master. He had fallen into Qin Zhao's hands and became Qin Zhao's prisoner. He had no power to resist. Now that he was in front of Zhou Xiao, he could not stir up any waves at all. He could not even say anything ruthless. After all, he didn't even have the chance to ask Holy Sovereign Yu Luosha for help. What right did he have to threaten Qin Xiao? Without any means or confidence, he appeared very insignificant in front of Qin Xiao at this moment. Qin Xiao chuckled and said, I already told you that you'll see the coffin. Since you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, I'll satisfy you. Now, even if you don't know what's good for you, you know what I want. There's no need for me to be long-winded. Ha ha ha. High Lord Galen laughed instead of getting angry. Qin Xiao, oh Qin Xiao, I admit that your means are very vicious. You have the strength to control me now. But so what? Do you really think you can make me submit? Just kill me. I won't say anything. Just kill me as soon as possible. Don't waste time and energy on me. This Galen exalted lord looked like he was asking for death. Qin Xiao smiled coldly and looked at High Lord Galen. What's the matter? Putting on a show where you'd rather die than submit? Distant Ku Fong Di Shu Immo Yang Lon Moon. If you want to put on a good show, I'll accompany you to the end. When High Lord Galen saw Xiao Gu attack without saying a word, he immediately understood that the other party was targeting him. Let me see what show you want to put on. You'd rather die than submit? Fine. Don't tell me you're not afraid of death. I know you're a coward. Don't pretend to be righteous. You won't fool me. You're just thinking that if I kill you earlier, the Bloodbath Alliance will resurrect you. That way, you can rise from the ashes. Do you really think the Bloodbath Alliance will resurrect you if you die? Sun Di Ku Fong Di Shu Immo Yang Lonman exalted Lord Galen remained silent, but her expression was one of confidence. Qin Xiao continued, You're just a puny fourth-step heavenly venerate. You can't enter the ranks of the core members of the Bloodbath Alliance. You're just a capable subordinate of ancient Sage Yu Luosha. Besides ancient Sage Yu Luosha, who appreciates you, the higher-ups of the Bloodbath Alliance don't care about you. You should know that resurrecting you will require a hefty price. High Lord Galen Dishu Immo Yang Lon Moon. Furthermore, if you die at my hands, how much do you think it will cost to resurrect you? Ancient Sage Yu Luosha doesn't have the ability to resurrect you. Do you think Yu Luosha will beg a stronger entity to resurrect you for your sake? Sun Di Ku Fong Di Shu Immo Yang Lon Moon. You're also a very capable fourth-step heavenly venerate. If you're really killed by me, it will require at least a third-step ancient sage to resurrect you. Sun Di Shu Immo Yang Lon Moon said. You're also a powerful fourth-step heavenly venerate. If you're really killed by me, I'll need a third-step heavenly venerate at the very least to revive you, Sun Cha said with a frown. A third-step ancient saint? Not everyone in the Blood Stygian Alliance is capable of inviting a third-step ancient saint, right? Furthermore, even if they do, the price they have to pay will be very high. Are you really confident that the Bloodbath Alliance will pay such a high price to resurrect you? How could High Lord Galen not know this? He had only said this on purpose so that Qin Shao would give in to him. However, it was obvious that his methods weren't that brilliant. Qin Shao had seen through his tricks at a glance, so how could he fall for it so easily? High Lord Galen's expression changed slightly after hearing Qin Zhao's analysis, but he still pretended to be calm. Qin Shao sneered and said, "Therefore, if you really want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Moreover, I can fulfill your wish immediately. Since you know my methods, you should also know that even if Luo Sha comes, she will die in my hands. Do you really think that I can only rely on you for this matter? If I don't go through you, do you think I won't be able to find out where Yao Shiwelian is?" Sun Di Shu and Mo Yang Lonmoon said. "Furthermore, don't forget that you killed Yao Shiwelian's clone. I can resurrect Yao Shiwelian's clone. Even if I can't save her body in the end, I can at least protect her clone." Sun Di Shu and Mo Yang Lonmoon said. He finally had an answer to the matter that had troubled his clone for more than 10 million years. He finally knew what was going on. Besides, there's nothing that can't be investigated. It just depends on your ability. I will get to the bottom of this matter sooner or later. However, if you tell me directly, it might save me a lot of trouble. I'll give you a way out. Since you don't want it, then forget it. You can die. I'll fulfill your request." After saying that, Qin Shao attacked Galen Exalted Lord's main body. High Lord Galen didn't have the slightest strength to resist. He was knocked to the ground by Qin Shao. High Lord Galen wanted to beg for mercy, but he gritted his teeth. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but that he didn't know if he would be able to live even if he begged. In the end, High Lord Galen's original body was killed by Qin Shao on the spot. With the main body dead, Galen Supremacy's clone was also ashen. He stood there in a daze, his face filled with pain. High Lord Galen's original body died, just like that. Just because he caught a small ant back then, he had to swallow such a terrible consequence. Not Xiao Ku, Cha Jiang. Ghostfinger, how ironic was this? Not Xiao Ku, Cha Jiang Ghostfinger. He couldn't do anything in front of Qin Shao. He couldn't even say anything ruthless. He wasn't willing to accept this, but what could he do? Holy Sovereign Qin Shao, High Lord Galen finally gave in. His clone dragged his heavily injured body and knelt in front of Qin Shao. "If I tell you the details, will you really let me go?" Qin Shao sneered when he saw High Lord Galen finally give in. "I thought you would be unyielding until the end. It seems I overestimated you. It doesn't matter to me whether I kill your clone or not. If I kill your original body, my anger will dissipate a lot. There's no problem in letting your clone go. However, you must ensure that everything you tell me is true. Don't play games with me, or you'll die a horrible death. I will verify your information. Once I verify it, I'll let your clone go." This book came from Chapter 2664. Read on the mobile phone, verify it. Galen Supremacy's face turned pale when he heard Qin Zhao's words. Galen Supremacy's face turned ugly. "Holy Sovereign Qin Shao, are you not going to let me go? How can I verify that it's true? There is no way to guarantee it. Even if you can verify it, I don't know how long it will take. If you can't let me go immediately, what's the point? I can assure you that what I said is absolutely true. I can even swear on my soul. I will only tell you everything I know and make sure it's true. However, whether you can find her or not depends on you. I can't guarantee it. Holy Sovereign Qin Shao, if you want to make a deal with me, you must first state the terms and conditions. You must also let me go immediately. Otherwise, it will be meaningless. I am not so stupid as to agree to a deal that is full of unforeseen circumstances." Qin Shao chuckled as he looked at Galen Exalt and said, "Do you really think you have the qualifications to bargain now? You're really not that important to me. You captured my friend and made her suffer 50 million years of torture and pain. In fact, I should just kill you directly. Even without you, I can still find my friend. You're not the only one who can do it. I'm just thinking that if your dying dog life can be exchanged for news about my friend so that I can quickly find her, then I'll consider it. But looking at your bargaining attitude, I think it's better to forget about it. It's better to just kill you. If I can't verify the authenticity of your information, what's the use of it? Besides, it's impossible for me to let you go now. If you leak the information, then the information you provided me will be worthless. Therefore, I can let you go, but only after I find my friend and rescue her. Otherwise, do you really think I will let you go? How can it be such a good thing in this world? Have you been dreaming too much? Exalted Lord Galen's face turned ashen. Wait for Qin Shao to save someone, not to mention whether it could be done or not. Even if it could be done, who knew how long it would take? Jie di yuan ku fong di hen, ji gu qing ji yuan in the end. Yuan cause fong di hateful, and gu qing ji yuan said, to me, you really aren't that important. You captured my friend and made him suffer for 50 million years. Actually, I should have just killed you. Even without you, I can still find my friend. You're not the only one who can do it. With Yao Xuelian's current situation, how could Qin Shao, a mere one-step ancient saint, possibly save him? Wasn't this a little too whimsical? What was the difference between such a deal and not having it? Qin Shao continued, you don't have to tell me. I don't have that much patience. If he didn't say anything, he could die now. If he did, at least he would have a chance to live. Although he might have to wait for a while, it's still better than dying, right? Actually, you should know that if you die in my hands, you will be completely erased from this world. You will no longer exist. If you tell me, the Bloodbath Alliance won't let you go. You will still have to live a life of a fugitive. But what if you tell me? What if I really succeed in saving someone? Then I will let you go. At this time, the Bloodbath Alliance will have forgotten about you. They will think that you are dead. You can find a place to hide and be careful. You can still live. Unless you think you have lived long enough, then it's a different story. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you cherish it or not is your business. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. I will send you on your way. You don't know what you are doing. After speaking, Qin Shao didn't wait for Galen Supremacy's reply. He immediately attacked and killed Galen Supremacy. When Galen Supremacy saw this, she immediately shouted, I'll talk. I'll talk. Stop, don't kill me. The ship is not far from the Ghost Enemy Ball, the lone branch of the Art Enemy. Not far from the ship, Ghost Enemy Chio Yu Kashu Di felt that there was a strange power in it. This power was extremely evil. It could make people fall into the devil's path. Afraid. Honorable Lord Galen was truly afraid right now. Even if he was an old schemer, there was nothing he could do right now. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what other path he could take. He was well aware of the Blood Killer Alliance's way of doing things. He, Jialan, was merely a puny fourth-step heavenly venerable. In the Bloodbath Alliance, he was just an insignificant character. He could not even be ranked among the core members. He, Jialan, was just a capable subordinate of Yu Luosha. He wasn't that important. If he died, he would be worthless. Only when he was alive would he be valuable. Therefore, if he died, Yu Luosha wouldn't ask the experts of the Bloodbath Alliance to pay a huge price to revive him if she didn't have the ability to resurrect him. There were too many small characters like him in the Bloodbath Alliance. They wouldn't care if he died. His original body was already dead. If his avatar died as well, he would completely disappear from this world. Although he had lived for dozens of epochs, he was far from satisfied. Why would he want to die? He was still fantasizing about making enough contributions to obtain great rewards from the Bloodbath Alliance. In the future, he would have a chance to break through and become a saint. But now, it seemed that this dream was shattered. Therefore, Honorable Lord Galen wanted to get one last chance to live. No matter how loyal he was, no matter how many things he had done for the Blood Killer Alliance, no matter how many contributions he had made, what was the point? As long as he died, everything would turn into nothingness. It would have nothing to do with him anymore. How could he not understand this logic? Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. In the face of death, he could only choose to compromise. Now that there was no other choice, Honorable Lord Gallon admitted defeat completely. Seeing that Honorable Lord Gallon was willing to bow down, Qin Shao wasn't surprised. He knew that Honorable Lord Gallon was a coward. Such a person would definitely cry at the sight of a coffin. Therefore, Qin Shao had killed exalted Lord Gallon's true body to establish his might. It could be considered as a show of strength. Honorable Lord Gallon finally bowed down obediently. Then tell me, I believe that you won't lie to me at all. Otherwise, if I'm unlucky, you'll definitely be unlucky before me. You should know this very well. Qin Shao said. At this point, how could Honorable Lord Gallon be foolish enough to play any tricks? Wouldn't that be courting death? His life was completely in Qin Zhao's hands. Even if he tricked Qin Shao to death, Qin Shao could still kill him before he died. Therefore, Gallon naturally hoped that Qin Shao could live on. Unruly Moyong ghost alone, 40 million years ago, I handed Miss Yao to Honorable Yu Luosha. According to him, he would send her to the Wulong secret realm. Honorable Lord Gallon said. After a series of selections, Miss Yao was sent to the Blood Hall. Enemy no, cool Sun Hin, fighting Moon Finger Yangzhan. As for what happened afterwards, I really don't know. That's all I know. Blood Hall? Qin Shao frowned slightly and asked, where is this place? Honorable Lord Gallon shook his head. Honorable Qin Shao, I really don't know. My position in the Bloodbath Alliance is very low. I don't know anything about the core. Originally, I didn't know that Miss Yao was sent to the Blood Hall. However, my original body went to the Wulong secret realm and heard some news there. That's how I learned of the existence of the Blood Hall. However, I really don't know where the Blood Hall is. I also don't know what the Blood Hall is for. I also don't know how powerful it is. Unruly Moyong ghost alone. According to what I know, the Blood Hall should be a place. People of low status like us don't dare to ask too much about confidential matters. This is all I know. Honorable Qin Shao, I really did tell you everything I know. I didn't lie to you. Another Blood Hall had popped up. It seemed like the Blood Hall's level was even higher than a district's command area. In the great wide world, there were only 9 areas of command. Logically speaking, these 9 areas of command should be considered relatively high-level places. The level should be very high. Later lesson, Not Fong Enemy Ball by Yang Early Test, ship the Great Thousand Secret Realm, where the 9 districts were located, had been completely conquered by the Blood Assassin Alliance. It was now completely under their control. It seemed that it was not easy to save Yao Shuelian. Qin Shao could also see that Reverend Gallon really didn't know. The enmity is far greater than that of Sun Chao Zhan. Alone Chao Xin, since he couldn't get any more information, he could only leave it at that for the time being. At the very least, he now knew a direction. The next step was to investigate the origins of this Blood Hall. This ship does not hate the enemy side sun, Chio Mo Gu after hate the moon, however. The Blood Hall was a relatively core secret. At the very least, only core characters would know what the Blood Hall was and where it was located. Now, a Blood Hall had popped up, and it seemed that the level of the Blood Hall should be higher than that of a district's command ground. Qin Shao immediately thought of Ancient Saint Yu Luosha. Ancient Saint Yu Luosha should be rushing here at full speed. He would be able to see Yu Luosha later. They were a little far apart, so Baby Mo couldn't inform Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao believed that Yu Luosha had no reason not to come and take a look when such a big thing happened here. Enemy not Fong enemy complex learn alone check early test. The problem was whether Yu Luosha would come alone or with others. But it didn't matter. Even if Yu Luosha brought helpers, she would at most bring 1 or 2 ancient saint masters. Qin Shao was full of confidence. He and Xiao Gu joined forces to deal with 2 or 3 ancient saints. With such confidence, what was Qin Shao afraid of? After dealing with Reverend Gallon, the battle on Xiao Gu's side also ended. Most of the Bloodbath Alliance's minions were killed by him, and the rest escaped. He didn't care about them. Although he only dealt with a group of small fries, Xiao Gu had a lot of fun this time. Hee hee, it's rare to get a good workout. It feels really good. Xiao Gu rubbed his fist and walked over to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao asked, "Did you find anything? There are so many deep holes here. We're the Bloodbath Alliance's people trying to dig here." Xiao Gu threw a spatial ring to Qin Xiao and said, "Big brother, it's all in there. I don't know what it is, but it might be something valuable." Qin Xiao checked the interspatial ring and saw that it was filled with blood-red crystals. The crystals seemed to have blood flowing within them, emitting a bloody aura. At first glance, one could tell that this blood-red crystal was an extremely evil item. It seemed to contain a strange power. This power was extremely evil, and it could make people turn into demons. However, the Blood Hall was a relatively core secret. At the very least, only the core-level characters would know what the Blood Hall was and where it was located. Looking at the scarlet crystal, Qin Xiao felt as if something was trying to hook him, as if it wanted to suck the blood inside the scarlet crystal. What kind of evil thing was this? This thing seems to be quite important to the Bloodbath Alliance. And there are a lot of them here, more than 100 million of them. Perhaps Exalted Lord Gallon still had some more. He could ask Exalted Lord Gallon about it later. Hee hee, boss, what do we do now? Should he go back to the heavenly desolate city? Why don't we just do it? Let's just fight them. Fighting these ants isn't fun at all. I think it's better to fight those ancient sages. Little Gu rubbed his hands together, looking like he was itching for a big battle. Qin Xiao joked, "Okay, go ahead. I'll clap for you." This book comes from Chapter 2665. Ahem. Xiao Gu was instantly speechless. "Big brother, don't tease me. How can I do it alone? I'm just helping you. I'm just shouting and cheering for you. If I go alone, won't I be beaten to a pulp?" Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Xiao Gu. "If you know, why are you still talking about it?" Xiao Gu smiled embarrassedly and rubbed his hands. "My hands are itchy. Don't worry. You'll have a chance to fight later. Just wait and see," Qin Xiao said. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Xiao Gu's eyes lit up. It was a good thing to have a fight. After being bored for a long time, it was indeed very uncomfortable. He needed to have a good fight to adjust himself, but it wasn't so easy to fight. "Let's go. We'll leave this place first, but don't go too fast," Qin Xiao said. The two left the place and went outside. At this moment, in the distance, a powerful figure was rushing towards the extreme wasteland at an extremely fast speed. The person who was rushing over was none other than Ancient Saint Yuluosha. Ancient Saint Yuluosha's face was full of murderous intent. "Damn it! Who dares to cause trouble in my extreme desolation? I can't contact Jialon. He must be dead. The extreme desolation is the secret of my Bloodbath Alliance. If there's a big loss, I may be punished." Ancient Saint Yuluosha was anxious and worried. But it had already happened. He couldn't stop it. He just had a lot of doubts in his heart. Although the Heavenly Fire secret realm hadn't been completely ruled by the Bloodbath Alliance, there shouldn't be anyone who dared to go against them. The extreme desolation had been peaceful for so many years. How could someone have broken in? Was this person targeting Jialan or the Bloodbath Alliance? Could it have something to do with Jialan's real body being taken away? Yuluosha couldn't help but think of this possibility, but he felt that the possibility wasn't very high. The previous incident was probably an accident, a coincidence. Jialan was just an insignificant character. If they were really here to target the Blood Killer Alliance, they wouldn't just target a small character like him, right? So this matter was probably just a personal grudge. But no matter what the situation was, it had touched the fundamental interests of the Bloodbath Alliance. So he couldn't let it go. "Oh, There's an ancient saint coming out of the extreme desolation. It's a beast. That's right. It's the one who sneak attacked Jiaolon. Still want to escape? Ancient Saint Yu Luosha quickly locked onto Xiaogu. A powerful aura erupted from her body as she charged at Xiaogu. When Xiaogu saw Yu Luosha, he was naturally excited. He had long been itching for a fight. Now, he could finally show off his skills. Haha, you've come at the right time. Finally, a decent target has come. It's enough for me to exercise. Little Gubai grinned and rushed over with a whistling sound. Arrogant beast. You're courting death. Yu Luosha snorted coldly. With a flip of her palm, a blood-red broadsword appeared in her hand. She slashed it at Xiaogu with a thunderous sound. The broadsword was sharp and wanted to tear him apart. Moreover, the blood-red broadsword emitted an extremely strong smell of blood. It carried an extremely strong devouring power. It was an extremely evil and terrifying devouring power. It could shake one's soul and erode one's immortal energy and immortal body. Like a huge wave, it surged forward violently, giving off an unstoppable aura. One had to admit that Yu Luosha was very strong. She was stronger than an ordinary ancient saint. If Dong, Wu Qi, and the others were to face her, they would definitely be defeated. Fortunately, Xiaogu wasn't weak either. But after this exchange, he was still at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Xiaogu was in so much pain that he pursed his lips and patted his chest. Again, you have some strength, but it's still not enough to hurt me. Although Xiaogu was forced to retreat, his body's defense was extremely strong. Therefore, he was only hit by a punch. It only hurt him a little, but it didn't cause any substantial damage to him. At this time, Xiaogu seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. His fighting spirit was incomparably high, and his fighting spirit surged once again. As expected of the Beast Clan, what strong defense. Their bodies are indeed the biggest advantage of the Beast Clan. Damn it, it seems like I met a tough guy. Yu Luosha snorted coldly. Her heart was gloomy. Xiaogu was like an unkillable cockroach. With the support of his powerful defense, he was able to launch ferocious attacks at Yu Luosha time and time again. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. The more he fought, the more power he could unleash. Under Xiaogu's crazy attacks, Yu Luosha couldn't take it anymore. Although Yu Luosha's attacks were more powerful, she couldn't hurt Xiaogu at all. Even if she beat him back 100 or 1,000 times, it was useless. Xiaogu would still rush back with full health. It was useless. This was what it meant to have guts. You could feel that your punches were hitting flesh, but in the face of that steel-like flesh, even if your punches were crippled, it would be useless. You still couldn't hurt him. Yu Luosha didn't want to drag this battle out. It wouldn't do her any good. She was going all out now, which would consume a lot of saint power. If she fought a war of attrition, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Therefore, she had to end this battle as soon as possible. But her strength wasn't much stronger than Xiaogu's. She only had a slight advantage. Basically, they were evenly matched. Such a situation was the hardest to break. Since she couldn't break through with conventional means, she could only use her ultimate move. I think you're courting death. Then, I'll grant you your wish. Yu Luosha's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent and a sense of ruthlessness. Suddenly, a blood-red monster flew out from Yu Luosha's body. This monster looked very strange. It looked a little like a dragon, a little like a snake, a little like a crocodile. It was very strange. Its entire body was blood-red, as if it was drenched in fresh blood. And this blood that was full of blood ignited with a dark red flame. It looked very strange and terrifying. The monster rushed toward Xiaogu, and Xiaogu felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He felt a dangerous aura, an extremely dangerous aura. Xiaogu, be careful. Qin Xiao, who had been hiding in the dark, could no longer sit still. He rushed out and slashed out with the Sky Splitter sword at full force. The Sky Splitter sword's edge slashed directly at the monster. Qin Shao used his full strength to display the sky-splitting sword art. How powerful was this slash? However, when the sword came down, it was unable to directly kill or shatter the monster. It only suffered a heavy blow and cut off a section of its body. However, the rest of them still charged toward Xiao Gu. Fortunately, with Qin Shao taking action, it could be considered to have won some time for Xiao Gu to recover. Xiao Gu turned into his beast form and revealed his huge body. The monster rushed toward Xiao Gu. How strong was Xiao Gu's defense? Even such a huge body was sent flying by the monster. After flying for 1,000,000 miles, it finally came to a stop. Xiao Gu was also knocked to the ground. There was a huge bloody hole in his body. It was a ghastly sight. Xiao Gu, are you okay? Qin Shao asked anxiously. Yes. Xiao Gu grimaced. After sucking in a breath of cold air, he gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, I'm fine. I won't die. It's just some superficial wounds. This scoundrel is truly sinister. He actually has such a dangerous treasure. If Big Brother hadn't blocked it, I'm afraid I would have been in big trouble. Qin Shao was also a little shocked. That monster was really terrifying and powerful. His slash couldn't even break it. If this monster had come to deal with him, he would have been seriously injured. But fortunately, Xiao Gu's skin was thick and he managed to withstand it. It's you? When Yu Luosha saw Qin Shao, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She stood there in a daze, and it took her a long time to recover. She widened her eyes and looked at Qin Shao in shock. She seemed to be in disbelief. She never would have thought that this powerful ancient saint in front of her would be Qin Shao. Seeing Qin Shao, Yu Luosha immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the person who captured Jialan's real body in the Wulong's secret realm was Qin Shao. This time, he came to kill Jialan's clone. And it definitely wasn't that simple. He was definitely coming for her. Why are you surprised? You didn't expect to see me here, did you? Qin Shao smiled coldly at Yu Luosha. How many years had he, Qin Shao, waited? He had waited for 50 million years for this day to come. Yu Luosha's expression was dark and cold. She stared at Qin Shao and said, Yes, I'm really surprised. I didn't expect to see you here. And I didn't expect you to have become a saint and be so powerful. It seems that you're here to deal with me. You've already dealt with Jialan's real body and clone. It's a pity that you can't save that Miss Yao. Ha! You're here to deal with me because you want to save Baby Mo. But Baby Mo is in my hands now. You can't save him. I really didn't expect that the puny first step Heavenly Venerate from 50 million years ago would become so powerful. In just 50 million years, he's grown to such a powerful level. He's actually become a saint. Now that I think about it, I really regret not killing you out of kindness back then. Qin Shao chuckled and said, So you're saying that I should thank you for not killing me back then? You didn't kill me back then because you were too arrogant. You never thought that a puny ant like me would grow to the point that you're afraid of me. Today, I'm here to settle the score with you. But you seem to have some mysterious confidence. I don't know who gave you that courage. I know you're trying to stall for time, but it's useless. I don't need much time to deal with you. You're no longer as confident and calm as you were back then. Because everything has changed. Qin Shao, will never give you that chance. Yu Luosha didn't show any signs of worry or panic. Instead, she was calm and collected. He said coldly, Young people shouldn't be so confident. Do I need to stall for time? Even if you become a saint, you must have just become one not long ago. I don't believe you're that strong. Your helper is seriously injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to help you. So where did you get the confidence to fight me? Chapter 2666. Read on a mobile phone. Yu Luosha had his own pride. After all, he had been a sage for over 100 years. Although he hadn't lived for a long time compared to some living fossils and antiques, he had still lived for a relatively long time. In terms of strength and experience in all aspects, he was quite confident. Making enemies is not cool. Sun Henmo is the worst. Even if Qin Shao had broken through to become a sage, he must have just done so recently. What did Yu Luosha have to worry about for someone who had just broken through to become a sage? Learning from Zhan Yang, Kun Yang Xiao Gu's injuries were indeed not light, but Xiao Gu was unwilling to admit defeat. There was a wild and ruthless energy in his body. Dragging his injured body, he transformed back into his human form and glared at Yu Luosha. Who said I couldn't help? Why don't you try? You were only able to injure me by relying on the advantage of your treasures just now. Otherwise, with your strength, you wouldn't be able to harm even a single hair of mine. My big brother doesn't even need to do anything to deal with you. I can beat you to the ground. Making enemies is not cool. 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 Yu Luosha hooked her finger at Xiao Gu in disdain, her eyes filled with contempt. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Gu was heavily injured, he probably only had 60% of his strength left. Even if he wasn't injured, he wouldn't be a match for Yu Luosha. However, Xiao Gu had a bad temper. He was naturally unhappy with Yu Luosha and couldn't stand such provocation. He was about to attack again, but Qin Shao pulled him back. All right, Xiao Gu, don't waste time with him. Otherwise, when the reinforcements arrive, we'll be at a disadvantage. Let's end this quickly. We can't let him drag things out. Qin Shao said to Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu gritted his teeth. Although he was unhappy and wanted to take Yu Luosha down personally, he knew that the bigger picture was more important. He had to listen to his big brother's arrangements. Xiao Gu retreated to one side and pointed at Yu Luosha. Wait for my big brother to deal with you. Yu Luosha merely chuckled coldly and didn't pay much attention to him. Yu Luosha, this is the third time we've met. The first and second time I met you, you were a lofty ancient sage. You were like the heavens while I was just an ant. You didn't kill me the first 2 times because you felt that stepping on an ant like me would dirty your hands. That's why you let me go and didn't kill me. But even though you didn't kill me, you've deeply humiliated me and trampled on me. You stepped on my face with one of your invisible feet. You put me in the mud and stomped on my face. You forcibly captured my spirit beast right before my eyes. Furthermore, you've done it twice. You threw me into the center of the thoughtless ocean for the second time, leaving me to fend for myself. But what you definitely didn't expect was that not only did your actions not kill me, you even helped me, allowing me to obtain a fortuitous encounter that slowly opened up my path of cultivation. It allowed me to advance triumphantly and break through to the ancient sage realm at a heaven-defying speed. Today, I'm standing at the level where I can come to you for revenge. Don't you think that life can be so strange sometimes? That the heavens seem to be deliberately toying with you? Yu Luosha laughed softly. Perhaps, but I've never believed in fate or the heavens. I only believe in myself. If you want to have something, you can only rely on your own 2 hands to work hard for it, not the heavens. I don't believe in this kind of heavens. It's better to rely on yourself than on the heavens. Only you can trust yourself the most. Qin Shao nodded. Ma'am, you're right. You can choose not to believe in the heavens, but sometimes things can be so strange, and sometimes there's nothing you can do. Of course, man can conquer the heavens. I also like to rely on myself. That's why I'm here today to kill you. That depends on whether you have the ability to kill me. I'm afraid I can't even count the number of people who want to kill me, but I'm still alive and well. Yu Luosha was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Ho Yuan Ku Chiu Fong, Shu Zhan Luo Shu Secret Seal. This was a calm smile, a smile of confidence, but also a smile of disdain. He did not think that Qin Shao had the ability to kill him. Furthermore, this was the Heavenly Fire secret territory, the territory of the Bloodbath Alliance. Ku Yuani Love, Rival, Chiu, Mo Now, Cha Ho Yuan, Ku Chiu Fong, Shu Zhan Luosha was originally full of confidence. However, When he clashed with Qin Zhao's sword, he felt a surge of terrifying power from Qin Zhao's sword. It was unstoppable, and his expression changed drastically. "You want to kill me, Yu Luosha? How could it be so easy?" After laughing, Yu Luosha still looked very elegant. He placed one hand behind his back and gestured to Qin Zhao with the other. That calmness and composure, the air of an expert, completely revealed the arrogance in Yu Luosha's bones. 50 million years ago, Qin Zhao was just an ant in his eyes that he could not be bothered to step on. Ho Di Ku Chiu Fong, Shu Zhan Luosha now. This ant had become strong and had broken through to become a saint. However, he was still confident that he could step on Qin Zhao. Now that he was facing Yu Luosha, Qin Zhao was actually feeling rather emotional. Every scene was vivid in his mind. He, Qin Zhao, was no longer the ant of the past. Back when he had been trampled on by Yu Luosha, Qin Zhao had secretly sworn in his heart that he would definitely become stronger as soon as possible and avenge this humiliation. Ho Di Ku, Chiu Fong, Shu Zhan Luo Fan Tai Tong, and today, it was time for him to take his revenge. He had been waiting for this day for 50 million years. Now that Honorable Lord Galen had the upper hand, it was time for Yu Luosha to take action. Attack! Qin Zhao did not hesitate and displayed the heaven-splitting sword art with all his strength. During the 10 million years in Langya Heaven, Qin Zhao had been nurturing the heaven-opening sword and wanted to nurture it into his life weapon. However, because he had spent most of his energy on cultivation in Langya Heaven, he had not spent much energy on cultivating his life weapon. Therefore, the heaven-splitting sword and the sacred weapon, Li Sheng Flying Dagger, had not truly become Qin Zhao's life weapon. The sword spirit of the heaven-splitting sword art had not yet awakened. Therefore, the heaven-splitting sword could not display its powerful strength for the time being. However, this was not important. With Qin Zhao's current strength, he did not need to rely on the power of the sacred weapon. The heaven-splitting sword art slashed down with all his strength. Yu Luosha snorted lightly and attacked with all his strength confidently. The blood-red broadsword slashed down with a thunderous sound, bringing with it a monstrous blood-red light. This blood-red broadsword was a sacred weapon. Powerful sacred aura erupted and became even sharper. Yu Luosha was originally full of confidence. However, when he clashed with Qin Zhao's sword, he felt a surge of terrifying power from Qin Zhao's sword. It was unstoppable, and his expression changed drastically. Enmity formed by Sun Cha from afar, Kugue Nua. His broadsword aura was directly crushed in one exchange. It was a complete and explosive suppression. This level of suppression was enough to show that the power of Qin Zhao's sword aura was far stronger than Yu Luosha's broadsword. Not good. Retreat. Yu Luosha's face instantly turned pale and grim. He wanted to retreat, but the spatial walls blocked his way. How could it be so easy for him to retreat? The power of the law of light turned into countless immortal ropes and bound Yu Luosha. He wanted to retreat, but there was no way for him to do so. The powerful power from Qin Zhao's inner world used brute force to break through everything. It completely destroyed Yu Luosha's power of law and sacred aura. Like a monstrous wave, it slammed heavily on Yu Luosha's body. Wave after wave, it rolled over. Even though he had powerful defensive treasures on him, even though he had the protection of the blood body, and even though his defensive abilities were very strong. However, under the terrifying power of Qin Zhao's sword aura, Yu Luosha could clearly feel that his sacred body was rapidly being destroyed and destroyed. Yu Luosha spat out mouthfuls of blood as if it was worthless. After Sun Buke was heartless, he gave his promise the power of the law of space, the law of immortal Tao, the law of light, and that terrifying pure power, and the power of the sword aura. How can this be? How did this kid become so terrifying? It's only been 50 million years. What kind of heaven-defying, fortuitous encounter did this kid have to grow to such a terrifying level in such a short time? I should have known. This kid must have had a heaven-defying opportunity to grow from a first-step heavenly venerate to an ancient saint in 50 million years. He must have been a disciple of a heaven-defying master. He must be a heaven-defying genius. How can a genius like this be simple? It's just that this kid's monstrous talent is really shocking. It can't be described as heaven-defying. He has actually mastered 3 laws. Furthermore, he is able to achieve perfect coordination with them. This is truly incredible. Truly incredible. What a joke. What a joke. I, Yuluosha, have always believed in myself and not fate. Who would have thought that because of my benevolence back then, I would let this little ant off twice? Who would have thought that in just 50 million years, this little ant would grow to a level where even I am no match for him? Is this really fate? Is the heavens really playing with me? Yuluosha's earlier arrogance and confidence had been completely smashed into smithereens. There was nothing left of her now. The words he had said earlier were now slapped in the face. He was completely crushed by Qin Xiao in a single exchange of blows. He did not have the slightest ability to resist at all. The enemy is far away, and the enemy is cruel later. His methods were so weak in the face of Qin Xiao's powerful sword aura. But what he did not know was that Qin Xiao had not even used his full strength yet. Qin Xiao still had a few tricks up his sleeves. Qin Xiao had not used the time loss. Qin Xiao had not used the power of the heart. Li Sheng's flying dagger Qin Xiao had not used it either. Qin Xiao's power of the heart was also at the sage level. It was needless to say how strong a sage-level power of the heart was. Li Sheng's flying dagger had also been cultivated to the extreme. Coupled with the sage-level weapon Li Sheng's flying dagger that his master had given him, the combination of the two was extremely terrifying. Qin Xiao did not even need to use his full strength to kill Yuluosha. The arrogant Yuluosha was not even worth a mention in front of Qin Xiao. Now that he had trampled Yuluosha to the ground, Qin Xiao was in an extremely good mood. The hatred that had accumulated in his heart for tens of millions of years had finally been avenged. Arrogant and conceited people will eventually have to pay a painful price for their actions. But of course, I'm as weak as an ant in front of you. Right now, you're nothing more than a chicken in my eyes. You don't even have the slightest bit of strength to fight back. You can only be toyed with by me. The tables have turned. Interesting, isn't it? Qin Xiao said as he ravaged Yuluosha. Back Earth emotion boat, hate connecting Gu secret yang emotion under Qin Xiao's ferocious attacks. Yuluosha's sage body was being destroyed by Qin Xiao swiftly, reaping his life slowly. It wasn't that easy to kill an ancient sage either. But given some time, Qin Xiao would have no issues killing Yuluosha. Therefore, Yuluosha was inching closer and closer to death. Even if the desolate heaven saint and the others rushed over to save him at the fastest speed possible, it would be too late. Too late. Was he, Yuluosha, really going to die here today? Do not have a grudge against Sun Wushu this book came from. Chapter 2667. If he, Yuluosha, were to die here today, how ironic would that be? Back then, he had toyed with her twice and let her go twice. Now, she wanted to kill him. He could only blame himself for being too merciful back then and not killing Qin Xiao. That was why he was in such a predicament today. Now, no one could rush over to save him. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on himself. Yuluosha's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he looked like he had gone mad. Ha ha, Qin Xiao, I bet you won't dare to kill me. Do you believe me? Qin Xiao laughed coldly in his heart. Naturally, he knew what Yuluosha was thinking and what tricks he wanted to play. When a dog is anxious, it will jump over a wall. When a man is anxious, he will do anything. What if I say I don't believe you? Qin Shao laughed softly. Yu Luosha laughed coldly. I hope you can still say that you don't believe me later. Although I don't know much about you, I know your weakness. But I also know where your weakness is. If you kill me, I have at least 2 things that can make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. First, I will torture that Yao Shiwilian woman that you want to save. Ha ha! If you dare to kill me, I will definitely make her wish she was dead. I will definitely serve her well. Not only will I torture her to death, but I will also let those lustful beings have their fun and humiliate her endlessly. She will become the plaything of countless beings. You can imagine for a moment that such a beautiful girl was taken away by Jialan because of you. How innocent is she? If she were to suffer such cruel and humiliating treatment because of you again, it would mean that you have completely destroyed her, that she would have lost the meaning of living. How about it, Qin Shao? The first thing I said should be pretty good, right? Gotcha. Yu Luosha's words had greatly infuriated Qin Shao. Qin Shao could not wait to kill him. He didn't dare to imagine such a scene. However, Qin Shao knew that she couldn't save Yao Shiwilian now. She didn't even know where Yao Shiwilian was. However, he was willing to bet that even if he didn't know where Yao Shiwilian was, he wouldn't easily come into contact with Yao Shiwilian. According to the information he had obtained, Yao Shiwilian had been carefully selected from a group of people and then sent to a place called the Blood Hall. Qin Shao had also asked the Book of Knowing, but the book spirit didn't know what kind of existence the Blood Hall was, where it was, or what it was used for. Although the book spirit didn't know any of this, he made some deductions based on the information he had. The book spirit's conclusion was that the Blood Hall should be a high-level and mysterious place of the Bloodbath Alliance. It should be a place to cultivate some flags that could be used by the Bloodbath Alliance. This meant that the book spirit was completely controlled by the Bloodbath Alliance and worked for the Bloodbath Alliance. It was completely reduced to a tool of the Bloodbath Alliance. Such people were also called blood disciples. They were carefully selected from countless lives by the Bloodbath Alliance. The conditions to become a blood disciple were very harsh, and the requirements were very high. Not just anyone could become a blood disciple. The process of selecting a blood disciple had a very high elimination rate. It was 1 in 10,000. Those who did not pass the selection would die. Only those who passed would live. Only those who survived to the end could become a blood disciple. Furthermore, even after becoming a blood disciple, one still had to go through a lot of training and the like before being completely transformed. The death rate during the training process was also extremely high. It was likely that 1 in 10 would survive. Therefore, the number of true blood disciples was extremely small. Qin Shao had never heard of them. The all-knowing book knew some things, but that was all he knew. He also didn't know where a blood disciple had appeared. Therefore, the book spirit's final deduction was that Yao Shiwilian had most likely been sent to become a blood disciple. The Blood Hall was most likely such a place. Based on this deduction, the Blood Hall should be an extremely high-level place of the Bloodbath Alliance. Yu Luosha definitely didn't have the qualifications to enter such a high-level place. Therefore, Qin Shao could treat Yu Luosha's threat with indifference and disdain. However, the fact that Yu Luosha could come up with such a deranged method infuriated Qin Shao. As for the second one, it's even worse. I know that you, Qin Shao, are from the Hongmeng universe. Do you think a small universe like yours can withstand my revenge? I can see that you're a very loyal person. I don't think you want anything to happen to your hometown, do you? If I want to destroy your hometown, it's as easy as flipping my hand. You won't be able to protect your hometown at all. Therefore, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Let's shake hands and make peace. Let bygones be bygones. Didn't you come to me to save baby Mo? Can't I just return him to you? Wouldn't that be a win-win situation for both of us? Why did they have to make such a big deal out of it? In the end, you'll be the one at a disadvantage, Qin Shao. You should know that I'm not joking with you. I'll definitely do what I say. If you want to try, you can try. I guarantee that you'll regret it. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh coldly when he heard that you Luosha had taken out these two treasures. If it weren't for these two reasons, why would Qin Shao wait until now to find you Luosha? Humph, people who think they're smart are often the most foolish. Do you think that I, Qin Shao, haven't thought of what you've thought of? Since I dare to come here today to kill you, you Luosha, I must have made all the necessary preparations. Do you think I don't know that the only thing I can kill is one of your clones? Your original body isn't here. Perhaps it's in the Wulong's secret realm right now. Or perhaps it's hiding somewhere else. But that's not important. I've killed your clone and saved baby Mo. As far as I'm concerned, I've achieved my goal and ended the enmity between us. If you find trouble with me in the future, we'll have a new feud. Do you think I don't know that my friend has been sent to the Blood Hall? Do you think I don't know where the Blood Hall is? You may be a core member of the Bloodbath Alliance, but you're only at the bottom of the core. Don't think that you're very high up. I'm afraid you don't even know where the Blood Hall is. You don't even have the right to go there, let alone deal with my friend. You're using this to threaten me? Don't you think you're stupid? Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? If I wasn't confident, why would I make a move? To tell you the truth, I've already become a sage more than 10 million years ago. I've waited for 10 million years just to make sufficient preparations. What? Qin Shao knows about the Blood Hall? Qin Shao became a sage more than 10 million years ago? How could he be so monstrous? That bastard Jialan. It must be because Jialan didn't keep his mouth shut and told Qin Shao about this. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yu Luosha cursed in his heart. He had indeed used this to scare Qin Shao, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't work on Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't fall for it at all. Looks like using this to scare him, Qin Shao has no use at all. Then aren't you afraid that your hometown will suffer the revenge of the Bloodbath Alliance? Even if you have your original body protecting your hometown, it won't help. Since you dare to kill my clone, I will bring a force that you can't resist to kill your original body and destroy your hometown. I'm afraid you can't afford such a price. So, are you really going to do this? Are you really not going to talk to me? As long as I have this trump card in my hand, I think it's enough. Unless you, Qin Shao, are so selfish that you don't care about the life and death of your hometown. I don't want to go crazy, but if you really want to force me to go crazy, then let's wait and see. To be honest, it's just a clone. You Luosha, can still afford to lose it. But I'm afraid you, Qin Shao, can't bear the consequences. I have to admit that you, Qin Shao, are a monstrous genius. You have some ability, but with that little ability, you want to go against the Bloodbath Alliance? You're overestimating yourself. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The strength of the Bloodbath Alliance is far beyond what a brat like you can imagine. I advise you not to draw fire to yourself. If you stop now, we can have a good talk and write off our previous grievances. It'll be good for everyone. If you insist on going down the wrong path, you'll only slowly fall into the abyss. Yu Luosha grabbed the last trump card. He wanted to play this card with Qin Shao, but this trump card that he was so confident in did not deter Qin Shao in the slightest. Qin Shao smiled coldly. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? I think you've lived for so many years, Yu Luosha. You've lived like a dog. People who like to treat others as fools are the ones who are truly stupid. Could it be that in your eyes, I, Qin Shao, am only at this level? Hearing Qin Zhao's mocking words, Yu Luosha's face darkened again. What did he mean? This move was not enough to make Qin Shao submit obediently? It didn't make sense. Could he, Qin Shao, really be selfish to such an extent? Did he not care about the life and death of his hometown? That was impossible. Cooperate with you? Don't kill you? Do you really think I'm stupid? Do you think I'll believe that you're so kind? If I don't kill you, what awaits me is still a crazy revenge. I might not even be able to walk out of this heavenly fire secret realm. I'm sorry, but I don't believe a single word you say. So, don't waste your breath. Just accept your death obediently. All right, I've let you talk so much. It's time to send you on your way. Qin Shao did not waste any more words with Yu Luosha. He continued to attack without any intention of stopping. Yu Luosha could see that Qin Shao was a madman. He was determined to kill him. No matter what he said, what moves he used, or what threats he made, there was no way to stop Qin Shao's crazy actions. Madman. He was a complete madman. It seemed that he, Yu Luosha, was really going to die here today. Damn it. But what could he do? He could not fight back at all. He could not threaten Qin Shao at all. As he was about to die, Yu Luosha let out a final roar. Qin Shao, you'll regret what you've done today. I, Yu Luosha, will definitely make you, Qin Shao, pay an incomparably painful price. I will definitely let you know what the word regret means. Just you wait. One day, I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. There will definitely be such a day. Just you wait, Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao did not care about Yu Luosha. Qin Shao had thought everything through, so there was no need for him to hesitate. In the end, Yu Luosha died in Qin Shao's hands. Qin Shao killed him with his sword. Chapter 2668. In the Wulong's secret realm, in the depths of a crimson abyss, the thick blood was boiling like magma. It was terrifying to look at. This was a blood abyss, and the air was filled with a bright red aura. It was like a thick fog that covered the sky, causing the visibility to be extremely low. Crash! Back Kuchio Wugue Zhanyatai Hin, the blood mask suddenly broke open, and a figure flew out of the blood abyss and stood in the void. As soon as the figure appeared, the churning blood abyss became even more turbulent, as if some demon or ghost was stirring up trouble in the blood abyss. Enemy far away, Lung Tong Shui. Shanami, far away, Lung Tong Shui. Shishi was very happy to see that Shi Jian had broken through to the celestial venerate realm. The figure exuded extreme anger. His anger was like an eruption of a volcano. His powerful aura caused the entire blood abyss to become incomparably turbulent. It was as if the sky and earth were about to be turned upside down. It was incomparably wild. Furious to the extreme, the figure let out an earth-shattering roar, startling the blood abyss and causing it to explode. Pillars of blood gushed out, making the blood abyss unable to calm down for a long time. The figure was none other than Yu Luosha. His original body had been cultivating in seclusion here. This was an extremely safe place, and also a very suitable place for him to cultivate. It was supposed to be peaceful, but now someone had broken his peace. Detestable brat Qin Shao, you really have guts. You really have guts. How dare you come to the Sky Fire's secret realm and kill Jialan first, then my clone? I was too careless. When Jialan asked me for help, I should have thought of this and made some preparations. He actually caused me to lose my clone. Not only did I lose my clone, but all the bloodstones in the extreme wilderness, as well as the bloodstones that my clone did not have time to hand over, have all fallen into Qin Zhao's hands. Conservatively speaking, there should be more than 300 million of them. This is equivalent to nearly 30 million years of mining in the extreme wasteland. Furthermore, it accounts for more than 10% of the total amount of the extreme desolate land. With such a huge loss, I'm afraid the higher-ups will blame us. I lost my clone, and I still have to bear the blame of my superiors. All of this is because of that Qin Shao brat. It was because of him that I, Yu Luosha, ended up in such a sorry state and suffered such a huge loss. Abominable. If I don't take revenge for this, I, Yu Luosha, won't be a man. Qin Shao, since you dare to be ruthless, I dare to be even more ruthless than you. Even if I can't kill you for the time being, I will destroy your hometown first. I don't believe that you don't care about your home universe at all. Even if you have moved all your friends and family to the immortal realms, I will still head there to investigate and kill them one by one. Since you want to play with me, I'll play with you." Yu Luosha had a crazed look on her face. She was completely engulfed in hatred. Primordial Universe, God Realm. Mountain River City, Mountain River Prefecture. This place had become a center of power in the entire primordial universe. It was publicly acknowledged as the place of the highest authority, the center of the universe. Its status in the primordial universe was even higher than the heavenly court and the desolate land's deity temple. Jieku Yuandi Sol, Rear Sphere Mo Lung Hao, Xing Mo Mountain River City, was built by Qin Xiao. The Mountain River Prefecture had always been Qin Xiao's home in the God Realm. Previously, Qin Xiao had been in a rush, so he hadn't made much preparations. Many of Qin Xiao's friends and family had lived in the Mountain River Prefecture. They were all Qin Xiao's closest and most trusted people. This place had no enemies, no allies, and no enemies. After Qin Xiao's original body had left the primordial universe, Qin Xiao had handed over the Mountain River Prefecture to his eldest disciple, Shi Jian, to manage. Other than Shi Jian, there was also a group of people who obeyed his orders and assisted him in managing the Mountain River City and the entire primordial universe. At this moment, a large hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people had gathered here. The person in the lead exuded the aura of a heavenly venerable. He was a heavenly venerable. No enemies, no enemies, no enemies, no enemies, no enemies, no enemies. However, this heavenly venerable wasn't Starry Sky. Starry Sky had successfully broken through to the heavenly venerable realm because his avatar had returned to the primordial universe with Qin Xiao. After Qin Xiao, Qin Yi, and Chongming were left, there was only one heavenly venerable left in the primordial universe. This place had no enemies, no allies, and no allies. But now, another heavenly venerable had been born in the primordial universe. This person was Shi Jian, Qin Xiao's eldest disciple. There were many people in the hall. The big shots of the God Realm had gathered here to congratulate Shi Jian and celebrate the birth of another heavenly venerable in the primordial universe. Heavenly Court, Desolate Land, Nine Dragons, Starry Sky, and Jiangsu. These 5 big shots were all present. No enemies, no enemies, no enemies, no enemies, no enemies. In addition, 2 of Shi Jian's junior brothers were also present, Song Gui and Han Jing. In addition, some of Qin Zhao's good friends, Chong Feng, Bai Jianxiu, Yi Juanhe, and Lord Huayong, were all present. Uncles and uncles, in terms of seniority, you are all my elders and wise ancestors. Shi Jian can be where he is today because of the care and love of all of you elders. This third toast is to all of you uncles. Thank you. Shi Jian raised his wine cup and said again. Everyone raised their cups one after another. At this moment, the space suddenly moved and 2 figures suddenly appeared in the hall. A hearty laughter followed. Ha! I didn't expect to have a wedding banquet to drink as soon as I came back. Our primordial universe has another joyous occasion to celebrate. Earth Distant Love, Sun Xiao, Warm Moon, Mystery seeing the person who came out, everyone immediately stood up. Their faces were filled with a deep sense of surprise. The people who came were none other than Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu. Heavenly Fire's secret realm wasn't far from here, so Qin Xiao wanted to take a look and see if anyone else was willing to go to Immortal Domain. Qin Xiao didn't have much time to prepare previously because he was in a rush. This time, Qin Xiao was in the mood to do this after dealing with esteemed Lord Galan and ancient sage Luosha. Seeing that his master had returned at this time, Shi Jian was incomparably surprised and hurried over. Song Ge and Han Jing also came over, and the 3 of them directly knelt down in front of Qin Xiao and shouted in unison. Disciples greet Master. Qin Xiao had accepted a total of 3 disciples in the primordial universe. He didn't expect all 3 to be gathered together. However, Qin Xiao was a very incompetent master. He was basically a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Of course, other than Shi Jian, who was a little better, the other two's talent and potential were mediocre. Although they had broken through and become powerful beings, it would be difficult for them to break through and become universe masters. The enemy is far, and the enemy is far, and the enemy is not alone. Even with all the resources they had, they were only able to attain the state of mighty beings. Their potential was truly rather limited. The enemy is far, and the enemy is far, and the enemy is not alone. Qin Shao had accepted a total of 3 disciples in the primordial universe. He didn't expect all 3 to be gathered together this time. Of course, if Qin Shao was really willing to help them, it wouldn't be difficult to forcibly promote them to universe masters. Not to mention universe masters, even celestial masters wouldn't be a problem at all. However, Qin Shao felt that there was no point in doing so he had always let them be and didn't care much about them. It was up to their own luck. Shi Jian's talent and potential are not particularly good. He is much worse than Qin Yi and Chang Minghua. However, Shi Jian's special trait was that he was extremely hardworking. He was willing to cultivate with all his heart and was not afraid of hardship. He was able to endure loneliness. Moreover, Shi Jian's temperament was very good. He was firm and resolute, possessing a powerful obsession. This was the main reason why Shi Jian was able to break through to the celestial venerable realm through his own efforts. Being able to break through to the heavenly venerate realm in the primordial universe was indeed a very good thing. The ship is not able to love rival fight, coldly check out seeing that Shi Jian had broken through to the celestial venerable realm. Qin Shao was very happy. The fact that Shi Jian could break through to the Empyrean realm so quickly in the primordial universe was indeed beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. Learn from Mo Yang Longxing how get up, Qin Shao said with a smile. With such a huge loss, I'm afraid that the upper echelons will blame us for it. I've lost my avatar, and I'll be blamed by the higher-ups. Shi Jian got up and invited General Qin Shao to the seat of honor. Qin Shao had no choice. If he didn't take the seat of honor, no one would dare to take it. With the return of Qin Shao, the celebration banquet became even more lively. After a while, Qin Shao said, I came back this time to bring a few people to the immortal domain. I know that many people might want to go to the immortal domain. In any case, we all have clones. Let our clones go to the immortal realms. Even if our clones die, we can still bear the loss. That's why I came back this time with this idea in mind. If there are any universe masters who are willing to go to the immortal domain, come and tell me. I won't stay in the primordial universe for long this time. I'll leave soon. The next time I come back, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Starry Sky, Shi Jian, the heavy responsibility of guarding the primordial universe will be in your hands. Starry Sky, tell Shi Jian what I told you last time. Starry Sky patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Qin Shao. Just leave it to us. I alone was enough. Now that Shi Jian has become a celestial master, I'm even more confident. There won't be any problems. Shi Jian said, Teacher, my avatar also wants to go to the immortal domain. Will you allow me to go? Yes, of course. Now that you've become a celestial master, the primordial universe will only limit your cultivation and development. You should go to the immortal domain. That's your true stage. Qin Shao nodded. Hearing that his teacher had agreed, Shi Jian was overjoyed. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. Finally, he could leave the primordial universe and go to the legendary Saint Domain. He could go to a bigger stage. He had to become stronger. He had to become more powerful. He was still too far away from his teacher. He had to work hard to catch up so that he could solve his teacher's problems in the future. Qin Shao asked everyone to discuss this matter among themselves. Then Qin Shao went to visit his parents, uncles, and Guling Yue's father, Desert King. After visiting everyone, Qin Shao took Xiao Gu to Yao Manor and met with Villa Master Yao. 50 million years had passed, but Villa Master Yao hadn't changed much. He was still the same. He was still at the ruler realm and hadn't broken through to the universe master realm. In fact, Qin Shao had wanted to help Villa Master Yao several times before, but Villa Master Yao refused, so Qin Shao didn't mention it again. Uncle Yao, I'm sorry. I haven't been able to save Yao Shiwilian yet. I don't even know where she is now. Jiet di ku ku fong sun hin, jie yang du lung yu. However, I've already killed Gala Knight who kidnapped Yao Shiwilian, so I've avenged Yao Shiwilian. I have some clues for now, but I'm afraid it'll be a long and slow process to save Yao Shiwilian. The Lone Moon Finger of Jiudijuk Complex. I'll try my best. I won't give up. I'll try my best to save Yao Shiwilian as soon as possible and send her back to you. This matter started because of me, so I should be the one to resolve it. Uncle Yao, don't worry. I'll do everything I can, Qin Shao said apologetically. Villa Head Yao and his wife were the saddest about this matter. Every time Qin Shao saw Villa Head Yao, she felt very guilty. This book came from Chapter 2669. Villa Head Yao looked much older than before. His face looked much older than before. No one knew how Villa Master Yao managed to survive all these years. If Yao Shiwilian was only dead, then she was still alive. She could think of a way to revive herself. However, the problem was that Yao Shiwilian's doppelganger was killed by a fourth-step heavenly venerate and his true body was captured. Who knew what kind of torture and suffering Yao Shiwilian had suffered for the past 50 million years? Every time he thought of this, Villa Master Yao felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Sigh. Villa Master Yao sighed helplessly. He patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, Qin Shao, this isn't your fault. I don't blame you. We don't blame you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Shiwilian's bad luck. After encountering such a thing, you can only accept your fate. What else can you do? I believe in you. I believe that you can definitely save Shiwilian. You can definitely let us see Shiwilian again. I have been waiting for this day. No matter how long it takes, I will continue to wait. What kind of heartache was this helplessness? Parents in the world are always the ones who love their children the most. Qin Shao said, Uncle Yao, Xiaogu and I came back this time to see you. Secondly, we want to see if we can resurrect Shiwilian's doppelganger. If we can, it will be a good thing. Qin Shao didn't try this when he returned to the Hongmeng universe. The main reason was that Qin Shao was already planning to deal with Exalted Lord Galan. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to wait and see if he could rescue Yao Shiwilian's true body from Exalted Lord Galan. If he could rescue Shiwilian's true body, it would be better to resurrect the doppelganger. Since he couldn't rescue Shiwilian's true body for the time being, Qin Shao wanted to resurrect Yao Shiwilian's doppelganger first. Hearing that Qin Shao wanted to revive Shiwilian's clone, Villa Master Yao excitedly grabbed Qin Zhao's hand and said, Good, 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 quickly try it. Qin Shao nodded and began. It shouldn't be difficult to revive Yao Shiwilian. This was also the first time that Qin Shao had resurrected someone after becoming a saint. Qin Shao reversed time, and time flew back to more than 50 million years ago. Finally, he saw the figure of Yao Shiwilian. Seeing Yao Shiwilian again in the historical fragment, Qin Shao still remembered the scene when she met Yao Shiwilian for the first time. The past emerged like smoke. Yao Shiwilian was truly a woman who was hard to let go of, a woman who was hard to part with. She was beautiful, but her heart was even more beautiful. She liked Qin Shao and never hid it. She always dared to face her feelings directly. She could always silently accompany Qin Shao. She could sacrifice herself for Qin Shao. She could watch as Qin Shao married Gu Lingwei. She would send her blessings. She liked Qin Shao, but she wouldn't desperately fight for Qin Shao. Her love was magnanimous, pure, and made people's hearts ache. Everyone liked Yao Shiwilian. She was kind-hearted and helpful. She was approachable and easy to get along with. Therefore, everyone who had interacted with her liked her very much. It was to the extent that she and Qin Shao were publicly acknowledged as a match made in heaven. However, in the end, she had used her sorrowful residence to write this touching and tragic history, causing countless people in the god realm to feel extremely regretful. If life was like the first time they met, it would be a beautiful sunny day. Seeing Yao Shiwilian, Qin Shao was slightly stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. Villa Head Yao, who was standing beside him, was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. Qin Shao mobilized his saint power and turned it into an invisible hand. He wanted to pull Yao Shiwilian out of the river of time. However, Qin Zhao's face immediately darkened. He found that there was an unknown powerful force holding Yao Shiwilian tightly, not letting him pull her out. This force was very strange and powerful. Qin Shao tried his best to pull Yao Shiwilian out, but he didn't succeed. As long as he could pull Yao Shiwilian out of the river of time, he could resurrect her clone. However, this powerful force was there. Qin Shao couldn't pull it out at all. What was going on? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. This situation was also unexpected to Qin Shao. He didn't know what was going on. Generally speaking, there were only 3 situations where there was resistance. The first was when the dead person's cultivation level was higher. It was more difficult to resurrect him, and a certain price had to be paid. The second was when the person who killed him was stronger. One's strength had to be at least much stronger than the person who killed him. Only then could one resurrect him. The third was when both the original body and the clone were not dead. Naturally, they were protected by the heavenly Tao. This was also impossible to resurrect. However, the person who killed Yao Shiwilian's clone was only Honorable Lord Galen. She was only a 4th-step celestial master. Qin Zhao's strength was much stronger than her. Therefore, such a situation should not exist. Yao Shiwilian's doppelganger was indeed dead. This was certain. Yao Shiwilian's cultivation level was not high. This should not be a problem. These 3 possibilities were not a problem. Logically speaking, they should not be obstacles to Qin Zhao's resurrection of Yao Shiwilian. But what was going on? Qin Shao wanted to resurrect Yao Shiwilian, but he was blocked by such a powerful force. This situation was completely beyond Qin Zhao's understanding. What's wrong, brother? Can't you pull him out? Xiaogu couldn't help but ask when he saw that the situation was not right. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Xiaogu. I can't pull him out. He is firmly held by a mysterious and powerful force. I can't move him at all." Xiaogu, come and give us a hand. Let's see if we can resurrect Yao Shiwilian. Xiaogu nodded and began to join in. Together with Qin Shao, they tried to pull Yao Shiwilian out of the river of time. Logically speaking, there should be no problem at all for 2 ancient sages to resurrect Yao Shiwilian. Therefore, all the conditions were not a problem at all. However, even with Xiaogu's help, there was no change at all. The result was still the same. The 2 of them still couldn't move or resurrect Yao Shiwilian. Villa Head Yao, who was originally excited, felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him. He looked gloomy. How could this be? Brother, what's going on? This is too strange, isn't it? It doesn't make sense at all. All the conditions should not be a problem. Why is there such a powerful force hindering us from pulling Yao Shiwilian out of the river of time? When I resurrected Starry Sky, didn't it go very smoothly? There was not much resistance at all. Xiaogu scratched his head and asked in confusion. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know. I'm also very puzzled. I also want to know the answer." This was really strange. Qin Shao didn't know what the problem was. In the end, Qin Shao could only guess that this might be related to the Bloodbath Alliance and the Blood Hall. "I'm sorry, Uncle Yao. We couldn't resurrect Shiwilian's clone. It seems that we have to find her real body first," Qin Shao said helplessly. Villa Head Yao also knew that Qin Shao and Xiaogu had tried their best. Although he was very sad, there was really no other way. "Alas, it's not your fault." Villa Head Yao shook his head. Seeing Villa Head Yao's sad appearance, Qin Shao was also very sad. Qin Shao didn't stay in Villa Head Yao for long. He said goodbye and left. After finding a quiet place, Qin Xiao sat there and thought about this strange and depressing matter in his mind. Xiaogu was also very unhappy. "Brother, what do you think is going on?" "Oh right, brother, call the book spirit out and ask her. Maybe she knows what's going on." Speaking of the book spirit, Xiaogu suddenly became interested. This guy had a special hobby. Qin Xiao remembered it. However, Xiaogu's reminder was good. Maybe the all-knowing book could answer this question. Qin Xiao released the book spirit. Sure enough, as soon as the book spirit came out, she started to get intimate with Xiaogu. This completely ignored her master. "If you want to flirt, can't you come back later? I'll give you some time later. But now, can we talk about business first?" Qin Xiao was a little speechless. Xiaogu nodded. Yes. Book spirit, let's talk about business first. And, brother Xiaogu, I'll listen to you." The book spirit nodded at Xiaogu coyly. Xiaogu was numb. The book spirit said to Qin Xiao, "Master, the situation you mentioned is really strange. Actually, I don't know what's going on. It turned out that he asked for nothing." Even the book spirit didn't know what was going on. The book spirit said, "But, according to my speculation, the original body of the Yao Shiwulian should be controlled by a powerful and terrifying force. Moreover, the strength of the Yao Shiwulian should be very strong. If the original body is strong, even if the clone has died, it will still be affected by the power of the original body. So, if the clone wants to be pulled out of the river of time, it will be stopped by the heavenly Tao. At present, this is probably the most likely situation. As for other possibilities, I haven't thought of them yet." Qin Xiao rolled her eyes at the book spirit. Why didn't she say it all at once? Why did she have to say it twice? If that was the case, there was a possibility. If that was the case, then there was good news and bad news. The good news was that the original body of the Yao Shiwulian was still alive. Of course, this wasn't really good news. In fact, it would be better if the original body of the Yao Shiwulian was dead. Then it would be much easier to resurrect her than to find her original body. The bad news was that if the Yao Shiwulian was still alive, it was very likely that she had become a blood disciple. If she really became a blood disciple, then it would be very troublesome, very, very troublesome. In fact, if she was really dead, then it would be the best outcome. "Oh right, Master, I forgot that there's another possibility. That is, the original body of the Yao Shiwulian was killed by an extremely powerful being. Moreover, this powerful being also injected a force into the river of time to prevent people from resurrecting her. If that's the case, then even if you want to resurrect the clone, you will also be affected by this powerful force and can't be resurrected. Unless there's a force that is far more powerful than that force and can repel it, then it is possible to pull the Yao Shiwulian out of the river of time," the book spirit added. Qin Xiao frowned. That was to say, whether Yao Shiwulian was dead or not, it was bad news, and there was no way to confirm whether she was dead or not. This was a headache. Qin Xiao shook her head. It seemed that this matter could only be done step by step. There was no way out for the time being. She could only think of a way slowly. On the one hand, she had to find the whereabouts of the Yao Shiwulian. On the other hand, she had to make herself stronger as soon as possible. Only when she was strong enough could she rescue the Yao Shiwulian and resurrect the Yao Shiwulian. The premise of all this was that she had to be strong enough. Chapter 2670. The matter of reviving Yao Shiwulian had to be put on hold for the time being. The road to saving Yao Shiwulian was still very long and far. Thinking about it, in the end, it was still because he hadn't reached that level of cultivation and his strength wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, it would be enough for him to find the blood hall and save them directly. But now it was too difficult for him to find the blood hall. Even someone at Yu Luosha's level didn't know where the blood hall was. Only those at a higher level could come into contact with it. He had to put this matter aside for the time being. Under Xiao Gu's strong pleading, Qin Xiao put the all-knowing book on Xiao Gu. This way, Xiao Gu could see the book's spirit at any time. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered with the matter between the two. As long as the book's spirit didn't whine to him, he wouldn't be able to stand it. But speaking of which, the book's spirit could indeed help him a lot. The treasure given by fourth senior brother was indeed very valuable. Qin Xiao didn't stay in Hongmeng universe for long this time. He only stayed for 1,000 years before he was ready to leave. There were many people who wanted to go to the immortal domain. The main reason was that in the past 50 million years, there had been a good cultivation environment. Besides, Hongmeng universe had given birth to celestial masters, so there was a stronger guiding force. In addition, Qin Xiao had helped many of his friends, so Hongmeng universe had given birth to many universe masters. For example, Lord Huayang, Yi Juanhe, Qing Yi, Tian Lingzi, Nian, Jiang Taichu, and Flame Emperor. They had all broken through to become universe masters, including Shi Jian. There were a total of 8 people who wanted to go to the immortal domain with Qin Xiao. There were many others who wanted to go, but Qin Xiao wouldn't agree if their level wasn't high enough. At the very least, they had to be universe masters for Qin Xiao to agree. No matter how low their level was, it didn't mean anything. Those who could rely on their own efforts to break through to the level of universe master at least had some potential. They could travel in the immortal domain, and it was possible for them to grow. No matter how low their level was, it was too dangerous to leave Hongmeng universe. Besides, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There was no need to rush. Therefore, becoming a universe master was a mandatory requirement of Qin Xiao, and the others didn't need to mention it anymore. Then, he left the primordial universe with Shi Jian and the others. The Hongmeng universe had Shi Jian, Xinghe, Qin Yi, and Chang Mingwei. There were 4 celestial masters in total. In addition, the Heavenly Court and the Desolate Land were managing it together. Qin Xiao didn't have to worry about anything. With the existence of the Sage Emperor Guardian token, no power would dare to invade the Grand Mist universe. Soon, Qin Xiao brought Shi Jian and the others to the Celestial Realm and went straight to Heaven Mountain City. For the time being, the best place Qin Xiao could think of to settle them down was Tianshan City. Shi Jian was fine as he could wander around at will, but the others were just mortals who hadn't stepped into the Celestial Master Realm. Naturally, they couldn't wander around alone. It was too dangerous. When they arrived at the Celestial Realm, they were very excited. Then, they saw Desolate Land, 9 Dragons, and Jiangzhou. At this time, the 3 of them were all third-step Celestial Masters. Desolate Land was the strongest and was on the verge of a breakthrough. One more step, and he would step into the 4th-step Celestial Master Realm. Desolate Land's talent and potential were extremely strong. In Hongmeng universe, they were second only to the Heavenly Court. In the Celestial Realm, they could continue to show their talent and potential, leaving 9 Dragons and Jiangzhou behind. However, 9 Dragons and Jiangzhou were fine. After all, they had broken through to the 3rd-step Celestial Master Realm. This was the result of tens of millions of years of hard work. It was very good and very gratifying. They could be considered as people with talent and potential. At least in the Southern Wasteland, they could be considered as geniuses. Desolate Lands and Jiangzhou's dazzling achievements naturally encouraged the others, making them full of confidence for their future cultivation in the Celestial Realm. A bright future was waiting for them. Wasn't this what they had been dreaming of for countless years? And now, it was finally going to be realized. Ah, Qin Xiao, I've long heard that you have broken through to the Saint Realm, fought with and killed a genius. I also heard that you have been accepted as the 6th personal disciple by Sage Li. It's really a joyous occasion. Congratulations. I've always wanted to congratulate you, but I didn't have a good opportunity. I didn't expect you to come to my Tianshan City this time. It's a good opportunity for me to congratulate you. Tianshan City Lord smiled. This news had already spread throughout the mortal world. Naturally, it was also widely spread in the Southern Wasteland. After all, Qin Shao came from the southern wasteland. He could be regarded as the glory and pride of the southern wasteland. Many people in the southern wasteland regarded Qin Shao as their model, idol, and object of worship. Therefore, the news about Qin Shao was bound to spread rapidly in the southern wasteland. Not only that, but it would also spread more widely and more widely. Qin Shao had already been deified. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Tianshan. I came to Tianshan City this time to trouble you again. I'm really sorry for the trouble this time. I don't know how to thank you, Brother Tianshan." Qin Shao had always engraved the kindness of the Tianshan City Lord in his heart. He also wanted to give something to thank the Tianshan City Lord. But after all, the Tianshan City Lord was his second step ancient saint. He really didn't have anything suitable in his hands. He certainly had something that could be given, such as the bright magic cube. However, this treasure was still of great use to Qin Shao for the time being. For example, the things given by his senior brothers were very precious to Qin Shao. Moreover, they were given by his senior brothers. Naturally, he couldn't give them to others. Therefore, Qin Shao really didn't have anything that was worth giving, so he could only express his gratitude verbally. The Tianshan City Lord waved his hand generously and said, "Hey, Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to be so polite to me. You and I are bosom friends. Moreover, you have such a good relationship with my daughter. My daughter is in the Saint College, and you have taken good care of her. This is a small matter. It's no trouble at all. It's just a small matter. Besides, the people you sent here are all talents. These people grew up in my Tianshan City. Even if they are not people of my Tianshan City, they will definitely remember our Tianshan City when they achieve something in the future. Maybe if Tianshan City is in trouble in the future, we will need your help." Qin Shao smiled. The Tianshan City Lord was a person worth making friends with. Speaking of favors, he had also received favors from the Tianshan City Lord. However, he was too weak before. In the eyes of the Tianshan City Lord, he was just a little guy. It could even be said that the Tianshan City Lord almost accepted him as a disciple. Qin Shao also had the same idea at that time, but the Tianshan City Lord didn't say so. Therefore, he missed this opportunity. However, he didn't expect that the two of them could call each other brothers and have such a deep friendship. It really felt like the world was unpredictable. Qin Shao handed Shi Jian and the others to the Tianshan City Lord and let them settle down in the city. It just so happened that with the guidance of the people from the desolate land, their cultivation would be smoother. As for Shi Jian, Qin Shao gave him some treasures and taught him for a period of time. After leaving some cultivation resources and life-saving items for him, Qin Shao left. Shi Jian's cultivation from now on depended on himself. Qin Shao didn't want to give him too much external help. That might hurt him. He just needed to give him some time at a time. After leaving Tianshan City, Qin Shao didn't return to the Saint Institute. "Brother, where are we going next?" Xiaogu couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao looked at the endless void and said, "To explore the great wide world." "Ha ha ha, that's great." Xiaogu was incomparably excited. This was his favorite thing to do. Ha ha ha. This was the plan Qin Shao had made before. However, Qin Shao only had a big plan and didn't have any detailed plans. Therefore, he still needed to make a good plan. Xiaogu, let the book spirit out. Ask him if he has any good places to recommend to us, Qin Shao said to Xiaogu. Xiaogu was very willing to let the book spirit out. He immediately let the book spirit out. This guy, he hadn't seen him for a while. The relationship between the two of them had improved. As soon as the book spirit came out, he boldly leaned into Xiaogu's arms. Xiaogu also didn't behave and directly hugged the book spirit. The two of them looked like a couple. Qin Shao stared at them. What was going on? He thought Xiaogu was just playful. Now it seemed that it wasn't as simple as that. Could be that Xiaogu liked this, but the book spirit wasn't a living thing. He was just a tool spirit. How could this be? Anyway, Qin Shao was convinced. He thought about it and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. They could do whatever they want. Master, According to your requirements, there are too many places in the great wide world that can be recommended. Not only in the great wide world, but even in the immortal realm, there are also several good places to adventure. Of course, if you want to adventure in the great wide world, that's also possible. The book Spirit can recommend at least 10 places like this. After listening to Qin Zhao's requirements, the book Spirit immediately replied. Qin Zhao thought for a moment and said, "Well, then recommend the nearest place to us. We'll go there one by one. For the time being, let's make a plan for the near future. We'll take it one step at a time. I've been in the immortal realm for 50 million years. Although there are indeed some good places in the immortal realm, I always feel that my vision is still too small. So it's better to go to the great wide world. It can be considered as standing on a broader stage." Of course, Qin Zhao wanted to adventure in the great wide world, enter the endless universe sea, and even enter other holy realms. Not only to have a broader vision, but also to track down some information about the Bloodbath Alliance and find the Blood Hall. This matter was very difficult and complicated, but it still needed to be done. It was difficult for the time being, so he would start with the small ones, search for them bit by bit, and slowly analyze them. After thinking for a moment, the book Spirit said, "If you want to talk about the nearest place, it should be the Moro Sea." Qin Zhao had never heard of the Moro Sea, but since the book Spirit said so, he would go there. Okay, then let's go to the Moro Sea. However, before we go to the Moro Sea, there's one more thing we need to do. Let's find a quiet place first. Qin Zhao nodded and said. Xiao Gu immediately asked happily, "Is Baby Mo preparing to break through to the Saint Realm?" Qin Zhao nodded. Last time, after killing Yu Luosha and saving Baby Mo had been staying in Qin Zhao's inner world. She felt that his condition was not very stable. Previously, he had already sent a voice transmission to Qin Zhao, saying that he could not suppress it anymore and was about to break through. Chapter 2671. Qin Zhao found a remote and quiet place in the intentionless sea and set up a formation for Baby Mo to break through. With the guidance of his eldest senior brother, the Tianji Elder, and the guidance of the Tianji Fong, Qin Zhao's attainments in the way of mechanisms and arrays were quite deep. Therefore, even a first-step ancient saint would find it difficult to break through the formation he set up. It was enough to guard the commotion here and not attract the attention of others. The commotion caused by breaking through to become a saint was still very big. Baby Mo's body inhaled and exhaled, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon, as well as the holy light of the heavens, entered his body. Xiao Gu and the book Spirit were fighting passionately there. Qin Zhao simply sat to the side and closed his eyes to rest. Baby Mo also needed some time to break through. Soon, Baby Mo finally broke through. The might of the heavenly way descended, and the holy light shone down from the celestial pole, enveloping Baby Mo's body. Baby Mo also began to transform and sublimate. Baby Mo was an ancient divine beast, the Ink Qilin. This was a relatively pure divine beast bloodline. In terms of the level of life, he was born many times stronger than Xiao Gu. The beast clan relied on bloodline inheritance. There was not much talent to speak of. The stronger your bloodline inheritance, the greater your potential, and the easier it was for you to grow and become very powerful. Talent and potential did not seem to have much weight to them. It did not play any key role. At most, it could only add flowers to brocade. The bloodline inheritance of a divine beast was the highest level of the beast clan's bloodline. Baby Mo's bloodline should be relatively pure. Such a pure divine beast bloodline was definitely extremely rare in the great wide world. It was extremely rare to see such a pure divine beast bloodline. The descendants of a truly pure divine beast bloodline inheritance would become very powerful when they reached adulthood. For example, baby Mo had not yet fully reached adulthood, but he was already about to break through to become a saint. Xiaogu was already an adult. Moreover, he had awakened the bloodline inheritance in his body. With the help of the Beast Clan and the 10,000 Beast Abyss, he had broken through to become a saint in one fell swoop. Baby Mo was slowly transforming. His body was also growing rapidly, becoming bigger and more mature. Her fur also became darker and brighter. Everything was transforming. Baby Mo's breakthrough took a long time. It took a full 10,000 years before it was finally completed. In the instant that the might of the heavenly Tao dissipated, baby Mo transformed into an extremely adorable little girl. The little girl, who was dressed in black, looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. She was not very tall and looked a little chubby. When she smiled, two small dimples appeared. She looked especially sweet and cute. After becoming a saint, baby Mo could finally take human form. Hee hee, it's fun, it's really fun. It's great to be a saint. I can take human form now. I'll look really good like this. Baby Mo looked at himself with a happy expression. He was very satisfied with his new body. After praising Qin Shao, baby Mo ran over to Qin Shao with a smile on his face. He twirled in front of Qin Shao twice with a smile on his face. Then he asked in a slightly childish voice, Master, do you think baby looks good like this? You look good and very cute. It suits you well. Qin Shao nodded and was not stingy with her praise. But speaking of which, baby Mo was indeed very cute and good-looking. Although he looked a little small, he was still cute in his own way. Xiaogu smiled as he sized up baby Mo. They were both beasts, but Xiaogu felt closer to him. Baby Mo, I think you'll look even better if you change into a set of pink clothes. You're so young. It's really not suitable for you to wear black. I think black clothes are more suitable for those girls who are more cold and cool. You're the sweet and cute type. Pink, white, or blue suits you better. Do you want to try something else? Xiaogu suggested. Baby Mo lifted her delicate nose and immediately shook her head. No way. I like black. I don't like any other color. I want to wear black. Black suits my temperament. You have such bad taste. Master has better taste. Even Master says it looks good. Cough, Xiaogu choked. Baby Mo, why don't you listen to other people's opinions? You're wearing it for others to see. You and I are both beastmen, and I think my aesthetic standards should be very good. You will definitely look better in pink. Pink is better now. But baby Mo liked black. She didn't like any other color. Don't say that again. I'll hit you. Baby Mo pouted at Xiaogu. Hearing baby Mo's words, Xiaogu became interested. Baby Mo, you're so young, but you're so arrogant. We're both beasts. I followed Master first. I'm Master's first spiritual beast. You're only the second. So, in terms of seniority, I'm higher than you. You should call me Big Brother Xiaogu. You want to hit your big brother Xiaogu for no reason. That's not good. But before Xiaogu could finish his sentence, he let out a cry of pain. He was sent flying by Baby Mo's punch. The power behind Baby Mo's punch was truly too powerful. It actually sent Little Gu flying 1,000,000 miles away, passing through tens of thousands of mountains before it finally came to a stop. Xiaogu was stunned by Baby Mo's punch. It took her a while to come back to her senses. After a while, Xiaogu ran back with a grimace. She looked like she was in pain, and her hands kept rubbing her chest. Clearly, Baby Mo's punch hurt a lot. Qin Shao was also secretly surprised by the strength of Baby Mo's punch. He noticed that Baby Mo had only thrown a casual punch. She didn't seem to have used much strength. Although Xiaogu wasn't on guard, he was still an ancient saint after all. Baby Mo, it's fine if you don't respect me, but why did you hit me? You're a sweet and cute little girl. How could you do such an explosive thing? It's so bad for your image. You're not good at all, Xiaogu complained. He felt bitter. Baby Mo had just become a saint. How could he be so strong? He, Lil Gu, was good at strength and defense, but he didn't expect to be sent flying by Baby Mo's punch. It was really embarrassing. Oof, you're not my brother. I'm so cute. You're not cute at all. I don't have an uncute brother like you. You're not as strong as me. You want me to call you brother? Dream on. Baby Mo disagreed. Xiao Gu grinned and said, Baby Mo, if you want to put it that way, then I'll have to settle things with you. Do you really think I can't beat you? I was just caught off guard and let you sneak attack me. If I was on guard, However, this time was no exception. Before little Gu could finish his words, he was sent flying by Baby Mo's fist. Baby Mo even clapped his hands proudly and said to Xiao Gu, That's what you get for talking so much. Xiao Gu quickly ran back. This time, the pain was even worse. Xiao Gu was even more depressed. Baby Mo, you're being unreasonable, aren't you? Come. If there's something important, fight with me. This time, I won't go easy on you. I'll let you know how strong I am. The same thing happened for the third time. Moreover, it happened without any surprise. Xiao Gu was sent flying by Baby Mo again. After being hit 3 times, Xiao Gu finally calmed down. He deeply understood that he was indeed no match for Baby Mo. Fighting with Baby Mo was just asking for a beating. Indeed, the higher the level of life, the more willful it was. As expected of the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, it was too strong. He had just become a saint, but he was already able to beat Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu couldn't help but admit defeat. Fine. Damn it. I'm afraid of you. I won't fight with you. Hey, Baby Mo, you still want to fight? Didn't I already admit defeat? If you continue to be like this, then I'll have to ask Big Brother to be the judge. Xiao Gu was really scared. Baby Mo proudly raised his jade nose at Xiao Gu to declare victory. Qin Xiao, who was watching the show from the side, couldn't be bothered to care about these things. After all, they were just playing around. It was quite good to get to know each other. Qin Xiao also understood Baby Mo's strength. It seemed that he was very strong. He reckoned that even he might not be able to win. The bloodline of an ancient divine beast was indeed incomparably powerful. This was naturally a good thing for Qin Xiao. He had another very powerful helper. It just so happened that he was also preparing to go to the great wide world to explore. It was always beneficial to have 2 powerful helpers by his side. Although Baby Mo and Xiao Gu started fighting as soon as they arrived, Xiao Gu was not a person who held grudges. He quickly went to please Baby Mo again and even pulled the book spirit out. Baby Mo was still a child who hadn't grown up yet. He was still a little immature in all aspects, so he quickly got along well with Xiao Gu and the book spirit. Although the book spirit was very enchanting, she was still quite interesting. Moreover, the book spirit knew everything from astronomy to geography. She knew too many things. Therefore, she could also make Baby Mo happy and cater to his interests. Seeing the 3 of them getting along well, Qin Xiao also smiled with relief. He wondered if the sword spirit of the heaven-opening sword technique would be able to get along well with them after it woke up. However, this was a story for another day. Well, now that things have been settled, let's also start a new journey. Let's go to Mo Luo Sea. Qin Xiao was about to leave the immortal realm and head to Mo Luo Sea to start his first journey in the endless universe sea. Boom! Just as Qin Xiao and the others were about to leave, suddenly a powerful movement came from the depths of the intentionless sea. This made Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu look over immediately. Xiao Gu was a combative person. Feeling this big movement, Xiao Gu looked over and immediately said, Big Brother, it seems that there are forces at the ancient saint level fighting over there. And from the looks of it, it should be coming from the center of the intentionless sea. Should we go and take a look? Originally, Qin Xiao definitely wouldn't have the time to care about such trivial matters. However, Qin Xiao couldn't help but think of a situation, which was that the Peach Blossom Valley was also in the center of the intentionless sea. In the intentionless sea, there should only be one ancient saint, the master of the Peach Blossom Valley, right? Other than the master of the Peach Blossom Valley, At least Qin Xiao hadn't noticed before. Therefore, sensing that there was a battle at the ancient saint level in the center of the intentionless sea, Qin Xiao couldn't help but wonder if it had something to do with the master of the Peach Blossom Valley. Qin Xiao was very grateful to the master of the Peach Blossom Valley in his heart. In the past, he was also indebted to the master of the Peach Blossom Valley. Chapter 2672. Therefore, Qin Xiao was a little worried. No matter what, it was always good to go and take a look. It would not take too much time anyway. Let's go and take a look, Qin Xiao said. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Xiaogu was slightly taken aback. He thought that his big brother would not join the fun. He did not expect his big brother to want to go. This made Xiaogu a little surprised. He wanted to join the fun, but he thought his big brother would definitely not agree. The three of them rushed over as fast as they could. The closer they got, the more they felt the huge commotion and the stronger the aura. Big brother, why do I feel that something is not right? This aura is seriously not right. It feels like this should be the aura of a second-step ancient saint, right? Xiaogu suddenly frowned and said. Qin Xiao nodded and said, yes, it is indeed the aura of a second-step ancient saint. However, one of them should be stronger than the other. Cough, big brother. I suddenly feel that I'm not that curious anymore. Why don't we leave and not join the fun? It is a second-step ancient saint. It is obvious that we are no match for them. It is better not to join in. Xiaogu suddenly had the intention to leave. After sensing the aura of a second-step ancient saint, Qin Xiao was not willing to join the fun. However, Qin Xiao was still very worried. He still wanted to go and take a look. If he was sure that it had nothing to do with the Peach Blossom Valley Master, he would leave immediately. Qin Xiao would definitely not join in the fun of others. However, since he was already here, he had to be sure before he could leave with peace of mind. Since he had decided to do something, there was no reason for him to back out because of some danger. Moreover, even if he had really offended a second-step ancient saint, there was nothing to be afraid of. Qin Xiao was quite confident in his current strength. He should be able to deal with a second-step ancient saint. In addition, he now had the help of Baby Mo and Xiaogu. The combined strength of the three of them was definitely more than enough to deal with a second-step ancient saint. Therefore, Qin Xiao had some confidence in himself. They continued to move closer. They had already entered the central region of the Thoughtless Ocean. Big brother, look over there. There's a spatial rift, a shattered space. Xiaogu suddenly pointed in the distance. Qin Xiao also saw it immediately. There were indeed several large spatial faults there. There was a broken space there, like a huge one. The big egg seemed to have been smashed by someone. However, this was not the space of the celestial realm itself. Instead, it was a different space that existed within the celestial realm. Seeing this, Qin Xiao's face darkened. The situation that she didn't want to see the most had actually happened. Hurry up and go over there. That's the Peach Blossom Valley. The master of the Peach Blossom Valley should be attacked by someone. Hurry up and go over there to help him. Qin Xiao immediately said in a hurry. She immediately pushed her speed to the limit and charged over there. Who was the Peach Blossom Valley Lord? Xiaogu and Baby Mo were confused. They did not know the master of Peach Blossom Valley, so they did not know who the master of Peach Blossom Valley was. However, seeing how anxious Qin Xiao was, they also knew that the master of Peach Blossom Valley must be Qin Xiao's friend. Therefore, they did not hesitate and immediately followed after her. Soon, Qin Xiao saw the two parties fighting. It was the master of Peach Blossom Valley and a blue-gray robed ancient saint. Qin Xiao was slightly surprised to see that the master of Peach Blossom Valley was also a second-step ancient saint. Previously, Qin Xiao had always thought that the master of Peach Blossom Valley should only be a first-step ancient saint. He did not expect that the master of Peach Blossom Valley was actually a second-step ancient saint. The battle between two second-step ancient saints was naturally earth-shattering. The momentum was incomparably vast. Just looking at the battle formation was abnormally frightening. In this battle, the master of Peach Blossom Valley was clearly at a disadvantage. He was clearly being suppressed by his opponent. The blue-gray robed ancient saint was unusually powerful. From the power that he displayed, Qin Xiao could feel the power of the three great laws. Moreover, the power of these laws had fused together, making it extraordinarily powerful. In addition, he had a powerful saint technique and a powerful middle-grade saint artifact. With all these techniques stacked together, it was natural that he would become extremely powerful. Master of Peach Blossom Valley, I'm coming to lend you a hand. Qin Xiao shouted from afar and immediately charged over. Xiao Gu also shouted, "Haha, there's also us. We're here to lend you a hand. Today, I'd like to see who dares to bully you, Master of Peach Blossom Valley. My brother will definitely not let him off." Xiao Gu's cultivation level was not high, but at this moment, he was very confident. If it was just a second-step ancient saint, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. When the master of Peach Blossom Valley heard the voices and saw the three first-step ancient saints rushing over, he could not help but be stunned. He looked at Qin Xiao in a daze. How could he not know Qin Xiao? He still remembered what had happened in the past. He had always remembered it. Naturally, he had a deep impression of Qin Xiao. However, when Qin Xiao had barged into the Peach Blossom Valley previously, he was only a third-step heavenly venerable. But now, he was already a first-step ancient saint. How long had it been since then? It had only been slightly more than 40 million years. In such a short period of time, he had cultivated to the ancient saint realm. It was indeed a monstrous speed. It left the master of Peach Blossom Valley tongue-tied. Not only had he become a saint, but he also had two ancient saints by his side. Moreover, these two ancient saints were from the Beast clan. The young lad from back then had actually grown to such a powerful level. After being stunned for a while, the master of Peach Blossom Valley said, "Qin Xiao, it's actually you." "Yes, master of Peach Blossom Valley, it's me. I never thought that we would meet again under such circumstances." Qin Xiao nodded and said. The master of Peach Blossom Valley smiled awkwardly. He really did not expect that the second time he met Qin Xiao would be in such an awkward situation. Back then, even if Qin Xiao wanted to see his true appearance, she couldn't. She could only listen to his voice from afar. Back then, how elegant was he? How high and mighty was he? However, the current him was in such a sorry state. He no longer had the heroic spirit that he had in the past. Let's not talk about this first. Let's deal with the person in front of us first. Qin Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he stared coldly at the ancient saint in blue and gray. The master of Peach Blossom Valley had never thought that there would be a day when he would ask Qin Xiao to help him. However, the master of Peach Blossom Valley understood how dangerous the situation was. Therefore, when he heard Qin Xiao's words, he immediately rejected him. "Qin Xiao, don't bother about me. Hurry up and leave. This is my own matter. I can deal with it myself. My life is not that fragile. I won't die so easily. Haha, I'm already very happy that you still care about me. Thank you, Qin Xiao, for remembering me." The ancient saint in blue and gray glanced disdainfully at Qin Xiao and said coldly, "Brat, if you don't want to die, you'd better get lost. Don't get involved. You're just a puny ancient saint. You're far from qualified to get involved in my matters. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost. Otherwise, you'll get burned." Xiao Gu grinned and said, "Damn it. Who are you trying to scare? Do you really think that we're dying? Aren't you just a stinky ancient saint? What's so great about you? How dare you look down on my big brother? Uncle can tolerate this, but Aunt can't. I can't tolerate this. I'm going to eat you up." Xiao Gu was the first to charge forward, but his strength was clearly far from being a match for the ancient saint in blue and gray. Therefore, he returned quickly and was quickly beaten back. Fortunately, Xiao Gu's skin was thick, so he didn't suffer much from this blow. "Holy shit, baby Mo, Go beat him to death for your big brother. This guy is too arrogant, Xiao Gu said to Baby Mo. Mo Bao Bao nodded his head and also rushed over. Baby Mo was indeed Baby Mo, as expected of someone with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. The moment he made a move, the situation immediately changed. Although they were both ancient saints in the ancient saint realm, Baby Mo's punch forced the ancient saint in blue and gray to retreat a few steps. The ancient saint in blue and gray looked at Baby Mo in shock. Clearly, he hadn't expected that he would be forced back by an ancient saint in the ancient saint realm. His strength was so strong that it was a little perverse. However, what surprised the ancient saint in blue and gray was that Qin Xiao had also made a move. She slashed down with the full strength of the heaven-splitting sword art, revealing its sharpness. Although the ancient saint in blue and gray could block it, the sharpness of Qin Xiao's sword had reached a point where he had to take it seriously. This had already surpassed the strength of an ordinary ancient saint in the ancient saint realm. With such strength, he had already reached the second step of the ancient saint stage. What kind of monsters were these two? Two ancient saints in the ancient saint realm, but their strength had reached the level where they could fight a second step ancient saint realm. It was truly terrifying. The situation was clearly very unfavorable for him now. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, the ancient saint in blue and gray decided to retreat. Mo Zihua, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. I'll spare your life this time. However, I'll definitely take your life. Just you wait and see, the ancient saint in blue and gray said ruthlessly before he left. Naturally, Qin Xiao did not chase after him. Although the ancient saint in blue and gray had left, he might not be able to stop him. After all, he was a second step ancient saint realm existence. How could it be so easy to stop him? Since he had already achieved his goal, he could forget about the rest. After the ancient saint in blue and gray left, the battle came to an end. Phew! The Peach Blossom Valley Master let out a long sigh. He smiled bitterly and walked over to Qin Xiao. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, thank you for saving me. I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for nearly 50 million years, you've changed my opinion of you. You've already grown to such a level. It's really unbelievable. I really didn't expect you to have such a monstrous talent. Back then, I was tempted to take you in as my disciple. If it wasn't for Miss Xiao Yu, I might have already taken you in. Now that I think about it, it's a little funny and embarrassing. Fortunately, I didn't do that. Otherwise, wouldn't I have hurt you? Haha. Actually, I've heard about you and Miss Xiao Yu. I know that both of you have become students of the Saint Academy. However, due to some things, I didn't pay attention to you recently. I didn't expect you to have become a Saint Realm expert. Congratulations. Qin Xiao smiled. That's right. If the Peach Blossom Valley Master had been willing to take him in as his disciple, he would have definitely become the Peach Blossom Valley Master's disciple. However, how should he put it? It was something that no one could say for sure. It might not be a bad thing. Perhaps there might be another opportunity. This kind of thing was hard to say. Therefore, no matter what, Qin Xiao was still very grateful to the Peach Blossom Valley Master for what happened back then. Chapter 2673. You are the master of the Peach Blossom Valley? Why do you look so young? Xiaogu looked at the master of the Peach Blossom Valley curiously. The master of the Peach Blossom Valley did look like a 10-year-old boy. Not only was he short, but his face was also very young. But as soon as he spoke, it could be felt that he was more mature and not a child. It was just that his appearance was too deceiving. Xiaogu, don't be so rude. Qin Xiao scolded. Xiaogu said angrily, Big brother, I didn't mean it. I was just a little curious The master of the Peach Blossom Valley did not mind. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Qin Xiao. Just be casual. My Peach Blossom tribe has the same body characteristics. It is very different from your human race." Peach Blossom tribe? Hearing this name, Qin Xiao could not help but be surprised. He looked at the master of the Peach Blossom Valley and said, "There is a Peach Blossom tribe? There are countless tribes in the Great Thousand World." But with Qin Xiao's current knowledge, he had at least heard of some of them. This was especially so for the lives in the immortal realm. Most of them had heard of them, but this Peach Blossom tribe, he had not heard of it before, and from the name, it seemed to be related to peach blossoms. In addition, when he saw the master of the Peach Blossom Valley attack, Qin Xiao immediately remembered. "That's right, master of the Peach Blossom Valley. When I saw you attack just now, I felt that you had a similar power as Princess Xiaoyu. But it doesn't feel like the Peach Blossom body. Your Peach Blossom body is not as strong as Princess Xiaoyu's. It's just that you do have a lot of it. What is going on?" Thinking of the Peach Blossom body and the power of the Peach Blossom, Qin Xiao had some guesses. He wondered if the master of the Peach Blossom Valley was also in existence with the Peach Blossom body. Based on what Qin Xiao knew, in the entire immortal realm, only Princess Xiaoyu had the Peach Blossom body. The master of the Peach Blossom Valley smiled faintly and shook his head. "Our Peach Blossom tribe in the immortal realm, or even in the entire Great Thousand World, is extremely rare. It is almost impossible to find someone of our tribe. Our clan's population base is really too small, pitifully small. In the entire immortal realm, there were only a few hundred of them. In terms of the entire immortal realm, I'm afraid it's not much better. Speaking of which, our Peach Blossom clan has been the inheritors and protectors of the Peach Blossom physique since ancient times. Theoretically speaking, only people from our Peach Blossom clan can awaken the Peach Blossom Constitution. Of course, there aren't many people in our Peach Blossom tribe who can fully awaken the Peach Blossom Constitution. Most of them only have the power of the Peach Blossom physique that was passed down through their bloodline. Only then do they have some of the power of the Peach Blossom physique. Actually, I haven't truly awakened the Peach Blossom physique. I've only inherited some of the Peach Blossom bloodline's power. I've also been trying my best to awaken the Peach Blossom Constitution, but I've never succeeded. Such a situation also caused Qin Xiao to be greatly surprised. To think that there was actually a Peach Blossom tribe in this world. There was even a tribe that specialized in inheriting the Peach Blossom physique. This was really an eye-opener. However, some other thoughts couldn't help but surface in his mind. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the Peach Blossom Constitution is the exclusive, immortal king constitution of your Peach Blossom clan? Qin Xiao asked. The Peach Blossom Valley Master nodded and said, "Theoretically speaking, that's indeed the case. This is also the saying that has been passed down in our clan. In the historical records, there doesn't seem to be any special cases." "Then what's the matter with Princess Xiaoyu?" Qin Xiao asked, puzzled. The Peach Blossom Valley Master shook his head and said, "Regarding this question, I'm also very puzzled. I don't really understand what's going on. Speaking of which, this question is indeed a little strange. I don't fully understand what's going on either. Perhaps Princess Xiaoyu is a descendant of our Peach Blossom clan." Xiaogu pursed his lips and said, "That can't be. If Princess Xiaoyu is a descendant of your Peach Blossom clan, why doesn't she have any of your characteristics? Princess Xiaoyu doesn't look like you. She looks no different from a human." The Peach Blossom Valley Master smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, "That's not necessarily the case. According to the records of our clan, a long time ago, one of our clansmen fell in love with another clan member. Our clan couldn't stop this clansman, so in the end, she married another clan member. From then on, that clansman left our Peach Blossom clan and gave birth to a child with a human. Perhaps this inheritance was passed down from generation to generation, and it was passed down to Princess Xiaoyu. Theoretically speaking, Princess Xiaoyu's awakening of the Peach Blossom Constitution should be related to our Peach Blossom clan. Among Princess Xiaoyu's ancestors, one of them should be from our Peach Blossom clan. That's the only explanation. Qin Xiao nodded. If this was the case, it could be explained. Logically speaking, the awakening of the immortal king constitution was most likely related to the inheritance of the bloodline. In this case, it was highly likely that one of Princess Xiaoyu's ancestors was from the Peach Blossom clan. However, this was not important. What was important was that Princess Xiaoyu had awakened the immortal king constitution. Let's not think about this for now. In the future, if Princess Xiaoyu is interested, she could investigate it herself. Qin Xiao asked again, "By the way, how did you offend that person? Where did that person come from? Did he have a deep grudge against you? Did he have to kill you? I don't think you would offend others easily. Moreover, you have been living in seclusion in the Peach Blossom Valley, isolated from the rest of the world. You shouldn't have offended any enemies, right?" Alas, the Peach Blossom Valley Master shook his head and sighed deeply. He said, "It's a long story. I guess I was unlucky. There's nothing much to say. It's fine if we don't talk about this sad past. I didn't expect that after hiding in the Peach Blossom Valley for all these years, my enemies would still come knocking on my door. They really can't let me have peace. The Peach Blossom Valley was destroyed just like that. Now, I have to find a new place to live. However, that person must be haunting me. I have to be careful. Otherwise, I won't be able to hide for long before he finds me again." Hearing the Peach Blossom Valley Master's words, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. He said, "Then can't you go back to your Peach Blossom clan? Your Peach Blossom clan has so few people to begin with. Shouldn't you all gather together? If you go back to your Peach Blossom clan, won't you be safe?" The Peach Blossom Valley Master smiled and waved his hand. He said, "Brother Qin Xiao, you might not know this. It's because I've been in the clan for too long that I've become bored. This is a good opportunity to take a walk outside and see the outside world. I can do some things that I like to do. I don't want to be trapped in the clan forever. Moreover, this opportunity is very rare. I've fought for it for a long time. How can I go back to my clan so easily? Our Peach Blossom clan is very strict with our clan members. We can't leave the clan easily. If we want to leave the clan, we have to get the approval of the clan leader and some respected elders in the clan. This kind of opportunity is very rare. So can I go back? I'd rather hide than go back now. If I go back now, I don't know how long I'll have to wait if I want to come out again." Cough. It turned out that the Peach Blossom clan had such a rule. It was no wonder that the Peach Blossom Valley Master was unwilling to go back. Qin Xiao could understand his feelings. If he didn't want to go back, he could only hide from his enemy. The Peach Blossom Valley Master didn't mind. He smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. Although I'm being chased by my enemy, he can't kill me. Although I'm not good at fighting, I still have the ability to stay alive. Moreover, I also have a special ability. It's just that I haven't used it yet. Even if he finds me next time, he can't do anything to me. So, Brother Qin Xiao, you don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine." Hearing how confident the Peach Blossom Valley Master was, Qin Xiao was relieved. It seemed that he would be fine. Thinking about it, the Peach Blossom Valley Master should have some tricks up his sleeve. Furthermore, he was a second-step Empyrean saint after all. How could he be killed so easily? However, even if Qin Xiao was worried, it was useless. Qin Xiao couldn't help the Peach Blossom Valley Master. He couldn't protect the Peach Blossom Valley Master forever. It wasn't accurate to say that he would protect the Peach Blossom Valley Master. After all, Qin Xiao wasn't as strong as the Peach Blossom Valley Master. By the way, are Hua Hua, Xiao Dao, and the king okay? Qin Xiao asked with concern. Qin Xiao had a deep impression of the three of them. As for Hua Hua, she was a cute and lovable girl. However, when she messed with people, she was extremely dangerous. She could make people tremble in fear. As for Xiao Dao, he was a little boy who looked only 3 or 4 years old. However, he liked to say that he was 7 years old. He insisted that he was 7 years old and not a 3 or 4-year-old child. He was also a fun person. As for the king, he was even more fun. He wanted Qin Shao to save him. He forced Qin Shao to beg him. However, in the end, he didn't succeed. All three of them were interesting. Speaking of which, Qin Shao was grateful to the king. In fact, he had received help from the king when he was in the Peach Blossom Valley. The Peach Blossom Valley master nodded and said, "It's fine. They're all fine. Before the enemy came, I put all of them into my inner world." After saying that, the Peach Blossom Valley master waved his hand and released Tao Tao and the other two. When the three of them came out, they saw that the battle had ended. However, when they saw that there were 3 more ancient saints, they were shocked. They looked at Qin Zhao's third uncle with astonishment. On him. Soon, the 3 of them looked at Qin Shao at the same time. Their eyes widened as they looked at Qin Shao with astonishment. "You are Qin Shao." The 3 of them finally recognized Qin Shao. They were even more astonished. 50 million years ago, they had met Qin Shao. At that time, Qin Shao was only a weak 3rd step heavenly venerate. How could he have become a saint now? This was too shocking. Qin Shao looked at the 3 of them with a smile and said, "Yes, it's me. Back then, the 3 of you bullied me. Now that I've become a saint, I've come to settle the score with you. Come. All of you come one by one. Tell me, how do you want to settle the score from back then? Hua. Do you want to go first? Or Xiao Dao? Or should I say, King, you go first?" The 3 of them jumped in fright. They hurriedly waved their hands and looked at Qin Shao with a fawning and begging expression. Cough. What happened back then was our fault. It's all in the past. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.